breathing. Flashing red lights, driving at night, windowless ride, feeling alive, nothing in sight, forever in flight, follow those lines, we'll make it this time, blurry street lights, work as a guide to memories that we'll make it tonight, oh yeah, we'll make it tonight, yeah. I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do, I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove, no end in sight, just always staying on the move, I'll go all night, if that's just what I gotta do. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more. Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive, or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive, or just breathing? I'm in a race that everybody's chasing fast. They wanna be that someone on the screen at last. They ain't looking inside for their needs in life. They wanna be like by everybody in sight. But trust me, being free ain't spotlights. So it's long nights and it's long fights with yourself all the time to get your mind right. But if you put in the work, you can find the light, alright? I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night, if that's just what I gotta do. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more. Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive, or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive, or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive, or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive, or just breathing? Flashing red lights, driving at night, windowless ride, feeling alive. Nothing in sight, forever in flight. Follow those lines, we'll make it this time. Blurry street lights, work as a guide to memories that we'll make it tonight. Oh yeah, we'll make it tonight. Yeah. I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I gotta do. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more. Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive, or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive, or just breathing? I'm in a race that everybody's chasing fast. They wanna be that someone on the screen at last. They ain't looking inside for their needs in life. They wanna be liked by everybody in sight. But trust me, being free ain't spotlights. No, it's long nights and it's long fights with yourself all the time to get your mind right. But if you put in the work, you can find the light, alright? I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I gotta do. Life's too short, caring about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more. Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive, or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna.
Put the drugs away. Pap will be in the room shortly. Because I had it muted. Now let's try that once more. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Come on, somebody must be able to hear me. Tell me if you can hear me. Can you? Yes, you can? Oh, yes. Awesome stuff. Wicked. Yes, just what I'm looking for. Right. So, yeah, thought we'd get the party going. Have some brandy. Love it. Right. Let's fuck that off before it gives me an epileptic fit. How we doing, people? Now, I can't check myself because the way this is set up, if I put my YouTube on and listen, I get an echo and it does not go away. So I have to rely on you guys. So please, tonight, you know, even if it's just for tonight, be honest with if you can't hear me. I can't be doing with all that fucking wondering whether you can or not. Although I can listen on my phone, but then it's going to cause problems. But there we go. Feedback. Oh, don't tell me that. I'm going to have to check this on my phone. Let me see if I can hear myself. See if I can hear myself. I can, and I can hear myself perfectly on there. Lovely jubbly. Awesome stuff. It is miserable as sin outside. It is fucking horrible. I had to go up the shop earlier and get some brandy. And I nearly got blown away, believe it or not. Lard arse like me nearly got blown away. But there we go. Anyway, how we doing, people? Is everybody good? Oh, hi, bearded veteran. How you doing? So I should have. Now, I tested this earlier with Finn. Who I'm not sure if you're about yet, Finn, or not, but I tested this earlier with Finn. But I do want to say, if it wasn't for a subscriber, I wouldn't have managed it today. That's if I have managed it. But let me just double check who this is. I can't remember his name. Right. I had a phone call yesterday morning. If you remember, I put that post up yesterday saying that I'm having trouble getting the Skype to work through StreamYard, etc. Well, Gem the Bullfrog subscriber phoned me, said he'd seen my request on YouTube and he went to my Facebook page and he found the phone number on the Facebook page, and I'm going all blurry again. I fucking hope that. And he offered to help me. And we was on the phone yesterday for, it must have been about 5 hours. I swear to God, we must have been talking for about 5 hours yesterday, trying to sort this program out to get Skype to work through StreamYard. It got to the point where he had to go because it was getting late, and his wife was going out today, and he wanted to spend some time with his wife and his kids, which is great. He sent me through some information. I followed that information, and it took me fucking ages today. Oh, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. It took me ages today, but I think we've cracked it. So we'll find out. We're going to do, so we're on StreamYard, as you can see by that. It's not the paid version, hence why we've got that up there. So we're on StreamYard, so we can invite some people in, some guests in on StreamYard. And I believe in a little while, I'm going to open Skype up and we're going to see if we can get that to work as well. It was working earlier on the test, but if we can get it to work on here, fucking brilliant. So there we go. This is really annoying, this bloody thing. Maybe that helps a little bit. Is that going to help a bit? I don't want to get too close to the bloody thing. So anyway, bring that Jamie bloke out. Who's Jamie bloke? How you doing, Joe Public? Thank you, Glindor. Right, so I've got two chats open. I've got the one inside StreamYard, and I've got the chat that I've popped out from the YouTube page. Civil disobedience will be back, I assume, at some point. How you doing, Spence? He's dealing with a legal issue at the moment, and he needs to deal with that first of all. From what he told me when I spoke to him last, and yeah, once that's over and done with, he should be coming back. Do you know what, Roger? This webcam, when I brought this was at Christmas 2 years ago, and it was a £70 webcam for like 40 quid or something. So it shouldn't do this. This is ridiculous. I don't know why it keeps doing this. So, doing cross stitch. Do you know what, Tiffany? As a kid, I used to. I know this sounds really gay, by which I mean really happy, obviously, because I wouldn't like to offend anybody. I used to do cross stitch. Used to sit. My mum used to go out and buy us all as kids like these cross stitch sets, and we used to sit there for hours doing it. I know it sounds really stupid, but that's what we used to do as kids. I used to enjoy it. Josh, there's no particular topic tonight. Tonight we're going to get a few people on shortly. I'll stick a link in the chat and see if anybody wants to come on the screen on the panel. And we're going to open the lines later, and whatever anybody wants to talk about, we will talk about. You and Civil bounce off each other. What are you trying to say, Spence? You calling us both fat or what? Fucking out of order, mate. Do you know what? Colouring is good. It calms you down, colouring, unless you spend hours colouring something in and then all of a sudden you go over the line and then you go, fuck, and rip the page out and pretend nobody's seen it. You go, you fucking bastard. But other than that, it's really has quite good chilling properties to it. All right. I did pop into to see Crinkle a few 10 minutes ago or so. Popped into his channel, told him that the Queen's dead. You know, nobody's seen her for a while, so how do we know she's got COVID? She might have already kicked the bucket. You know, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? I suppose. But there we go. Right, where are we here? That's what I want there, and. Oh, that is going still. Lovely, jubbly. Yeah, Civil's. Yeah, I think we all miss Civil disobedience. He does, you know. He's he's quite good on camera, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. He should be back soon. Do you know what, Arthur? I don't even know where to begin with that bloody thing. The webcam. There's nothing on it to manually do focus. So it's just shit. The Queen apparently has had three boosters or something like that. But there you go. You know. They won't be talking about that too often, will they? Oh, well, the Queen's had 3 boosters, but she's still got COVID. Rah, rah. No, they won't be talking about that. They'll just be talking about the fact she's got it and she's not very well. Poor old girl. Be like the Mitchell brothers, you cheeky bastard. Oh dear. No, it is the camera, Carol, because it does it even when I'm not on StreamYard. If I do it straight through OBS, it does the same thing. It loses track of me and focuses on. Well, I don't know what it focuses on. It sort of focuses just behind me somewhere and makes me go blurry. Absolute fucking nightmare. Do you know what I was going to do today? What the plan was to go to Crosby Police Station today. I was going to go there, but the weather's been absolutely terrible up here, and I did, even the police ain't worth getting pissed through wet with for. So what I decided to, or what I was going to do, was going to go to the police station. I was going to do a short live at about 5 o'clock, and if any police constables turn up, I was going to thank them was going to say, look, I'm just doing a live stream because I want to thank you all. Because if it wasn't for your unlawful arrest and, do you know what I mean, all the rest of it, then I wouldn't have the channel that I have exposing you bunch of cretinous bastards. But there you go. The webcam focus does focus on ugly cunts. Well, the good thing is, Lucifer, it fails to focus on me properly. So you could be right. Hello, Vix. How you doing? Thank you, Spence. Oh, should put a bit more coke in it. Oh dear. Hello, Alf and Sue. How are you? Wind her up. I don't know about winding her up. What am I doing? I'll tell you what we could do. We could, of course, Alexa, what special day is it today?
Why, it's Pap's birthday, of course. How many times do you want to ask the same question today?
Cheeky
Just
bitch.
get over yourself. Only joking. 3 years and still going strong. You'll never run out of content with so many corrupt pigs out there.
So I don't know whether you heard that or not. If you didn't, I'll have to get her to say it again. Am I an auditor, Lawrence? No, I'm not. No. Alexa, what do we think of the police?
They're a bunch of incompetent, bumbling, good-for-nothing pigs. Oink, oink, oink. Here, piggy, piggy.
I don't think Alexa likes them either. Would I ever do any auditing? Do you know, I've tried it once, Lawrence. I tried it once, and thank you, Bobby, much appreciated. And it wasn't for me. So, no, I wouldn't. He banned you months ago when you called Flute Dog a jobless cretin. Oh, come on, that was months ago, Richard. Come on. Surely you don't hold grudges that long. Oh. I could go on a Crinkle stream, and I could screen share from here and show you what's going on. We do like an ant and deck where you tell me what to say. No, I'm not doing that because you lot can be vicious. So no way am I doing that. Your wife Kaylee's watching tonight for the first time. Can you give her a shout and tell her to get the kettle on? Kaylee, will you stop watching bloody YouTube and get the kettle on? Do some work, will you? And I think there's some washing up in there to do as well. Come on, chop chop. UK Transparency, how you doing? Right. Bearded veteran. Is she in the kitchen yet? You're getting a bottle of N9 this week. Cool, cool. Well, I hope to get mine back at the end of next month. Ah, thank you, bitch. I mean, Holly. No, bless you. Thank you, sweetie. Hello, Mark. Not missed anything yet. Not missed anything yet. Just to let everybody know, again, due to certain people on the internet going around and porn bombing people's live streams, I have to be careful at the moment who I get on the panel. Okay, that's not because I want to leave anybody out, because I wish I didn't have to. Okay. But there are some people out there who will use any opportunity that they've got to try and destroy somebody's channel, and I can't allow that to happen. Therefore, I'm only going to be able to allow on the stream, on the panel, I'm only going to be allowed people who I know from the comments. And if anybody else wants to get in touch once the lines are open, then you'll be able to phone in on the Skype number. So you'll still be able to get on the show, but you'll have to do it through the Skype number rather than through being on the panel. Again, I've got to, as you can appreciate, I've got to protect the channel from certain people out there that are going around porn bombing things. So I hope you don't take offence by it. Oh. Hello, I'm a swinger. How you doing? Oh. Welcome, Matt. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. In fact, so kind. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to add you to the list that scrolls across the bottom of the page. Right, now let's have a look. Bear with me and see if that pops up. Oh, getting close. Shelley, John, Josie, Lost Souls Paranormal. And there we go. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, porn bombing, what people are doing is they're using, when they, so for example, if I do this, you see the picture. Well, what people are doing is they're using the opportunity there to add images that are pornographic, which can also damage the channel's standing with YouTube because it will go against their terms. So that is what it is. She just flashed her boobs at me on the TV and said, fuck off, he can make his own brew. I know, I saw you. This is a two-way camera. I've got no idea how many viewers Crinkle's got. I haven't gone over there again since earlier. So yeah. So what I'm going to do, rather than you just listening to me ramble on whilst I get increasingly drunk, What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link to StreamYard in the comments, and I'm going to pin it up. It'll be up here somewhere. It'll be pinned up here. If you're watching on desktop, if not, it'll be down there somewhere. But again, please understand if I don't know who you are when you're sitting in the back room, so if you use a name that I don't know, then it's unlikely that I'm going to be able to let you into the stream. Okay, so you'll have to wait until we open the phone lines, and you'll have to call up and speak to us that way. Again, not because I want to leave people out, but I do have to protect the channel because of these idiots going around doing ridiculous things. So Simon Sideways in the house. Hello, Simon Sideways is sober. I won't be for long. I've got one of them to oh fucking look at that. It's there we go. Have I got to get that close in order for it to focus on me? I fucking hope not. Fucking hope not. More of that. I'll tell you, why don't someone go over and invite Crinkle in? Now, Crinkle, Dan's doing a live stream. You're coming over. He's doing a phone in, and he's doing the panel. You know, come and get over there. Give him what for. Tell him what you think of him. Go on, son. Go on, Crinkle. Go and do it. Oh dear. Right. Okay, so there we go. There is we're going to pin that message. There's a StreamYard link. Again, please forgive me if I don't let you in. It's not because I don't want to let you in. It's because I don't know who you are based on your name or whatnot in the back office of StreamYard. So use your YouTube name so that I recognize you. I'm not so sure about being a sex god. Oh, did I? Oh, hello, Roger.
Hello, mate. Can you hear me all right?
I can, yes. Let's let a few more people in. Mr. Horn, how you doing? Lovely stuff. Can't hear you too well.
Let me. Can you hear me better now, brother?
I can, yeah. And we've got Finn. We've got Finn there as well. How you doing, mate? Finn.
Hello.
Oh. Hello, mate. You all right? Hello, Richard. How you doing?
Yeah.
Who else? Lucifer, how you doing? Whoever's got sound on to turn the sound on. It's not you.
Can't be me. I'm on headphones.
Right, somebody had some sound on that was coming through there. That's all. Bit of a feedback loop going on there. Anyway, how we doing, folks? Everybody good?
Oh yeah.
All good. Any porn bombers?
Do I need to get?
Well, no, I was just going to say, have we got any porn bombers on here? I do hope.
I can get naked if you want, but it's ugly.
I think we're okay for now. Thank you. You know, appreciate the offer, but I think we're okay for the time being. Thanks.
I got the right whiskers for it, 70s porn.
I'm sure we can find some 70s porn music somewhere as well. Oh dear.
I got a real echo this end, like a 20-second delay and then an echo.
Has anybody else got an echo?
No echo here.
No.
Right. Okay. I'm not sure. The reason I asked that, Roger, is just in case it was my end. If everybody's getting it, then I know it's from. my end.
No echo here.
I'm not sure. Have you got?
Might be my end. I had it last time.
Have you got YouTube playing in the background, as well as having the StreamYard open?
I'll tell you what I have got. I've got a mic on my headset and my main one.
That could be what it is. It could be picking up, or it could be picking it up. But if it's a long delay, then it's unlikely to be from the microphone.
It's about 10, 15 seconds. I was getting it last time with the microphone on the headset.
Very strange.
But I can hear all right. That's not a problem.
Okay, cool. So yeah, come on. Let's, go on. What's that?
Do you remember I was inquiring about going live?
Yes.
You're breaking up, mate.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
What's happening?
There you go.
No,
can the rest of you still see and hear me?
Yeah,
look at them man boobs I got.
Oh, I saw them. Don't worry.
Hang on, I'm going to read.
Yeah,
I was trying not to, but I've just asked Roger. Everyone seems to. I seem to be getting through. Okay, most people. Oh God! Please, what are you doing?
No.
I'm not sure what's happening. Oh, that one strip. Somebody say strip search. Yes. Nice. Have you worn it out yet, or what?
I've worn it once.
Why only once? That's quality.
It's too fucking hot to wear.
Well, at least it's good quality. If it's too hot to wear, especially in this weather. Oh, that's awesome. Oh dear.
Oh, I forgot this one. Hang on. This is something else I got from you, Dan.
Out of UK, the Union Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice to see a colourful one for a change, and instead of one of them fucking black and grey ones. Back again, Roger. Hello.
Hello, mate. Is that any better?
It seems to be at the moment. It's Arthur Shelby. How you doing?
Oh, this signal broke up this end.
Just excuse me. I'm going to take this stupid mask off. I can't breathe.
No worries.
Come on, Lucifer. Let's see your face.
I don't watch the telly, so I won't be able to recognise you on Crime Watch.
There you go. You can identify this old cunt now.
Can you hear me?
I can, Arthur. Yes, mate. Yeah. How you doing?
Nice. Good. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. Just to remind everybody as well, because I think a few people have thought it was my actual birthday, but as it is in Dan's birthday, it's Pap's birthday. We've been going for 3 years today, or rather 3 years today is the day when I got arrested, which led me to doing this channel at silly o'clock in the morning on the 21st. So today is, in fact, another 2 hours. Yeah, almost exactly 2 hours from now is when I got arrested.
Oh, Dan, by the way, I still haven't received the payment yet.
Which one?
The one for me wasting my 3 years of time.
Oh, that one. Oh, right. Got a long fucking wait. Anyway. In fact, I'll tell you what, let me just have a quick look here. Let me just double check oh my God, where is it? Police documents. No. Actually against Merseyside, that's the one.
By the way, guys, I can't see the chat this end because I'm actually in StreamYard. So
Yeah,
there is a chat function.
There's a chat in stream. What? There's a chat
In
in
stream.
StreamYard next
Look
to
on the
the
right hand side, you got 4 little tabs. Or well, you might not have 4. There's
yeah, I've got
comments.
2. Yeah. But I've got
There's a
no way
private
to
chat.
reply to them on it.
At the bottom.
At this bottom, it says chat with other hosts and guests.
Nah, not on my screen. I'm on a laptop.
Oh,
Right, let me just double check. Right, 23:15 on the 20th of the 2nd, I was arrested. So 23:15. So what we got? So 2 hours and 15 minutes. 2 hours and 15 minutes.
To fill in.
As I say, who knows? They might come knocking at my door at 22:15.
You should have invited them.
You never know, the still might come round and pop in
Oh,
and knock on the door.
Sorry, Vic.
You're right.
Hello.
Happy birthday.
DJ!
You're right.
Yeah, we're all good here. We're all good.
Are you 3 sheets to the wind yet?
Not yet. I've only just started. But I'm only on my second glass. I've still got all that to go.
Well, at least Roger's doing it right. He's got the straw out. Nice one.
I know, but if I had the straw out, then give it another 45 minutes. You wouldn't even be able to understand me. At least this way, you'll be able to understand me for longer.
Oh, I don't drink
damn.
alcohol.
How you doing, RJ? JD, yes, 4-part video it was, but that is the one. Yes, the one where that's the only one that I've been arrested on, apart from the recent one in London, which was a live stream. But that's the only one that I've been arrested on that's on video from my point of view at the time. Once I get all my stuff back from the Metropolitan Police, then I'll get that video up as well. But I think they're playing silly buggers. As per we would expect from the boys in blue. So there we go. So anyway, who wants to talk about anything? Anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, I got one for you.
Come on in.
You remember we were discussing about how to go live without 1K subs?
Yes.
Well, I've managed to suss it. I can go
Right.
live, but only from the webcam on the computer.
Yeah, it has to be done from a PC if you've not 1,000 subs.
Now, what stops me putting one of my phones in front of the webcam, going up the road and ringing it on a video WhatsApp message and transmitting through that while I'm a couple of miles up the road?
Probably nothing. Probably just the hassle of setting it all up.
Yeah. It's just an idea I had
That's
the other
long.
night.
Yeah, no,
Hard work.
there's always ways round stuff, isn't there? At the end of the day, I mean, to be honest, I'm still waiting to hit 1,000 subs on the second channel at the moment, which I'm a little bit upset about. To be honest, I thought I'd have smashed 1,000 by now.
Signal's all breaking up here again.
Patience is a virtue, Daniel.
Let's have a look where I'm at. 982 subscribers. Come on, guys! If there's anybody in the chat that's not subscribed to my other channel, the link's in the description underneath this video. Police Abusing Powers UK is the other channel. Get on over, go and subscribe. That's the second channel in case anything happens to this one, so that you don't miss anything. So, how was your live stream yesterday? Anyway? Did I freeze up for everybody then?
No.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Did I freeze up for everybody then?
Not me.
Yeah,
you're all good.
I'm hearing a delay here, mate.
Right, your camera's frozen again, Roger. Are you on Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I found is I've brought an Ethernet cable. They're not that expensive. I bought a 30-meter Ethernet cable the other week, and that's what I use for my live streams now. So I know that the signal's not going to drop out if it's if for any reason the signal fucking goes weak.
I'm on a 50-meter one.
Yeah, I'll do that for the next one. I've got a wire here that I can run across.
Yeah. I don't know why. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Wi-Fi should be, the amount of the length of time Wi-Fi has been out. You'd think it wouldn't keep dropping out, but we still have problems with it. It's a pain in the arse.
We've still got the cheapest Virgin line in. We haven't got optics or nothing yet. So
there's nothing wrong with a cheap Virgin.
Oh my days!
You can't be a virgin then.
Good luck with that one.
Well, you're right. Actually, any woman, there isn't a single woman out there that's cheap. They're all expensive.
Oh, Daniel.
Oh, I've got all sorts of things going on here.
Hello, Princess Angela. How you doing? One woman vigilante. I texted you earlier, and you hadn't texted me back. I wanted to know if you was okay because we hadn't heard from you for a while.
Right, I'm just going to try.
All right, mate. No worries. Hello, Motti. How are you, mate?
I'll put your backup channel on my community page if you want, Dan.
You can do. I won't ask people to do it, but if anybody wants to, then there's absolutely fine. No, it's fine. One woman vigilante. I just wanted to make sure that you was okay. Is all. Do you know what I mean? There was a few people asking after you in the Discord, saying that they hadn't heard from you for a while or seen you about for a while, and they wanted to know if you was okay. So I texted you just to make sure everything was okay. I think the cat scratched me in the night. I got like a little. Like, everybody just stay really still and pretend we're frozen.
Oh, you're cool.
For the record, I'm on Wi-Fi and no one's freezing up for me on YouTube or Streamlabs.
Same here, Arthur. It's not
I'm
freezing
fine.
for me.
It's only Roger that's freezing, I think.
On that McDonald's Wi-Fi, I think.
Mine's all over the place here, mate. I'm no good with tech.
Try restarting it. Try restarting your router.
Freezing, then I freeze, then I get echoes. I'll get all sorts.
Try restarting your Wi-Fi hub, your router.
Yeah, that means we've got to turn everything off in here then.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
We've got another computer upstairs. We got the telly linked up to it. We got 3 mobile phones linked to it.
That's why they keep dropping out.
Wow.
They should automatically reconnect once you turn it back on again.
To turn some of them off.
Right. Cheers, Rob. Thank you.
Right.
You've got some nice tats there, Rog.
Roger's blaming you, psychos, missus. That's what she said.
Oh, well, I wouldn't blame her if I were you, Roger.
Well, she sat behind me with the
Oh, sweet. Look, thanks, guys. I've had a few more subscribers on the other channel. Just need 10 more. 10 more. That's all I need. Don't mean to be rude. No, that's fine, Bryony. Absolutely fine. Even if if I text you, even if you don't want to have a conversation, just I'm fine, or I'll call you, or something like that. Is absolutely, you don't have to talk to me, have a conversation with me if you don't want to. But again, just because I want to make sure you're okay, that's all. That's the only reason I text you.
Tell him to sod off, you stalker, or something. That normally works.
Yeah, or that, or you can say fuck off, you stalker. Just don't put me in your mobile phone as Crinkle.
Sounds So when did he start his own channel then, Dan? I mean, I didn't even know he had one.
I didn't. I only found out couple of weeks ago. Was it a couple of weeks ago? Week ago or so? I'm not entirely sure, but I've only been over to watch one of his videos, and I went over again today just to comment on his live stream that he's doing at the moment. But I was hoping he'd come over. I was hoping he'd come over here, but I know there's a few people that aren't keen on that idea.
No, thanks.
You might get some peace and quiet for a little while.
Oh, dearie me.
Can I just say hi to somebody there, Dan?
No, it'll cost you.
I'm getting all sorts of problems here.
Yeah, no, of course you can say hi.
Doesn't it look like I'm on fire?
Hang on, okay,
Brian,
we'll try another headset.
Brian, no, I don't think that at all. We've discussed that anyway. We've discussed that, when we spoke on the phone. I personally, I think he was he stepped over the line and was inappropriate. But some people disagree with me. I think that he was, which is why I had to call him out. So I don't think he overreacted at all. But anyway, while he's not here, let's not talk about him anymore. I know I brought him up, but no, let's not.
Okay.
So anyway, we've been up to Arthur. I see you in the comments, but I don't think we've spoken very often. Have we?
Not too much. Just chilling, getting high or drunk. They're both. Don't want to get your stream in trouble.
Fair, it's not going to get the stream in trouble by saying you're getting stoned or anything like that.
Well, I don't know, mate. You might have fucking little crinkles out there, you know what I mean? That want to fucking cause people.
It won't affect my channel. The only thing that will affect my channel is if you pop up on screen doing a line off a hooker's backside. Then I might have trouble.
Dan,
Well, then you can just say he was copying you.
Oh, that's not nice.
Dan,
I'm just joking, obviously.
Dan, I put my boobs on your channel.
You did indeed, yes, but there's a difference. There's a difference.
Why?
It's not because YouTube doesn't like the kind of boobs that everyone looks at.
No comment.
All right, well, no problem, mate. No worries.
Cadbury's caramel for me tonight, boys.
Oh, I should get on the phone to Pizza Hut. Really, I'll have a look in a bit and see and try and order something.
Have you recovered now, Lucifer, from your injuries?
Don't talk to me about NHS for fuck's sake.
Oh no, it's about you yourself, not the NHS.
Don't talk to me about the NHS.
Okay.
I've got to be honest, Lucifer. I thought you was going to be a lot younger.
No, I'm 60, mate.
I thought you was a lot younger, based on
do.
the interaction is in the comment. I thought you was
sort of do look similar, despite take away the little bit more hair he has than you and the glasses.
It's only because I'm too lazy to shave. I'm only too lazy to shave.
I could put my glasses on. See, now you can't call me an ugly cunt anymore, Lucifer. See, because he said I look like.
Because I recently got hair.
I've got hair.
Yeah, but I got more than you. I got more on my face as well.
Is that really hair, or have you just painted a rabbit on your head? Is that why you're sitting far back from the camera?
My daughter cut it for me, so it's a number 2 haircut.
Right, mine was a 2 the other day. I done mine as a 2, but it's growing back now. It's growing back. Anyway, what are we doing at the moment? Right, 145 people. We've got nobody else in the back office here. We're waiting for Roger to come back on. What I'm going to do in a second is I'm going to open up the phone lines, and if anyone wants to call in, then what we're going to do is if anyone wants to call in and they want to talk about anything at all, any problems that you've got, anything you want to talk about, you get on a blower in a minute, right? And we'll put your question to the panel. We'll do that, and we'll see what everybody's got to say on it.
Okay.
diving in and out in a bit. Yeah, no problem, Dan Smith. No problem at all, my friend.
I will try not to swear.
Fuck
Dan,
it, because if you like.
Dan, do you want me to tell you what's happened with my NHS problem?
Go on, tell us.
Well, I've been waiting for an operation on my right hand. I don't know whether you can see it. See, there's no muscle there.
Right.
You can't really see it on the camera.
I can see this. I can see
I've got a lot of flesh to it. Cannot heal up. I cannot put those 4 fingers together like that hand.
Right. Okay.
Can't straighten them. That's my middle finger, right? Not straight. I got a trapped nerve that happened in 2019.
And you're still waiting.
I'm 28 months later. I'm still waiting for an operation.
Fucking hell. I had I'm waiting to go and have another operation. I had one on my nose. I had a nose job. Not that kind of nose job. I had a deviated septum, so I had to go in and have the cartilage chip. I had that done about 3-4 years ago, and all of a sudden I got a phone call a couple of weeks back, just out of the blue, saying, "No, it's Ormskirk Hospital. We're phoning you about your upcoming operation." I'm like, "What? What fucking operation?" And they're like, "Oh, you're for your nose." So I was like, "Okay." I thought, well, I'm not going to argue with them because at the end of the day, even since the operation, I've still not been able to breathe properly out my nose. So I thought, "Fuck it, I'll just go with the flow." So I had them phone back the other day and go through some medical questions and stuff. So I'm just waiting for an appointment to go back to the hospital and have my nose done again. But again, that's I had that done, as I say, 3 or 4 years ago, maybe even longer than that, and it done nothing, absolutely fuck all. Didn't help at all. And all the videos that I've seen about it, everybody gets their nose done, and afterwards they go, "Oh, it's amazing! I can actually smell and I can breathe through my nose." And I had none of that when I had mine done. How do I smell? Fucking sexy.
Uh-huh.
I do. You hang on
live stream.
Don't me. Have you seen all of the stuff I've got in my bathroom?
How would I have seen all the stuff in your bathroom? My God.
I've got hundreds of pounds worth of smellies in there. I just I don't know how to use them. Right, well, what's going on here? I only need 4 subs now. Oh yeah, 996. Wicked.
Nice. Are you going to need a backup channel for the backup channel?
I may do. No, all I'm doing on the other channel at the moment is I'm just using it to chuck up a few sort of clips that I come across, like the short clips. I'm using that at the moment just to chuck on there while I do me reports on this channel. And then if anything does happen to this channel, then I'll get over onto the other one and start uploading on there.
Nicky sees you on my live chat.
Have we got any broken?
That's
hello. Hello, Lucifer's missus.
Dan said hi, by the way, but you can't hear because I'm on headphones.
Oh, hi back.
She says hi back, Dan.
I heard.
Oh.
Have we got any protests coming up in London?
I don't know, but I can. Have you got Telegram, Ben?
I do have Telegram, yeah.
Right, I'll give you a channel to go and check out, which does all the protest info. Give us a sec.
Is it the Great Reopening?
It is. Where is it? Oh, fucking hell. We've got protests everywhere. And you've got one called Stand Up Liverpool, but even in the Stand Up Liverpool one, they talk about protests that are happening elsewhere.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, Roger. I didn't see you there, Roger. Sorry, mate.
So I'm just trying to figure out what the hell's going on here because I've still got the little thing going round on StreamYard.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, StreamYard.
It's got to be the computer on my end.
Finn, John says in the comments, actually, I'll pop it up. There you go.
Yes,
Speaker's Corner.
Fine. Speaker's Corner. If I'm not working, I'll be there. You social experiment this guy's there a lot. If any of you know.
Yeah, he's all right. I do watch some of his stuff.
I've been watching him since the Love Police back in the day, man.
Yeah, he's
back when him and Charlie used to run around and do stuff together in London, and the police
Charlie
and the police were fucking.
I love watching this stuff when I'm fucking baked out my head. They're just watching some ratty like Manchester guy. Why are you filming me? What are you doing? So funny.
Be good to get him in there.
Yeah, he's a character there, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's funny. You know, I think yeah.
You're back, Lost Souls Paranormal. Didn't even notice you'd gone anywhere.
He's waiting for a break.
That's nice of you, Dan.
No, I just mean I've been talking to people, so I didn't notice.
She's been off getting naked with Joe Sheila. Oh, the echo's gone. Whatever I've done, it stopped that.
Oh, good. Right, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to open up Skype for a bit. If anybody's been trying to call through, because of the way this is set up, I have to turn it off until I want it. Because otherwise, if you call through, I can't mute the noise from that coming through to the stream. So I have to keep it off until it gets turned on. And we are going to turn it on.
So I just switched that light to my wind cover.
We don't need to be calling 999, do we?
No. Definitely not.
Right, so I'm just going to put that up for a minute. So anybody wants to call in, I'm hoping this is going to work. It may not work, but I'm hoping it is. So, actually, let me change that to active. There we go.
You've got a new person in stream, Daniel, called Midland Audits. He says I'm new here.
On the where?
Up in the Midland Audits, he said he's new.
Oh, this one. How you doing, Midland Audits? Nice to see you. Everybody's welcome here on the channel. Let's do that. Right. So anybody wants to... well, when I say everybody... Oh, for goodness sake. Come on, stop. Bloody camera is getting on my tits. I can't wait to get me one back from... Well, I've ordered a camera, by the way. I have ordered another camera. And I'm hoping that will be here soon. It's a Canon M50 4K Mark II.
Should be better than what you got then.
It should be, although the one that I've got is, or the one that the police have got is supposed to be a 4K. But the zoom, not the zoom, the focus like this keeps going
around it. You're using a camera.
At the moment, I'm using a webcam.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for me. As I say, I've ordered a camera. I've got to wait for that to turn up. Then I've got to figure out how to set it up properly with this. But this is really, really annoying how this keeps going off and going blurry. So if I do that, that's as clear as anything. And there's no way I'm sitting that close to the fucking camera. I'd scare you all. Ah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Telephone number does not work, says not in use. It certainly is. Let me try calling myself from the other Skype account.
This is the test you did earlier.
Mine works. Are you ringing the right number? That was from. I just called myself from a different Skype account, and it came through. 015152895. 9505. Hang on a minute. The bloody number's wrong. That's why. The bloody number's wrong. So I'll tell you what happened. Right, it's because I had to. It's because I had to delete. It's because I had to delete OBS earlier and had to redo it all. So let's see if that comes up the correct number now. 0151 528 9590. Here we go. Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
My phone number was working.
Hello. Let's call you back. Hello.
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 Hello, you're right.
Hello, I am. Let me just check. Can everybody hear Angela?
Yeah.
You can. Yes. See, fucking brilliant.
I was just ringing to see if you like it worked. That was all.
It does. That's an interesting ceiling.
Oh my god, I wasn't expecting like you to call back. You stop.
Ah, well, you see, you can't hide from me. You try calling me and I'll call you back.
Yeah, I know, wouldn't it? The camera's going.
You can turn the camera off if you don't want to be on camera.
Oh my god. Right. Wait.
There you go.
There you go. Wow.
There you go.
Okay. Whew, that's better. Not that panic too much.
So you're still safe?
Yes, I'm safe, thank you, at the moment. I'm inside. Not been blown away yet. But I'm still down here.
Still stuck down there. Dan is not a tech wizard. Dan's definitely not a tech wizard. As I was saying,
got problems.
as I was saying to the guy that helped me out yesterday, actually helped me get really far. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have done this today. But I used to build computers years ago. But the problem is, if you don't stay within that and keep doing it, things change so quickly that you soon lose track of everything. You what's the word I'm thinking of? Well, this hasn't happened for a little while. My brain just goes. Yeah, if you don't keep doing something,
technology has advanced.
Change. Yeah, things change so much that you kind of get left behind a bit.
You have to keep updating it, don't you? And like keeping with it. Like same with like law and stuff. If you're not keeping up to date with all the different changes and stuff.
Pardon me.
Thank you for that enlightening addition, Roger.
Well, I can't see
the screen's lagging here for some reason. It looks like the StreamYard circle's still going round at the top.
Anyway, I'll let go and let someone else come. Call in. That'd be interesting.
All right, Angela. Well, I'm glad you're all right still. So
I'll speak to you later, probably.
Right, okie dokie.
Speak to you soon.
See you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Could you say Roger says he's got the circle running in his screen on StreamYard.
Right.
On my StreamYard, you're in full screen for me. Is that?
Oh, I am still, aren't I? Yeah. Sorry, I need to go back. Sorry,
I don't mind.
Here we go. Another phone call. Hello. Good evening and welcome.
Happy birthday to you, Dan.
I know who that
Happy
is.
birthday to you. Angela, don't you ever beat me to the call again. You were too lively. She's got quick fingers as that Princess Angela.
I wouldn't
She's
like
got the
to.
old rapid fingers down.
I wouldn't like to say. I wouldn't like to comment on such matters.
I thought, how dare you beat me to the cold, Princess Angela, like that?
How you doing, Scott? You all right?
I'm good, my brother. I'm good. I just want to congratulate you on your birthday, your celebration of your channel, Dan. May there be another, another 30 years of the channel's growth.
I'm not sure I'll last that long, but we'll do what we can, won't we?
Might get burnt out.
Well, we certainly won't run out of content, that's for sure.
I'll tell you what, brother, if it does go another 30 years, we'll be needing one more bottle of that 3 barrels.
Yeah.
Oh dear, I can't believe you've been on for years, Dan. That must have flown by.
It has genuinely. I mean, I got a notification the other day saying I've put up 1,000 videos.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's 1,000 videos over 3 years, which is what which is.
Yeah.
I don't even know how many days.
333 a year over that, isn't it?
333 videos a year.
300 odd, isn't it, every year?
So that's basically a video a day, isn't it?
A video a day, yeah. Well, you must be awfully proud of yourself, my brother, because, as we've spoke before, we all suffer our ups and our downs, don't we, every one of us? And when you work it out, Dan, it breaks down to you pretty much been putting content out there every day.
Actually,
for 3 years, that's bloody good going.
Thinking about it, I've had almost a year off, haven't I? So it's 1,000 over 2 years. So that's 600. So that's it's 500 videos a year.
Yeah, phenomenal going. Phenomenal. I'm awfully proud of you. I know you're doing it all. You're putting all your effort in there. And as I said to you last week when I spoke to you on the phone, you've. I can't speak for my brothers and sisters in the side chat, but I dare say they feel the same. I think I can see they've got a lot of love for you as I have. And you've kept me going for 2 years, brother. You've been a credit to this community. And 100% is one of the best channels on YouTube for me, personally, for the love and the respect that's shown. And there's no sort of nitty-gritty. Everyone seems to be on a level with one another.
Do you know what? I was talking to DJ. I think it was DJ last night, and so many channels at the moment literally spend so much time bitching about each other. Now
it's ridiculous.
I have put a couple of videos out since I've been on YouTube over 3 years. I have put a couple of videos out where I've called people out. Okay, not about bitching at them and then them bitching at me and then me bitching at them again and having this back and forward. It's just that somebody's done something. I've said my piece. And I'll leave it at that. But so many channels now are literally they have a backwards and forwards, not a banter, but I have this backwards and forwards argument going on for weeks or months where they're just bitching at each other all the time. And, I get why people have got to say something. Do you know what I mean? Because you can't just sit on it and not say anything. If somebody's pissed you off, you need to speak out. But, like me, I'll say something once. It's like let me put it this way. It's like with Crinkle. I've said my piece to Crinkle. Okay. I've said my piece to him. If whatever he does with that is down to him. But if he pops up in the chat now, I wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't be rude to him. And what's done is done, isn't it? You've got to move on.
As far as I'm concerned, I've said my piece, and now we move on. If something else happens, and I have to say something over that, then I will do. But this backwards and forwards stuff is ridiculous.
Well, to me, Dan, and I've always felt this is very childish. And it's all what's wrong with this world. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions and their views.
Yeah.
Everyone's entitled to speak up and defend themselves, from the brothers and sisters in the chat room to me, to you, to anyone. And if, we all can't think the same logic as everyone else. We've all got our different opinions, as I said earlier, and you just have to move on, wipe your mouth of it, and get on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Life's too short to be. There's a lot more horribleness going on in the world and evilness going on in the world than silly little arguments on YouTube and, misguided information or perhaps different personal opinions on subject matter. You say your piece, you crack on, you shake hands, give each other a kiss on the cheek and you move on to the next subject.
Yeah, there's no point in carrying it around with you. Do you know what I mean?
Of course there's not, Dan. Of course there's not. The world's already in enough upheaval and turmoil, isn't it?
It's one of the things. One of the things I try and do is I think that people people are gravitate towards like-minded people. So what happens is you have people that are bitching about somebody, and that other people that want to bitch about somebody will gravitate to them, and then all of a sudden you've got a channel full of people that want to bitch. And because I don't do that, I mean, I'll have you know, as you know, I'll have me say at people in the comments and stuff. If somebody's, you know, wants to slag me off or call me out or whatever, I'll say my piece in the comments. But again, I say my piece, and then as far as I'm concerned, that's done. If they come back at me, then that's a new issue as far as I'm concerned, and I'll say my piece again, and then I'll move on afterwards. I don't carry it around with me.
I'm very much the same as you, Dan. If I've got something to say, I'm not. I've said this to you so many times, but I'm not scared of anyone. I'm not scared of the devil or religious, so I'm not scared of saying my piece to a fellow brother or fellow sister, whether they're fallen or not fallen. And, you know, and if they don't like what they hear out of my mouth, they haven't got to listen to me again, have they? But one thing I will always be able to say, they'll never hear a pack of lies from behind my back, because I'll say it to their face.
Yeah.
Anything I've got to say. So that's one quality that I'm blessed to have and remain to have. Whereas if I've got an opinion or a view on anyone, I can promise my brothers and sisters in the side chat, I can promise you, Dan, Angela, everyone, that I'd say it to your face. There's too many, it seems to me with the YouTube community, some of the channels, not yours, and not a few others that I'm aware of, but there has been some in the past that can seem to wheedle out someone that's a good human being. Let's take me, for example, not ego tripping, but I know what I represent.
Yeah.
And they will go out of their way to try and put some mud on that person and cause everyone to have a diversity against them.
Yeah.
And then you're the centre of the topic of conversation on their channel, and then before you know it, you're getting ridiculed and slagged off and driven out of the channel room.
Right.
Because that's happened to me before. But then, as I say, Sam, I know after the 24 odd months what channels are what. As I said, I watch the auditors. I've got a lot of love for the brothers and sisters out there doing the audits on the police and companies, because they need to be audited as well. And I spoke with PJ earlier on his chat show. He's another fabulous brother getting out there and putting the world to rights. And this is what we need. Unfortunately, Dan, I believe that this is the way of the world now. I think that friendships have become disjointed. We don't see each other's friends as much as we used to.
True.
I know I certainly haven't over 2 years. You know, because of the COVID lockdown. So we've all become a little bit disjointed from our physical friendships, and we've all become a little bit dependent on the brothers and sisters that do the YouTube. Because for me, I'm single. I split up with my girlfriend 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Or just over 2 years. So for me, I've got no mum, I've got no dad, I've got no family, I've got my friends I can speak to and ring. But of course, I'm very mindful that they're going through their own problems in their own earthly lifetimes, and they need a little bit of respite from what might be my problems. Get me, Dan.
Oh, of course. Just give me 1 second. I just want to address. Hang on a second. I just want to address this person here. Just want to address this person here that's popped up on the screen. His last comment says, "Can you lot shut the fuck up? You complain about the police until you need them. Complain about something else, you cocks."
Who's that?
This is somebody called Harry Thomas, who has now said, "Attention, grow up. It's just fucking stupid. People complaining about the police. Then when they need them, they expect them to be there." Let me explain something to you, Mr. Thomas. Let me explain something to you.
Listen, my fallen brother in the chat room. The police ain't never there for me. They've never been there for me. They're an absolute embarrassment, some of the brothers and sisters in the police force. And what I'm saying on this chat, I'd say to their face, they damn well know it. And then you become a target because you dare to speak up the truth against these brothers and sisters, because that's what they are. They are our family. They are brothers and sisters. They've just fallen and lost their way. And instead of realising that Dan's trying to help them, I'm trying to help them, Angela is, the side chat, and many other terrific human beings, they pinpoint us and target us for the most ridiculous of crimes and allegations. Then we get wrongly put in prison off of nonsense because the system knows we've got a problem with authority, or they think we've got a problem with authority. And I wouldn't go to the police for absolutely sweet fuck all. They are some of the worst, disgusting, vilest people that I have ever had the unfortunate pleasure of coming across, bar a few terrific ones that I mentioned to you last week, Dan, that took me to hospital, and are a credit to their mothers and fathers from the earthly world, the two brothers in uniform that took me to Newham, and the wonderful brothers and sisters that come from Hainault that I've met a couple of times for a breach of the peace they prevented with the neighbour from hell that was moving out. Now, yes, there's good ones, but unfortunately, let's get real. The amount of bad ones is off the scale. Absolutely off the scale. I've been physically driven to a suicide attempt because of the Metropolitan Police.
Yeah.
So that person, that fallen brother, that copper, or that gentleman or woman, whoever it is that's quoting in the comment section, you can't quote, mate, because you don't know how bad the police are. You're going to start talking things like that. I think I should suggest you get on the YouTube, watch a few auditors, and see how disgusting behaved the brothers and sisters in uniform are. They're an embarrassment, the way they speak. They're supposed to represent Queen and country and the common law of our well-being. They look down their noses. They think they're better than us. And bottom line in it, they're not better than us. We're actually better than them because we're doing more for the human race than what they are. They swore an oath to protect and serve us, and they couldn't protect and serve my fucking Carlsberg beer. They are some of the most disgusting people I've ever met, okay? And I feel great sorrow for them when they leave this earthly world because they are in terrific trouble when they leave their earthly body. And I'm no liar. Terrific trouble. You don't get to put someone through a hell on earth, right, and then think you're bouncing home to heaven when we've had suicide, mental health decline, and outright bullying and victimisation from the police. So you are entitled to opinion, that person that Dan said about, and granted you're entitled to your opinion. It's free will, and we're all entitled, Dan, to have our own opinions with the free will we're blessed to all have. But for me personally, and so many other terrific good brothers and sisters, the police have absolutely, utterly failed me over the last 17 years.
Right. Let me just say... So, go on, Finn.
I was going to say, first of all, I agree with what you're saying. They don't serve the Queen. They serve us, the people. We pay for them. We pay for them and serve us. Fuck the Queen. I don't give a fuck about the Queen. I'm just waiting for her to fucking die. But the police serve us, not the fucking Queen. They serve us. We pay them. We are their duty fucking manager.
Die for another 120 years.
Oh, brush, you're a fucking lizard, mate.
Right,
yeah, they serve us. They serve us, not the Queen.
Right, Harry. First, let me just answer this question, the one that's on the screen. I'm falling asleep. Can this Dan guy talk? It wasn't me talking, you fucking retards. So that's the first thing. Okay? So number one, if you're going to slag people off, then at least get your fucking facts right. Okay,
yeah,
it's not difficult. It's not difficult. Okay. Number two, if I needed the police because a crime was committed against me, then yes, of course I'd phone them. Why wouldn't I? I don't slag off the police for being police. I slag them off when they do things that they shouldn't be doing.
There you go.
Okay, so if I do need the police because a crime has been committed against me, then of course I will call them and I will ask them to do what to do what they need to do. And if they don't do what they need to do, then I will not be happy, and I will make a big deal about it. But you clearly are on here hiding your face behind your faceless profile and typing rather than getting on the phone because your throat is so full of police cock.
Is that you talking on the free barrels, Dan?
There we go.
It would have helped, Harry, if you'd have phrased that as a question rather than a statement, and he would have known.
Because I've said there is a few, but they're nowhere near as good as what they were 35 years ago.
Of course,
where we would have some faith in them, and they'd have a mutual respect shown to them because they respected us. And them days are long gone. I mean, I'm appalled, and as I said earlier, I'm appalled and alarmed at what I witnessed on the YouTube with the auditors.
Can I just say, sorry, Scott, right? He's just said to me, listen, mate, let's load up a game of Fortnite, then see who talks. Fortnite. What are you, fucking 14?
How old is Caesar?
What are you doing on this channel? This channel is not for children. I think you should I think you should get off, mate, before your mum walks in and catches you. Jesus Christ.
Mum shouting up the stairs, wee bed.
Yeah.
I heard Harry, wee bed now.
Got your dummy ready.
Some that are going to want to defend the establishment, Dan, because they know how powerful the establishment is. If you dare to speak up against them, you get ridiculed, put in jail for things you haven't done, and let down by the courts and every other system that's under the government umbrella. Yeah. That doesn't bother me. I've just said to you so many times before, we're not alive forever on this earthly world. So, you know, keep on bullying me. You're only ruining your D-Day at the end of the day. Because for every year I suffer, they'll suffer 3 more years as equal as it in hell, and that will be happening. So good luck to them. Yeah. But yeah, you know, let's not get on a sour one. Let's not make it all about the police because you know it's your birthday.
Program's right, please.
Negative things on your birthday.
Harry, I think good idea for you to nip in the bathroom and get some mouthwash. Maybe get rid of some of that salty taste in the back of your throat.
You know, Harry's employed and he's one of them ones like Crinkle. Listen, going back to that Crinkle, I was roaring of laughter, guys. I was absolutely bent over double, mate, because it's the first time I've watched this Crinkle. I've heard him talking on your chat shows, Dan, many times, and I watched his video with an avid interest, and he's out there with these WPCs in a van. And if this WPC said to him once, I don't know you, and you don't know me, she must have said it about 10 times, which to me speaks volumes and means that you do know him. And he's probably just coming on here to try and put you in a good light on the auditors' channels that he's doing.
We're back.
I've never, in all the audits I've watched, seen a police officer go, I don't know you, you don't know me, I don't know you, you don't know me. If you count it, brothers and sisters, it's over 10 times that WPC says that. It's called gaslighting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gaslighting. If I say it enough times, the viewing public will believe I don't know him. Well, I believe you do know him, and I believe when he's coming down at a kiss backside and say how wonderful the police are and how awful the audits are, and they speak to you horribly and this, that, and the other, I'll just think, wake up, what you should have got a Specsavers, Crinkle. Because what are you watching that I'm watching? Well, I see the wrongdoings of the police, but you don't.
Yeah.
You know, another yes man, I've got no time for them sort of people that kiss ass. I've got respect for the police when they turn around and say, yeah, we have got some wrongings and a fault, and we're working double hard to get them out of it. They're the sort of brothers and sisters that I've got the respect for, or the brothers and sisters that are out of uniform that are saying it how it is, like the side chats do and many other audit channels, Dan. But people like him and Harry Styles are sort of on the outside out there. They're probably sitting in each other's bedroom, Crinkle and Harry.
Right.
Sharing Crinkle, crisps and dip.
Harry, you might well be Crinkle. I don't know.
Yeah, probably is.
But he's asking how many. Like, I don't expect anybody to answer this, by the way. He's asking how many GCSEs that we have got, and I'm wondering whether or not he's asking because he wants to try and beat us when he has his GCSEs next year.
Yeah, nice, man. We've got 9 to get because I've got 9. So see if you can beat that.
I'm steady.
Load up Fortnite right now and see who's talking silly Billy. Listen, Harry, right? Do yourself a favour because you're making yourself look silly, right? And the last thing I want to do is you know, give people a fucking arse whipping, but you know, you are making yourself look silly in front of 150 odd people, you know, and no wonder you're hiding your face behind a faceless profile. I mean, if I was, you know, as fucking retarded as you, I'd probably be hiding my face as well, you know. You know, but I think it's about time you turn the telly off and got yourself tucked up in bed before Mummy comes up the stairs and catches you.
That's epic. Before Mummy comes up the stairs. Dan, honestly, I'd like to thank you, brother Harry. Fallen or otherwise, your opinions have got Dan on fire today with his quick-witted comments, and I needed a good laugh. So guess what, Dan? Harry's accommodated it. He has been the joker to the pack, and he'll be right back. These are the sort of fallen idiots that we need coming on the channel when you've had a little drink, Dan, and we can then use their negativity against them and just turn it into a great big cockfest of laughter.
Yeah, Lost Souls Paranormal's just said she wonders if he's tried a danger wank yet. I'll tell you what, Harry, you want to try a danger wank? Leave your bedroom door open. Leave your bedroom door open.
and put a webcam on.
Fucking dick on me. Leave your It's like countdown, isn't it? Dun, 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 dun,
Mum,
dun,
yeah,
dun,
Mummy
dun, dun.
will be up.
Mum going up the stairs
Yeah.
and you're in a vinegar stroke. Nothing's worse.
Oh.
I'm just fine.
Apparently, Harry doesn't wank because my nan's there.
Harry, it's been the best entertainment for your channel ever. I think really we need to give a whip rap for Harry.
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something, Carrie. My nan's dead, but if she came back as a zombie, she wouldn't go anywhere near you.
Harry's made my night, Dan, and I've had a really toxic weekend.
I think Crinkle is here.
He's made my night terrific.
I do.
You have all the brothers and sisters. Come again, Harry. Please come again.
Oh,
Crinkle here.
What he was saying to his mum. No, it's been a pleasure to talk to you, Dan. You're a lovely, lovely, beautiful man. Terrific human being. I've got a lot of love for you, Dan. I hope you go all the way, mate, on this channel. And as I've said to you so many times, can't wait to physically meet you and a couple of the others there that I get on with. Go and have a pint of beer and a bite to eat in the near future. But
man.
I'll crack off the blower just in case I'm holding it up or boring the brothers and sisters in the side chat.
No worries, no worries.
And I'll wish you every bit of happiness, and all my love goes out to my brothers and sisters, and also to One Woman Vigilante. I watched your video, my good sister. I know you're suffering at the moment. My thoughts and my prayers are with you. You know, Father Jesus loves you. He loves all of his good sons and daughters. Okay, don't give up. Okay, try and rest, and I pray that you have a lovely sleep this evening and you wake up restored, full of energy in the morning. Amen.
All right, my man.
Take care, my good brother.
Take it easy, fella. Take it easy.
Ta-da, mucker.
Ta, mate. Ta.
Harry fierce tonight because he's on the booze.
I've got to say, Harry's just said, I heard zombies love eating meat, so she wouldn't complain. Listen, if my nan came back as a zombie and she wanted to eat meat, she'd want a mouthful, not a fucking cocktail sausage.
Zombies hate fast food. It's not the zombies you got to worry about, it's the other survivors.
Anyway, listen, this Harry Penis is taking up the chat. Let's just leave him to say what he's got to say in the comments. Fuck it.
Am I coming through all right now, Dan, audio and visual?
What?
You are,
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to step down to the actual camera on the PC.
You've always
Can't
been
hear you
fine.
got the other chat on the other screen now, so
No worries. Yeah, I can hear and see you, no problem, my friend.
brilliant. And I've got no echo.
Can I post the link in the StreamYard chat?
If you put it in StreamYard, the admin chat, or not admin chat, but the chat between
private chat.
Yeah, the private chat. That's the words. Yeah.
Okay.
Where the fuck is my private chat? Why is it missing? Oh, there it is. Fucking
in private chat.
Yeah, pop it in the private chat. I'll have to. No offense, but any link I'll have to check first just to make sure.
I want you to look at it offline anyway. You don't have to do
Oh,
it. Here,
right,
but
okay.
you can show them after if you want.
Right, I don't mean to be rude by saying that. Obviously, there's a lot of people out there at the moment that are trying to do all sorts to people's channels, and I'm not suggesting that you are one. But even if Roger sent me a link, and I've spoken to Roger for ages, I'd still check the link before I put it onto the stream. So it's not being offensive to anybody.
I get that. That's fine.
I must start doing that on mine because I allow.
Oh,
Yeah, if you go into your settings, you can put hold certain comments, and what it does is it holds all the links and it holds some comments. So if somebody spams and comments loads, one after the other, it will allow one or two, and then it will hold the rest for you to check. So it stops them spamming, and it also stops people putting links that could be potentially dangerous to your channel on there as well. So,
well, YouTube, lots of my comments, I have to spend an hour going through after every video to try and find out where they bloody hidden them.
Oh, no, fucking nightmare.
Bad, isn't it, Roger?
Tell me about it.
Bye, Harry. I just seen lots of paranormal. Oh, I can't add DJ. I can't add you yet because there's only six at a time at the moment in the chat because I don't pay for it. Can't afford to. Actually, do you know what I'm going to do? Right, it's the 3-year anniversary. I'm going to do something that I've not done yet. Okay, so bear with me, and I want somebody to work this out. I've worked this out, but I want somebody to work this out for me, just to prove that I've not sort of come up with this myself. All right, so just bear with me a second. Lifetime. Okay, I'm now going to share my screen, which is my back office, okay, which is going to show my lifetime earnings on YouTube over 3 years. All right, and I've got 1,000. In fact, I've got about 1,000 and maybe 1,012, 1,014 videos now. I want somebody to work out how much this is per video. Okay.
How many videos do you have?
I've got about 1,012, maybe 1,014. So let me just share screen, open that. Okay. Right. That is my estimated lifetime revenue on YouTube. 3 years worth of revenue on YouTube, that is. Okay. I've got 1,010 videos. What does that work out per video?
Ask a mathematician, mate. I mean,
it's about it. Look, it works out about
£5.50.
About £5 a video. Okay, so about £5.
Yeah.
There we go. 556 Glendor Jones. 553 says bearded veteran. So that's what I earn. And remember, lots of videos aren't monetized as well. So that is, Scott. Let me just make it a bit bigger. There you go. That's my estimated revenue, and just to prove, lifetime. There you go. You can see there, lifetime revenue from 2019, lifetime. Okay, so that is all the money that I have gained through YouTube since I've been on here. So for those people that say to me, "Oh, you're earning money, we're going to grass you up. You're not declaring it." Rah, rah, rah. I'll tell you what, fuck fucking fat hairy balls, right, and fuck off. And sorry, but do you know what? People that go on and bitching about, oh, he's fucking making money and he's doing this and he's doing that. I'll tell you what, look it up. Look up how much you can earn per year before you have to declare anything. And if you still want to, please go ahead, get in touch with HMRC, get in touch with who the fuck you like. If you think that that's not happened to me before and yet I'm still here, then you're wasting your time and good luck to you. But anyway, I just wanted to put that out there, seeing as it's our 3-year anniversary on the channel. Let me fucking sort my camera out again. It's fucked up. But that kind of gives you, I hope that gives you an idea that I don't do what I do because I gain financially out of it.
No, of course
because I
not.
really don't. That's piss. That's fuck all. What that earnings is fuck all.
I need to make if he's getting shiny again.
I do what I do because I want to keep people updated as to what's happening in the world, and because I want to hold the police to account when they do things wrong, and public officials. So I certainly don't do it for the money. So I can assure you of that. So there we go. This is pissing me off. This bloody camera. Come on, focus. Focus on my hands. Focus.
Hey,
There you
Dan,
go,
I haven't said it
guys.
tonight, right?
Hello.
Who's the
Hello, Sideways Mrs.
Side goes Mrs. in the house.
How are you, darling?
Oh, look. I'm going all blurry again. Oh, this is annoying. Oh, here we go.
Has your carrot been drinking your alcohol?
Yeah, it's only your eyes, Dan. You look all right from here.
Few more of these.
I'm on the
I'm
coat,
sure.
man.
Oh
You're
dear.
not supposed to put it up your nose, are you?
Right. Do you know what, Arthur? I've just realised I can't watch that at the moment because the sound will come through and it will come through onto this stream.
Yeah, that's fine. You watch it in your own time, but just give it a little look and tell me what you think about it. It's mainly the date posted that freaks me out, and what she talks about in the video. But it's for anyone's.
What's it
Anyone's
about?
sort of. It's basically a girl that had a dream, and she posts her dreams, and she's dreaming about forced vaccines back in 2009, and basically her video is a bit of a clairvoyant sort of channel. But I've always thought to myself, those sorts of people, the real ones, the real ones in life, they get swallowed up.
genuine ones, yeah.
You know, they disappear. You know, the people that are on YouTube doing it, they're just doing it for views and clout and money. You know, but the real legitimate ones disappear and do it privately, like privately funded. You know, keep quiet and
Try and keep themselves safe.
Yeah, the profile is just interesting. You know, a lot of their videos meet true, but they're years and years and years and years old. But I'm not religious.
Yeah,
but if she's right, then we're all fucked.
Have you got your vaccine?
DJ Sonic, I can see you in the back office. Can you just you've obviously looked at that link, have you? Just nod your head, yes or no. You have, right? Okay, so it's a sound link, yeah. All right. So what I'll do is I'll just chuck that into the comments then. I trust. I don't know why, but I trust DJ Sonic.
He's on the corona, that's why.
I'll chuck that into the comments, and again, you can right click and open it in a new window and watch it after this stream. How much is Skype? It doesn't cost anything. Oh, how much is Skype on a? Oh, hang on. How much is Skype? As in, what do you mean? To phone it, or
it's
to
free.
have it? It's free to phone. It is free to phone.
Especially if it's Skype to Skype.
David Icke was talking about vaccines about 10 years ago as well.
Bearded veteran.
So was Alex Jones.
I'm 50-50 on David Icke. I'm really not too sure about him. Some of it I'm a believer in, and some of it it's like UFOs today. It's like some of the videos that you get and some of the CGI, and it's working out what's CGI and what's not CGI. What's drones, what's not drones. You know, back in the day it was harder to determine, and now it's just so good you can't determine. You know, so they could just chuck it out in your face, and everyone plays it off as being fake and CGI, but the government really know actually this is real. But you guys are so deluded by the bullshit that's been out already that you'll just play it off as being fake. So we win.
Sorry, I just want to respond to Bearded Veteran for a second. You're right. You're absolutely right, and I do pay something, but what I pay is obviously nobody's business, but just to prove to people that I'm not making, £1,000 a month or anywhere near that, as some people seem to presume that I'm making fucking some sort of fucking, I don't know what they think I'm making.
Well, if you wouldn't have struggled to buy a new camera, would you, mate?
I know some people that are making over £100,000 a year. I'm not going to give any names out, but I know some people that are making over £100,000 a year. Of course, it would be nice to be making that kind of money. I'd never have to ask anybody for any help that way. But when you're making fucking piss poor, considering the amount of time that I put into it, I think people that jump on and start accusing me of stuff, I think is a fucking piss take and a liberty. But anyway.
Makes you wonder how much Google making out of us, doesn't it?
Hey, Dan, change your name to Mr. Beast.
Bearing in mind that out of that, YouTube take a cut. Remember,
don't they take like 25? Don't they take like 25% of your super chats?
Quite a large cut, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've said my piece on that now. Fuck it. Let's move on. Right, what's going on in the comments? The phone lines are still open, people. 01515289590. Even I forgot they were open.
Number.
It is now.
And Dan, you want me to ring in and talk to myself?
Oh yeah, what happened with Alex Belfield? Does anyone know? Like,
he's
why
coming back on the 28th.
No, like I don't listen to him, but like apparently he gets like loads of hate or something. And I wondered why. Like, what the hell did he do? Apparently, like scam people out of money or something. I don't really know.
Slugging everybody.
Someone called him Alex Belland in the chat, so I was interested to know what he did.
Oh no, I think it's just because he makes 350k a year from I mean, when I watch his channel, a lot of his stuff is short. You know, I like him, but a lot of his videos seem to be short unless you like subscribe, unless like a paid subscriber. Yeah, and I mean.
Well, he's a celebrity. He's not a YouTuber. He's a celebrity, and he's using his channel to promote
to
make money.
Yeah. He's always complaining a lot in his life. He's micro, isn't he? You know.
Yeah.
I believe him.
He's got more than enough money of his own. He doesn't need YouTube money.
I'll tell you what.
He had that thing like police coming into his ass.
I'll tell you what made me laugh is the fact that he once said that anybody that puts a GoFundMe on is a scammer and they're trying to get money out of you. And then, what was it last year? He put a GoFundMe up asking people for £1. Oh, just give a pound.
While he's on holiday in bloody Florida, sat on the balcony, he's there begging people to send him money.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that was it then.
You won't be catching me on holiday anytime soon, that's for sure.
I'll never have a passport again, me.
No, I think people should just work for it if you do YouTube.
I know why we won't be down on holiday.
It will come, you know. People want to eventually donate to you. People want to eventually give you money, and eventually you won't be able to stop it. You know, so and eventually it will just come without having to ask for it. There's so many auditors I see that start audit channels, and their first video before they've even got their first video up, they got their PayPal up, they got everything up. You know, all the links to donate to them before they even got a single thing up.
Yeah, do you know? It took me about a year, I think it was. It was when the computer died at the end of the first year.
Great example is AB. Great example is AB. He didn't ask for anything, and he didn't have any links. And it was people always in the comments, "How do I give you money? How do I give you money?" So I don't want your money. I don't want your money. And eventually, she's like, "Fuck it." You know what I mean? If you want to give me money, you give me money.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well,
you're getting arrested all the fucking time.
The reason that I started with regards to doing that is because at the end of the first year, so at the end of 2019, I got arrested on the 20th of February 2019. At the end of the year, my computer broke. I don't know if people remember that. Just 1 second, caller. So at the end of 2019, my computer broke. I don't know if anyone that was around at the time saw the blank videos and all you had was me talking. That's when I started doing the reports. And people were saying to me, "Look, you need to get a computer." And I was like, I can't afford a computer. I get nothing from YouTube. I cannot afford one. And then people were saying, "Just put a link up. We'll help you out. We'll help you out." And that's why I done it initially. And then I thought to myself after that, well, look, I might as well. I want to give something for it. So that's why I've done the T-shirts and the merch store, because I want people to get something out of helping me out. And yes, since then I've created a few different platforms which are in the description, but I don't promote them, as you know. I don't go onto my videos and flash them on the screen and say, look, all these ways you can help me out by giving me stuff. If people want to help, then they can, and I'm much appreciated for it. And if it wasn't for you lot, for everybody that's watching this now and in the future, I wouldn't be able to do what I do now. I wouldn't have the equipment to do what I do now. And it is down to everybody that watches this channel that's helped me do that. I've not spent the money on going abroad. I've not spent the money on a new car or anything at all like that.
You got a Fiat 500 outside. I've seen it.
Fiat 500s. Literally everything that I've ever got from the channel has gone on equipment for the channel.
Turn the
go, Lucifer.
That's it. So, right. Sorry, Corner. I do apologise. How you doing?
All right, yeah, it's Mark Dover from Norfolk.
Hey, all right, mate, you all right?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Yeah, I can't call you all brothers and sisters like the last bloke. I don't think I spent long enough in jail, but yeah. What I was thinking is about the Canada thing, the situation. I mean, the way the police sprayed tear gas at peaceful protesters. That stuff should be used for where you got lots of football fans and they're fighting and they're breaking up a riot, basically.
Yeah.
And the horses on ice, running through a crowd of people. Getting run over by a car is less serious than getting run over by a horse. Less dangerous. I was just thinking, I know crowd control, in the past they've used horses, they've used whatever, used tear gas like they do now, but
yeah,
I just think it was the wrong thing to do, to use that on peaceful protest. I watched the whole thing. I mean, I ain't got much else to do at the moment because I hurt my back, but I watched all that Canadian stuff and I'm thinking, blimey, they're the most peaceful people I've ever seen in my life. Ever.
I know. I've
never seen a protest like it. 3 weeks. No violence, nothing.
DJ
nothing.
Sonic, I'll let you on in just. Can you hear me, DJ Sonic? I'll let you on shortly. As I say, I can only have 6 people on, so I'm going to have to see if somebody can step out while I bring you on in a minute.
I'm gonna leave in 15 minutes anyway. I'm going
no worries. Again, I can't. It's a case of paying to have 10 people on a stream at a time, and again, I haven't got the money to pay monthly for stuff like that at the moment. Do you know what, caller? I saw a video earlier, or video stills earlier. Somebody sent me and showed one of the police horses trampling on somebody in Canada.
Yeah, that was sick.
It's absolutely. He's
that woman
sickening.
survived is amazing.
If the caller wants to follow Canada, Dan, Mr. Sunshine Baby is the guy to follow.
Hello?
Did you hear that?
No. What are you saying, sorry?
Mr. Sunshine Baby. Is that right, Roger?
Yeah, he does quick lives, all updates, and he does studio work as well. He's covered it right from the beginning.
Okay, Roger on the panel is just saying that Mr. Sunshine Baby is a good channel to watch for videos and news and stuff coming from Canada.
Right.
So
I'll have a look at that.
There might be one.
Yeah.
Could I say something about his question?
Yeah, I'm just saying because you know. I mean, I used to hide change and the way they use the horses for crowd control.
Yeah.
But that wasn't crowd control. That was just straight out using him to attack the protesters, wasn't it?
I know.
Yeah,
I think. Sorry, Finn. I think the callers can hear me, but I'm not sure if they can hear coming from you, unless they've got another sort of screen open or something like that. So I'm not sure if you can hear you. So I'll have to repeat what you say, Finn.
I was going to say the reason that they're the police are getting so violent now is because they need to nip this in the bud.
Violent is because they need to nip it in the bud.
They need to nip this in the bud as quick as they can. They're blocking bank accounts from people who are donating and trying to help the Freedom Convoy.
Blocking bank accounts, yeah, I know, and they've threatened to kill people's animals as well.
Yeah, they threaten to euthanize the animals. They'll take the animal away for a week, and they have to collect them after the week.
Yeah, I could hear you, Call. Unfortunately, this isn't set up.
Talking to about 15 people.
It's not set up for you to hear what they're saying unless you've also got like a computer open or something like that. But then that causes problems for feedback.
Turned down,
so
I'm trying to lip read.
I'm just trying to repeat what they're saying to me so you can hear.
Oh, right, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, it's so sad that happened to those. There's mainly women. I thought more women than men, and would that happen in London? Imagine 3 weeks. Say us with it. I mean, they're all waving Canadian flags. They're all waving Union Jacks. So we're the wrong class, basically. you know, which we won't be one class holding Union Jacks, but would they do the same to us after 3 weeks if we weren't violent than that?
Over here, I think they probably would, to be honest.
Yeah, because it's because
Yeah,
us standing up
happens in
is
London
threatening
all
a
the time.
communist uprising.
That's
Well,
sad.
over here,
Just
they
because
were
it's
willing to
threatening-
do it in one day at the protests in
Only
London.
if
as
it
soon as
goes
it
violent. I
started.
mean, there's the whole point of the West, isn't it? I mean, that in Canada looked like Moscow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was a protest in Moscow. That's what would happen. And that's not supposed to happen in the West. We're supposed to be able to peacefully protest.
Supposed to be able to, but they've been trying to,
I mean, they've even
eradicate
left the
that
lane
for months, haven't
yeah.
they?
Yeah, I know. They've even left the lane for emergency vehicles. They didn't even block the road. I know they did a bit, you know, there's a party, but when that amount of people, they can't stay in the pavement.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to spread out onto the road, just too many people. But, you know, they left the lane open, haven't they? They were so accommodating and they were so nice, and everyone was so nice to the police. These are our you know, our well, we'll say brothers and sisters like the last. Yeah, they are our, you know, they are our neighbours. These are our, you know, friends of our friends. These police officers and the way they were behaving. Yeah, I don't know. It's worrying to see. Not nice. Seeing women get hurt. A couple of women got hurt. I think that Rebel reporter got beaten, didn't she, on the leg? And
I said it on a video
gas
the other.
in the face. I mean,
I said it on a video the other day. The police they are so indoctrinated when they get taken on in the police. From day one, it is a case of it's you against us. Okay,
then, yeah.
And that is what is instilled in them. Okay, they'll deny it. They'll deny it till the cows come home. But it is blatantly obvious that is the way that they are taught to think. Okay, it's them against us. They are a family. That's what they call themselves, right? A family.
Yeah.
Thin blue line.
Which is the thin blue line. Which is why when one of them. For example, I posted a video the other day of that guy in Wales getting attacked by the fat sergeant. You know, he presses his panic button and everybody turns up. Now, there was nothing happening. The guy was in cuffs at the time everyone turned up. Now, rather than one of the other coppers going up to him and saying, right, what happened? Or going up to somebody that was watching, a witness, and saying what happened. All they do is they turn up and immediately, I understand in some situations they can't turn up and then ask people what happened, and they've got to do what they've got to do. But when somebody's contained, when somebody is detained and contained, there's no reason for them all to get out of their cars and be all puffed out chests and go, what the fuck are you doing? Go and fuck off, or you shouldn't be doing. There's no need for that.
No.
They're there to find out what happened, regardless
and then they
to
get
who
out and
started.
intimidate people into doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, they're just too quick. It's rush to judgment, and rush to judgment is a huge problem in humanity.
They enjoy it. They enjoy it. These are the type of people that they try and hire.
How do we protest? Because that's what they do to a peaceful protest. I mean, you know, obviously a violent protest, that shouldn't happen. You know, how on earth can you protest? You can't do it now, can you? Basically,
well, they're trying to take that right away from us. They're already
taking their money.
You know, during COVID, it was a case of you're not allowed to protest. You're not allowed to have more than 3 people in a group or whatever it was, which means that any gathering was then made, unlawful in the eyes of the police and whatnot. The problem
they
is
didn't even know most of the laws themselves. Yet they're trying to enforce them.
The thing is, if the problem is if 20 groups of 3 people turn up, they wouldn't look at it as 20 groups of 3 people that are doing what they've been told. They would look at it as one big group, which is wrong. They shouldn't be looking at that,
Yeah.
But again, it gives them the opportunity to go hands on and start, and start fucking teaching people a lesson.
All right, guys.
Sonic.
Hey, Sonic. How are you?
You see him the stadium flags and you see him the police. These are people that back the police, okay?
Yeah.
But if it was like Greenpeace or the ones that, it sticks me about it. If it was them, they would never have done this. They would never act, or a left-wing group, they would never act in the same way, would they, at all?
No.
That's another thing. Or would they? Would you
No,
think?
no, they wouldn't. Well, we've seen it.
No.
I mean, with Extinction Rebellion, they
Yeah.
had to act. When Extinction Rebellion were climbing on train carriages and stuff like that, they had to act. They couldn't. They at that point they couldn't not
Well,
act
yeah,
anymore.
that's a danger.
They actually wanted to ignore it, though, didn't they, Dan? But they
Yeah,
couldn't.
of course. Of
But
course.
if Greenpeace were as peaceful as that, they would just left it alone.
Yeah, 100%.
They wouldn't have gone in with horses, you know.
No, of course not.
That would, you know, it's a class thing, Dan.
Yeah.
It is, I think.
Oh, you're right. I
It's
mean,
a class thing.
I've got a video coming out tomorrow that talks about just that when it comes to the government and us. I'm not going to go into it on here because otherwise you won't want to watch the video tomorrow. But
no.
But I've got one coming out tomorrow that shows the difference, that how people are different, treated differently based on their class.
It's sad.
Well, unless
really
they're a Karen.
From our class, aren't they? They tend to change, you know. They're from our class, and all of a sudden they get there and, you know, treat us like shit, basically. Anyway, happy birthday to your channel, Dan. Well done, mate. You've let us see what we need to see about the police, and it's not all great, is it, at the moment? It's
not. It can be quite depressing at times. I can assure you of that. Sometimes I think to myself, I wish I hadn't started, because sometimes I sit, especially when I talk about things that's to do with children, and I sit here sometimes with my head in my hands, and I just fucking.
That's it.
I'm just gobsmacked by what some people actually do, you know, what goes through their head, especially when it comes to people in positions of power that can't say, "Whoa, I didn't know," you know.
That's it.
And I just sit there sometimes, just shaking my head, just fucking feeling sick. But you know, I've started doing it. I've got to keep doing it, and you know, sometimes I might need.
Well, that's it. I mean, if you people like you know, doing these things, it's not going to change unless it's outed and shown, and maybe, you know, they'll use videos like yours, you know, in their training, and, you know, hopefully, you know, change, you know.
Hopefully, what I want is I want a channel that's so big that the police turn around and go, "Fuck! I hope I don't end up on police abusing powers."
I bet they're right. They do it now.
Honestly, honestly, that's what I want.
They must look at your videos, you know, in their trainer, or you know, videos like yours. You know,
I've been told there was an ex-copper whose daughter was a copper who used to watch the channel years ago. We fell out.
Yeah.
But they said to me that they knew of some police forces that used some of my videos.
Yeah.
Which is great. Do you know what I mean? Again, and for the people
well,
that
they need to know how we're thinking as a part of their training, because I mean, mainly a lot of it's psychology, or, you know, it's about human psychology.
I mean, for the people watching that are sitting back and not commenting because you just want to watch and see what you can get on me, I've got nothing against the police that do their job. I've said this earlier, and I've said it millions of times. I've got nothing against the police that police properly the law. Okay.
Yeah, we need a police force in this country. Just don't need one acting the way they are at the moment.
Yeah, when they're policing people's thoughts, when they're policing somebody saying the word gay. I mean, I'm not being funny. As I grew up, my dad used to say to me,
even racism online shouldn't be policed. That's just people's thoughts. You know, that's just threatening. That's just threatening.
There's laws against certain things already, and there always has been. Okay, since
racial, directed towards, you know, some of another race. Yeah, I get that, but saying something, you know. Saying the N-word, you know, which is used all the time.
It is used all the time. It is used all the time. I'm not suggesting that people should say it to people in you know what I mean, as a course of conversation, but it is said all the time. Kids hear it all the time in music, so of course they're going to pick it up. If we are being policed on using
both N-words are bad.
Then the people the people in films, you know, when they're making films, when they're making music, then it needs to stop in there as well, but it doesn't. So kids are watching this stuff and listening to this stuff and picking up on it. So of course they're going to use it. Now, for me, my dad used to say to me as I was growing up, he used to say, have a gay day. Now, back then it means have a happy day.
Oh, yeah, they
Do you
don't
know
like
what I mean?
that, do they?
But now, if you turn out to somebody now and say, have a gay day, they go, what? You're calling me gay? That's a fucking hate crime. Ah. It's like, what? Do you know what I mean?
Stupid.
The fuck? Get over it.
I said that in the video I did on YouTube.
You know, they can put their best most of the children out of school. I mean, it's crazy, you know. But anyhow, I'll let you go. All right, happy birthday to your channel. Well done. Keep going, mate.
Thank you for very much. Thank you for calling.
All right. Yeah, well done. Hello, everybody. You take care. Bye.
Take it easy.
Bye, caller. Have a good night.
That's right, man. I completely forgot about that until I mentioned it there. So, your channel's birthday. So, aye, happy birthday, your channel.
Just like callers, I've just turned Skype off for a minute, and the reason being is because I need to go and make room for some more brandy.
Oh, no.
I'm not going to put me comfort break music on, so don't worry. I'll let you guys.
You don't need to lift music, no.
Looking forward to that.
I'm going to let you guys in the chat just talk amongst yourselves for a minute.
Okay,
and I'll
we'll just slag you off for 5 minutes. Don't worry about it.
It says at the bottom, like,
yourself
call your names and all that. It says call your names there at the bottom of the screen.
It does indeed. It does.
So I'll catch
And we're
you
going to intend you take full advantage when you're gone.
Just remember, this is being recorded on YouTube. I will watch it back.
And we're really bothered.
Right, I won't be a minute. Folks.
Right, I'll catch you back then. I'll catch them back then, you fucking cunt.
I was just thinking, until everybody heard Josie Wales's accent the other week on here, DJ Sonic, you could have come on there without your face and you could have impersonated him because everybody presumed he was Scottish.
Seriously, man, I thought by a name like Josie Wales would be Welsh or something.
Wow.
You know, what's that guy's name, man? A comedian. Oh, I keep forgetting his name.
Aussie.
He's
know
got a
what
really
Dan's doing now, don't you? Dan's
got a
gone
really
down
rough
to see his
accent.
girlfriend next door, the drunk one. That's been arrested twice.
What does he look like? We might be able to help you out.
He has that skag on the bench sat outside.
That's the one. That's the one.
Yeah, you can remember that. I remember that.
He's been arrested twice so far.
What's that Welsh comedian's name? I keep forgetting his name. But he's got a dead rough, deep accent. He's got a right rough, deep Welsh accent, and boyo, he talks like that.
Bill Colony. Colony?
No, Bill Connolly. Scottish, man.
Nice one, Arthur.
No, I'm talking about the Welsh guy. He's a comedian.
You mean Blackford? He's the biggest comedian that Wales has got.
Well, you talk about Ian Blackford. He's Scottish as well, unfortunately. Fat piece of shit, man. The SNP clown.
So just trying to see what's
please
going on.
Don't bring
in
up
the,
the SNP.
Hey,
It's not right in here.
I think about Jeff Rowe. He's Cornish.
Jeff Rowe was my hero, mate. I met him.
Man. Well, what happened
was me and Denzel. But don't forget, I'm a West Country boy myself. I'm a Cornishman officially.
Yeah, we know. We can hear it in your accent, but luckily I lost pretty much all of mine, so it's a good thing.
I was in with the wife, the seeing the funny doctor, Christ, and she came out and she had a tampon behind her ear, Christ. And I said, "What are you doing with a fucking tampon behind your ear?" She said, "That reminds me." Well, they put me
Dan's back. Dan's back. He's looking for his girlfriend outside that.
Hey, Sonic, do you remember the one about the goat down the mine shaft?
I'm not sure.
Where
I've lost my cat.
The goat got turfed down the wine.
No, your girlfriend's 2 doors down,
mine
mate.
shaft tied to a railway sleeper.
I don't remember that one.
Well, that was actually based on a true story of me and about 8 of my mates. We told it to Jethro, and he used it in one of his shows.
Oh, enlighten us so much. Come on. What
Hey?
happened then? Enlighten
Well,
us.
we were on a stag night, and it was I was living in Newquay, and it was at Perranporth, which is about 5-6 mile up the coast. But to get there, it's a 13-mile journey by car. But at 2 o'clock in the morning, absolutely wankered, we decided to walk this cliff path back to Newquay, which was only about 3 mile. We cut off a headland, to save a half a mile going across, and we come across one of them like mine shafts with the barbed wire fence and the chain link round them.
Oh, okay.
So the lads were throwing stones down them and listening to the tink tink, see how far down they were going. And all of a sudden, 3 of them turned round and turfed this railway sleeper over the fence into the mine shaft. And the first thing I heard was, and I saw this furry shadow coming out of the bloody darkness like a rocket over the fence down the mine shaft. There was 40 foot of chain on the post with a bloody goat on the end of it.
Oh, fuck.
Shit!
We went and bought the farm goat,
I'll tell you what, Roger. I bet the hole wasn't as deep as throwing a fucking party sausage up the ex-missus.
Oh, Daniel!
Why, did you quite often stand her on her head before trying?
I bet it'll be a hell of a fucking echo.
Yeah, that's a big one, isn't it?
You're on it.
I will do in a minute, Glindor. I will do. I'm just opening Skype again for now, and we're going to open that up.
Bad visuals now, Sonic. Thanks for that. You bastard.
No, Glindor, if I lost. It's like a black hole.
I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Cheers.
Does anybody else want to jump into video chat? If they want me to.
No, there's nobody waiting to come in at the moment.
Oh, well, fuck them then.
Yeah. No, it's not Lucifer.
I mean,
all they got to do is put in the comments and I'll drop out. I'm not quite happy to.
I don't mind. If you want people in here with webcams, I can bounce some video content if that's what you want. So just shout.
No, there's nobody
You're
waiting
going
to come
beyond
in.
me, guys. I've got 2 screens going. I've got the chat on there. I got StreamYard on here. The missus is sat behind me with the phone.
I'll show you what I've got going on at the moment. Right, I've got.
No, we
that,
don't want to know.
That one there.
I've always got it going on.
I've got that there with my Skype and me audio program. I've got obviously me StreamYard there, me Facebook, YouTube comments there, and over here I've got me OBS. So I've got me 3 screens completely full up at the moment.
3 screens, man. Have they not got a tele license mob kicking your door in yet?
Oh, fuck your TV license.
You've got 3 screens. I can't believe that you got 3 screens and you're not in the fucking, you're not in the tech game. Like you're not with the times. You've got 3 screens going on and that sort of stuff, and you don't know what you're doing. With like
the reason I used to have 2 screens, and the reason I had 2 screens because I used to trade cryptocurrency. I've not done it for a while. Took all my currency out and been sitting on it. So I've got the 3rd screen. Hello, Bobby.
Hello, mate. Are you all right?
I am, mate. I recognise that fucking voice.
Bobby,
anywhere.
lad.
Hello. I just want to talk about the miscarriage of justice and that.
Right.
About the police. And, I've been talking about on Nico, whatever, with Lost Soul, Paranormal.
Holly, yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about.
Do you know what? To be honest, I've not been in there that often at the moment because especially the weekend, I've been working on this, getting set up working, which is a pain in the arse. But go on, carry on.
When I was 9 years old, my mum stabbed me in the chest and slit my throat. That's why my throat, it's my where it's all really bad.
Right.
She never got 1 day in prison. I don't think she even got charged. She went into a mental hospital.
Right.
She was there for 18 months, 19 months. She got out. Nothing got done to her.
Right.
Man.
So,
And then
what was it? Was it all charges dropped, or did they just not bother sort of following it up,
she
or
never,
what?
she never went to court.
Okay.
I don't know. I think she got sectioned. I think sectioned or something like that.
Right.
She never went to court. I don't think she even got charged. Now, from that day, because I just thought, well, I was dead for 20 minutes. I got revived.
Right.
From that day, I didn't have a childhood. She hounded me. She wanted to do the job properly. The police never done jack shit. When we now went to court, you had custody of me. They couldn't even bring it up in the court case because she never got charged and never got found guilty of it.
Right.
And you get people who's been in prison for silly things. My mother should have, I'm not being funny, Dan. If a person's got mental illness or any sort of it, if you commit a crime, you should be the time, correct?
Yeah, I think you should. Okay, I understand that some people may not be in control of their functions at the time.
Yeah.
However, it's still them that's committed a crime. So
Yeah.
I think that there should be punishment still. Maybe not as serious as if you were thinking clearly to go and do a crime.
Yeah.
But I do think that there should be, because otherwise anybody can turn around and pretend they're fucking nuts. And some people can pretend well enough to fool the forensic psychologists. But I do believe that everybody should pay a price for committing a crime. I do.
Everybody's responsible for their own actions.
I think it's 18 months. There was a hospital I think it's in Liverpool.
Right.
I can't remember what the name it was. It was like a mental hospital. She got out and that passed away a few years ago. Up to she passed away, she hated me because she thought I was a vampire, and
right,
that's why she thought she was going to stab me with the car, but she missed. She got me lungs, and she was going to chop the head off. And I can send you the scars from underneath the chin where she got me the chin.
Fuck's sake.
And that's supposed to be a person who's supposed to look after you, take care of you. And I forget, that's why I have my mindset now. That's why I think I don't care if you're black, white, gay, straight, whatever, if you commit a crime, any crime, you should do the time. It's like a couple of years ago, like women used to get pregnant to stop them going to prison. But that's why I get pissed off for Dan. It's that people like, oh, you ought to do like call up people, oh, we ought to do because you're black. No, because you committed a crime.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, Dan. I died for 20 minutes.
It wouldn't be so bad if the courts gave realistic sentences for the crimes.
She was laughing the bollocks off.
Yeah, agreed, Roger.
Roger's just said it wouldn't be so bad if the courts gave realistic sentences for the crimes. Yeah. I know you can't. Sorry, guys. Just when you guys in the panel say something, I've got to repeat it back to the caller because I've not worked out how to run the audio through to Skype at the moment. So. So if I talk over you, it's only because I'm repeating what you're saying. Sorry, Bobby. Go on, mate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Dan, I cause like there's loads of kind of like the Prince Andrew business messing with the young kids.
Yeah.
Because it's got money. It seems to me you got money, you could do whatever you like.
Of course.
Rape girls, rape sheep, whatever you like, and you got a bit of money, or you're so-called in the elite, like the posh snobs. You get away with murder, like.
Well, do you know what? I'll tell you something. I read today. Okay, a executive at Facebook got outed on a paedophile sting in America.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's lost his job now. But I can guarantee you, if he hadn't been outed and it wasn't filmed live on Facebook, he'd still have a job. Yeah. He'd still have a job.
I know.
Probably,
yeah.
Shocking, man.
You probably get a job.
Media controls the world now, not the government. Media.
off of Facebook.
Yeah.
Like, that's what they do. These people, and I was talking to one woman, Fitzl, actually, about Freemasons.
Yes.
All Freemasons are not bastards. Some of them are. But because we get tired of the same brush, every one of us Freemasons are bastards. We're not. I get one month sounds like that. You get bastards in every walk of life.
Tina, I'll be with you shortly, love.
I want to talk to you.
No, that wasn't me. That noise wasn't me. No, it's all right, Bobby. There's Tina's sitting in the back of StreamYard at the moment, waiting to come on. So I'll, just to let her know that I know she's there.
Oh, that's what I mean, Dan. It's people who think, and you get these people who like me and you, fucking scallies, whatever, and all the others. You get down robbing. You get people who rob from their own. That really picks me off as well. People who have nothing, get robbed. Now, and then when you say, "Well, you've robbed this and this and this," you'd either get your window smashed, your car smashed, or something.
And do you know what? Do you know what? That is exactly it. That's another thing that I'll be talking about tomorrow as well in a different video, as I mentioned earlier, with regards to, in my opinion, what you're saying there about kids going and smashing windows and shit like that.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's because so many kids aren't punished properly these days. We're not allowed to smack kids anymore. We're not allowed to chastise them apart from pop them on the fucking naughty step and take their mobile phone away. But the problem is when they get, and unless they're brought up like that from babies, unless they're brought up understanding that's their punishment, as they get older, if you turn around to a 14-year-old now and said, right, I'm not smacking you anymore, instead you're going to sit on the bottom stairs and you're going to give me your mobile phone for a week, they would probably stab you for it.
And
they'd get withdrawal
hardline being abused.
Yeah, they would be far worse to handle. But the thing is, as one of my stories tomorrow is going to explain, that the police back not smacking your kids, but the police are the ones that have to come out and waste their time coming to parents who can't control their kids because they're not allowed to give them a wallop.
Yeah, we're not allowed to smack them. The police can beat the crap out of them.
Family from now.
Yeah.
Right.
But the police are allowed to do it.
People with fellas doing it. You used to go to the mum and used to say to, well, your son, daughter, smash our windows.
Yeah.
So you haven't been out. And you say, well, there's the proof. That's not my kid. So you can't live with people like that, Dan. You just are. And then you get police coming out. You don't do fuck all. You just make a report, and that's it.
No, if you call them out because your kid's being a prick, they'll come out and they'll go, well, maybe they're just playing up because of X, Y, Z, and they'll fuck off and they'll write it down. It will go on the system. But you belt your kid because they've threatened you with a knife or whatever, right? And you're the one that's in court for fucking child abuse or for assault.
Yeah.
And it's bollocks. It's absolute bollocks. And the police are wasting their time going to people's houses because parents can't control their kids because they're not allowed to belt them anymore. And when I say belt, I don't mean use a belt because there is a limit. I think there is a limit. If you're going to chastise your kid, a smack on the back of the legs or a smack on the back of the hand because they're going to touch something hot, I think that's fair.
On the ass. Yeah.
Do you know what
Did you mean harm?
I just think
belting them is good. No, I was just going to say belt, like proper belting them. And doing it on a continuous basis is going to fuck them up. But if you're trying to chastise your child and you smack their ass or smack the back of the hand because they're going to touch something that they shouldn't or they're going to do something that they shouldn't, I personally don't think there's anything wrong with that. That happened to me. I've never been in prison. What a surprise!
I've never been in prison in my life, Dan.
Do you know what I mean?
Like when I was in school, Dan, I used to get the cane.
Sorry, Love Peace. I just want to say, Love Peace has just put on, and I don't mean to pick on anybody here, but Love Peace has put, there's no good reason to hit a kid except in self-defense. Now, I think, Love Peace, I would suggest that you're quite quite young. I'd say you're maybe 30s, maybe younger. I might be wrong, but I'd say you're maybe 30s or maybe younger, and that is the thought process that people have been forced into believing. Now, I got belted as a kid because I'd done things wrong, but I've never been to prison. I've done things wrong as an adult. I've made decisions that were stupid and wrong, and I'm sorry I'm going blurry again. But I've never been to prison. I've never killed anybody. I've never pulled a knife out on my parents and threatened them because they've taken something off me. And why do you think that is? Because I was taught my place as a kid. I was taught how to respect the rules. I was taught how to respect adults.
That's it, mate. It's all about respect. You know what I mean?
Also,
kids nowadays, they don't have any respect.
To the kid, you're the one who gets arrested.
Yeah.
It's not the other way around, and you get arrested. So you can't claim self-defense. If a kid comes out with the knife, you're the one who gets arrested.
Yeah.
So that Colin just said, the only needs for it's a kid for self-defense. That's bullshit anyway, because the police is going to arrest you. And all the kids normal kids will say to you, you're trying to touch me up. That's another thing you say. Then you say to people. And then you fucked either way.
Yeah. Yeah. Lucifer, sorry, Bobby, just one second. Lucifer, I know you offered a minute ago. Do you mind if I step you out for a minute and bring on
fine. I'll jump back in later on.
Sounds no, I'll be on for a while yet anyway. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
And another thing that
hi, Tina.
Hello.
I got compensation.
Hello,
Exactly my guardian. She spent every penny of my compensation.
Yeah.
I've never had a penny. I can't remember how much I got. I think it's criminal damages.
Right.
She got everything. She spent everything I had. And that's fucking like a kick in the gut.
Of course it would be. Of course. In
And
fact,
when she passed away a few years ago, she told everyone she didn't want me at her funeral. I just said, "Do you think I was going to go? I wasn't being nasty and honourable. She was no mother of mine, just a woman that gave birth to me."
Yeah. Sorry, Bobby, 1 second. Tina, can you do me a favour? Do you know where the private chat is on here?
Huh?
Do you know where the private chat is?
Yes.
In StreamYard. Can you just click on there and put your website address in there for me a second, please?
Comments.
In private chat on StreamYard.
Oh, okay. I just got to get.
If you can just pop it in there for me, and then I'll paste it into the chat, the main chat.
2 seconds. I'll get the website details.
And that's what I
Thank
really
you.
want to say, Dan. It's just that
Sorry,
I just think these people like that Harry was on about the police.
Yeah.
The police doesn't give a fuck about us.
No.
All they want is targets. It's like
100%. 100%. I could not agree with you more. It is about targets now. Absolutely. That it's about box ticking and targets. 1,000,000%.
When they came to mine about the money at the pedo living next door to mine, and I got arrested. I looked at him and me to come and everything. And I've been told like after that he was roughing CJ, left me on the figure also to get you done. So the police I'll be honest with you, I think you should get into the police. I think so, because it's like like the BML protest, you never done fuck all. When the lockdown protest done, you went with batons and all sorts. What's the difference between one protest and another? And all the places now is just, I really think that it's really cocked up in the past. It's the trying to make amends too far, because like that Jessamine Dick.
Yeah.
She was in charge with that. What's that fella got shot in the railway station?
What, Demendez, is that one?
Yes, she was in charge. She gave the order to kill him. And he got that fucking stupid MP, what's her name? Labour MP, saying they allow police to shoot to kill.
Yeah, Raina. What's her?
Yeah,
I can't remember her first name.
Yeah, actually, she's sick or something, man. That's only going to cause more innocent people being shot. The police shoot people to kill. They don't shoot people to. It's their policy to shoot to kill. Just imagine you go round like, oh, I've done a burglary. Somebody's done a burglary. Come out to shoot you. You're innocent. These fucking MPs, Dan, the Labour MPs vote for me, for the people. All the ass.
They've not got a clue. They do not understand the real world. So they do not understand the world that we live in. Vix, is that your dog snoring? Have you got a dog?
I think it's the cat actually.
As long as it's not you farting, I don't mind.
It's the cat. My God, cheeky sword.
Is that really a cat?
Sorry, I'm not trying to make light of any situation. What you've been through is serious.
I'm having a bit of a drink, so I'm off the market. So
no worries, man. Listen. I know you've been through some shit, right? And as I say to anybody that comes to me and they've been through a hard time, you know where I am. Do you know what I mean? If you want to talk anytime, all you got to do is reach out and I'll make time for you.
That's why I'd like you to chat. I've been for you said 3 years.
Yeah.
I just saw your face video. That's why people look at me that they say, well, see, because I hate my mum. People think I'm a heartless bastard. He died of cancer. And I just say, so what? What do you want me to do? And I get called a heartless bastard.
Yeah.
And I said, wait a minute. He could technically kill me, Dad. And why would I have any respect for something that? Because since 9 years old to about 50-year-old, I couldn't go to school by myself. Because she was after me. She used to have a fella called Ralph, fucking weird fucker. He used to stand outside my school, trying to get nobody used to. I couldn't even go out and play outside school, Dan, because this sick bastard was outside to grab me. Right. And then people think I should have respect for a woman on that.
No, I don't blame you for how you feel. I mean, that's sickening. What's happened to you, genuinely. I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine not just going through that, but going through that situation occurring due to a member of the family. That would really fuck my nuts up. I've got to be honest. And I think you've done. You know, I've spoken to you quite a bit, and I think you've done. Yeah. I think you've done really well, not to have let that define yourself. I mean, you're a clever lad. Do you know what I mean? You're educated, and you speak. You know, when you talk about stuff, you show that you're a clever lad. Do you know what I mean? I don't mean to be disrespectful or talk down to you in that by saying that. No. But a lot of people would let something like that define the rest of their life. Do you know what I mean? And they would be angry with everybody because of what they've been through. But I respect you for I've got to say I respect the way that you are, considering what you've been through.
Well, the reason why you've done it, Dan, I've got porphyria related to the sun. Now, she got into an head that I was a vampire. That's the reason why she was going to stab me in the heart.
Right.
And tried to take my head off. People don't really understand why I have this hatred. I don't have it now. I used to have this hatred for it because I know she was sick in the head, but that doesn't excuse her for trying to take her own son's life.
Of course not. No, I don't believe it does either.
I'll let you get on anyway, Dan. Nice talking to you anyway.
No worries. Always a pleasure, Bobby. You take it easy. As I said to you, listen, if you ever need to talk, reach out and I'll make time for you.
All right, cheers. Thank you.
Nice one, Bobby.
Thank you now, better.
Ta-ra, mate.
See ya, Bobby.
Take it easy, mate.
That's fucking horrifying thing to happen, especially from a family member. I can't imagine. I seriously can't imagine. It's bad enough that happened.
Like living your own.
I don't know what to say to that, man.
I know it's mental, isn't it? So, Tina, how are you?
I'm doing very well, thanks. Annoying a few more people, so doing well.
Oh, well, so aren't we all? We're all doing.
I do it every day.
I've got 3 councils on the go. I got 2 police inquiries on the go, and I've got 3 PIPs at the minute. So
Jolly good. Nice to hear that you're busy.
oh yeah,
Always
I'm being
good
a
to
pain in
be
the ass
busy.
as always. Come on, I always will be a pain in the ass.
Well, we're winning. It's all right to be a pain in the ass, isn't it, darling?
Oh, it's great. It feels really good. Especially
keep telling me so.
Years of practicing, I'm perfect at it.
Yeah.
She's
you
right.
girls keep telling yourself that.
Well, who came on about the GCSEs earlier?
Oh, some person called Harry.
It was on my telly, and I was going to go upstairs and think I need to answer that little shit. So
I think his mother's already done that for him.
Yeah, I think his mum's taken his phone off him and sent him to bed.
It's not about what you learn. It's not about what you learn, though. It's not about how many qualifications you got. It's what you do with it that counts.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I reckon that was Crinkle. I mean, did Tino say something a while ago about some
I
shit
think
like
it's
that?
Crinkle.
About
Oh, I'd love to
GCS
take on Crinkle one-to-one, Pap. You got to help me with that one. I want a meeting.
You want a date? I'm kidding, sweetheart. I'm kidding. Oh, I was joking, darling.
I know. Face to face, he wouldn't stay long. He'd run away. So
I'm sure
Janine,
he would. He'd wet the bed.
Sorry, guys. I just want to say Janine's sitting in the back there waiting to come on. So I'll let you on shortly, Janine. I'll have to find one of these. Do eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and kicking someone off.
So I don't mind, Dan. I don't mind.
I don't mind.
Well, I'll let you fight it out between yourselves.
I don't mind. I'll jump down.
I'll be the man and let the ladies stay. So I'll bounce. I'll let someone else.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
All right, man. You take it easy. You sticking around in the comments?
Yeah. I'll stay around in Streamlabs, and then I get it at like 30 seconds quicker than YouTube.
Sounds no worries. All right, man. Thank you.
Cheers, man. Delay on it, isn't there?
There we go. Janine.
Yeah.
Hello. Crafts and other stuff.
Hello.
Hang on a minute.
I'm hanging. Can you
hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Still think I've swallowed a pond full of frogs.
Oh dear.
Neil.
Oh dear.
Yeah, not good. But yeah, other than that, apart from the electricity problem, I'm doing all right. You know.
Is that sorted out yet, or?
Yeah. I wouldn't be on the computer otherwise.
Well, no, I mean, obviously you might get some lecky back for a bit and then it might go again. I'm just thinking that.
No. What it was is the main trip switch went on the fuse box. I was sitting there.
Right, gotcha.
11 o'clock, 11:30 this morning, till about 7 o'clock tonight, and they said, "Oh no, the trip switch has gone." I'm like, you know.
Why did it take so long?
They class it as an emergency call out, which, technically speaking, for local authority is like any time that day.
Is anyone a priority in your family with disabilities?
Me.
That's great. They've got to do it in 2 hours, Levy.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you're disabled, you're a priority customer. Make sure you register with the council that you're a priority customer, and they have to come to you and get it fixed within 2 hours.
This is Tina. I'm a disabled person, and I haven't had central heating for 3 years, and they see me as a priority, and they haven't done anything.
You need to make contact. I can put you in touch with your local authority. No issue.
Get in touch with Tina, DJ. Honestly, get in touch with Tina. I'm posting the link again. I'm posting the link again to a website in the chat now. Okay, click it, open it in a new window, and after this live stream, send her a message through there with your details, and she'll get in touch with you.
Go to help section. There is a contact box there that sends it direct to an email, which comes to my private email, and I respond through the website.
You put it in private chat earlier, didn't you?
Yes,
Did I notice that? Right, yeah, okay. I'll
yes,
click
it is.
on that
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
Anyone who's got a disability, be it or a child or a grown-up, you register with your local council, your housing association, or a private landlord, and they must respond and get it fixed within 2 hours. It's specific for toiletries, bathrooms, heating, and kitchens. All right. So if any council says no, I can talk to the chief exec of your council and make them say yes.
Because I've been down there and it's all on the system that I'm waiting to have a boiler fitted, but they just haven't fitted it yet. I mean,
That's okay. We can chase that up for you. Yeah.
And also, when it comes to people with mental health issues, if you've got debt collectors sending you letters, right? I know it's hard, but you need to tell them that you're a vulnerable person. You need to, when they phone you up or email you, send them an email or answer the phone call and say to them, look, you need to stop calling me. I'm a vulnerable person. And they will put what they call a stay on your on any action. They will say to you that somebody will contact you and you need to fill in a form with your mental health issues, send it back to them. Once they've got that, they've got to leave. Well, I say they've got to leave you alone. They've got to give you breathing space. They're not allowed to keep sending you letters and making you or phone calls and making your mental health worse. So if you've got mental health issues, excuse me, and you're being hounded by a debt collection agency, get in touch with them. Unless you're nearly 6 years since the last time you spoke to them. If you're nearly 6 years since the last time you spoke to them, ignore them some more until the 6 years is up. Then they can't do fuck all. But other than that, get in touch with them. Tell them you're got mental health issues. You're a vulnerable person. The letters, the phone calls, the emails are causing you to stress. They'll stop, but they'll send you something to fill in to send back to them, which highlights what your mental health issues are. And if they continue to harass you after that, then you can do something about it.
Yes, and there is also a letter I can get for people, which is going up on my site about visitors to a property if you are disabled or have mental health problems. It's a trespass notice, and if they cross that gate after looking at it, they can be fined £5,000.
Does that go the same way for like if they come to your door and like they see the sign on your door or something?
Don't open your door. You put a sign on your door, but don't open your door to anybody. Talk through the window.
You take away their implied right of access. You take away their implied right of access. You can do it to anybody. You can even do it to the police.
Yes,
you can take away their implied right of access to enter your property unless they are in pursuit of a criminal or they believe there is a crime happening. Other than that,
or they use a welfare check.
But welfare check
as well.
Well, but welfare checks. There is TC, who's one of the subscribers on there. I've been talking to him offline. He's putting a channel together to discuss and talk about case law. Okay, so this is the law that can't be overturned by Crown Courts and Magistrates Courts because it's been decided in the High Court or Court of Appeal. Okay, there is something regards to what's it called? What did you just say? Welfare checks.
Yeah.
Because he had an issue himself. They use welfare checks, and there are certain rules that they have to follow, and many of them don't. Therefore, any entry to your property is classed as illegal, and you can put a claim in against them.
They've actually done it twice to me in 6 months.
Right. Okay. Well, you do know that. From what I've been told, they're not allowed to gain entry. Hang on, let me think. I've got to be careful what I say because, as always, I don't want to give wrong information. So I'm trying to think carefully what it is. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do just to make sure I don't give the wrong information. I'll speak to him again later or tomorrow, and I'll let you know, Vix, what it was said. Okay, there is case law out there that prevents the police from forcing entry with regards to welfare checks. There is something out there, but I'll get the info and I'll pass it.
They actually gave me the Rona, at New Year for breaking into my property, and New Year's Eve I got COVID. Which is nice.
They should be doing that without mental health professionals calling you first to check your welfare.
They didn't even knock on my door. They just broke in.
Well, that's illegal.
I know that, but it's like crazy.
Yeah.
But again, as Tina said, if you take away their implied right of access, under almost all circumstances, they're not allowed to come to your door unless they're chasing a criminal who enters your property, or they are there to arrest you. Other than that, they can fuck right off.
Yeah, it's been done by a person I know with long-term mental health. He finds relaxation in breeding of birds, rare parrots, and they turned up to his house without him being there and caused such a distress to the animals that 2 of them died. So he put the trespass notice up, and they turned up again. He took them to court. The police said we're not going to pay it. So he did a very smart thing. He sent the high sheriffs into the police station, and they
Nice.
Nice.
So they paid.
Well, people don't think they can do things like that. If you're owed money by the police, or if they do something and you sue them for whatever reason, you can straight away after. You don't have to wait till they haven't paid you. As soon as the court has made a judgment that they owe you money, if it's above a certain amount, it's worth going directly to the bailiffs, the high court sheriffs, and saying they owe me money. Yes, you have to pay them a little bit, but just think of the fucking satisfaction you've got of high court sheriffs going to the police station and getting them to pay up.
Oh man, you know that TV show? Sorry, you know that TV show where you don't pay we take it away. I think that's
of
I would love
course.
to see that. I'd love to see that one of their episodes.
Oh, there is one on can't pay, take it away, DJ. There is one in a council building. They clamped the mayor's car.
Yes. Nice.
I remember that one. I remember that one. You know, actually, you know the 2 older blokes in that, the 2 that were always together.
Yep.
I can't remember what their names are, but you know the 2 older blokes have got grey glasses. They're actually suing Channel 5 at the moment because Channel 5 owe them money and they haven't paid it. So they themselves Channel 5.
That's a bit silly. Taking on those blokes, my God.
It was the nervous look on the mayor's face, which is what's going on. They did the big car. They did a couple of other cars. Well, you owe us 10 grand. This person, you owe him 10 grand. He won a court case again. It's got to be paid. Well, we don't know about that. Then they called someone else down from the finance department. He said, so we can make arrangements. Nope, you're paying today. Or the clamps stay on. We'll get a tow truck in. So
nice.
I'd love to see
so
that.
people do have the power, like Pap says, you do have the power to do this. It's knowing the right way to do it. But I'll get the letter of removing rights of access, and I'll put it up on our website for people to download.
Oh, thank you for that.
If you live in a block of flats, you put it on your front door. Okay. If you live in a house, try and put it on your gate rather than on your door. If it's on the gate, they can't pass that gate because the sign's there. If it's on the door, it means they're allowed on your property until they see it, and then they've got to get off. But to stop them coming on your property at all, put it on the gate.
Tina, I've got a question about mobility scooters. Now I'm with local authority. I've got a mobility scooter, but I've had a threatening sort of letter. Dan knows about this because I think I told you about it the other day, Dan. They're basically trying to get me to do away with my mobility scooter. I can't get it inside my flat at all. I've tried every means possible, and if I was to put it inside my hallway, I wouldn't be able to shut my front door. Yeah. And they're basically saying to me that I've got to, in the matter of speaking, either get rid of the scooter or find alternative accommodation for myself. What sort
because
of
because it's a fire risk or a trip hazard, yeah?
Yeah, that's basically what they're trying to say, but my neighbours ain't got a problem with it. And they're also saying that someone's whinged about the fact the scooter's got an alarm on it as well, which is, it's got an alarm on it, but it ain't going off like 24/7 like they're trying to make out at all. And I'm just getting so stressed out. I've even had my doctor on the phone to me today because he's so worried about me, like my mental health and everything, because I had ambulance round the other night checking up on me, like, Janine, are you okay? You know, that kind of thing. And it's basically because I had a bottle of pills in my hand and I was ready to take the whole lot. And that's how bad I got.
I'm sorry like that. But this is a common thing when it comes to flats. The London Police Service issued a warning about mobility scooters in communal areas close to buildings. They can't be stored indoors because the batteries do have a problem of overheating. That's what they say. However, the new mobility scooters do not. So, under the law, as a disabled person, you have a right to have it at your flat. If you've got a back garden or an entrance or a communal area where there are sheds, you can put it near there. And obviously, it's alarmed. They can't stop you having it by law. You're a disabled person.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, that's what I tried to say to them. But I live on the 13th floor,
right,
and I've done everything possible to try and get moved. I've been on home swappers. I've done everything what they told me to do. And now they've given me this ultimatum: get rid of the scooter or get out.
I can write you a letter to send to the
Right,
council. If you want to fill in the form, I can act as your representative and send the actual law through. They've tried the same with me. They've tried the same with me. I've got a new mobility scooter coming, which is it's built like a motorbike. It's got front forks and everything. So I'll be out riding the levers soon, pissing off people. So
nice.
Let me just say, Janine, I last year and the year before, I've got as you go out the back communal door into our backyard, if you immediately do a 90 degree left, you've got about three foot, and then you've got the wall which blocks off directly outside my back door. Now, in that corner, I had a barbecue, little round barbecue on like a barbecue trolley, like the cheap ones.
Yeah.
I had a letter, or we all had a letter in this block of flat here, saying that needs to be moved because it's a fire hazard and a trip hazard, and also a table that was out in the backyard as well needs to be moved because it was a fire hazard and a trip hazard. Now, at the time, I was talking to somebody on YouTube who was a retired firefighter, and he said to me, "It's bollocks." He said it's absolute bollocks because the letter that I got said that a fire service came round and done an inspection and they said that it needs to be moved. He said no, it's bullshit. As long as it is not in the way, which it wasn't. I showed him where it was, and he said there is no way that anybody's going to trip over that, and it's certainly not going to cause a fire hazard because they've got to do a 90-degree turn and walk into a wall in order to trip over your barbecue. So what I done is I wrote a letter on behalf of everybody in this block of flats, and there's 4 people in this block of flats. I wrote a letter to the managing director of the housing association, and
This might answer your question.
Shut up,
The mansion
Alexa.
was directed-
Shut it. Nobody's talking to you. So I wrote a letter to the, as I say, the housing. I'm being listened to by GHQ. And he ended up writing back to us all and saying to us all, look, let's have a meeting. What it was the woman who was the housing officer was just a bitch, to be honest. There was no. I even contacted the local fire station and said to them, look, there's supposed to have been somebody come round and check, and they've said that this table is in the way, and this, it's a danger, and this barbecue. And they said no, it's bollocks. The fire brigade actually said to me, it sounds to me like the housing officer is what's the word they used?
That's it.
Basically being a twat. So I used that, and I wrote to the housing association CEO, and it got dealt with. We didn't get any more letters after that. But a lot of these housing officers, they come round and they're jobsworths. And they go, oh, you can't have this. A guy upstairs to me got told off because he had a mat outside his front door. The girl that lives above me got told off because when she's got a baby, I mean, she's a bit older now, but when she moved in, she had a child that was in a buggy. She used to go shopping. She's a single mum. She used to go shopping. She'd come back. She'd take the baby upstairs, leave the pram and the shopping downstairs. She'd take the baby upstairs, put her in a crib thing, a cot or whatever. Then she'd come back downstairs and she'd get the shopping upstairs first, and she'll come down and get the pram. But somebody grassed her up. Somebody or the housing officer went past and saw the pram, and had to go at her for it. And she's on her own. How the fuck can she do? How is she supposed to take all that upstairs on her own at once? She can't. So it's a case of housing officers being fucking jobs, and you can't let them get away with it. You've got to stand up for yourself with it. You got to say, "Oi, what the fuck?"
Yeah,
but you've got to do it the right way.
I actually turned around and said to my tenancy officer, they call him here, I said to her, look, I said, I've done everything I can. I had this nice gentleman who was in South Essex Home Support Services team. He was a diamond. He was trying to do everything what he could to help me, but unfortunately, he died just before New Year, completely unexpected, and we only got notified that he died through like the magazine that comes out with our rent statements, that kind of thing. And I sort of was like, oh, so who's helping me now then, you know? And I'm like completely baffled by it all. They didn't even tell me that I had no one helping me.
Right, so the contradiction you've got here is that when I challenged this fire service letter, okay, we've got 1-bedroom, like little bungalows and flats for the elderly.
Yeah.
So their scooters, the actual scooter shed, okay? So their scooter sheds are 6 feet away from their front door.
I'm sorry to interject here, Tina. Harry's just come back in.
Oh no!
He's just been sent to the naughty step by Lost Souls Paranormal.
Nice one, Holly.
He says, can he have Tina's number? She's a right MILF.
Oh my goodness me!
Not be interested, Harry. Unless you've got a big dick, don't fucking bother.
Oh, we've already determined he's got a fucking cocktail sausage by the way he talks. But...
No. He's got a bleeding twiglet.
You sure it's not
Come on now.
Yeah, man, that's got to be fucking crinkle. You see these allegations? Well, what you basically proved is like trying to hit on vulnerable fucking teenage girls or something like that.
Well,
so that's his way of trying to fucking.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure Tina's vulnerable. I think she'd make him vulnerable by the time she's finished with him.
She could break him in two.
Yeah, but you're obviously older than a vulnerable
that came out a bit wrong, but you know what I mean. I didn't mean it in that way, but Jesus.
All right, going back to the scooter issue, other than the chat. So, Harry, if you want to chat with me privately, any fucking time. So, Sorry about that, mate. So, essentially, the scooter lie is that they've got all these bungalows and independent accommodation.
Yeah.
I was had to have my scooter 6 meters away from my back garden at the bottom of my. That would have been a laneway, which is private.
Right.
So I told them to go fuck themselves, and this is the law. So. They can't stop anybody having a scooter. They have to find an appropriate solution on how to get around it. The solution you have, the power that you have, if you want to move and they're saying you can't keep a scooter there, they have to do a management move where you have the ground for a scooter. They have to pay.
I mean, I've sort of said to them, you know, I said, ideally, I'm like, not only am I stuck on the 13th floor, but I'm in a studio flat. You know, and I've said, look, I'm not being unreasonable and asking for disabled adapted property, and that's maybe like 1 bedroom or something, you know. So I can't even get in and out my bath properly because it's 8 inches higher off the floor than a standard bath. And they're saying, oh, we can't change the bathroom out because there's a 4-inch like main stack under it. And I'm like, that's not my problem.
You need to call for your local area, Care Direct. Okay, Care Direct goes through your council. It is an occupational health service which is free. Now, are you council or housing association?
Council.
Okay, that's good. If occupational health come in, there's a thing called a disabilities facilities grant, up to 30,000 basically per household for adaptations. For adaptations. So basically, they can come and do your whole flat. But if they say it's not feasible because it's too small or too dangerous, they have to move you somewhere which is more practical. Okay, this is what comes into it. But if you call Care Direct, look on the website, you'll find that the number for England. Call them and ask them to do from your local council. Ask them to come and do a visit, assess your property. And also, if you need me to write a letter to your council about the scooter issue, I'm more than happy to do so.
Yeah, if you could.
Tell them about your rights to a move under the management move service.
Yeah.
Now, the management move service is where they find an empty property for you. It needs to be ground floor, disabled, adapted. They have to pack up stuff. They have to pay for removals, and they have to make sure it's already disabled, adapted before you move in.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know of a property that's actually going, funnily enough, and it would be ideal. It belonged to a late friend of mine, God rest his soul, and like that was actually just emptied out recently, and I know that's empty. And because his wife, who passed away about 6-7 years back, she was disabled, she had all the bathroom done and everything.
Exactly, but it's about knowing your rights around that school. So you could eventually get a move, but the disability facilities grant is up to 30,000 per household. Private tenants can get it. Housing associations can cancel.
Hang on. Sorry.
Nice.
ACDC, welcome anytime.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to have to shoot. All right, Tina, can I catch up with you tomorrow sometime?
Yeah,
Sorry?
Can I catch up with you tomorrow sometime?
Yeah, just go onto the website, send me an email, and I'll send you a phone number, okay?
Okay then, mate. I'll do that in a minute, yeah?
Yeah, no way.
I would do the same, Tina.
My
If
phone
that's all
won't
right.
stop ringing now.
I'll be back in a minute, guys. Isn't it? Go and take a
Sorry. Yeah, of
No
course you
worries.
can. Send it. Anyone that wants to communicate, go through the website, use the contact form. It goes to an email that comes to my private email. I respond through the website because it's encrypted to keep everything private. But when I get my Skype set up, I've got an IAN website Skype being set up currently. So when people want to talk or ask me questions about what my skill set is, I don't care. I've got a CV as long as you fucking arm, but I don't give toilet paper to me. So, but yeah, if they want to see it, I'll show it.
Because
So-
I've got a friend that's going through a lot of stuff and it's all new to him. So I might put him in touch with you if that's all right, so he can get it sorted out.
I've got to say, you just said if they want to see it, you'll show it. I said that once and I nearly got arrested.
If anyone's got LinkedIn, look for me on there. You'll see my CV.
What?
Oh, I know what you're talking about, and you can tell. You know,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, I've done 40 years of service right across the board: mental health, drugs, alcohol. I've done
Wow.
domestic violence. I trained in PACE 1 and PACE 2 of police because I wanted to know what the shits were getting up to in the interview room. So I've taken all the cases I've done and all the work I've done is to get the skills to fight back. That's what it's for.
Oh, of course.
40 years of public service. I had to put up with the shits for a while. So
Beating them at their own get. Oh my god! That's the internet.
Come on, that's a good one. It's about learning things. Every single one of us has the biggest university in the world. It's called the internet.
Oh, we've got a call, guys. We've got a call.
Oh,
hello, caller. Hello.
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 Evening, caller.
I can hear you. Who's this?
This is Jack. I wanted to come on the show and talk to Tina.
How you doing, Jack? You fuck it. I'll just fuck off then, shall I? Leave you. Listen, by all means, you can talk to Tina. I don't know if you can hear it on your telly or anything like that. If not, I can repeat back what she says because I've not got this set up for the panel to come through the Skype audio to you.
Oh, okay. Well, can Tina hear me?
Tina can hear you, yeah.
I just wanted to say, Tina, you are a right MILF.
Oh, it's Henry. It's Henry.
Oh.
It's Henry.
Harry.
Not in your worst.
Does your mum? No, that definitely wasn't Crinkle's voice. Henry, does your mum know you're using
It's
the phone?
Harry, not Henry. It's Harry.
You wait till she gets the phone bill through and starts asking you where these phone numbers come from. That'll be coming right out your pocket money, son.
I got rid of my ex 22 years ago. He died last year, unfortunately. Bless him. I got to scatter his ashes in 2 weeks. He's actually currently in my dining room, so I walk past and kick the box again. So he was 6'5", and I still decked him when he took the chance. I knocked him flat out. Don't worry about that. What's a squirt like you going to do to a man like me? I said, bring it on. He came straight at me. He said, where did you learn to do that? I said, it's called martial arts. You should have asked.
Nice.
Oh, fucking hell.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall, isn't it, Tina?
Oh, most definitely.
Especially when you're getting in between the.
Hey, Tina, you think you got problems? This is the one that keeps me in line.
Exactly, psycho. You know.
Hey, Roger.
You know, they say the bigger they are, the harder they fall. That also works for the harder they are, the bigger they fall.
Yeah.
On the back of the other.
True. Very true.
But no,
Just
I'm sorry for anybody that asked. I'm not available to anybody. I prefer living on my own. I'm savagely independent. I can be a right bitch most times. So.
And anyway, Harry, she wants a fucking man, not a child.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've done with it. My days of picking up after somebody else. If I want to make a mess, it's my... So no thanks.
Oh, fucking hell. So I'm just looking. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking for something to eat on Just Eat. I've not eaten. So I've not eaten yet. So I'm just looking for something on there.
I had some sticky chicken earlier. That was nice.
Amazing kebab done.
I fucking hate kebabs. That's like eating. I don't know. It's
like
like eating out. It's like eating out the gutter. Unless you're completely pissed and buzzing off your tits after a night out at a club.
You say that, Dan. We've now got a German kebab shop. We got a German kebab shop in my city. Very good in with his beer. We got a German kebab shop in my city, and it's totally different because the Germans invented it. So it's very nice food. So.
Never eat anything with more than 4 legs, and never sleep with anything with more than 2.
What's the difference then, Tina, with the Germans to normal?
The kebabs were actually brought in. The ones you see in towns are made by the Turkish, and it's a very bad mix of very poor meat. A lot of the kebab shops we had locally in Devon were all shut down because people were getting too sick. So they don't store it properly, they don't cook it properly. The German kebabs, they invented the actual meat for it. For wartime, they were good at that, weren't they? Not. So basically,
well.
So basically, the kebab is served separate in this restaurant. It's very good quality. You're served all the condiments to go with it, so you make it yourself. They do a German beer with it. I love their grosh. Ooh, I haven't drunk for 30 years. I don't dare do it now. I get pissed on my wine gum, I think. I haven't touched it for years. I drank for 5 years traveling Europe. I've been around halfway around the world. By the time I was 21.
Nice.
I did Oktoberfest twice, the German beer festival. Got lost twice. Ended up in a Russian army tent. That was fun. So
Das Vadonia.
Woke up in the morning with something brewing in a saucepan. He said, "What's that? Headache you? I'm not fucking eating that." Ugh. Whatever. So we went and found some burgers somewhere. But yeah, it was good fun traveling. But I had a hangover, I think, for about 5 years. So
normally people call that marriage, but
you can avoid hangovers by staying drunk.
Yeah, possibly. I got Steins here from the Oktoberfest. I borrowed them. I still haven't returned them. I don't intend to, I don't think. So bought a couple of those home. So, but I got a collection of about 40. So
yeah, I don't drink now. I'm teetotal. I've been for
don't touch it.
2 years.
I think when you drink too much, Roger, your body gets used to it. So trying to get drunk on anything. I used to do whiskey chasers in the local pub, and I'd win 50 quid every night. They'd fall on their fucking ass because I couldn't get.
I used to work on the door of the pubs and clubs down in Newquay, and the first thing you done before you even started work was add 3 or 4 pints.
It's no good drinking if you can't get pissed.
Yeah. Oh, I can do that.
No, I've tried many times.
I went to Newquay once, Roger. Me and a friend, we went to. I was supposed to be working. He's turned up at my work one early. I was working in a pub at the time. He turned up at my work one as I was on my way in, and he goes, "Dan," he goes, "Fuck, work off. Come with me for a few days. We're going down to Newquay." So before anyone saw me, I jumped in his motor and we fucked off back to mine to pick up some stuff, and we drove to Newquay. Anyway, we got there, and the first thing we done is we parked up and we went to a pub, one called the Sailor's Arms.
Yeah, big one up on the top of the hill by the car park.
And inside, it's got like a whole wall full of TVs, or it used to have.
Yeah, it's the biggest pub and club in Newquay now.
Right. Well, that's where we went, and we went there first, and we got absolutely blottoed. And then we went and found a B&B, and we went and put our stuff in a B&B, and then we went back out drinking. The following morning, we decided to go to Fat Willie Surf Shack and rent a board each and a wetsuit, and we was both completely pissed off our head. We had no sleep. We was absolutely rat-arsed. And we ended up going down onto the beach, giving it all the big one, as you do, going, yeah, fuck it. Loads of bravado, because we've had a drink and we're from Essex, and we go, fuck it, let's go show these nookie twats how it's done. Anyway, sitting on a board, paddling out, turned round, and we couldn't catch a wave. And we're thinking to ourselves, how the fucking, why ain't it working? You know, we had got no idea how to surf, by the way. We just pissed, so we thought we did. All these kids, 5-year-olds, in the same level as us, far out, all fucking catching a wave and surfing. And we're going, what the fuck? You know, maybe we're not out far enough. Maybe we need to go and catch a bit of a bigger wave, a bit further out. So we paddled out a bit more. Anyway, long story short, we ended up almost 1.5 miles out at sea. Okay, in Fiscal Bay.
Fistral, yeah.
Fistral. We ended out because Fistral Bay is like a U shape, and we ended up past the cliffs out into the sea, right? So at which point my mate fucking got cramp in his leg, right? So fucking hell. So I took the strap off my ankle. I gave him the strap, and I'm like, look, don't worry, hold on to that. I'll paddle us back in. Being that far out, there comes the fucking waves, end up knocking me off my boards, and I'm lucky I got back up to the surface, to be honest. Got back up, got on my board. At this point, my arse is falling out, right? As you can imagine, I'm pissed out in my head. But, you know, big brave fucking Dan out there, 1.5 miles out in fucking ocean, arsehole falling out. And there's me going, I'm fucking dying, help me. Anyway, we see the lifeguards coming out from the beach, okay? And they're coming out, fucking paddling out to us. Then all of a sudden they stopped and turned around. I thought, fuck, they haven't seen us. What are we going to do? They haven't fucking said we're going to die. I'm saying to my mate, we're going to fucking die. Next thing, this lifeboat comes round the side of the bay, right, around the side of the cliffs. Yeah. And we're thinking, fuck, we're saved. Then it turns around and fucks off. At this point, I'm really thinking, right? I'm thinking, we've had it here. We're fucking dead. The next thing I know is a big fucking Sea King helicopter, wasn't there? But oh fuck me, helicopter come and picked us up. Fuck you know, that was embarrassing. But that was the first and last time I went to Newquay.
The last time I surfed, well, I can get up on a board and ride in, but that's about it. But I was out there one Sunday, and the first thing I heard was this big Australian voice over the tannoy with that guy, please get out the competition area.
It wasn't Josie, was it?
You'll be surprised how many idiots get out there on boards, mate. And we used to see them every day. We bought one or two in on the fishing boat once.
I honestly thought I was going to die out there, and I don't mind admitting that either.
It's cold when you're out there, isn't it?
If the stories, man, anybody listening to this, next time they are in LA, they're fucking fundraiser, they'll be like, sod that.
Who's up, bar me?
Dan, I got something for your birthday, mate, on the site.
Oh, 1 sec. I'm just ordering some food.
I get a priority.
I've got loads of quirky stuff in. It just matches what you need to have in your place.
Well, I got asked, Dan, when you did go surfing,
I dare ask.
Did you have the
He's
zip?
got lots of kinky things in his place. Well, he has.
Sorry, Roger.
When you got your wetsuit on, did you have the zip up the back or the front?
Do you know what? I can't remember. Genuinely can't remember.
He probably had it at the side, knowing him.
Yeah, I was walking like this because I had it on sideways.
Exactly.
I think it was at the front. I think, but I can't remember.
It should have been at the back. We used to stand there for hours saying newbie, 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 all because they got the wetsuits on the wrong way round.
Right. Sorry, I've just ordered some food, so right, just wait for that to turn up now. Anyway, sorry, Tina. So what did you say, dear?
I'm sending you.
Sue the bastards. Lovely.
We put it on by your equipment when the police turn up next time. And if they take it, I'll bust their fingers.
Oh, I love it. I'll tell you what, they won't be taking anything. They'll be getting my helmet round their heads.
Which one?
I'm talking about this one.
Your favourite one?
My big black one. Yeah.
I should get one of the hats to go with my t-shirt.
No, we all like the big black one.
Can I ask?
Oh, sorry, Roger.
I like that, Sonic. It's a nice t-shirt. That.
Dan.
Yeah, I noticed it earlier.
Yes, Tina.
Have you looked at the site lately?
No, I haven't. I can,
There's a
however,
lot
because
more
it's
stuff, there's a lot more stuff up there. There's a lot more to go up. But I want to ask your viewers a question. If there's any particular subject that's missing up there that they think should go up, put some recommendations in.
right. I'm going to put. I'll chuck the link back in the description, in the comments rather. So anybody that wants to take a look at Tina's website, remember, if you need any help with anything that it states on there, it shows you what kind of things Tina can do to help you
Unless
with.
it's Harry.
Although the information may not yet be up on the site, there would be reference to what she can help you with while she's putting the site together. So go and have a look at the website. I've just posted it in the comments. Have a look. If there's anything on there that you think should be on there that isn't, then get in touch with Tina through the contact page and let her know. And if it's something that she feels should be on there that she's overlooked, maybe, then I'm sure she'll put it on there without an issue. Is that right, Tina?
Yeah,
So I don't mean to speak for you, by the way. I don't mean to speak for you.
It's just that I might not get everybody's ideas of what's going on in their particular part of the UK. So it's trying to get people to understand there's a lot of stuff to go through. I've got quite a bit up there. The latest thing going up tomorrow is lasting power of attorney. Do you know about that?
Yeah, this is what we spoke about last time we spoke, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going up.
Yeah.
We can't produce the documents because they're copyrighted. So what we're doing is putting a link in for you to download the lasting power of attorney, protecting loved ones with mental health, autism, the elderly, because in 2019, the CQC in nursing homes put an order in that all residents in nursing homes must have an LPA. That gives them the right to make them take medication they don't want to take, the food they feed them, the health they give them. So it's about family getting it first before the government does. So you've got control over their finances.
Thank you, Dan.
Lucifer's waiting, Dan.
I went up and made a coffee and a peep, and he just realised I'm here.
Lucifer.
Tina,
Yes.
are you in Devon?
Yes, I am. City of
You in-
Exeter. If anybody wants to pop and knock on my door, I'll say boo. So,
Where do you live? I live in St. Thomas.
huh?
I live in St. Thomas.
What, in Exeter?
Yeah.
Oh, that was my old stomping ground. I actually managed to escape from my family, went the other side of the river, now I'm too far to go back.
Lucifer, it weren't you phoning up saying she's a MILF, was it?
No, it wasn't. No.
Texas bad.
We do GP.
Sorry, Lucifer, again?
We do GP doctors.
Yes.
Oh, good. I'll be contacting you tomorrow.
Any government agency that includes NHS, dentists, doctors, hospitals, you name it.
I'll give you a short version. I had a 2-hour phone call 2 weeks ago. She then said she would contact my doctor. My doctor contacted me on the Friday to make an appointment for me. I went down on the Monday. He didn't see me. He didn't show.
But the doctor didn't show.
No.
Well, he's in breach of his contract.
And I haven't seen him in just over 2 years now.
It's in breach of his. If a doctor fails to either see you or fails to turn up for work, they're in breach of their contract. The GP service was set up in the 1940s and 50s. They are the first point of call before you go to a specialist. Or hospital.
Right.
So they have a contract. They must see their patients.
I then got home really annoyed. I think I broke my hand because I punched their sliding doors. Because I got mental health problems.
Right.
I did a CCTV camera thing for them.
Yeah.
They said they haven't got CCTV cameras.
Really?
I went on to Google and had a look on Google Maps, and they've got 2 CCTV cameras outside the front doors.
Yep.
But they've lied to me.
Of course, they always do.
So I sent them another email on late Friday night this week and said, look, according to Google Maps, you're lying. Give me the information. You've got 10 days left.
Have they got a website?
Yes.
Putting a formal complaint on the website to the practice manager.
Yeah, but the practice manager sent me the email.
Oh, right. Have you got that email?
Yes.
Send it to me.
I'll send it tomorrow to you. I'll
no
use the website handle. All right, so
Yeah.
you know it's me. All right,
Right,
sweetheart.
on the website itself, if you look at it, there is a consent form. It's in the download help section. Download either PDF or Word. Then you sign the consent form, giving me permission to act as your advocate or personal representative, which I'm qualified to do. I won't go into that again. And basically, I can then write to them on your behalf.
Is that in your contacts?
Sorry?
Contact us. Is
It's
that
in
in
the
your
help
contact?
on my website. You'll see a help section. So I'm on it now. So you go to help. You'll
Yep.
see some help. So you've got home. So contact us, request advisor. So that says basically fill it in with your details.
Right.
And straight through to me, and that goes to my email. And then I can continue the request from there on.
Right, sweetheart. I'll do that
What
tomorrow.
I'll do is I'll respond by sending you a Word version of the consent form, giving me the rights to act as your advocate on your behalf.
All right, sweetheart.
Is that all right?
Thank you. Yep, that's fine.
No problem. Sorry, Dan. I'm going to shut up now.
That's all right. No, it's fine. Listen, if people want to ask you questions, I'm glad people are getting help. This is what the channel's about. You know, the live streams. That's what the live streams are for. We, you know, to get people, to give people a chance to talk and to give people a, you know, some help if we can offer it to them. And it's great to have, you know, yourself on here, Tina, because you've got a raft of experience in different areas, and there's a lot of people that are feeling depressed and low because of situations that are in, and these are things, you know, in some areas that you can help them fix, and that's great. And you know, the more help we can give people, the better, as far as I'm concerned. So by all means, if somebody wants to speak to you and I get pushed to the side and ignored, fuck it, I'll just sit here and fuck it off.
Dan, you're not needed.
I'll just give you the channel.
I'll have to chuck you up a bottle of your favourite poison when I send the stuff up. So,
Hey, DJ.
Which one?
Oh, sorry, Sonic. DJ Sonic. You've got blue headphones. I got orange ones.
What you could do, Dan, is set up a panel of people like Tina for one live and do the same as we're doing tonight. So literally the whole panel are involved in these groups that can help people.
Oh, I'd love to. Honestly, I'd love to be able to get to a point, you know, where I'm working with different people. I mean, during like the normal videos, I'd love to be able to work in with certain solicitors or legal professionals that I can offer help through. And when it comes to the live streams are about so much more than just what the videos are about on the channel.
Yeah.
So if we can get people on that are, you know, that are trained in mental health, because I'm not trained. All I do is I listen to people. Do you know what I mean? And even that makes
from experience.
And that makes a massive difference to a lot of people. I can signpost them to other places, but I don't know all of the places to signpost them to. Plus, I don't want to signpost them to places that they go to and get no help from. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of places out there you can get sent to, and they go, "Oh, we'll put you on a waiting list." Well, that's no good. People need help now.
Yeah,
Do
you
know
might as well
what
go
I
on
mean?
the NHS list as do that.
Yeah, and this is why I'm quite happy to give my time where I can to people. You know, I've had calls with. I had a call with Scott the other night, hour and a half. I've had a call with Bryony, 4 hours rather. You know, I'll do that because people need somebody to speak to, and when the NHS and the professionals aren't able to do that for them, although I can't help them physically,
you listen.
Psychologically, I can help a lot by just letting them get stuff off their chest. But if I can offer people, if I can signpost people to places where I know they're going to get heard, where I know they're going to get help, I would love to be able to do that.
The best gift we can give in the world is our time.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%, 100%.
There's no doubt in that. Time is the most precious gift we have, and we don't share it enough with people. Just to have someone to talk to and just be on the end of a phone, on a computer, it is important. The only people that are going to resolve mental health problems are groups like this.
Yeah.
So
I just want to say good night to Psycho's missus.
Oh, you're going to bed?
Gonna go and get the bed warmed up.
Good night, love.
I'm normally up there by 9 o'clock in the week. So.
I'm fucking
bless.
slap.
It is getting late. Good night. Bye.
I just filled in the contact form, Tina.
I'm gonna have a cigarette before I go.
I just filled in the contact form on your site.
I'll be
Okay.
happy.
Thanks for joining us.
All right,
Thanks for
darling.
joining us, Psychos Missus.
Nice one, psychos.
No, the reason she's got that name is when I was a bad bugger years ago in the motorbikes and bike gangs and stuff, my nickname was Psycho.
Yeah.
I was the club enforcer.
I thought she's the enforcer, isn't she?
The real name is Heather. Josie calls me Heather.
Oh, okay, Heather.
Scottish name.
I prefer psychos personally, but you know.
I've got to be honest, I struggle with names because I see everybody as their username so much. When they tell me their real name, I get confused between usernames and real names. So I tend to put people as their username in my phone. So when somebody phones me, I might turn around and go, I don't know, bearded veteran was in my phone. If he phones, I go, hello, bearded veteran, rather than his name. Do you know what I mean? Because
how come you rang me twice on both of my phones, which have got different numbers, and asked if that was Marty Blackborough?
Because you really sound and look like blaggers, don't you?
Oh, yeah. But he rang me on my channel phone, first of all. And then he said, oh, I got the wrong number. And then he rang me on my other phone, on my personal one.
Oh, Daniel.
Just to go back to Lucifer, Dan, if I may.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
What you can do, Lucifer, is to go to your A&E and you tell them you cannot see a doctor. You've tried to meet with them and they failed to turn up. The A&E are now ringing the GP surgeries and threatening them with reporting them to the CQC. And people are reporting their doctors.
I've already reported it to the CQC.
If you go to A&E, they will force your doctor to see you. That's the first step. All right?
Yeah, I don't want to see him now, though. That's a problem.
You can always see, you don't have to see the doctor you don't like. You can see anybody in that practice. That's their policy.
Well, trouble is, see, I don't trust any of the practice now.
So if you want to change doctors, that might be a good start. There are some really good ones out in the area that do mental health.
I did try Heathertree Health Centre. I'm out of their district because I'm to the other side of the river.
Oh, yeah, you're on the opposite side. Yeah. Whenever I go that side to visit my family down St Thomas's, I get a headache. So
yeah, all my family are the other side of the river as well. So
I escaped when I was 15. Never looked back.
I was born in Beacon Heath, then moved to Rifford Road, then County Square, then I moved over to here when I got married, second time round.
Yeah, I love where I am now. The ridiculous side of where I am now. I live in a 2-bed mid-terraced house. Okay, I applied for a bungalow. Apparently, they don't have any. So I was like, oh, really? I found 5 that are boarded up in the area I'd like to go to. So you don't have any? No, we don't. So
I'm assuming that area is whipped in.
Well, I'm not going to say that.
But I know.
I'll tell you what, you talk about housing issues there. I remember when I was with my youngest boy's mum, and she had 4 children already, and we had 1 at the time. So there was 5 children, me and her living in a 2-bedroom masonette. Okay, so there was 3 boys and 2 girls. The 2 girls and the two older girls and 2 older boys had to sleep in bunk beds in one room.
Yep.
And Kai had to sleep in with us initially, and then we had Tyler a year later, and it was ridiculous. We shouldn't have been in there. Absolutely shouldn't have been in there with 6 children in a 2-bedroom masonette, and it was an upstairs one as well, so it was dangerous having the stairs down. I went to the council on a daily basis at one point, and I was going in there and sitting in there until somebody saw me. Nobody saw me, and I was going in there and sitting in there for God knows how long until somebody spoke to me. And it got to a point where I ended up looking for empty places, and we found a place, massive house, 3-bedroom house. It was big though. It was an end terrace house. Oh, sorry, end semi-detached house with a massive plot of land, front, side, and back. And apparently the guy that was living there, his wife had died. He had gone into like a mental care home.
Yeah.
So the house wasn't being lived in. So I had to go back to the council because I had to do the work. Council would do fuck all. I keep looking over here when the camera's here. I had to do fuck all. The council done fuck all for us. Wouldn't help us at all. I had to go and find an empty property or a property that wasn't being lived in, and then I had to go to the council and say to them, "Look, I found somewhere." And it shouldn't be like that. The council should be on top of these things. When a property comes available, they know it's available. They know when somebody's not living in there, unless they don't tell the council, obviously, then that's a different story. But they have properties on their books. They've always got properties on their books. When they turn around and say we've got nowhere, it's bullshit. They've always got property on their books. They say we haven't got anywhere, generally because they're going to give it to somebody else. So you've got to, unfortunately, you as the person needing a property are the one that has to do some of the work. And it's wrong. It shouldn't be like that, but we do. We go and find somewhere that nobody's living in, ask around, speak to neighbours in areas that you like, and if you find somewhere, then go to the council. Once you go to the council and say, I found a place that is suitable, they can't really turn around and say, no, you can't have it. As long as it's empty or it's not being lived in, and as long as it hasn't, for example, you're suitable for that property. And when I say suitable, I mean, if you're on your own and it's a 3-bedroom property, that's not suitable, okay, because you've got 2 spare rooms. But as long as it's suitable for your situation, then they can't really turn you down.
You can do that, but they refused. This is a family home. It's a 2-bedroom. It's a lovely place. It's in a nice, quiet area, great neighbours. So I turned and said, that's fine. So basically what the 2019, the Fitness for Human Habitation Act came in. Properties have to meet a standard, which includes overcrowding, disabled adaptations if you're disabled, the whole works, mold, decoration, breakdowns, everything. It's all covered by that. Oh, you've just gone to one camera.
Sorry, I just showed Mickey Mouse has just become a channel member, so I was just showing him. I've literally just put his name on as well, so his name is also on the thank you ticker running across the top of the screen. So I just wanted to show that and say thank you.
So under the Fitness for Human Habitation Act, they are supposed to provide properties to match the family. That's the law. You can't do overcrowding. Absolutely not. And they have to get things done. So I offered to move into a 2-bed bungalow because I have carers that stay over because I am disabled. So basically they said no. So I said, that's fine. So I called in the Disabilities Facilities Grant team. Now they've got to spend 30 grand putting in disabled adaptations. They did give me a stair lift, but it's so bloody slow. I'll pee myself before I get to the top.
Oh my God.
need a bit of NOS gas, I think.
Right, guys.
I just ask you something, Tina.
Go on.
No, I was just to ask, like, you know how, like, a lot of the laws are pretty much the same, but there's some laws up here that are different. When it comes to, like, the stuff that you know, when it comes to, like, England and Wales, like, what's your kind of your depth of knowledge when it comes to, like,
in homelessness, England and Wales is the same. We mirror, okay? So England and Wales is exactly the same laws. Scotland, however, are a law unto themselves. So, for instance, if you are a bit of a shit and you don't pay your rent and you get kicked out, they've still got to give you another property. So they cannot leave you homeless on the streets. So anyone can go to Scotland and claim priority. Oh, I'm homeless. They got to find them somewhere. Even if they find what's called intentionality, and we're not going to rehouse you, they have to because they made the stupid law. So you can't actually be homeless.
Well, thank you, Mickey. Thank you, Mickey. Much appreciated.
If that makes sense.
But sorry, guys. I just want to jump in for a minute and just say we've got Impulse Tuner LLFP, who said he's one of the truckers in Ottawa. So yeah, I just want to say. I just want to say big up to you guys out there, fighting hard. I know it's hard. I know you're going through an awful lot of shit at the moment, but trust me, you've got a lot of support over here. I know it doesn't mean much to you, physically, but you've got a lot of support from the UK. I can assure you of that.
Yeah, man.
Definitely.
Keep fighting.
Fuck the system.
So, what else did you want to ask?
Fuck Trudeau. Sorry, but exactly.
No, he's not my type.
Well, he's not mine either, but hey.
Was there anything else?
Still an arsehole.
No, that was all. That was all. Thanks. It was just like, so I wasn't sure because I know some of the things are different up here. Like you said, Scotland's pretty much like separate.
The right to repair, the laws around the fitness for human habitation, that's all the same, but their homelessness is slightly different.
Yeah, it's good to know because especially know what it's like up here, fucking living with that cow stud, fucking Nazi bitch. And I will say that live on here, by the way, she is a Nazi bitch. Because I know somebody got into trouble. Apparently, they got arrested and they tried to jail them. I don't know if they got.
Who are you talking about, Jimmy Cranky? You talking about wee Jimmy Cranky?
Wee Cranky.
Yeah.
Aye. Fucking
No,
somebody got
Yeah,
arrested.
she's a white salty mare, isn't she?
I call her fish face because she's got a name, so she's fish face.
Wee fish lips. Somebody got, it was a while ago now, but somebody got arrested for fucking sending her an email calling her a Nazi. I do it all the time on Facebook, for fuck's sake, man. I post pictures there wearing a Nazi uniform, you know what I mean? The amount of times I get kicked off Facebook for that shit, but I come straight back. When I'm allowed back on it, I just post the same pictures and I put the quote, you know what I mean? Freedom of speech. The freedom of expression, regardless of frontiers. Fuck them.
It is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. The laws do apply to all 4 countries except for the homeless legislation, which they changed because of a fish face about 12 years ago now. So she's created havoc in Scotland because anybody can turn up and ask for accommodation.
Oh, I hate the bitch, man. So if she's watching, any of her cronies are watching, especially Hum's,
You think she'd be watching this channel? Okay.
You'll have to excuse.
Everybody look for excuses.
You'll have to excuse my language, but Hums is a cunt.
He is a cunt.
Yes, he is.
That's a compliment.
Oh, he's a bad one though, not a good one.
But he's a racist piece of shit, man.
I apologise for that language, but that piece of shit, as you say, he's wound me up in the past.
I fucking despise that.
That hate bill is ridiculous, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it is.
I mean, a while ago, I tried to bring out this law where, like, what was it? You're sitting in a dinner table in your own home, and whatever you say, if someone gets slightly offended, they can report it and, like, you can get arrested for that shit.
Yeah.
And your own fucking home, never mind freedom of speech in general, but in your own home, what the fuck, man? Talk about authoritarian bullshit.
Madness.
If any of these fuckers are watching, end of the day, Scotland is still part of the United Kingdom, which I'm fucking proud of, by the way, to be British. So fuck you, fuck your end of ref. Ain't gonna happen. You lost it. Once in a lifetime opportunity. Never happened. Fuck you, Sturgeon. See that? Fuck you. Fuck the SNP. That's my rant over.
There is.
Would you like a good Scottish rant?
Oh, fuck.
Impulse tuna. Listen, man, what's happening up there at the moment? Let us know in the comments. How's it going? I know, as I say, I know things are difficult at the moment. I know you're fighting hard, but tell us what's happening at the moment. We've seen some pretty sickening images on the news, or not on the news actually, because the news decides not to televise it because they don't want people here getting the same idea. But we do have people out there that are sharing stuff.
The only time the media have turned up in Ottawa is when the police are going to organise an arrest.
Yeah. I do know. I have seen some images and some videos of people have shared online of people turning up with cans of gas. Obviously, they've been told that anybody turning up will get arrested if they've got petrol, gas to help you guys. But I have seen videos of streams of people walking down the streets with jerry cans full of gasoline.
They were getting fuel and taking it into the trucks. The police confiscated it all, and then they were forced to give it back, but they contaminated it.
Right.
See the truckers? That drive the big fucking petrol tankers, man. They should turn up with them, help them out. Fuck
Impulse. Can you
towed away anything we couldn't get out? Towed away anything we couldn't get out. Around 25 to 30 tractors, which is your wagons in it, were taken. That is absolutely sickening. Absolutely sick. And that
Wow.
You know, I'm not being funny. That Trudeau, you know, people will say will have a go at me for this, but that cunt is on the way to being a fucking second Hitler.
Well, I agree.
Oh man, he's one of his plans for the fucking World Economic Forum.
But according to the one I watch, a lot of the normal Canadians now, not the truckers or anybody that are against the mandates, are saying stuff Trudeau because of the way he's handled this.
Mm. Yep.
I will do. Impulse. He says check his YouTube channel. Not trying to promote, but I've
He's
got
been
every
getting lessons from a surgeon for how to operate, obviously.
Can one of the mods get a link and put it up in the chat?
Listen, Impulse. I'll see if one of the mods can go to your channel and get a link and stick it in the chat for us. But by all means, you're welcome to come on if you can. If you hit the link at the top, the pinned link, the StreamYard. If you want to come on and talk to us, you're more than welcome. I'll have to kick one of these guys off, unfortunately, but you are more than welcome to come on if you pop up in the back office of StreamYard, dear.
If you want to come in, Dan, you can kick me anytime, mate.
And me too, if you want to.
No, you stay there, Tina. You could be useful.
Yeah, the guy might have had his rig taken away. He might be homeless.
Well, I think in Canada, if you have a lorry, you're living quarters as well.
While I'm waiting, guys, sorry to interrupt you, Tina. While I'm waiting to see if he pops up in the back office, I'm just going to go and have a leak. So I shall be back in just a moment.
There you go.
Hands off with 5-knuckle shuffle.
Oh my goodness me.
At least I did it politely.
Right, say, man, if he's like the guy
he's off to see his friend.
I'm not watching this on YouTube right now. I'm just like on the group screen. If there's somehow we can get Dan to like maybe post a link in the private chat, then that way I can back on and save it and watch it, and then that way I can like subscribe myself. You know.
Yeah.
So I'm not on like watching it on YouTube at the moment. I'm just watching it on the actual like this chat thing. What's it called?
It's an important thing for all of us because democracy is being taken away across the world, and it's about time the people stood up.
Of course.
That's what I'm saying. It's like that Trudeau. He's a piece of shit as well. He's another one that he's Davos. Davos, I think they're called.
Yeah.
He's another one of that lot.
But it's like what Macron's trying to do now, isn't it? With the French as well, about like freezing bank accounts and all of that, with protests going on in France about what's going on in Canada. It's ridiculous.
Well, they've all got elections coming up this year, so Macron's up for election in April. I don't think he's going to get in.
Macron's got no chance to get him back in.
I hope he gets kicked to fuck it up.
They're not going to get
that's
back
his why. That's his real reason why, like up here with Sturgeon, he's constantly pushing for indie ref. Luckily, I'm the Scottish borders, right? So I'm pretty much getting English TV. So I'm thankful for that. I always have to put up with her fucking ugly mug on the telly every fucking like half an hour or some shit.
She tells the world that 95% of Scottish people want to go back to the EU.
There the fuck. She's talking for the whole arse. She's talking absolute shit.
95% of Scottish people are jocks.
That's the problem with us, apparently. According to England, Ed Longshanks, anyway. The trouble with Scotland is for Scots. But that's the reason, like Sturgeon, I was saying, she wants to, she keeps pushing for an indie ref. You know, she wants us back into the EU. And that way she can then try and drag us in as part of that lot. So
she'll never get in.
Which is part of the whole Davos bullshit, you know.
Yeah, our debts are too high. She'll never get in.
Fuck. Never voted for the bastards, never will. You know what? Fucking bring on UKIP or even Reform Party, whatever. You know,
well, especially with what they've come out with in regards to how much Ireland are paying to stay in the EU. I mean, there's no way Scotland are going to be doing that now. If they want that, no way.
Did anybody see the television show 2 days ago with the von der Leyen talking to the EU parliamentarians about what the British now need to do?
Oh, they can fuck right off. What we need to do is what they need to bloody well do.
It was very interesting. Apparently we're stupid. Apparently we didn't know
what... Of course we are.
So she's now demanding that all British people go and ask the government for a second referendum to return to the EU because we're stupid.
Yeah,
she's asking for
She's asking for the second referendum on the Northern Ireland Protocol.
And England to go back in. She wants us back in the EU.
Well, that's why Labour and the others are joining up, getting a coalition because they want to go back in.
Well, they're trying to sack Starmer. They're trying to sack Starmer at the minute. The Labour Party. They want him out.
Yeah.
Guys, I just want to respond to a couple of comments, if you don't mind. Impulse set up said, don't watch mainstream media. Canadians trust rebel news. One of the things you'll find about this channel, Impulse setup, Impulse Tuner, it may not be the kind of thing that you would normally watch because we deal with the UK police and public officials. However, one thing you'll find most people on this channel agree with is that the mainstream media is a pile of shit. Okay, and very, very few people on here will even watch it. I don't even watch TV anymore because it's so full of propaganda. I also want to say, Sasha Blue, nice to see you looking better. I hope you and the dogs are okay. Sasha, I don't know if you've watched the channel recently. I'm presuming you haven't. And that's not an issue. But I had several strokes last year, and I had to, unfortunately, I had to give the dogs up because I couldn't look after them because of the weakness that I've been left with. It's not bad enough to be paralysed or to fall over if I stand up, but it's bad enough for me not to be able to manage the two dogs on leads, and it wasn't fair on them. So I had to, unfortunately, let them go to another home where somebody could look after them properly. But I just wanted to let you know. Obviously, you've asked about the dog, so I'm presuming you haven't been on here for a while.
He's got a lovely cat now, though.
I did have. I think the fucker's been blown away because he's not here and he's normally in here. I don't know where he is.
Probably in your bedroom somewhere.
He's not. No, he's not. He's not. Hey, Heather, where's mine? Where's my kiss?
I muted it so you didn't hear the slurping sounds.
Who wants a big fat one? Dan.
Dan does.
Where's mine? Right there. Thank you.
You'll be kissing the whole channel in a minute, Heather.
They are, Sasha. They are, as far as I'm aware, that I took them back to the centre that I got them from, and told them that I wanted them to be home together. They didn't. When I got them, they weren't together. I got them separately, but they've got so used to each other. I had to make sure that they've gone somewhere together, and they've promised me that they've gone to a home together. So I'm glad about that. So, as I say, it wasn't fair on them, me not being able to look after them properly. And as hard as it was, and it was hard, I can assure you of that. Fucking broke my heart, that did. But I couldn't give them the quality of life they deserved, so I had to do what was right for them. But such is life, you know. It's my fault for being fat bastard and having a stroke, I suppose.
That's why it was hard, Dan, because you kept on having a stroke.
That's why I tell you every time you go for a pass, it's only 2 shakes this time.
Yeah, having another stroke.
Oh my goodness me!
Yeah, Glendor, I doubt you're wrong there. Smudge is probably in a neighbour's house at the moment, tucked up on their sofa. The fucking ungrateful bastards.
Oh, you can't see mine. She's asleep down here.
Bless. So anyway, guys, the lines are still open. If anybody wants to phone in, I've still got just over half a bottle of brandy to go, so I'm going to be on for a while longer.
Oh my goodness me!
So we'd expect to find you on the bathroom floor at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon again. Then
you're going to forget it. You're going to run it.
Hopefully, you won't have us delivering your shopping the next day.
Roger, you're wrong. You'll
to be
find
honest,
him about 2 doors down with his girlfriend tomorrow.
To be honest,
sleep on the bench.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
To be honest, that means I've got to have more brandy than Coke for the next few drinks. Otherwise,
I'm honest, mate.
I'm going to run out of Coke.
The last time you were on, man, and you ran out of Coke, and you just started.
You should have asked them to provide you some when you have your food delivered.
I should have done, but I haven't. I remember Sonic. I remember I ran out of coke, didn't I? And I was on the straight brandy for a while.
Yeah.
See, I'm
I
honest, mate.
think-
I'm going to be honest, mate. That was the best stream I've ever watched. That was hilarious, man.
I think that's why I ended up on the floor in the bathroom. But do you know what? I was safe. I was safe. I was here on my own. I didn't fall asleep on the toilet floor in a club and get bummed. So, you know, everything was good.
Oh,
It makes a change then.
What? What are you saying there for?
Well, you said you want the...
just getting visuals. It's just oh my god.
Dan,
I've told
can I change the subject just very slightly?
You want to change the subject from my bum to something
Very
else?
slightly, yeah.
Okay.
Well, if we draw a line down the middle of your head, it wouldn't look much different whichever way up you are, would it?
Do you know what I was going to ask him, Roger? I was going to ask him if he's broken his pink Fiat 500 yet.
Should I do it with a Sharpie? Should I do it with a Sharpie, Rob?
You know it's Lucifer if he mentions a pink Fiat 500.
Fiat 500, as long as it's pink.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate fucking cars, man. They're ugly as fuck. I'll drive a Nissan fucking say something.
Right, I responded to the email sent to the website, and I'll catch up with the people tomorrow. Is that all right?
Okay. You're an absolute
Nice
superstar.
one.
So no, thank you.
Lucifer, send yours in tomorrow, and I'll respond straight away with what we can do.
I got the request form ready for you, so I'm just going to fill it in when I'm off.
No worries. It all comes through a particular website because it's secure. So
Yeah, that's fine.
I got a couple of web gurus on it who are pretty good at hiding shit. So
I'll even put my proper email down.
yeah, no problem. You'll get mine as well.
I've even put my proper email down.
Yeah, I got 5 emails.
When you come through the site and you make initial contact, sharing private email stays through the website. It's protected.
Yeah,
so I got quite a few people that are real tech heads and they know what they're doing. They're running the website for me in the background so nobody can get through. It's all private information. So Crinkle is what?
Yeah, Crinkle is talking about
Crinkle's talking shit. What's he talking about? I really don't want to have to go over there and fucking...
His dating life, maybe?
Don't ask his 5 subscribers.
I'm also going to give out on the website, there'll be a Skype set up through the IAN, which is the Independent Advice Network. And that's going to be one-to-one as well. If people want to see what it looked like and ask questions for me. So they'll be able to do video calls as well if that makes them feel more comfortable.
Cool.
So that's going up as well. So the list I told you about, Dan, if any of your members have got sites they want me to promote, if they're doing different bits and pieces for other people, not for themselves, I'm not going to put up video sites if they don't have anything to do with the public. So anyone who's helping anybody and they have a particular website, send me the link and it's going up on our site with a massive link of services.
Well, I know somebody who is... I know somebody who is going to start doing a YouTube channel regarding case law.
Okay,
and what he's going to do is he's going to get the case law and he's going to read through. He's going to simplify it, and literally do very short videos, but to simplify what case law is out there. So if anybody finds himself in a certain situation, although it's not legal advice, they can refer back to certain case law regarding that. So that's something that would be really, I think, helpful for people.
Yeah, there's going to be a particular section which says website connections. Okay, so
Right.
it has to be somewhat, you have to help other people in what you're doing. That's the purpose of our website. But I'm willing to promote anyone's site that needs it. So
Okay, am I on there?
right at the very top, Dan, as the one site you need to go to for knowledge on the police. So yes, you're at the top, mate. So don't worry. But the page will have other documents, so that's going up. I've still got another 4,000 pages to put up yet, so I'm working hard. So
Is that it?
oh yeah, at the moment. That's just the start of it. So there's still a lot more to go up. There's a lot of laws that have got to go up. I've sent some stuff to you as well, Dan. Did you get the contracts for the DWP?
On Skype, was it? Oh yeah, I see. I've got 2 messages here from you. One about the cards as well.
Yes.
By the 7th of March. Yeah. Okay. I will go through.
Then we'll have a chat, and then I can get the delivery sent up because I got some other bits to send you, the cameras and stuff, spares, and I've got some phones coming in shortly, but I have to go on another assignment. I got some spare Samsung phones coming in.
No problem at all. I'm not in any rush. I'm not in any rush for anything at all at the moment. Yeah, well, you know, I take things as they happen, as they come. So,
mate, it's all freebie. So I'm going to have a lot of parcels coming in the next 2 weeks. So luckily, I got a big office to stick it in.
Do you know what, Sasha Blue? Time has flown. She says it seems longer than 3 years since she found good friends and connections. I'm hoping you mean. I hope you mean on this channel. Do you know what?
She does.
We was talking earlier, or somebody mentioned something earlier, and one of the things that I've tried to make sure is that we don't attract the kind of people we don't want. And what I mean by that, Sasha, is
like me.
Many channels, they attract people who are similar to them, and many channels are bitchy. Okay, so they sit there and they bitch at other people, or they bitch about other people, and they attract other bitchy people. And we try not to do that. I will call people out when they need calling out, but I won't sit here and call people out for the sake of it. And we try and keep things on track. And that means that we tend to attract people that are similar to that. And most of the people in what I call the core community are the kind of people that anybody would want in their corner, helping them out and fighting for them. So yeah, I'm really proud of the community that we've built on this channel. And again, it's not down to me; it's down to you guys. You invite the right people. You invite people in that you know and you trust. And you know what? By you doing that, you've helped the channel grow, and you've helped the community stay strong. So I've got to toast you guys for helping so much on this channel. And 3 years today.
Well, you've only got to look at how many subs have gone up and since you came back on, mate.
Cheers,
I mean,
Pat.
can't you say something about just you're saying there about like the haters and all that shit? I get
so.
Obviously,
You're breaking up a bit, DJ. Sonic, you're breaking up a bit, mate.
Sorry, is that better?
Talk a bit more, and we'll see.
I heard it.
Yeah, go on.
I'm just saying there, I get where you're coming from, like, you don't want haters and stuff, but obviously you're going to get some people that are like,
of course you don't want haters.
No, but you don't want haters and all that shit, right? But see the ones that are coming on and they're shouting shit on the channel and comments and stuff, you've got to see at the end of the day, they're the ones that they're still viewing the channel in order to leave the comments, and that's still adding to the views, you know? So even if you don't like them and they're doing shit, it's still boosting this guy's algorithm, you know? Yeah. So fucking more for let them do it. At least review them, and then if you want to delete the comments, but they're still, help them in it, the comments and with the view buttons, basically. I mean,
you'll find a lot of them are they've got bigger balls when they leave comments on my pre-recorded videos rather than live streams. And live streams, it's rare that they come on and start being dicks because they know that the community is going to pound it into the ground. Do you know what I mean? But they're happy to leave comments on my videos that like my weekly videos. They're happy to jump on and leave comments on that. I mean, I always leave the comments up. If you've been around long enough, you'll know that I do not delete comments. Sometimes comments go into my there's a section on YouTube where I have to authorize comments, review.
Yeah.
If they go into there, I will go through them, and if there's comments in there from people that I know, then I'll let them through. If there's comments in the for review folder from people that are knobheads, I just don't approve it. If your comment goes through and ends up on the channel, I leave it. If it goes through into the for review folder, I leave it. You know what I mean? There's no point in me wasting my time clicking on it and approving it because I can't be asked. But yeah, I try and, or I don't try, I do. I leave every comment that comes in, I leave it where it is. Okay, and it's as simple as that. And people make knobs of themselves, and I leave it up. I've made a dick of myself sometimes. I've said things that have, I've said things that have turned out to be. I've said things that have turned, not very often, but I've said things that have turned out that I've needed to retract or I've needed to amend. I've done that. I don't care. Do you know?
I
If
had
I
to
say something, I
apologise to
stand.
bloody YouTube.
I stand by everything that I say on this channel. Absolutely everything that I say that gets put out on this channel, I stand by it, which is why I never take videos down. I never take comments down. If I do make a mistake, I apologise. But I leave that up so that people can see that I've made a mistake and they can see that I've apologised for it. Because I think it's important not to hide, fuck up, because we're all human. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yep.
Perfect.
But
Like, I
there's
did it when
people
I
out
had a
there
go
that,
at YouTube about all the disappearing likes and views and that on the channel.
Yeah.
But that was before I realised what they class as a toxic view. You know, if they don't watch the video the whole way through, then they'll delete that view and they'll also delete the thumbs up for it as well.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I accuse
Even today, Roger, video I put up a video I put up on my second channel today. I had a notification that I had 4 comments on there. I went on there. There was 1 comment on there.
If you press view, it's
tried it. I've tried everything. I tried refreshing the page, Control F5. I tried closing the page and reloading it. And I went in and I checked the comments for review. There was nothing in there. There was 1 comment showing, but it said I had 4.
well, I find a lot of mine they chuck them in the bin in the dashboard.
Yeah, no, there was nothing in there. I always check that.
Yeah, they hide them everywhere, mate. I've found about 5-6 different places on my channel where they hide them.
Just check down. It says if you've got 5 comments on them now.
That is
There you go. DJ, Sonic, can you answer that question on the screen?
Can someone please tell me who Fish Face is and what Jimmy can't do? I'll try my best.
Oh my God!
Brilliant question. I'll try my best to answer it. Right, Fish Face, it's the flank term we call Nicola Sturgeon, who is the first minister here in Scotland, which is the equivalent to the English Prime Minister. So we call her Fish Face. There's a slang term, it's a derogatory term if you like. And Jimmy Cranky, back in was it the 80s, I think it was?
Yeah.
Called the Cranky. And there's a little female called Jeanette Cranky. She was a partner. She was short in stature, but she was a partner of the guy. I can't remember his name on it. But he played a little boy who wore a little red cap. And the character was called Jimmy Cranky. And I'm sure if you do a Google, you Google it, I'm pretty sure you'll see a lot of comparisons between Nicola Sturgeon and Jimmy Cranky, the character. It's hilarious. It's fucking funny.
Yes,
they first appeared on Crackerjack, if I remember rightly.
It's right.
A bit before my time, but I remember.
Everybody's before my time. What's up with
you?
Roger.
Aye, and just for the purpose of the question, that's what Fandappy Doozy.
Yeah. With the little cap in it, the school cap.
Yeah, school cap.
Yep.
Remember that? She looks like him as well.
Now, lemonade round the corner, chocolate.
I just want to say with it that Impulse Tuner has just said something which is really true, and I've never heard it put that way, but I agree. Is that we may not have won, but the world is awake. Nobody goes back to sleep when a burglar is in the house. And do you know what? That is a fabulous.
That sums up brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. I've never heard that way. Never heard of it said that way before. But I totally agree, and that's a great way of putting it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I heard it from another Canadian friend. It must be a saying over there. I don't know.
I think that there's probably the Scottish in them, that comes to that. The Americans are pretty much made up with the British, and a lot of the Scottish moved up like further north in Canada. Hence the kind of twang they've got in their accent. A boot. I think they get that for us.
It's where they are in Nova Scotia. It's a lot of Scots, isn't there?
Yeah, Nova Scotia basically means
Yeah.
There's a big
New
Celtic
Scotland, isn't it? Yeah.
sort of area up there.
Okay. The news of Brutus.
Right.
Right, guys. Sorry.
Oh, go on, sorry. No, go on.
I'm going to have to go. I'm going to have to shut down for the night. It's been great chatting to you guys and listening to the chat, the texting, and the other people that are there. All the people.
Thanks for the advice as well.
No problem at all. I'm going to have to go and light a load of candles, come a practicing Buddhist, and all the fucking and blind that I've done tonight. I was going to the cathedral.
Well, I am a Buddhist, so yeah.
Otherwise,
Don't
Tina,
worry
you're
about it.
always welcome on the channel. Always welcome on the channel, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that have the same sentiment. Considering the fact that you've got so much to offer to help people, so you're always welcome here.
Thanks very much, everybody. Peace and blessings to all, and I will respond to all the emails as they come in. So don't worry, I'm on top of it. Catch you later, guys. Thanks very much.
Tina.
Bye. Hello, Arthur. My apologies for keeping you waiting. He's gone to sleep.
I'm here. I was.
Oh, is it?
I was looking on her website. Actually, I was looking at stuff on her website.
Give me a few more months when I've got some as I'm back and I'm putting more videos out every week. I've had a year off, obviously, but as I'm back now, give me a month or two and I'll be able to afford to pay for StreamYard and get up to 10 people on, so I don't have to keep people waiting in the background. So I apologise for keeping you waiting.
Waiting to come in. I don't mind jumping back out again.
No, there's nobody waiting now. It's all good. That's why I've let you in. You was the only person waiting, but I don't like leaving people sat in there if I can help it. And as I say, I'm only allowed 6 people on at the moment with the free version of StreamYard that I use.
Yeah. Heard you say earlier you're into crypto. You pulled it all out. What crypto were you into?
To be honest, I've got at the moment, I've got Shiba, I've got Bitcoin, I've got Ethereum, I've got Doge, some people call it. So at the moment, I'm sitting on all that at the moment. I used to trade it. I used to work with a company, and we used to teach people how to trade based on the signals and Bollinger Bands mainly. Which obviously can be used for any trading, but we dealt with crypto because of the volatility makes the profits so much more.
Why did you jump out of that and start doing this?
I started doing this by accident, really, this channel, and it just took up so much of my time. I forgot about the money sitting in the exchanges, and I've got crypto in Poloniex. What's the other ones? Let me open it up. Let me have a look. I've got, where is it? Bittrex, Yobit, Binance, KuCoin.
Got plenty. You don't have to list them all off. There's so many. Every single coin you need 3 different wallets for. You know?
Yeah, but I leave everything in exchanges because I do go in now and again, and I'll put a trade on. Yeah,
Drop an EMP on the word and you'd be fucked, wouldn't you?
I mean, that's what will fuck us all eventually. EMP, but when it gets to an EMP stage, I mean, they're ruining more than cryptocurrency. You know, they're going to take us back hundreds of years with the EMP.
Yeah, anybody that uses EMP is going to fuck themselves as well, basically. So nobody really wants to use anything like that. But eventually, I think
as well. You're mining at some point.
I used to, but I just don't have the computing power anymore for it. So I don't.
Fair play.
And well, in regards to the channel, a lot of us going to say it's the best accident you've ever made. And speaking of accidents, I'll take this cue to go to the toilet before I have an accident myself. So I'll be a few minutes.
Your subs have gone up to 33.8 now. That was 33.7 this evening.
The what? Sorry, Roger.
You got 33.8 subs, K subs. Earlier on, it was on 37. 33.7.
33.7. Oh, that's cool.
But you're on 33.8 now.
Nice. Although saying that, it shows it as 100. So I could be on 33,770, and it will still show it as 33,700, and it waits until it goes over the 800 before it shows it as 800. So
well, it's over the 800 then because it's on 8K now. 33.8.
That's good. I'm glad we're getting more people on board as well. Again, you know, the more people, you know, it's not just about, as I've said before, right? This is not about me, and I've showed you the earnings the channel makes earlier. It's not about money that I make, because I make fucking pittance.
We've
£5
never
per
doubted
video.
that, mate. We've never doubted it.
No, I know that. But if you think about the amount of time I spend each day on doing the videos, you know, as a Chinese kid making shoes for Nike earns more than I do.
Yeah.
You know.
I use basic editor.
Maybe the legal
Windows
ones,
10.
maybe the kids that the Nike factory have got, maybe those kids earn more than you, but the ones that knock out the knockoff Nikes, mate, they probably don't get more than you.
Oh no, not the knockoff ones. No.
But the kids in the factory of the official Nike company, they probably make more than you.
Yeah, just about, just a little bit. You know, but again, it's not about that. It's about, oh, my food's here. Give me a second.
Goodness me! I mean, how long did they take? Wow.
It was some time, wasn't it? How much did you order? Roughly.
Must be a 5-course meal, you know.
He ordered it from
like
fucking
going back
China.
to the old days when President Trump used to come on and order stuff without him knowing, and it would just turn up on a live stream.
No one.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was mad, wasn't it, when that used to happen?
No one trolled his Alexa now.
Oh, I think Matt's having a laugh for 99p.
I was going to say, we got those speakers close to Alexa so we can talk to her.
Oh, better not. Otherwise, someone might try to do an IP grab.
Oh, don't even give that idea.
The favourite one is ask them who they work for.
Asking Alexa who made Element 115. That's apparently a good one.
Oh, I won't have anything like that in this house.
Nah, Alexa's a dangerous man. It's just a way for the government to listen to you.
It's a monitoring device. They prove that even when they're turned off and inactive, they're listening.
Of course. We had that documentary on the TV a while ago, and they were listening to people having intimate relations and stuff. It's like, what the hell?
Oh, yeah. Sonic, you called that wrong.
I didn't get blown away.
Urge.
I found him.
Oh.
You know why you found him, Dan, don't you?
Yeah.
The food.
You heard the doorbell, didn't you? Went, fucking food's here. Hey, you all right, mate?
He knows food's coming.
Hello.
I'm not doing my fucking Scottish stereotype any favours, am I? I'm not an alky. I've just ran out of beer, right?
Mine's black coffee.
Mine's just fucking Jaeger and Red Bull.
I was going to
Product
drink,
placement.
but I ran out of Coke, so I was going to drink it on the rocks, and then I realised the ice dispenser's out of ice. So I was like, fuck.
Oh,
this program is sponsored by fuck you.
Hey, Arthur, if you run out of Coke, try weed.
Pardon?
If you
Sorry.
run out of Coke, try weed.
I just
I'm
got
already
down
smoking
like
the
it's
weed.
pussy.
Smudge, no, the other way round. Smudge just bit my nose.
He's probably trying to replicate the scratches you had on it last year, wasn't it?
Well, it was
Coconut lady.
It was a friction burn, that was.
Bollocks.
Treated vitamin. I got 2 of these cups.
That's what she said.
Oh.
No, I mean, that.
Oh, Smudge, I dropped a chip. You can have that.
That's what my wife calls me.
Big knob.
Grumpy.
Oh.
Grumpy. I've got your headband that says who you're calling Grumpy.
No, it's my cup. This is why it's called me grumpy.
So I've got a mug that's similar to that. It's just a plain red one with a picture of Grumpy on it. It says, "Who you calling Grumpy?" I will show you it, but it's not big enough to hold my fucking drink. So chin chin.
I just want to say this my food tonight is courtesy of Glindor. So thank you so much for your little help through PayPal. That's what's paid for my dinner tonight. Thank you.
Fucking product placement right enough then, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody's. You know what? These fuckers need to get in touch. 3 barrels, right? You need to get in touch.
Yeah,
and you
but
need
everyone over the age of 50 drinks 3 barrels, man.
you need to pay me for advertising for you.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
Advertising that.
I'm advertising first, all right?
Nothing there that I've eaten it.
Lucifer, give me 30 seconds. I can beat that.
Oh God!
no.
Hey, there might be children watching.
Hang
Be
on.
careful.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh fucking hell!
Look at faces, man. There's no alcohol in them.
Yeah, Lucifer, this is what my stepdaughter sent me.
Oh fuck! You frightened me for a moment.
Fucking hell, 3 eggs.
Oh, I've got a cup of holiday fucking things, man. I could live
I'd
on
eat
these.
them in 2 days. All of them.
Oh,
Do you know what? Yeah, do you know, I love cream eggs, but they are so sickly. After 3 or 4, your teeth are trying to claw their way out of your gums.
That's
Has
right.
anyone
I'll
found
take
one of
mine
the
out
special
before I
ones
get.
yet?
You got any teeth?
Has anyone found one of the special cream eggs yet? The ones that are worth money, apparently. You
No,
don't
not
even
yet.
Oh,
see
yeah,
them.
with the gold leaf around them.
Yeah, apparently. I don't know
Yeah,
whether
there's 1 or 2 that have gone out, and they've got gold gilt around them that's edible.
Oh,
but it might be worth more money. Who knows? I mean, it's probably worth more money than it's worth eating. So,
Oh, yeah.
Roger thinks he's Charlie Bucket. Looking for the golden ticket.
Oh, mate, have you seen that stupid one of them? I've seen on Facebook. Was it Walker's Crisp? And if you find like a love heart shaped crisp.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Hey,
man, you take a regular crisp, right? You never have
If
this.
everybody thought of Dan with a green face, wouldn't he look like an Oompa Loompa?
Oh, me?
Yeah,
don't be fucking cheeky or I'll kick you out.
Oh. Hey, wait till you
Says
get
it
the
on
suntan
your fucking thing. I call your names.
Wait till you get
Fucking Oompa Loompa with his pink fucking.
Say again, Sonic.
I said, wait till you get a suntan. Don't call me. No, but I think
This is
with the Walker's Crisp.
This is a fucking tan. Yeah, go on.
I don't know if you've seen it, but see the one with the Walker's Crisp, right? Apparently, if you find like a love heart shaped crisp, you win something. How can you take a normal crisp, get a pair of scissors, and cut it into shape of a love heart and say, "Oh look, I found it." You know?
I'd like to see you cut a crisp with a pair of scissors into a love heart without it crunching into pieces.
Is it going to be edible?
Right, hey, hang on, man. I've got a theory. You know how, right, when you drill into some tiles, say you're putting stuff up the back, right, of your shelf, you drill into your tiles, like that. In order to stop that, you put some tape on it, then drill through it. Put some fucking tape across your crisps, don't cook it. You never know, man.
Or you could just cut a piece of potato into a shape of a heart and chuck it in a deep fat fryer.
Yeah, but then you've got they'll test it. They would if you found that chip, they would test it to make sure that it was their recipe.
How do you match that flavouring?
I don't think it would be. I don't think it'd be edible.
Salt and vinegar or some shit. You know?
Listen, I wouldn't like to be the cunt that tastes it after it gets sent through the post.
Oh man! After hearing about some of this shit, I've heard about fucking being sent through the post to some people, man. I want to back the taste of it either.
Guys, I just want to apologise if anybody's speaking to me in the comments. I apologise. I've not been looking. I've been looking at the monitor with our guests on screen. So I apologise if anyone's been talking to me in the comments because I've just ignored you. Sorry.
I think they're used to it by now, Dan. So
Dan don't give a shit about the comments.
Has Crinkle come in yet?
No.
He's on Alone Live earlier on.
I won't say his name anymore. You say it 3 times and the cunt appears behind you.
Yeah, I've said it once. You've said it again.
And I asked about him earlier, but because I asked
Oh,
if he had a channel, didn't I? Oops. Bugger it.
No, don't jinx it. Oh, that's the drink talking.
Who the fuck was that?
DJ Six.
It wasn't me.
If
That's the
Mr.
drink
K
talking.
comes on, he's chatting to you, right?
It wasn't a
Oh,
fart.
no, fuck. Oh, no way.
No, look, as I said earlier, right? When I've got something to say to somebody, I say my piece, and as far as I'm concerned, it's over and done with. And then I've only got a problem with that person if something else comes up later. Do you know what I mean? So I've said my piece to Crinkle. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. If he or anybody else that I've spoken to comes back and is a dick, then they'll get the same treatment. But if they come back and they're respectful and they're okay, then I've got no issue with that. I know some people don't agree with that, and do you know what I mean? That's fine. But I can't be any different than I am. Do you know what I mean? I'm the way that I am, and that's how I am.
Especially
And
with some of the stuff Crinkle comes out with.
You're who you are. That's not what matters, you know. You're not trying to fake shit.
Crinkle's
You're not trying
BBC
to
spokesman.
pretend you're doing something you're not.
Oh, God.
What's that? What was said?
You said he's a BBC spokesman.
He could literally get a job from him, mate. He wouldn't even need to. He just literally read off a couple of their fucking facts and they'd be like, "You got the job done."
I can imagine they'd hire him to fucking make another statue out the front of their fucking building.
Oh, Lucifer, no, you in the chat.
Oh, Lucifer, you knob.
I've done Beetlejuice 3 times.
BBC smokes. That is a fucking fluent in gibberish.
Beetlejuice.
Fuck's sake. Home.
If he comes in now, then you can deal with him. You
invited him by saying it 3 times.
You know something, right? See the amount of time like Dan's been on live, and for some fucked up reason, I blame YouTube because I keep on missing the notifications. So I keep times I've missed his live fucking streams. Earlier, actually, I discovered you were on live tonight, Dan, by accident, right? I went to put on.
By accident.
Seriously, no, honestly, I went to.
He's just sitting in Discord waiting for you to go live.
Right, it's installing. So I'm waiting on it installing. While I was waiting, I was like, fuck it, I'll go on YouTube, have a nose while I'm waiting on it in the PS4. And then I noticed on the YouTube on the PS4 that it was live. I was like, fuck it, so I was listening to that. And then every couple of minutes, like, I noticed it was this stream, so I thought it was Discord. So I shut it off the PS4 and I put it on here on my laptop. And I tried to go into Discord thinking that's what this was. And I realised, and then I seen the link.
That's how loyal your subs are, Dan, isn't it? You know.
So I just clicked man and here I am.
I will at some point, and I struggle to find the time, but I will at some point get a web page set up so that anybody that doesn't get notifications, for example, can put their email address in, and every time that I go live or every time that I put a video up, I can send an email, and you're more likely to get that email than you are a YouTube notification, which is sad.
Notifications for months, Dan.
I rarely look at my fucking emails, man. So good luck with that one.
Well, I have my emails open all the time because I've got it set up because YouTube don't send me alerts half the time when people have commented.
I
get email alerts, so I can see the comment even if YouTube have pulled it down. I get to see the comment, then I can reply on the channel.
Yeah, I have the same thing, Roger. It's bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Holly, good night, dear. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome, Holly.
That wasn't Soul's
Good
Paranormal.
night, Fruit Nut.
No, Holly.
It's not Holly, it's Fruit and Nut.
Fruit cat.
Holly. Am I missing something here? I'm not watching it on YouTube, by the way. I'm looking at on the actual whatever this app is.
No, Lost Souls Paranormal has taken her meds and
They're kicking her ass.
she's a bit like me. When she takes certain meds or her nighttime meds, they knock her out a bit. So she's already fallen asleep. So she's just saying good night.
All right, good night, Holly, Molly, or whatever you want to be called. Lost Souls Paranormal. Take it easy. And
she responds to
good night, God bless, sweet dreams, but I'm not religious, so it's not the God bless part.
She's called Fruit and Nut. She used to be called Fruit Tart. I've just changed it to Fruit and Nut.
I just realised both these guys gone with the checkered shirts. Just realised.
Oh yeah, they haven't they? Roger and Lucifer.
What?
It's a good thing we're not. I'll tell you what. It's a good thing we're not at a party, isn't it? You two dressed wearing the same fucking top.
We are the management.
Fucking keeps me warm. People just twins.
I can go and put a red one on if you like.
My other one's in the wall.
It'd be even better if we all wore a fuck the system t-shirt, you know.
I could always put me PAP hoodie on, but I'd be sweating me bollocks off in 5 minutes.
I can't see it.
Has the others on screen got channels? Roger's got a channel. DJ Vix has got a channel. DJ Sonic has got a channel. I'm not sure about you, Lucifer. You haven't got a channel, have you?
But there's nothing on it.
Right, Lucifer's got a channel, but there's fuck all on it. How about you, Arthur? Have you got anything on your channel?
I messed around with a few with like Rockstar Editor years and years
ago.
I
wanted to say then.
Yeah, I was just about to say, uh-oh.
I've messed around with a few
Grand Theft Auto edits, but not much.
DJ Vex, can I just ask you, have you got a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I have.
Tell you what, guys, chuck your channels. Yeah, chuck your channel links in private chat, and I'll stick them in the main chat for you.
Oh, I'm a mod, so I don't really. I can do my own content.
I wouldn't know how to do it at this stage.
Go to your channel, Roger.
Yeah. I don't really want to because I'm sort of embarrassed by my editing skills.
Well, to be honest, Molly's been putting it up in the chat all night, mate.
Arthur.
Oh, right, okay.
Arthur, that's you, right? It's just said you're embarrassed. Here's something to make you feel a bit better. I found
Who
that
have we lost?
I don't know. I phoned up Dan. Somebody has. I don't know. I'm not sure. I phoned up.
What's it? Go on, Sonic.
And just to make Arthur feel a bit better, right? I phoned up you twice live. Was it Dan? No, he's back. So
like that, yeah.
I phoned up you twice, Dan. Right, live. One of you, the chat thing. And I hate the sound of my own fucking voice as it is. Believe it or not. I do, because like, see, like if I record years ago, I thought fucking story, right? But me and my mate years ago used to make these stupid recordings, and see when we went to get back to see how it sounded, I could not fucking stand the sound of my own voice.
Don't worry, Sonic. You're not the only one that hates the sound of your voice.
Oh, thank you, no, but seriously, but I just need listening to myself, listening to it back right now. Hear myself. It's just something about. I don't know if I'm the only one, right? But it's like hearing my own voice back on the recording. You're like, what the? Did I sound like that? Fuck, you know. So I hate the sound of my fucking voice. And then on top of that, it's like, all right, I've phoned you twice. I think it's like twice when you've got your live games. And then
how do you think I feel doing 7 or 8 videos a day and having to edit them and listen to myself all fucking day?
I can imagine. But it's not just that, mate, right?
What do you think? I only done one.
Believe it or not, I've only phoned you like a couple of times up, so you've heard my voice, right? Those of you that are familiar, you've heard probably a couple of times. I've been on, you poor bastards. Now, this is actually the first time I'm fucking on live on YouTube for whoever fucking how many's watching and listening. You're not seeing my fucking voice, you're seeing my ugly mug. This is
I've just plugged everybody's channels, Dan, all right? Just done it. That's all right.
I'll try. What I'll do is I'll open a separate one. Then I'll go into my YouTube channel and I'll post a link.
No, you're not allowed to promote too. Fuck
your
you.
mic is is it just me, or is your mic in and out?
YouTube channel, I can't see what I'm doing.
What Sonic's on mine?
It's because he's got a fag in his mouth.
No,
yeah, Sonic.
It's not his fag in his mouth. It's the plug.
That's homophobic. How dare you?
Your microphone, is it part of your headset?
Yeah, as man. Yeah, as I've taken this problem.
Right. For some reason, it does keep the volume. For some reason, keeps sort of going up and down.
Yeah, I mean that's my gaming headset.
Dan, that's because he's Scottish.
Oh,
Have you got voice gate? Have you got a noise gate on there?
I don't know what it is. It's basically my PS4 gaming headset.
Right.
I find that if I use this to plug this into the laptop, generally can hear me a wee bit better for some reason.
You might have a noise gate on there somewhere that's that's suppressing the noise a little bit. I know that I've had trouble with that in the past.
Well, I can hear him clearly, but I've got good headphones, so it's probably.
In order to try and appear intelligent, well, I just pretend that I know what the fuck you're talking about.
Just pretend, just nod and say yeah.
I just use such a thick Scottish accent, and people just
what the fuck
say that they understand what you're saying.
I'm from Glasgow originally, but I live in the borders now.
A noise gate. A noise gate. I use a separate program on my PC for it, but a noise gate basically it cuts any noise below a certain decibels. It cuts it off, so it doesn't go through the microphone. But sometimes if it's too high, it can affect when you talk as well. Sometimes it can cut your voice off as you're talking. I don't know if I've never had a PlayStation, any of them, so I don't know if they have noise gates on them when you talk or not. Maybe it's in the settings or something. I don't know.
Gotcha. So in other words, the cheeky bastards are trying to tell me I'm too fucking loud.
Well, you are Scottish, aren't you?
Well, yeah. But...
Cheers, I fucking love the support, man. Thank you.
But it's not a problem. At least we can understand what you're saying.
Well, I'm glad someone does. Thank you, Vix.
Well, I've been listening to the Irish quite a lot, so Scottish is nothing now.
Well, that's something, I suppose. I'm drinking for the Irish right now, so
nice one.
Got to balance out the stereotype somehow, you know.
Well, why not?
I'm not nasty, by the way. Like I said, I'm just drinking Jaeger because I ran out of fucking beer. Okay.
It goes down the same way, doesn't it? You know.
Exactly.
One woman vigilante, a submariner, does the opposite to a dominant mariner.
Well, she goes down.
Oh my god!
Dan,
I'm sorry. I'm taking a Mickey. I'm not out of you, but I am taking a Mickey.
So she's a submariner. My guess is she's quite good at going down then.
Oh my
god! Behave yourself.
That's bad.
I'll crinkle off for this shit. You behave yourself. No, it's Josie Wales. Josie Wales, the one apparently that's good at going down.
Aye, don't fucking compare me to
Oh dear.
As I tell jokes, that shit is real, unfortunately. No. I tell jokes.
Hey, DJ Sonic, at least we can understand you.
Oh, thanks, man. I've had a lot of people that struggle to understand me for fucking weeks.
Bryony,
They just need to open their ears up a bit. You know, you're fine.
Oh.
Bryony, it was a joke. It was a joke. I wasn't taking a piss out of you or anybody else. It was a joke. If you think of the word sub, then obviously you've got dominant, submissive, haven't you? So when you say someone's a submariner, I said that is a dominant mariner. So it was it was a piss taking.
Play on words.
My apologies. Can I just apologise, even though I don't really mean it? On my part, I meant submariner, as in like someone who works in a submarine, hence going down.
Exactly.
Well, Josie says submariners do it deeper for longer.
You would know.
Well, you know all about deep throat, wouldn't you?
Oh, that's a bit too spicy. That's below.
Ah, you little swat. Sorry. fucking cat just attacked my hand. Come here, Smudge. Come here and
Because
say
you
hello.
got food, Dan.
Oh
Come
dear.
here. Come on. Come here.
Oh, one woman vigilante's asking what a dominant.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You're not
Dan,
having
this one's yours.
a dominant mariner. No, it was the dominant and sub word. I just
A
added it to the.
dominant mariner,
That was her question, so I'm just saying that's all yours.
Dominant mariner, is that not like a very fucking sailor or some shit?
Josie, take over for a minute.
That's not the first time to do that either.
I just let me just make it clear. Oh, hang on. Cat's going to do a fucking skit. So let me just make it clear, Brian. I wasn't taking a piss out of you at all. It was a joke about submariners. Basically, as I say, you think of the word sub as in submissive, and the opposite of submissive is dominant. So when you say someone's a submariner, I said he's not a submariner; he's a dominant mariner. As
Like
in play on the words. That's all. So I don't,
He's just trying to be clever.
Yeah, I was.
I'll try to harder next time, innit?
Clearly hasn't worked, so I'm sorry.
But he's obviously not been quite as clever as me because I said submariner as in like submarine worker, naval.
Well, I know, but
For behalf of all the stupid people out there, though, submarines, they go down as well as come up underwater. Got the joke
So-
yet? Like and subscribe.
No.
You're smudgy.
I think I fucking probably scared off half of your fucking subscribers at this rate.
Hello.
You're blunter than what I am, so it makes a
You know what?
change.
See
Yeah,
all
we
the
got
years
too many.
that I went through, all the years, really at school and all the rest of it. Actually,
It must be a DJ thing,
Honestly, we need some decks in here. What's going on? So many DJs in here, no decks going on.
Oh, you wanted to turn the decks on and fucking wake the neighbours, wasn't it?
On a weird way, but I actually thank all the fucking arseholes at school and everybody else who bullied me in my younger years because it helped me develop a thick skin and also not to give a shit anymore about what people say and think about me. So fuck them.
I'm a swinger. I couldn't possibly answer that question because that would be very self-absorbed of me. So I'd have to let someone else answer that question. Any takers?
Well, according to Quentin Dan, I think you would be quite a good fucking taker. Hey, I got you, Sonny Jim.
That'd be good.
Oh my
Sorry, man. I've
Impulse is going to get some food.
I've kind of developed this thing for like one-liners. I don't know why.
It's a Scottish thing.
It's not very good.
You deal with that trout face every day.
I think just for so long, I've just been used to taking so much fucking flack that you develop this. At first, you develop this kind of thick skin to it. Then you start getting used to it, and then you just, I don't know what it is. I can't quite explain it. If somebody says something to you, you just get used to saying something straight back to them, So, just like that, like the classic fucking example,
Wasn't a very good example, but yeah, we get it.
I've heard a lot better.
Well, I would say it was perfect, but it was so fucking good. I even fucking forgot what the fuck it was. So there you go.
The delivery was good, but the content could do with some more work.
Thank you. All criticism is constructive criticism, which proves I can say constructive criticism almost. Which means I'm not quite enough to fucking drink yet. Cheers.
I've clearly not had enough because I'm still being careful what I say.
No, exactly. He's had enough fucking coke, put it that way. Wait till it runs out of coke and it's still good.
It won't be long. I'm just about to
Oh, I'm fucking waiting, mate. I'm sitting here waiting.
Right.
We were waiting for that one.
I'll drink to that. It's all right. Just wait till I run out of football. Wait till I run out of Red
Oh,
Bull.
Jesus. Is that Coke Zero, Roger?
Oh,
It is, yes.
Roger.
And I'm not a wuss drinking with a
You're
straw.
fucking lightweight.
The alloy reacts with my gums, so I have to use a straw.
You're absolute lightweight. Oh, fucking hell. Listen, if I do say anything inappropriate, do understand that I don't mean anything. It's all a joke. Honestly.
You don't see the other Coke here, though, do you? You know,
every day, man. But
why do you think I keep going to the toilet, Roger?
Fuck, you leave the camera where it is then.
In one of the pubs I used to work in, we fitted stainless steel cisterns so they wouldn't lose it on there.
It was even fucking bolted to the wall.
I mean, I don't think YouTube care. To be honest with you, I don't really think YouTube care what drugs you do on streams, because I mean, there are so many streamers now that blatantly literally do drugs on their stream, and YouTube.
Do you know what, Arthur? I have watched some with people just sitting there, just skinning up on camera.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched a guy do lines of coke. You know what I mean? And YouTube
Don't get me wrong. Like stuff like stuff like cannabis and shit like that, I've not got a problem with. That's like coke and heroin and all that, especially if they're fucking like promoting all that shit like people see it. No, I got into that, man.
Can you imagine a bit of train spotting on stream?
I haven't seen any skag videos on the live stream. I haven't seen any of that yet. But
No, but
can you imagine somebody doing a bit of train spotting on stream and jacking up, just going there, check this out, that's so fucking.
I mean,
hanging out
as close as it's come.
I certainly wouldn't be having that on my channel. Bloody hell, that's come one step too far.
They don't film skagheads in Manchester and that.
The
closest it's come to skagheads on live stream.
I chose watching this ball on here.
Arthur, this is why you want to stay from anybody that's Scottish. You should stay away from anyone that's Scottish on YouTube.
No, actually, I follow Scottish people. Keep you away from fucking Geordies.
Josie's all right.
I mean, I know a couple of people that have moved up to Scotland just for the benefits. You know what I mean? So,
fucking. Hey, I'm fucking Scottish, and I don't know what the fuck's beneficial about living up here.
That's because you live there.
Please,
that's because you live there and you're not a foreigner. You go to an Englishman, you're a foreigner apparently, and you get the benefits like
in Scotland is too.
Well, I'll give you the benefit, the fucking doubt on that one then.
Sonic, do me a favour. Do me a favour. Go. Listen, you've got to say this. You've got to go. I'm dead sexy. Look at my sexy.
Oh, mate, I do that all the time. I've got a lot of gaming buddies on this. A lot of them, pretty much all of them are fucking American. They fucking crash and I do that shit.
Hey, do you want some chicken?
Careful.
Yeah.
Wait. Careful. One of Crinkle's little minions will screenshot that and send it to YouTube. Careful. Be like, look, man, someone's getting their tits out. YouTube will have the AI out on it and be like, yeah, pair of tits.
I mean, fucking Dan.
Oh, for those trying to see one of the DJs on PAPs channel was getting a rack out on DJ.
That'll get some
that
views.
means you're fucking
Well, I've got to say, Vix, you are the first DJ that comes to mind when somebody says DJ on YouTube. So
Dan, you bastards.
Sorry, man.
It used to be the terrible duo, didn't it? DJ and Dream Demon.
Yes, it did. Yes.
Oh my god, yeah.
I'm dead sexy.
Your video in one of your streams.
Sorry, Arthur, say that again.
Have you ever had Charlie Veach in one of your streams?
I've not. No, not yet.
See, the fucking requests I've had to do that stupid voice and that, saying that shit. It's always been for Yankees, the gaming buddies. I never once expected it to be for a fucking English twat. Roger respect,
Do you know what? Do you know what? That's the phrase that Scottish people get, or that's one of the things that Scottish people get asked to say. For me, I get asked quite a lot to say, "See you, you fucking sigh. I'll
What,
cut you
fucking,
first."
why are you fucking toilet?
Yeah.
You spig? What?
If you've seen, if you've seen Football Factory, guys are in there when they're in the pub, and he goes,
I've got it.
"See you, you fucking." Go, "See you, you fucking sigh. I'll cut you fucking first." And I always get asked to say that. But I'm not even.
With me, it's get out of my pub.
I'm not even a cock. Yeah, get off my land.
Oh, I can't know that one. He was in, and as a young boy, he's taking a piss at him, and he's like, what was it? He fucking said, "What? You fucking mugging me off in front of my pals?"
That's it. Yeah.
I've got that DVD. With,
You fucking stumble bum.
Boy, you fucking mug, aye, you toilet, you fucking say.
That's it.
You sounded like the you have no fans, mate. What's his name? Wellstone Rider, the rider guy.
Got no fans. I better stop saying English then. Fucking hell.
Bryony, that's cool. No problem. Listen, if you need sleep, go. If you need sleep, it's your body saying you need to go fucking get some rest. So if you're tired, go get some sleep. There's no issue whatsoever. Your health is more important than my live stream, apparently. No, I'm joking.
Or she's just saying at your boring her.
That's the free barrels kicking in. That's the free barrels kicking in.
Everybody's health is much more important than fucking live stream. So if you need to sleep, then
absolutely. Or if you're Scottish, fucking Irish, that's your body's way of telling you need some more food. It's
unusual for me to last this long.
Oh my God, mate. I ran out of flavor.
Can't blame it on the fucking Coke because you're on what you on? You're on fucking what did I call it earlier? Fucking
Zero.
Yeah, Coke Zero. So you can't blame it on the sugar.
Oh, I can't blame it on the sugar today. I'm on mineral water.
Brian, I know I was being sarcastic, not at you. I was just being sarcastic generally because I've had a bit to drink. So don't take it the wrong way,
That
please.
makes a fucking change. Not.
No, I know. Brian, I know. Honestly, that.
I know. I can talk.
I know. I understand. Trust me. I'm not being.
It was me. I was taking the mic out with Daniel.
All right. I can be really sarcastic sometimes, but I can also be really adult. Listen to people.
When did that kick in then, Dan?
Dan, bro, can I be really honest with you right now? I want to be really honest.
Really?
Yeah, you're a cunt, but besides the point. I want to be really fucking honest with you. I envy you, bro. I fucking envy you.
That's what happens when you call me a cunt. You get muted. Go on. I've unmuted you. Go on.
You can't really unmute that, can you?
No, seriously, but right. See when you get that fucking shit faced and you start like slurring your words and you start getting a bit fucking thingy.
Emotional.
When I do that shit, I can't blame it on a fucking stroke, can I? You lucky bastard.
Listen, sorry, Angela. I don't think it's my side mic volumes. I think it's. I think you'll find it's mainly when Sonic's talking. For some reason, there seems to be quite a difference in his microphone for some reason. I'm not sure why. So
I'm a cunt. Sorry, not sorry.
So listen, either we put. Listen, I'll have to put this out to vote. Either we put up with it or we fuck him off. What's the vote?
He's Scottish. He has to have some like.
Can I have a final in my defence? My name is not Crinkle.
You sounded a bit like it. Let me just say.
Is that your mitigating factor? Is that your mitigating factor?
Excuse me.
My name's
You
not
can't kick him
Crinkle.
off because you know what will happen.
Go on.
You'll lose
And he's
fucking viewers.
Jay, and he's Scottish, so you know already.
Rabbit on here.
Say again, Lucifer. Sorry.
You'll get Dr. Doom on here from Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Oh yeah.
In other words, Mr. K.
I always had a thing about Jessica Rabbit.
Oh fuck.
Oh, I just smashed her all day long.
They got girls that dress up like that nowadays. You can get that if you look in the right places.
I know. I've got some websites.
Yeah, on
bet you
Comic-Con
have.
and places like that where they all dress up like it.
Hey man, honestly, fuck Jessica Rabbit. I'd rather have Babs fucking Bunny than that's one sexy bitch. Okay, she's a rabbit, but she's a sexy bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, we know what you must be doing in Wales.
Hey, come on, man. I said bunny, not sheep. I said bunny, not sheep. Come on,
Yeah, no, but you get what you can get. You get what you can get your hands on, didn't you?
Exactly. Good luck.
Good luck trying to find a rabbit in Wales.
Yeah.
You better hope you don't wear a fucking turban there and you're lucky just looking out there hunting for boats.
Some of us just have to make do with what we can get. Isn't that right, Sonic?
Oh, that's a bit pitchy, isn't it?
What?
No,
I was asking a question.
He's married.
I don't have to
statement.
I was just asking a question.
I'm a happily married man, miss your excuse. You need to go hunt.
No, I can go get one of my rings out and put it on my finger as well.
Aye. So
How much
does she charge?
Oh no, she doesn't charge.
Well, sorry. My apologies.
She can only charge if she exists.
My apologies. How much does he charge?
Oh, remember, I've got the ability to remove you.
And I'm to my band channel. I'll delete
look at that. I'm starting to get an itchy trigger finger.
Feeling the power.
I'm into that, you know, Daniel.
I think someone's about all too familiar with the old prostate exam.
That's that way, not that way.
Hey, you would know.
You know the statue stream, by the way. Can I just
be careful, we'll be calling you cranky in a minute.
You know when you went to London, you did the live stream and you got nicked.
Yes, mate. Yes.
Did they end up doing like? I wasn't sure if I heard correctly, but did you have a bit of weed on you?
Oh no, God no.
Okay. So they didn't get you in possession then.
No.
Okay. All right. So they haven't got anything on you then.
No.
Okay.
They still kept his equipment though for no reason.
Oh yeah, they will because they can't.
Initially, if you saw the live stream, they grabbed me first.
I watched it. I was watching it.
Yeah, I was watching it live too. It's just crazy.
I was trying to find it. I was trying to find it on all the other tabloid outlets, but I couldn't find anything.
Oh no, of course. there's literally about 3 places that I've seen that have said
RT were trying to get on it.
A second male was arrested. A second male? I'm not just a second male. I'm fucking police abusing powers, you fuck faces. Who the fuck? Have some respect. A second male.
Well, I like the way you didn't see them coming after they stood there for 5 minutes.
Oh, I saw them.
You got
watch
done.
back on the live stream. I say
done for conspiracy.
If you watch back on the live stream, and I see them looking at me. And I mentioned something on the live stream. I can't remember what I said, but I mentioned something on the live stream about looking at me.
Yeah, you did.
But it doesn't see them coming. It means
and then you put your camera down for quite a while. I remember it.
There was no reason. There was no reason or point in me.
I think
walking off or going anywhere.
No.
I had to stay. If I'd have walked off, then they'd have followed me anyway. So I may as well have stood there.
Exactly. There's no escaping that part of London. There's cameras everywhere.
Were you the only
You're
one live
fucked.
streaming at that time? Were you the only one live streaming?
No,
So I think
no.
they were just trying to cover shit up. You know, before the news put out what they needed to put out, they were just trying to clear up anyone that's there in the vicinity live streaming, and that's why they took you out and anyone else who's live streaming, apart from news media.
Do him a lot of good.
I was the only one. I was the only person. There was about at least half a dozen people live streaming, and I was the only one that was collared. And that apparently that's because I was seen talking to him earlier in the day, which isn't an offence.
No.
I never seen you. You actually did call up when he was up that ladder. You did. I saw you talking to him for a little bit, but so what? You know, a lot of people were.
I don't know the guy. I don't know his situation, but I mean, if you're going to go to that point of going up there, you know you're going to get nicked for what you're doing. Why not go up there with an electric can go? You know what I mean? Surely you should go around your back and go up there with an electric can go, because you would have got a lot more done with electric can go ammo than with
True. However. No, I've not spoken to him because I'm not allowed to, but I have heard. No, I'm not allowed to speak. It's part of my bail conditions. I'm not allowed to have any contact with him. But I have heard.
Know him. I mean,
no, I've never met him before. That was the first date. That was the first time I've ever met him. Was that day?
Okay. And yes, the Queen is triple tapped.
Yeah, he's done a lot of stunts like that for Fathers for Justice. That's his main thing.
Yeah, no, I've spoken to him before, never met him, and as far as I knew, okay, something was going to happen. I didn't know what was going to happen. I had no idea. I've looked into him, and he's never done anything where there's been damage. Okay, never.
Yeah. No, he's just been up cranes and put banners.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I had no reason to believe anything was going to happen like that. Do you know what I mean? I went down there. I expected something to happen. I knew what kind of thing he's done in the past, and I expected a similar kind of thing. You know,
climb up, hang a banner, have a rant.
As I say, never met the guy before. Spoke to it. I first started talking to him about I don't know 2 weeks before, and that's it. Spoke a few times prior to me going down there. He asked me if I'd go down there and cover it because he said mainstream media don't bother about shit like this. I looked into him. I assumed maybe he was going to go up there, and
I think they had to. They had to because you were live streaming. You were the only live stream at the time I could find online when it was going on, and I think
there was definitely more. There was definitely more people live streaming at the time.
Eventually, there was.
Yeah, initially, straight away at the very beginning, for probably about 10 minutes, I was live streaming. I was the only one live streaming, I believe, and then loads of people stopped and started filming as well.
I think that's only because
about 20 minutes later, there's more people out with their phones that I could see filming it.
Yeah. But then loads of people were coming up to me and asking me what's going on. Yeah. And I was saying, because I think it's because I was the most vocal, because I've looked into the statue and the BBC and stuff like that. So I knew
4 or 5 times what went on to different people.
Yeah. I knew about it. I knew the background behind the statue, and because I was telling people, maybe that's why the police thought I was part of
spreading what they call
conspiracy.
misinformation.
Well, initially they arrested me under suspicion of having items related to criminal damage.
Oh yeah, I saw that bit, and then they took the camera off you, and it went dead.
Yeah, but because I had nothing.
Sorry, man.
I had nothing. It's all right. Go on, batting.
Thank you, Cleany. I was just going to say, but I might thinking all you're doing is just like standing filming.
At the time, I was, yeah. At the time, I was filming.
The same as what every other fucker was doing then. But the way I see it,
much, yeah.
This cunt is doing that shit to the fucking BBC statue, right? It's a bit ironic they find that a criminal offence. What about all these other fucking Marxist bastards, or so-called BLM, that are taking down other fucking statues? Oh, that's right. It's a fucking double standard. Fucking I saying it. It's all right.
Of course.
It's all right for you. Fuck them.
I mean, Sonic, just be careful. Be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. We've got an all-white panel right now. We've got an all-white panel, so be careful.
BLM.
No, we haven't.
Referring to the movement. I have friends who are black. I have friends who are gay. I don't give a fuck what I say because I know what I say I believe in.
I'm joking. You say what you want.
Right? See these fuckers, and I know for a fact it's Marxist. And if you don't believe me, by the way, you want to do research, look on the BLM fucking website. To even proclaim themselves.
BLM shut down. BLM in the UK shut down.
Doesn't matter.
No, I'm telling you, BLM in the UK has shut down because of police infiltration. They've shut it down.
Right, but there's still websites available in all the other fucking countries.
Oh yeah, yeah.
America being a fucking example. You look at the website, mate. Right, I shit you not. You look at the fucking BLN website. They openly declare that they are fucking Marxist. Hence why I call them fucking Marxist. We all know they're fucking Marxist. They've admitted themselves they're fucking Marxist. So what the fuck is the problem with me saying that they're Marxist? You know?
Vivian.
That's beside the point. It's okay for them to fucking take fucking statues and shit.
Yeah.
But the second they down a statue that's not right, a paedophilic fucking statue of some guy holding a fucking naked child, for fuck's sake.
Well, I presume this is going to. I presume this is going to prove where the judge's allegiance lies, whether it lies with paedophiles or not. Do you know what I mean? Let me just, Sonic. Let me just respond to this quickly, Vivian. Lord Mayor did not kick Dick out of power. I have to say, he has no authority to kick Dick out. He can make a recommendation, and also the Home Secretary should, but she doesn't have to. She should consort with him beforehand, but it's all down to what's her face, Priti Patel. She is the one that can. She's the one that can kick Dick out. Khan can't. Fucking hell, which is confusing. Khan can't. Dick can. No, Dick can't. Patel can. Patel can't. Patel can. Khan can't. Dick's gone. Right, that'll do.
Right. Let's just sum up this right briefly. Khan's a cunt. Dick's a cunt. That useless Patel.
She's a cunt as well.
Yeah, she certainly is.
I mean, she's letting all the. I mean, let's be honest, right? I mean, I haven't got a problem with immigrants coming over here that are getting out of war-stricken countries and need refuge. I haven't got a problem with that. But letting in every single terrorist, right? That in 20 years' time are going to turn around and drop a bomb in this country, right? And it's just going to be more and more and more and more and more. You know, like,
I'm right with you there, man. I'm right fucking with you. I mean, like, legal immigrant, not a fucking problem.
That's better.
They come through fucking legally.
I ain't got a problem with anyone coming here legally. You can come here and take our jobs. I don't care. I don't have to do it.
Right, exactly. Right with you, man. Right with you there. These fuckers are different. I mean, the irony of it, right? You're this whole supposed fucking dreaded COVID shit. Yet they're bringing all they're locking us down. Well, trying to anyway. I never fucking skipped that shit. I mean, long and short, but I'm a fucking helmet. That's time the house mate for fucking time. See, as soon as they brought this COVID bullshit out, or stay in your homes, I was like, fuck this, man. I started going out. I'm a fucking helmet. They were trying to lock us in. I was like, no, I'm going out, man. I'm fucking going outside. Fuck it. Fuck it. But they're bringing all these fuckers out in the country in dinghies doing this COVID bullshit. Try to lock us up, and they're bringing these fuckers in. And fucking
bloody hell, Mickey!
They're not fucking vetting them. You don't know who the fuck they're bringing in.
Exactly.
And they're them up fucking 4-star, 5-star fucking hotels.
But nothing will happen for 10, 15 years. And when it does happen, the UK government will just say, "Oh, these are homegrown terrorists." No, they're kids that came over 15 years ago. You know, they have the belief, have the mentality and the education and the upbringing that's always with them. I mean, just because they come here and live a British lifestyle doesn't mean the stoning people to death on the weekends disappeared. You know, they can't wait to get back to doing that, you know?
But then on that though, it doesn't mean that's not what they fucking believe in either.
Yeah, but
I was going to say, right, I see a point to a certain degree if it was like...
Let's be careful, guys. Let's be careful how deep we go down this rabbit hole conversation.
Okay. I'm not even trying to fucking hell.
No need for mine.
I don't mind talking about this stuff. I just want to make clear I don't mind talking about this stuff, but we do need to be careful because of the YouTube fucking penis.
Yes. Here we go.
I wouldn't
My
see the
point-
problem
I'm
if they were
surprised
like,
you didn't get a moderator come in when you said BLM.
if
I
they're
wouldn't
refugees from their country,
hey, I'm just stating what's already out there in the fucking public view. You
I
there's
know, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to the fucking YouTube penises.
No, it
They're all
doesn't.
fucking
You're right.
assholes. But like I said,
So I
wouldn't have
don't
a
want to stifle you. I don't want to stifle you from talking. Right, far from it. I'm happy for people to talk about anything they want. I just want people to be aware that we do sometimes we do need to be careful. Unfortunately, not because of me, but because of the fucking snowflakes that work for these companies.
You know what? Fuck your snowflakes, and to those snowflakes, fuck your feelings. All right, work or work. Grow some fucking thick skin. Grow a backbone.
I feel the same way, but it's my channel that gets affected. That's why.
Fair
That's
enough.
all.
Yeah,
Okay?
I know.
I totally get you. I'm with you 100%. Fuck their feelings.
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
Sticks and stones, man. So I'm going to say.
Unfortunately, if they get a boo-boo on their fees, then it's goodbye to this channel. Unfortunately, so that's why. So that's why.
We've got a backup channel.
I'm happy,
Only kidding.
I'm happy to talk about any subject, but sometimes we need to reel it in a little bit, and it's not because I don't want to hear what you've got to say. It's just because YouTube don't want to hear what you've got to say.
I mean,
the
that
problem
brings
is-
me on to something else I want to fucking say, but I'll do that once to finish this shit. I say I wouldn't have a problem if they were actual legitimate refugees from a war-torn country, but they're coming through Europe, which isn't
Coming through
warm.
6 countries before they get here.
Exactly.
Exactly.
None of right. So none of those countries are war-torn. So as far as I'm concerned, those are safe countries. Why the fuck are they having to come across here?
The
They're
camps,
being
the
brought
camps
over
that
by
were
the French
allied.
Navy as well.
Patel has
Yeah,
already
years ago.
admitted that most of them are economic migrants.
They
She
are
actually
exactly
admitted that.
They're exactly that. Right?
She couldn't deny it, could she?
So what countries in Europe they're coming through, they are not war-torn fucking countries.
Sorry. Let me just answer this comment. Art Stew just said that would be a great job title. How would someone apply to be a YouTube penis? Well, first of all, Art Stew, you would need to be over 40 years of age and still living at home with your mummy.
Just be a flop, could be a crinkle.
What about I regularly have? What about
living at home with your mum and daddy with cheap rent, man?
Yeah, or
Tell ya.
What's the word?
Cheap council
Identify
tax.
as a female or male.
Yeah.
Female.
You have to wear Crocs and socks, live at home with mummy, be 40 years of age.
Oh, Crocs and socks.
Oh,
And
also, he's pushing it a bit too far.
And also have about at least a year's experience in playing the fucking Minecraft.
And a year's experience playing a victim. There you go.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
There's me Crocs.
Minecraft is full of fucking victims.
There's me socks.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
But I'm not living that over with me mum because she's dead.
Jeez, I
Well-
can smell these fucking things for here.
We've got someone on the way to being a YouTube penis.
Love that.
Just going back to DJ, what you said there, DJ Vix.
Yeah.
Under the new YouTube policies and guidelines, if you get a strike or your main channel is thrown off, you also will get one if you use a backup channel.
Oh, they're just going to do it anyway, aren't they? That's why you go and get her or something like that.
If you go back
Like
a few months now, I did a whole video on it where I showed the emails from them, showed the new guidelines and everything, because I had a right go at them over the channel over it.
I'm not surprised. What they're doing is ridiculous.
Well, they gave me 2 strikes for misinformation, allegedly. But I had it there in front of me, and they just didn't take any notice of it in the appeals.
Of course not, no. They're all part of the same fucking agenda, bro.
No.
All part of the same agenda. Divide,
Right,
conquer,
bad.
fucking control.
I mean, I'm sure I've been shadow banned because I've seen numbers go up. I've had emails from people that have said they've subbed, and you go in there and they're just not there.
If you're talking sense, you get silenced. You know, there's so many people out there.
Yeah. Talking sense, talking truth, and not putting up funny cats or car crashes. They don't want you.
Sorry, I've just logged into to Crinkle's channel, and I've just seen Based Welshman over there. I've just said to him, "What the fuck you doing over here? Go over my channel."
Why you wait till I see Welsh?
Hey, give him some credit, man. At least wait till he's finished. Crinkle.
Unless you
What was Welsh's excuse anyway?
I don't know. I just put the comment in there and come back here. Fucking hell.
I wonder what the smell is like in the actual middle of that pile of clothes.
Bastian, how do, my friend? Nice to see you.
Hey, ask Crinkle. You get tons of fucking close to fucking find it.
I would assume the smell is fucking horrendous.
I bet like fucking
be
Crinkle
honest.
cat that's always hanging up in his background, you know.
They're all his disco clothes that he's hoarded from his university days of doing LSD.
Do you think that's an actual background, or do you think it's a virtual background?
No, it's
Do you think his house is worse than that? And
No,
he
I've
thinks
seen him
that-
fall into it. I did watch one of his streams the other time when he was talking once on someone else's stream.
And veteran century raid Crinkle's channel.
Like it was a lazy boy. You know,
Don't be
no,
funny,
lazy boy.
Don't be funny, mate, but you're presuming the Crinkle has intelligence to use a fucking virtual background in the first place.
Good point. Shall we all fuck off over at Crinkle's channel quickly? Give him some abuse, and then we'll come back here.
No, he might follow us.
I'm going to stay where I am, but I'm going to quickly fuck off the toilet for 2 minutes.
Yeah, same here.
Come on, him. He's going for a wank again.
Yeah. I'm going to try my darkness to catch up on dance.
That would be my dog having a dog chew. To apologise.
Nah, my
I
wife.
thought that was Dan cracking his knuckles.
If DJ Sonic's going to fuck up to go to a P, kick him up and let Bastion come on.
Bastion, listen. If the link is in the pinned comments. If you want to come on, I'll have to kick one of these guys off. I can only have 6 people on at a time.
Dan, I'll leave. Get Bastion on.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm only saying.
Lucifer, do you know what? Based on your comments, you're an absolute cunt, right? But you're actually
Fuck
really
off.
nice. But you're actually really nice.
Fuck off.
Oh,
well, I got to
hello.
say, Lucifer, you used to come across as a lot younger person before you took the mask off and started appearing.
Listen, I've got to say, let me just say to Lucifer that, you know, I don't mean that obviously. You are genuinely a nice person, but you are a bit of a fucking what's it called?
No band.
Why? Well, you know, I'm trying to be polite here. Fuck's sake. You are actually quite a decent bloke in person, but in the comments you're a bit of a tit. No. But we love you, man. We love you. Richard, how you doing, mate?
I'm not so bad, Dan. How's yourself?
You're right, Rich.
Yeah, not so bad.
Nice.
Not so bad.
I'm saying I put in the comments before, and you've probably talked about it in the past, but I don't get online as much as I used to. But how did it feel getting arrested for being a journalist?
It's a bit of a piss take. I mean, the fact that I did say to my legal team that, you know, at the end of the day, they've taken my equipment, and as a journalist, which they knew I was because they searched me, they found nothing on me apart from my journalistic gear. Okay, they found microphones, cameras, my rig to hold it all. They found my ID, which says I'm a journalist or photographer. They found all of that stuff, okay? And yet they still took my stuff. But as far as the law's concerned, as far as I'm aware, the police have to have a court order to take journalist equipment, because on journalist equipment, they could have details of their private sources where they get information from and things like that. But they've taken all my stuff. Which is an absolute piss take, and this is something that I will be chasing up with my legal team and making a point out of. You know, I was invited along to cover a story, just like the BBC or ITV or Sky News gets phone calls. We're having a protest. Come along and check it out. There's exactly the same situation as I. but yet they've had me over and they've taken all my equipment.
Well, I'm going to say the BBC were invited to the fucking Cliff Richard raid.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is it. As I say, journalists get invited to events. When I say events, I mean protests and things like that. But because they are mainstream, because they are because they've got an ID that says the Sun or the Mirror or the Telegraph or Sky or ITV, apparently that gives them more rights than people who are citizen journalists, independent journalists, when it doesn't. We all have the same rights as journalists. And the fact that they found nothing on me and all I was doing was filming, they've got nothing other than the fact that I was there covering their story. So I shouldn't have had my stuff taken from me without a court order.
That's why a lot of them got union papers, wasn't it, for the journalist union, so they could prove to the police that I got my papers, go away.
Exactly, but the problem is, as the copper said to me, he said, "Is this a legitimate journalist, ID?" I said, "What do you mean legitimate?" I said, "No ID is legitimate for journalists. It doesn't come from a central governing body. It comes from who they work for. So, of course, there is no legitimate ID." And he said to me, "You're right. And when I get the body cam footage from them, I will prove that that's what he said."
Yeah.
But yeah, they just had me over, man. It's bollocks.
They do it for harassment more than anything.
Of course.
Like they do with the auditors, oh yeah, we're going to arrest you for not showing your ID. Next thing, they've had all their bloody stuff confiscated.
Yeah, 43 of the Terrorism Act, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's Section 5 of Section 43 of the Terrorism Act.
You don't even have to provide your ID for Section 43, though, do you?
How do people tackle the problem with the police taking people's camera equipment? And I think what some of these auditors should do is not go for the whole GoPros and all the state of the art stuff, but is go on Wish and go on Alibaba and go and get the really low tech stuff, right? Get really cheap stuff. But you're going out there with the intention, you're not going to break the law. You're going to let them break the law, let them confiscate all your stuff. But eventually it'll all build up. But you'll be able to afford to buy these GoPros or knockoff GoPros and knockoff video equipment and let them keep seizing it over and over. And I think that way will be the way that they'll start taking note of what they're doing to everybody else, because it will start adding up, especially when someone has the money to take them to court every single time and continue through with it.
But the thing is, though, Arthur, it's not their money. This is the issue. They're using taxpayers' money to take people to court for malicious prosecutions, and we've got no recourse. We can't say to them, "Oh, fuck you! You can't do that." We can't do that to them because we've got no say in the matter.
Yeah,
this is the problem that we've got, And
unless you've got the money yourself to represent yourself.
But then they bitch and moan about not having money to, as police forces. Oh well, we haven't got the funding this year. Fuck off! Stop malicious prosecuting people.
Sorry, man, but if you're not happy with the fucking services, stop paying your fucking taxes for it. Simple.
Yeah, no, I agree. Again, the problem is not enough people. There's not enough people out there.
There's not enough people to say no to it at the same time.
If everybody, I've said this before, Sonic, right? When it comes to things like council tax and your bills like gas and lecky, my lecky has almost trebled overnight. Okay, literally. I use half as much. I use half as much equipment, and I'm paying twice as much fucking lecky. Now, if enough people turned around and said, "You know what? We are not paying our fucking lecky bill this month." What are they going to do? They can't cut everybody off because loads of people have got kids and they're not allowed to leave them without power.
They cannot fucking arrest and lock up everyone. There's more of them.
No, exactly my point. They can't. The same as what's going on in Canada at the moment, when they turn around and say we're going to lock up anybody that takes fuel to the truckers. What are they going to do? Lock everybody up? No, of course they're not.
They ain't got room for them.
I got my words twisted. What I meant to say was there's more of us is what there is of them.
But how can you stop paying your tax though?
It's taken automatically, isn't it?
It gets taken automatically because you set up a direct debit.
Exactly, but this is the point I'm going to go into, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. You see, if you don't want to fucking pay that anymore, and it's already coming out your direct debit. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Anybody, please correct me if I'm wrong. But all you have to do, right, is go into your fucking bank. They're coming via direct debit. Cancel those fucking direct
Cancel it.
debits. Stop.
Yeah.
They cannot take them out.
Exactly.
Can I just respond to Anders?
It's
My
not
point
for
was
that
it would need to be one person that's got money and could fund themselves in court to build up the amount of cases against the police.
No. Sorry. I answered
For them to get a for them to make them look at the bills that they put out. You know, the whole what's his name? The Inspector Trotter's statement and the thing that he put out. You know, the police still walk all over that.
Yeah, with regards to photography in public, yeah.
The police still walk all over that. You know, they still abuse that, and someone needs to highlight that. And I think that's the way. Someone that's got a load of money. You know, back in the day,
get what you're saying, right?
Watching Auditors, I thought to myself at first, nobody poor.
No,
I don't know if he funds himself.
You don't need one person. You don't need one person. If you've got enough people. If you've got enough people, you all come together and you do a joint. You join together and you do a joint fucking case against them with maybe 20, 30 or more people.
Oh yeah, but then you need an organisation. You need people willing, and then you need money for those 40 people. Then you need to fund those 40 people, and it's not then one person you're funding. You need to fund.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Rather than one person taking a whole thing to a higher court, you've got 40 people funding a solicitor representing all of you.
Right, but can I just say something, right? That obviously there's a point at the bottom there, the one Peter Pope. Yes, we do have common law, stand under your rights, Bill of Rights, which I think personally is right. But the amount of people that are unemployed in this country, they're entitled to fucking, what's it called? Legal aid.
Yeah.
Which means they don't have to fucking pay this solicitor. They've legal aid. That's provided for them. Surely they can go to court with that. And if it comes to
like Bastian.
Good
evening, sir.
How you doing? Go to court and fucking represent themselves. You don't need a lawyer. As long as they know basic fucking rights. They can support themselves and stand up and argue that case themselves. I've seen fucking press fucking examples of people who have done exactly that, and they have won. I mean, that channel, is it CT? There's going to be taking a new channel about case law. There's been several people who have done exactly that. They haven't got their own lawyer. They're knowledgeable enough. They've went to court. They've represented themselves, knowing the basics of what they know in law, and they have fucking fought against the system, and they have won.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah, but again, the thing is, what people need to do is when you've got 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 20 people that have been abused by police under the Terrorism Act, for example, all of these people need to come together. They all need to go to. They all need to go to a brief. Okay, they need to decide on one. Okay, go to a brief together and say, listen, it's like a class action, isn't it? When you've got loads of people. I think that's what it's called. Anyway, forgive me if I'm mistaken. They go to a solicitor and they say, look, there's 20 of us that have had the piss taken out of us, and we all want to see justice. Okay, that the brief will then represent all of those people as a single case. Okay, all of those people, rather than paying themselves, they're all coming together and paying, so they can still afford to do it because they're all paying, their money rather than to separate briefs. They're paying it to one brief who's going to represent a lot of them, and they can, there's things that people can do, but it has to be people need to come together. And this is what we were saying earlier about these channels turning into bitch fests. There are so many channels that are bitching against each other rather than.
It can't be about that. It's just got to be for the main goal of just one goal, not all of them bitching between each other. Because that's what I didn't like about. I mean, I won't go into names, but a couple of months ago,
Go on.
All right,
Is that enough, Randy? Go on.
So I don't know. I think it started off with I mean, well, there's been quite a lot of stuff. I mean, I've been watching the auditors since Americans were auditing, and then after the Americans, the British started auditing, and then I started watching the British guys. So I mean, I've been watching names going back a couple of years, and some of those names are very, I mean, some of those names have done some stupid shit and have turned out to be people that probably shouldn't be auditing or have a YouTube channel whatsoever. But there was something a couple of months ago between like Marty and Live Free and some other people and something, and there was a load of bickering going on. And I didn't like it, and I just liked to go into their streams because they were on one point, and it was just going against the police, and that was it. And they've taken a load of people onto their little sort of campaign, but that's what's happened. There's been a load of bitching going around, and I mean, I at first when I started watching them. When I first started watching Marty, I can't remember who I started watching, Live Free or Marty first, but I think Marty was around first, and then Live Free come about on the scene. But he had like that goal, that one goal in mind was to defeat the police. You know, that was the one goal in mind, and he's still doing it, but I don't know. They've got, I don't know, sloppy and got off of the subject of what they go out to do sometimes.
Yeah, do you know what I found? I think that what's happened, and I said this in a chat the other day. I'm in a group chat with some auditors. I'm not an auditor. Let's make that clear. But I am in a group chat with some auditors.
Audit. I swear that you did audit though. Back in the day, you did a really good audit with proper auditors, but no, they're shit.
Not like the one in the library.
That wasn't an audit. That wasn't an audit. I've done one audit. I've no reason to lie. I've done one audit. Okay,
can I just very briefly? Fuck you, then, you English twat.
Come on, fuck you.
I just want to say, right, for anybody watching, right? Racist. I just want to say, there's no shame in auditing. Any of you auditors out there, we're not shaming you, we're not putting you down, there's no shame in auditing. I just want to make that clear.
Oh yeah, look. People's opinions. Listen. People's opinions are welcome on here, okay? Yeah, and whether somebody thinks if somebody thinks I've been a dick, they've got the absolute right to say so, okay?
Of course, you're a fucking dick. You're my kind of dick.
We're English. We're all dicks.
Just as I've got the right to turn around and defend myself, the same as anybody else. If somebody says something on here and somebody doesn't like it, they've got the option to come and speak to the person that said it, and and get it out in the open. But you fucking put me off, you bastard. What was I saying?
We're talking about auditors.
You were saying about no need to lie about it. You doing one audit or something, and then you butt in.
Yeah. I've done one audit, okay, and that was at Jacob's Biscuit Factory. The incident you're talking about at the library, I believe, wasn't an audit. That was standing up for our rights. That was somebody got ejected by force from that library, which is also a council one-stop shop. They got ejected by force because they wouldn't take their hood down.
Yeah, I don't remember it. It was mad.
Yet there was people going in there in burqas and baseball caps. But this lad got kicked out, forcefully thrown out the door by security. And the reason we went there was not to audit; it was to stand up for the rights of this lad that got booted out.
Security at the fucking library.
Because it was a one-stop shop for the council as well.
Right, okay, right. So,
but that the Jacobs Factory was the only audit that I've done, and to be honest, it bored the fuck out of me. Okay, I've got to be honest with you. I fucking hated every minute of it.
Did anything happen? I mean,
no, nothing happens at all. But it just wasn't
boring. That's why it's boring for you, because you knew you had nothing. You knew you had no way. I mean, once you got the police in your hand, and they fall into it, and they break every single law. And like I say, if you got the money to defend yourself and go all the way, I mean, it's quite a fun game. But
which is true, yeah. I've got to say though, for me, that I would rather the police do their fucked up things on their own, okay, without and I report on it. Yeah, when I got arrested a year ago last night. sorry, 3 years ago last night, I got arrested not because I was auditing, but because I was genuinely, and I've got no reason to lie. I've never lied to anybody on this channel, or, you know, I was there literally to take some 10 or 15 seconds worth of footage for a website template that I was learning to build. I was learning to build website templates at the time. Which is why if you go on my PayPal link, it goes through to Earn Like a Pro, and basically what I was doing is I was going to create a system for online marketers to build their own websites and promote their businesses, and that's what it was about. So I was learning to build website templates. And I went down there to try and grab some footage. I didn't get any footage. The only time I recorded was when the police approached me, and that's it. People call that an audit, but it wasn't. You know, if it was, I'd say it was. Do you know what I mean? I've done it. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't do it again. But that getting arrested for trying to get some footage for website templates is what started this channel off. But I've honestly only ever done one audit. Some people say when I got caught outside the docks down here, which is I think is the very first video I put up. Again, that wasn't an audit. I was walking the dogs. I saw the lorries coming out, the wagons coming out with all their lights on. You know how our lorry drivers fill their cab with lights and around the cab and down the front. And they were coming out. I literally just got a new phone at the time, and it had a function on there to do like long exposure. So that's what I wanted to do. So I tried to get some pictures. I went to the guy in the gatehouse first of all. I said to him, listen, I said, where can I I asked him, I said, where can I stand that is not on your property? Because I want to get some pictures of footage. Oh, you can't take pictures. You can't take pictures because the police will come and take your phone away. That for me just made me go, that for me made me go, oh, fucking really? Let's see about that then.
The next question would be, show me your property line then, please.
Exactly. If somebody threatens me with shit like that I know is wrong, I'm going to say, bring it fucking on. You know what I mean? And that's what that was.
Can I just fucking say, good fucking on you, man. I'm glad you did that. I'm glad you fucking did that. And see if I was your
I'm not going to. I'm not going to take. You know what I mean? I get if he'd have come out and said to me, do you know what? Over there is the boundary. If you stand the other side of that, it's fine. But if you come this side, then the police are going to have to come out and speak to you. I'd have said fine, and I'd have gone to the boundary. But because he said his actual words were, he didn't say where I could go. I asked him where the boundary was, and he turned around and said to me, if you take pictures or videos, then the police will come and take your phone off you. Fucking really.
Yeah, instant red flag. Yeah, man.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know what?
And that's why I stuck around.
But I take it that's where it all started for then. I don't think I quite caught the fucking start of this whole conversation because I was away having a piss.
Right.
But back when I started listening to all this shit, so I take it that's where it all came from, how it all started then.
No. That wasn't anything. I done that, and I just, that was just one of the things. I was out walking the dogs.
Right.
And I just saw the lorries coming, loads of lorries coming out at once. And I thought, let me try it. It was a brand new phone. It was a Samsung S8 at the time. And I thought, fuck it, let's give it a try.
Yeah, so you're trying, so basically, you're trying it with a new phone. And you're like, fuck, some trucks and shit. Right, my phone
but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't on private property because I didn't want any hassle.
Well,
so
that's
I went to the gate.
Correct me if I'm pretty fucking certain I own my rights to this extent, right? So correct me if I'm wrong anyway. As long as you're standing on public property, even if you're videoing private property, as long as you're on fucking public property, you can video whatever the fuck you want.
That's true.
Practically.
Right. Thank you.
Was it a public court? A publicly accessible court?
I believe I might be wrong, but I believe it's the Port of Liverpool. I believe they do ferries over to Ireland and stuff like that from there. But you do find most of the people that go in, or most of the traffic that goes in there are lorries taking goods to and from.
It all depends on how much money you've got, but you can just be in the port, and until you've actually left and been asked to leave, you haven't actually trespassed. So I mean,
that's right.
Hang on,
that's right.
Sorry, but not being funny, right? regardless of what you're fucking filming, whether it's fucking ferries or whatever coming in for fucking Ireland to fucking Liverpool or whatever the fuck they're coming for, going to, or whatever the fuck they're doing, as long as you're stood on public fucking property filming anything, you're not committing a crime. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Thanks for highlighting the guy.
No, you're absolutely, you're right. You're right. Pretty much, you can film whatever you want, as long as you're not filming anything that would be classed as indecent,
I mean,
and as long as you're not filming through somebody's, as long as you're not filming through somebody's house window, then you're completely within your rights to film absolutely anything else.
Well, you can, that's the thing. You technically could stand outside someone's house and film through their window. You technically could do that, right?
I mean,
it's down to them to close their curtains.
Yeah.
Well,
But it's just been an arsehole, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, DJ, the other DJ. It's just a bit to say that, and I mean, it's like it's weird. It could be, to a certain extent, like classed as invasion of privacy, but at the end of the day, is if they're standing on the fucking pavement doing it, that's still public property.
I mean, remember that Google Maps had to dumb down their satellite imaging because it was too good, and it was so good that it could see through people's people's windows. You know, so they had to give us a version that wasn't as good, so you can't see through people's windows.
Yeah, I've noticed that many pictures, like on the more
back in the day, I could see who was in my back garden. You know, now I can't see shit.
It's good for you didn't see ranking at a bedroom window.
But that's the thing.
Oh my god.
Let me.
Sorry, can I just say, but this is what I find out crazy when you're talking about like standing, videoing other people, like especially when it comes to like other people's vehicles, which I've noticed when you're standing in public property on the pavement, from the police station and stuff like that. All right, you might catch other people's cars' registration plates. Everybody can see a fucking regi plate every time you go out and drive the car.
I'm going to do a video soon. I saw it a while ago and I got sent it earlier today as well from Joe Public about an you know, the Interceptors on Channel 5.
Oh, yeah. It turned out to be a nonce.
It was an ex-intercept. Yeah, I know. I've reported on that. It was an ex-interceptor talking about auditors. Calling them fucking, do you know what I mean? Saying, oh, well, you know, you're sitting at home wanking off to fucking laundry pages.
He was watching Crinkle's stream, I think.
I'm gonna take that video and I'm gonna rip the cunt to pieces at some point in the near future. Okay.
Not be funny, right? But you must have been so goddamn fucking butthurt to comment on that in the first place.
Of course.
At the end of the day, like I said, as long as you're standing in fucking public fucking property, like a pavement, you can.
Then there's fuck all they can do.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly. You can fucking film whatever you want as long as you're stood on public grounds filming it. What can they do? I mean, you this fucking terrorist bullshit. I see all the time on YouTube, mate, right? All this terrorism, that bullshit that the police trying to do.
Stop, please.
See if you want to fucking like terrorism act shit filming like fucking you trying to put me to shame. See if I was stood there filming, right?
Oh my god.
If I was stood there on the fucking public pavement filming people's compounds.
That's a great
and I wanted to get certain
it is, you're right.
if I wanted certain information, I would go into fucking Google Maps and zoom
You're
in.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Listen, Sonic, just give me a second, right? First of all, I need to ask Princess Angela why she's angry, and secondly, I need to give Bastion Radio some airtime.
I should have got here earlier.
You need to mute his YouTube. You need to mute his YouTube. Sebastian Radio, mute YouTube.
If I can, sorry, I've been meaning to ask, but if I can, I noticed I went to the toilet and I came back and I noticed there's a 6-person come on. He's on the bottom left. He's got a fancy looking microphone. He's sitting with a black jacket.
Yeah, this is Bastion Radio, yeah.
Bastion Radio.
He's been there for about 20 minutes.
I know.
Right, Maria, I can't get a fucking word in with her neither.
I couldn't get a word in edgeways myself to ask. I was just wondering. Yeah, man, that
No
was
worries,
all.
mate. No worries.
Against your brother.
No,
I was just
no,
wondering-
no.
I was-
I've been interested myself listening to about the auditing stuff. Yeah, thanks, Dan, for letting us on.
That's all right. No, Sonic,
yeah.
Sonic, just take a fucking breath, Sonic, will you?
I was just being curious of who he was. I just thought.
I know, man. I'm only taking a piss. Go on.
All right, it's nice to have you on, mate. So on you go, man.
Nice
Oh,
one.
thank you
Thanks
so
very
much
much.
for having me.
Welcome to your channel. Cheers.
Welcome to look at my channel, like, subscribe, but anyway. carry on.
Perhaps picked up the accent very well.
Thank you.
There's something I wanted to add there, Dan, and it's related to do with this auditing stuff, and probably one of the fundamental reasons why people do actually go out and do this auditing. I've seen that video you were talking about. That guy, ex-Interceptors guy, he's got a few things from there. He goes under now of selling his channel that being in the police caused him to have PTSD. He's retired and all this shit. Yeah, right. Well, I've watched the majority of his videos, and I did see that specific one where he attacks auditors, and I thought, hold up a minute. The reason, one of the big reasons why auditing's here in the first place is because if you look at the concept of all these fly-on-the-wall fucking TV programs that glorify the police, police interceptors being one of them, right? You get the intros of, this is PC Bone, and they stand there with their arms folded, right? And it's like the footballers when they do the rundown pre-match of the footballer, they give all the stats about him. Well, police interceptors have their own thing as well, where the policemen stand there and they've got their arms folded and they're in their uniforms like this. Yeah. And then it all comes up, all the lettering comes up on the side. This is Bob Bollocks, PC Bob Bollocks from Southend Police. Police interceptor, expert driver. He likes fish and chips on a Sunday night, and he likes.
Fish and chips on a Sunday night and taking it up the arse on a Sunday.
That's right. Taking up the arse while bogging on Braintree Common on a fucking Sunday. Yeah. And you know what? It just makes the whole concept of this fly on the wall stuff. They're trying to big them up. They put them hero posts, hero status. They raise them up. We see them acting like fucking dicks. The only reason why they love the job is because they're given a fucking souped up Scooby or something like that. Yeah, that they're driving around with, and they're loving it on the taxpayers' fucking expense. And most of them police interceptors, it's just traffic offences. There's a lot more going on in this fucking country than just fucking traffic offences. And time again, these police fly, and there's loads of them. There's tons of them.
I've never seen a single. Sorry to interrupt. I've never seen a single one of those programs where they've gone to fucking arrest a nonce
or grooming gang.
Good point, man. Good point, mate.
It's the biggest crime happening in this country at the moment. You were talking about immigration earlier, and yes, there are specific people here that shouldn't be here. But one thing that's becoming very prevalent across the whole country, and that's in every major town and city, is child rape gangs. And the police, every time you mention this to the police, they run away like fucking little cowards in their black uniforms. They don't want to discuss it. They go all coy. Yeah, because they're fucking protecting them for one reason.
They're a protected group, aren't they?
Do you know something about
definitely, yes.
You want to know what way to make them run even fucking faster? Pakistani Muslim fucking grooming gangs.
I tried to be a bit diplomatic. Dan struck off.
He's fucking Scottish. He doesn't know what diplomatic is.
No.
You've only got to look at the gangs up north.
Yeah, you got the demographic. You got the demographic.
And they haven't done a bloody thing.
If the BLM didn't get the moderator, they certainly will.
Exactly, yeah.
Not just for the benefit of everyone, not just for the benefit of everyone who's in this fucking chat, right? But for the benefit of everyone who's watching or anybody who give a fuck. Not just because I'm Scottish, saying bullshit. Fuck them. I'm not just Scottish, mate, right? I'm fucking British. And I'm proud to be fucking British. And I like to speak the fucking truth. And I don't give a fuck what I don't give a fuck anybody says. I speak the fucking truth. And you know what? The truth fucking hurts. Don't like it.
Oh, it does. It does. Certainly within the police realms.
Right, exactly.
You start throwing this back at them, the facts, and the fact is, over the last 30 years, child grooming gangs has risen exponentially in this country throughout our towns and cities. And we don't see this on police interceptors. We don't see this on the fly-on-the-wall documentaries or 24 hours in police cell.
I'll tell you exactly why you don't fucking see that shit. Because it does not fit their fucking narrative. That's exactly why. It's called.
Well, I think a lot of people want to see it. I think, but I think it's the rabbit hole of that whole element goes so much deeper than just the gangs on the street. That they don't want it coming to light, you know, because it will lead down rabbit holes that people are down already. People are down the rabbit holes, but they just can't get them to air. You know? They just can't get them to the.
Well, this is what frustrates me with the auditing thing. Is when the auditing thing started off here, so I'm getting a bit of feedback. I don't know if it's my end.
YouTube. I just talked through StreamYard.
Yeah, I've only got it going through StreamYard. I ain't got YouTube on.
Maybe your webcam's picking up off your mic.
No, there's only one mic. I'll go through an audio mixer in. There's only one mic going through it. The video mic's not connected to this at all. It's gone now anyway. It's gone. Anyway, what I was going to say is the concept of auditing, I've found, certainly from the early days, it's good. You turn up, you just turn up with your camera. You don't have any interaction with the police up until then. You do your filming bits and you wait for them to come to you. But it seems to have turned a little bit. And I often wonder, certainly over the last 2 or 3 years, are certain people doing this to discredit the whole idea of auditing? Because the whole concept is correct. And I think we should go one little step further than that. If you are confronted by police, I think it's time to throw it back in their face and go, really, is this all you got time to spend on? I'm here legally filming whatever I can see, whatever. What are you doing? What are you doing? Certainly if you're in West Yorkshire or Telford or somewhere like that, what are you doing to combat these grooming gangs? And that's why I'm here with a camera. Throw it back in their face. But
sorry to butt in, but
you fucking will.
Exactly. Right? Even whether it's in England or across the border of your side in Wales, or even up here in Scotland, I believe 100% I'm in agreement with what you're saying, because what they're doing is essentially is they're not committing any crimes. They're sure as fuck not breaking any laws. They'll correct me if I'm wrong. Please do. We're all well within our rights to film whatever the fuck we want from a public place. If we're and this is what gets my fucking goat. Every time I watch these fucking channels on YouTube, right, auditors or whatever they were fucking what they call themselves, right? They're standing there, and as far as I'm concerned, they're not committing any crimes, not breaking any laws. They're standing in a public place filming. Now, there is absolutely no fucking privacy out in the public.
Well, it only tells me one thing. When I see a cop challenge someone that's standing there with a video camera and they're not happy about it, my automatic reaction is they preach to us, if you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear.
Exactly.
But it doesn't work the other way around. And that would be my automatic reaction. Is there something, officer, that you don't want me to film that might be dodgy and put you in a bit of shit?
Right.
Exactly. Play the police game on them.
Because my reaction to them would be, well, hold up a minute, I'm here with a camera. If you've got nothing to hide, then...
Exactly. Then you have nothing to fucking fear. Exactly.
Yeah. Why do all the auditors just say, I'm here making a film? Why don't they say, I'm here making a film to see how much...
They don't need to. They don't need to.
Exactly, Dan.
All they need to do is be honest and say, I'm auditing. Okay, there's nothing illegal against auditing. If they say I'm auditing, they know what auditing... Hang on a second, Sonic, sorry. If they say I'm auditing... All the police know what auditing is nowadays, okay? Even Mighty know what auditing is because they put out a document the other week on it, okay? If you turn around and say, I'm auditing, the police should, at that point, go, okay, turn around and fuck off, okay? But they don't. They don't. The reason they don't is because of fucking pride and what's the other word I'm thinking of? Ego, that's it. That's why they don't. Because they cannot leave a situation without asserting their authority.
It's because you're challenging their power. They don't like
exactly.
Exactly. You are challenging.
Well, you look what happened to me outside B&M that time when I was filming Matey with the mask. 2 of them talking to the bloke, 6 of them surrounding me.
Yeah.
Because I was filming.
Well, I had 8 accounts on the road here.
I really want to get into
last
it. Like even months ago, when I first
Well, they're
started
too
watching
frightened to
auditing.
walk round in singles and couples now. They've got to travel in packs.
Yeah.
You know what? But just, I know there's a few fucking things said there, right? So it all comes down to the same fucking thing. I said the bullying you, so they're coming at you groups because you're doing what? Standing there on public fucking property, public grounds, doing what you are lawfully entitled to fucking do, which is filming from a public place. They don't like it. So they come and try and bully you in their crowds like they do, the bunch of fucking pussies that they are. I make no apologise, they're fucking pussies.
Well, they escalate the situation, don't they? That's
Exactly,
their
they do.
tactic.
But
They
this is
escalate
what-
everything.
Sorry to interrupt you there again, man, but that's exactly
Sorry.
this. They do it. They're not happy with what you're doing. Why are they not happy? Because they clearly have something to fucking hide.
Yeah.
But why do they need to approach people in such an aggressive manner?
Because
we've come for a friendly chat, but they're straight in your face.
Yeah, exactly. And I can answer that. I can answer that right here, right fucking now. Why they
They want to make you feel uncomfortable. That's why.
Yeah.
Get you on the
They're putting
offensive.
you on the back foot before
DJ.
they even speak to you.
Dan made a point earlier. Dan made a point. Can I just say?
Oh, hello.
I've got a phone call. I've got a phone call.
And pizza.
Bear with me, guys. Hello.
Hello.
Dan the man.
It is Dan the man.
Stop you to fucking.
Is that Dan the man who can?
Not so sure about that. Not so sure about that, but it's definitely Dan the man. Oh, I know.
From a public place.
How you doing, TC? You all right?
They have something to hide.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Sonic, shush.
Tell the Haggis muncher to shut the fuck up.
You know who this is, Sonic, so shush now. Come on.
I thought you said the caller couldn't hear us.
I can't hear him now because I had to mute the TV. So
That's
I can't hear
probably,
him.
muting's probably a good thing, yeah. Anyway, carry on.
Tell the Haggis muncher he's an ignorant fucker. I've messaged him twice on Facebook replying to his message and he's never fucking replied.
Right, tell the Haggis muncher.
I know that. I know that, boys.
Okay.
I will look up. Hang on. Tell me what. I'll look up. I know
He's going to go and have a look. He's going to go, how you doing, TC? Everything all right, mate?
Yeah, not bad. Hey, what do you make of Wales and the new jibby jabby for 5-year-olds and under?
I don't know. I've not seen or heard anything yet.
They're all wankers.
Well, if you have a look on GB News, it's from there.
Right.
Wales has developed their own special jibby jabby for 5-year-olds and under.
Wales
and they're going
have.
to make Wales, yeah.
And it 5 to 11-year-olds.
Disgusting. I blame the parents. If they let them do it, I blame the parents, not just the Welsh government.
Look at the news, you'll see it.
Well, they'll hold back their
Yeah.
benefits or something, won't they? Probably. I mean, they'll be like, "We're going to hold back your benefits if you don't fucking do it," or
Yeah,
your
I
kid
don't
can't
think
go
we're
to
quite there
school,
yet.
and
I
then
think that's the plan.
we're gonna take you to court and give you a load of fines because you won't let your kid go to school because
The
you
only
don't
way
want to get the
they can
jab.
force them
Yeah.
to have it now
You
is
see
when
it.
they go through this bill of the human rights bill, because
that's
there's a
gonna be
part
interesting.
in that where they actually can mandate anything
Now,
if
sure
they
what's
think
going on,
it's
though.
for
I can
your
see your lips
good.
moving on TV,
And
but I
they'll
can't hear
put that in
you
law.
through the phone.
Hang on, sorry, I'm just Mickey Mouse. Who's is it me that's not responding to you? If it is, I apologise. I'm looking at the panel as I'm talking. So if I've missed anything that you put in the comments, I apologise. Have we upset Sonic? He's fucked off.
Not sure.
Falling
I thought you
asleep.
kicked him.
No, you'd have gone on Facebook, wouldn't he? To see what the message was the cat was on about.
So,
He's hung up to ring you.
oh, look, he's back in. He's back in the back office. Shh, pretend we haven't seen him. Just pretend we haven't seen him. Hello, mate.
Aye, I heard that bit, Dan. You fucker, pretend you haven't seen him. You can't.
Actually, Sonic, give us a minute. I'm going to boot you out just for a second. I'm going to boot
buddy.
you out for a minute. I'm just going to let somebody else in for a sec. I'll come back to you shortly.
Hey, you
Stay.
went TC. I was trying to go into YouTube to respond to his comments. Just fucking redirected me, the bastard. So,
all right, well, just give us a minute and sit in the back room there and sit there like that. Just sit there like that.
And the back end, you fucker. And the back end, you fucker. Come on.
Listen, Sonic, I'll let you back in a few minutes. All right, just give us a sec. Just give us a second. We need to let somebody else in for a minute. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
No, what?
No funny. Ha ha ha. Can you hear me?
Give us a sec. Let's finish talking to TC first of all, and then I'll come to you. Just give us a sec. Sorry, TC. Go ahead, mate. It's a bit of a mad one in here tonight, so I apologise.
I know. I actually saw you on earlier, but my mate from States rang, so I've been on Skype with him for about fucking 2.5 hours, so I've missed what's going on.
No
but
worries.
what I did notice, everybody seems to be.
What?
So everybody seems to be on the pop.
Well, look, this is not good. I've got that much brandy left and that much Coke, and it is not fucking good. Not good.
One hour
Not
away
good
from the bathroom floor.
It's not, I know there's people in the comments waiting for me to finish this off, but it's not good for me. But there we go. Fuck it. We're 3 years old today. Fuck it. We can't celebrate today.
Oh, happy birthday. Oh, well, that gives me an excuse to get another can out of the fridge.
Yeah,
Happy birthday, mate.
Will.
Cheers.
Produced his own vaccine for 5-year-olds and under, and they were making it mandate to all be injected.
They're mandating it.
Yep.
Nah,
They
fuck that.
can't.
I'll move.
They
I'll
can't.
move.
In the Black's Law Dictionary, it clearly
A little
states
truth,
mandate
is that one?
must be agreed by both parties for it to be lawful and a binding.
I would also say the only way that I can see that people like that and the clown from the Nikinookanoolan land and the clown from Canada.
He's not talking about you, Sonic. He's talking about your master. Sorry.
The only way that I can see that being solved is the same as what we did in the 1660s. And that was a piece of string and a nice oak tree.
Well, you know, without getting in too deep into that, shall we say?
Well, you can round that up. You can round that up quite nicely, because if you look through history, right, and we can go back thousands of years, right? We can go back to the Roman empires and the abuse and the tyranny that started there as well. Let's face one thing, right? We've got protests at the moment. We've got letters to MPs. No tyrannical regime throughout history has ever been fought with nice emails, protests, or anything like that. You cannot overthrow a regime. We can go right back to the 90s when the USSR started to collapse. That was the people caused that. The people had had enough. That collapsed. And that's probably one of our latest examples. But throughout history, these tyrannical regimes have never been brought down by diplomatic processes, by being polite and nice language and emails and stuff like that, and writing to your political representative. They've never won like that. And I think, quite surprisingly, out of all the Five Eyes countries at the moment that are testing us all, and they're all looking at what's going on in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, here, and the United States. Canada is the one that's come out of left field here, because I thought this would actually play out in Australia. Canada are the ones I did. I seriously did. I thought, oh, we got to watch Australia, then New Zealand. The States, I think that was finished before it ever started, because they're armed. People are armed. With them. Canada's in a similar situation. I think we're at that pivotal moment at the moment. We've got Trudeau, the old blackface that's calling everyone racist and Nazis. Within 48 hours, brought in emergency powers. That's an act of desperation to me. That guy's scared. Here's the guy that runs off when these truckers first started to assemble down in their capital city. And he ran away. He caught COVID. He ran away. He shit himself. Well, he'd done the same in Parliament this week when they were debating him.
Twice.
The Conservatives twice. Yes, he ran out of Parliament. The opposition were questioning him and saying, how dare you call us? There's people there with Jewish descent saying, I'm Jewish descent. I'm a Conservative politician. And I feel disgusted that you're labeling me as a Nazi because I stand with these people. Multiple people run out. And one of them demanded an apology from him. And he didn't do it once. He done it twice. And on the second time, he said, I'm not satisfied with your answer. You've not made an apology. I want an apology.
That was the woman. Yeah.
Yes, Trudeau walked out. That guy's a coward. He's a typical French coward, French-blooded coward. And I think his time's coming because now there's legal talk of what Trudeau has done. He's overstepped his mark. These tyrannical regimes always overstep the mark. This guy's done it a little bit quicker because he's a bit of a prick.
He's a playboy. He's a rich playboy. That's it.
Yeah.
A bit of a prick.
But I'm trying not to get your channel. I'm trying to be polite.
He's a massive prick.
If you want to boy, I can do that. At a switch.
He bought that
Holocaust survivor.
Say again, TC.
I said, did you hear what Trudeau called that Holocaust survivor?
Holocaust survivor? No, I don't know.
No, it's terrible.
No, it was in Parliament, and he turned around and says to her that she's a Nazi supporter.
Supporter, yeah.
Said she waves the swastika was his actual
wow.
words.
I think this is where he's going to come unstuck, and he knows it.
He's
When that happens, the Speaker of the House stood up and he had nothing to say at that time, and there was a legal representative get up from the bench and walk over to the leader of the House, gave him a word of advice, and I think Trudeau has finally overstepped the mark. I think we ain't heard the last of this, and this mini tyrannical regime that he thinks he can bring around in the space of 48 hours is going to disappear. And I think there may be legal proceedings against this.
He's fucked. As far as I'm concerned, he's fucked. He's rushed into. He's seen his chance to fucking grip people by the throat, right? And he's gone for it without thinking. He's just gone fuck it, and he's fucked himself. As far as I'm concerned,
Dan, let's look at it. Let's just take a quick snapshot, right? What's happened in the last week? We got Trudeau calling the truckers and the people that are supporting them Nazis, right? Well, look, he's saying they're blocking the streets. They're not. All the videos I've seen, they're not blocking the streets. On the side of the streets, traffic still flowing through. People are going about their business. The only people I've seen that are dressed and acting like Nazis were on Friday and Saturday when I saw their police dressed up in all their combat gear, there with big batons, tasers.
Taking their name badges off and their collar numbers,
Bastion,
that
I don't
is
know whether
Nazis.
you know, but those guys that were in the green overalls with the helmets and the batons
They're external.
are suspected UN troops because there's been a load of UN transport planes landing at Ottawa.
Yeah, don't surprise me at all.
Guys, can I just because TC's on the Skype rather than in the chat here, so I'm not sure if he can hear everything you're saying or not. But can I just finish this with TC if you don't mind, because he's sitting here at the moment.
Yeah, carry on, mate. Carry on.
Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. I just don't want him sitting there. Thank
we
you.
knew it was going to be a problem right from the get-go, didn't we? So
sorry, TC. Go on, mate.
You're right. I can actually hear, except you are a couple of seconds behind on my TV than what's actually in the phone. So
no, I just didn't want you. I just didn't want you sitting there thinking you weren't getting your chance to say anything because we got 6 people on screen talking. So I just want to make sure everybody gets a chance to say something. That's all.
Yeah, not no worry. I know they can't hear me, though, can they?
No, they can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
It's just if you haven't got, are you wearing headphones?
No, I'm on mobile.
Right, but you can hear them.
Mobile phone. Yeah, well, what I've done is I've got the TV at the other side of the room down pretty low. So
right, okay. Okay, no, that's my point. Normally, if you've got your TV up louder, I'll get the the fucking echo from it, the feedback. But because you've got it lower, that you can hear them. But normally, I'd say to people, put earphones in, and you should be able to hear them. But then you wouldn't be able to hear me on Skype. So it's a bit of an awkward situation. I do apologise for the setup, but it's the best I could do. Anyway, go on, TC, crack on, mate. Sorry.
So no, as I says, the clown he accused the Holocaust survivor, didn't he, of being a Nazi supporter in Parliament?
Yeah.
You know, the guy's a lunatic. But there again, as he said, he wanted to be like his dad because his dad was the prime minister before him. Well,
how do you think he got the job?
Is a bit sadder than what his dad was.
Bloodlines. Yeah.
The whole thing's fucked up. I mean, I've got to be honest, and I've said this before many a times. My focus is on the UK. So all the news that I really get to see and hear about is the UK based stuff. Although occasionally I come across stuff from other countries while I'm looking at UK stuff, but I don't have all that much time to look at stuff that I'm not going to put into a report, if that makes sense, because all my time, I have to spend as much time as I can gathering as much info about each report. So basically I find a news article. I look for other news articles corroborating the information in the news article. Sometimes I need to phone the police station press office. Sometimes I need to phone the court press office to find information, and that takes up my time. So I don't get as much time to look at other stuff that's going on outside the country. So for me, it's probably best for me to sit back and let you guys talk about this, because you guys seem to have more time to look at this stuff, whereas I don't necessarily have that time.
Well, the only reason why I've got such an interest in it, Dan, is because
I don't actually have that time myself. Like I say, Dan, and I don't know who the rest of the people are on the screen, so I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. I'm assuming one of them is a lady.
Two of them.
That's me. That's me.
Come on, my eyes. I'm an old man. My eyes don't work. You can't circle on a screen. It's hard to, let's say, actually walk across the front of the room to see what the actual picture is.
I'm a lady.
So you actually looks like someone I used to know.
This one here. This is Angela. This is Princess Angela.
She said the police had passed her, so she had to go.
This is
angry. Angry Angela.
It looks like someone who I used to know.
This is Madame DJ Vix.
Hi, DJ Vix. Hello.
Don't need to worry about the rest of them.
And Arthur.
You're right, Bastard.
How you doing?
Not bad, mate.
I know DJ from old.
I'm not that bloody old, you cheeky sod.
I try to run coppers over with your bloody mobility scooter. What were you like?
I know, nice, wasn't it?
That's why he sat here waving back at you.
Brilliant.
They should have moved out the way, Roger, you know.
Well, if they had done, the dog would have had him, wouldn't he?
Exactly.
Oh my word. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's always crazy.
Like I say, the only time I really see anything other than what's going on around my own vicinity is if I see something come up on YouTube from GB News.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I watch. Other than that, I don't watch TV.
I wouldn't take too much from GB News.
You started away, Dan.
Well, I mean,
48-hour book that I had.
The what, TC?
It was a 48-hour bug.
48-hour. Yeah, I was going to say you do sound a lot better than you did the other day. Yesterday. Was it yesterday or day before?
Man, I tell you that.
Yesterday, wasn't it?
Day before.
Day before.
Was
Sorry.
it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. But I tell you, seriously, every piece of your body aches and pains. You're absolutely shivering cold, and you're burning up at the same time.
You had COVID.
Yeah.
That knocked me for 6.
It's called flu.
It's called a cold, mate. It's called
It's
just a cold.
fucking mad.
Grab a bowl of Vicks and a towel.
Yeah, it's fucking man flu. Man up, lads. Fuck's sake. I'm taking a piss. I've had a drink. Look, I'm allowed to take the piss when I've had a drink. I'll blame it on that tomorrow.
It's a bloody birthday as well, so you can.
I'm counter. I told you, mate. My skin's is like a rhino skin.
Yeah,
that penetrates it,
mate. I'm taking the piss anyway. Listen, I don't. Listen, the only time I'm horrible to people is when they deserve it. And
well,
so
on your
far,
third birthday, you shouldn't be drinking anyway because you're not a bloody old.
You know what I think you should do? I think you should let Wrinkle the Twinkle come back and so can.
Oh no! Oh, fuck.
I've been waiting for him to come over, to be honest, but no, he's not come over. I'm surprised.
He's trying to keep his channel alive. Bless him.
Hiya, Kaz. Thank you.
If he comes over here, he'll bring all his followers with him, and then half of them will stay here, and then he'll only have half to take back, so he won't have any.
Dan, I'm gonna drop down and let Sonic back because he wants to get on. So I'll keep down and let him up.
Sure.
No, I'm fine.
Oh, it's okay. Oh. Okay.
Lovely speaking with you again, Vic.
Sonic.
Hey, thank you, Dan. Thank you.
Oh,
listen, listen.
Fuck you. Whoever said, "Oh my God, fuck you"?
Listen. Let people talk.
Yes, I've been listening. Firstly, but I want to say a big massive thank you to DJ Vix. She's a fucking sweetheart.
She's a good girl. She is.
Yes, she's a diamond. She asked you, and you let me on for. So thank you for letting me back on as well. Like,
yeah,
it's been TC came on, and I was trying to go into the YouTube channel to view all myself as well, everything that's going on, and for some reason it cut me off of this and put me on the YouTube. So I accidentally came off the channel. I'm sorry for that. Thank you. Thank you. No, seriously, but thank you, Danny, brother. Thank you for letting me back on. And a massive thank you to Vix, DJ, sweetheart, for letting me back on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. You're welcome. Now let's let TC talk.
Yeah. Come on. TC.
Just out of curiosity, Dan, did you see the last message I sent you on WhatsApp?
I'm not sure. Let me have a quick nose. I've got a message on Tinder and Poff tonight. Fucking hell. It's the first message I've had off of either of them for about 6 fucking months. Anyway, cracking on. Let me have a look. Hang on, what fucking here we go.
Is Vix still in this chat?
The last message you sent. Oh, what about Patreon? That message.
Yeah.
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 No,
what do you think?
No,
obviously,
I think
that's not something straight away. Obviously.
No, I think it's a good idea. I think you need to at least get yourself established first. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's what I said. It won't be straight away. That'd be after obviously actually get things actually working properly.
Yeah, no. As I said to you, I think the idea is is fantastic. I think a lot of people will be keen to watch those kind of videos, and I think that if you can offer somebody something, I don't see any reason why if you do what's it fucking called? What's it called?
Coming out.
If you want advice on OnlyFans, give it loads.
Oh, fuck, OnlyFans then.
Patreon, that's it. If you do a Patreon at a later date and you offer people something, I've got no reason to think people wouldn't want that information. So I think it's a good idea.
Hey, Bastian, I think Dan would teach you a fucking thing or two about.
Well, as long as it makes people remember you. Because obviously that's what it costs me each time to be a member of the fucking legal database where I get all that information from, you see.
Yeah, no,
Which ain't
absolutely.
cheap, I
Listen,
can
you need to,
imagine.
as I said to you, if you went, hang on a minute, Bryson Nowder, what the fuck are you doing?
Fucking spammer.
Spam in the chat.
Any more, I'm gonna have to boot you, or somebody's gonna have to boot you because we can't have that shit going on.
Look at me, I can spam. Oh, look at me.
Right, I said any more, and you've gone, and you've just done another one. So fuck you, laters. Thank you, Josie. Look, I don't care what people have got to say in the comments. I'll let people say anything they fucking want, providing it's not inciting violence or it's breaking the law or it's spamming and being a dick.
Sorry,
that
Dan,
is being a dick.
Was that on the YouTube channel comments?
Yeah, it will come through. It's also in the StreamYard comments here.
Right.
In
No,
the
it's
main
sorry, it's just because I'm not watching it via the YouTube.
Yeah, you
I'm
can
on
see the
app.
comments from YouTube in Streamlabs. In StreamYard.
Right.
I didn't realize that either. You got private chat and
Oh.
comments.
Right,
You got the
gotcha.
private chat.
Because I'm sorry, but I'm just using like the private chat thing.
Yeah,
to,
click
like,
over to the comments. Click on comments.
click on
I'm not-
comments.
sorry, guys, but I'm not on the actual YouTube one.
No, click
Yeah,
on comments
in
on StreamYard.
In StreamYard, you got a tab called private chat and you got a tab called
Yeah.
comment.
Yeah,
Click on
yes.
comments and you'll see it all.
Right, I see that, mate. I'm on the private chat one. So
Yeah, you're on the fucking alcohol as well. So that's let's move
yeah,
on.
of course. I'm Scottish, of course. I'm on the fucking alcohol.
Fucking hell.
For all you fuckers that want to fucking use that stereotypical shit, fuck
Anyway,
you.
listen,
later.
Sonic, behave yourself, or I'll let fucking TC loose on you.
Fucking glass racing kiss.
Oh, yeah, I don't mind a bit of old agger-shagger.
Hey.
Lucifer wants in.
It'd be nice to get TC in a chat with me. I've not heard from him in a while, man.
Hey.
He's a good guy.
Hey, I don't. Hey, any Ola goal, any part in a storm.
Well,
Unless-
well, you know,
unless-
let's
unless
be
you're
honest.
right, man.
Some ports are worse than others. Let's be honest. I mean, you don't want to go into some fucking port covered by pirates and to hijack you. So you know, there are some ports that you want to stay well away from.
You keep showing us that ring, but we haven't seen any girl yet. Like, what's going on?
I've got a shy wife. What can I say?
Where is she? Is she asleep? Is she asleep? Take the camera in and prove it.
I could do.
That's right. It's that time of night now.
Put the 70s porn music on while he's doing it.
Oh,
I'll do one better, mate. I'll do one of my fucking bootlegs. I'll get linked to it. Fun with Mr. Blobby.
Do you know what? I'm glad you know that I'm fucking messing around and not being serious.
Hey, mate. Honestly, man, we're all fucking friends here. We're all brothers and
The thing is that what I took from Stuart is the same as I've took from you, Dan.
Who's Stuart?
Me, DJ Sonic.
You're Stuart. That's not a fucking Scottish name.
STE.
English name. He said he's English, didn't he? He said he's English.
You're
Fat
fucking
bastard.
better believe it, Bran.
Hang on, fat bastard or jock. That's a Scottish name.
I'll take that. Hey, Danny, brother, I'll take that as a fucking compliment, son. Fat bastard.
Yeah, I'm dead fucking sick.
There's some belly button fluff there.
Sorry, go on, please. I'm sorry, I keep going off on one. I do apologise.
I thought you were get his fucking maggot out for a second, Wayne.
You know what? I'm surprised upstairs haven't come banging on my door and telling me to shut the fuck up because I'm not being
I'm
quiet.
surprised my wife has to tell me to shut the fuck up to wake the fucking kids up, man. You know?
No, she's just WhatsApped me and told me to be quiet. That's why.
That's incredible. Considering
It's not every night you pick up, but when it's every night of the fucking week, you know, that's when people get pissed off.
No, I know. Look, we've got to have a laugh now and again, haven't we? Do you know what I mean? And I can take people take the piss out of me, and that's all good. As long as people understand that we're all having a laugh, we're not being serious. It's all good.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. End of the day, mate.
That's what I say, that's what I take from you. You can, you know, you seem to be thick-skinned, and Stuart seems to be the same. The other two people, well, three people that's on the screen, I've never had any interaction.
I'm very sensitive. Me, I'm very sensitive. I'll wait for
The more mature gentleman next to you.
This one.
Be all right.
Hang on. This one here. Roger's all right. Roger knows we're taking the piss and having a laugh. He's cool, Roger.
I've listened to it for long enough. Dumb nights.
Well, I've seen him a couple of times on here with you, and he seems to be similar kind of person as like or myself. The other guy looks a bit more professional, so
him over in the far corner down there.
Yeah, that one.
That's Arthur. No, Arthur looks professional. He's got a bow tie on. I've only got
that's Bastian. That's Bastian who's got a voice for radio. He's got a voice for radio.
I've got a face for radio. I don't know about a voice.
No, but I didn't say it upset anyone.
honestly, I just want to say something, right? I don't know if I've spoke to Bastian before. I don't know if I've spoke to Bastian before. I've heard him before, I've seen him on.
I'm pretty sure I've seen you two in the machine together.
No, honestly, but
these snowflakes, you're not living these mock shoulder houses. These mock shoulder beams and stuff, don't you?
Alright, TC man. Just 2 seconds, mate. Honestly, gosh, I'm seriously, man. I don't know if I've spoke to you before.
It cost you £1.50 a minute to listen to you.
It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance.
And you, Sonic. I don't think we have. I think I'd remember if we did. I can't recall.
Oh, hello. We got a dead body in the corner.
I don't recall, but I just want to say it's nice to meet you, man. It's nice to talk to you. You sound
and you, mate. And you. Thank you, Sonic.
You sound like a gen-up guy. It's nice to meet you, man.
Thank you very much.
To meet your acquaintance.
Likewise, DJ. We did speak the other week, actually, the first
time. When did you get a Lord Hood, Pat?
Oh, fuck.
The what?
When did you get a Lord Hub?
When did I get a what?
When did you get a Lord Hub?
Hold on.
Lord Pat. When did you get knighted?
I am a lord. I've got a fucking certificate and everything.
It's me.
Did you get my emails, mate?
I have, yes. I have. I haven't been through them yet because I've spent the last, I'd say, 15 plus hours trying to sort this fucking live stream out to do my Skype through here, which has been a fucking nightmare. I cannot tell you, but I've done it. But I've not been through any emails or any WhatsApp messages all weekend because I've been concentrating on trying to get it for tonight.
There's one in there. Yeah. One of the attachments, I can't remember exactly which one, but it's all about people who died in custody.
Pardon me. No, yes. Sorry, guys. The attachment you sent me is people that have died in prison custody rather than police custody.
Prison custody?
Yeah. I have done a video in the past. I'm not going to go looking for it. You'll have to look for it yourself. Sorry, but there you go. But I have done a video on the people that have been killed in custody, plus or either in custody or following contact with the police, versus the amount of police that have been killed. The amount of police that have been killed is something like 300 and something since 1970 something. But the amount of people that have died in custody is several thousand. And yet the police go, oh, but you might be filming my car. Oh,
most importantly, Pap, none of them have been successfully prosecuted.
Good point.
True.
Since 1961, there hasn't been a firm prosecution, successful prosecution of a police officer being prosecuted for death in their care, as it were. They get away with it every time.
So what the fuck?
I just watched the video.
Go on, Wills.
I just watched the video of a copper. Yeah. Assault a woman, go to court, get done for assault. Okay, yeah, he was only fined and had to pay commission and tagged and that, but he's still working on limited duties as a police officer, even though he's been done with assault on a woman.
Yeah, no,
that's the sort of couple we don't want on our streets.
But there's loads of them. There's loads of them. There's fucking loads of police that have been found guilty of crimes, that the police force hasn't sacked, or they've sacked but haven't put them on the barred list, and they've just gone and got another job at another police force. Someone said to me, somebody commented in the comments the other day, going to me, "Oh, but this person's been, I spoke the other day, I think it was Friday or Thursday, about a copper that got fucking that got kicked out of the police force, but he wasn't put on the barred list for drink driving." And I said, "But that just means he can go and get a job somewhere else."
Yeah.
Some knobhead in the comments going, "Oh, but he can't get a job somewhere else." Well, he can, because he hasn't been put on the barred list. You don't have to have a fucking driving license to get a police as a copper, because there's plenty of jobs working for the police that don't require you to drive. But this dick in
at the end of the day, sorry man, right? At the end of the day, just because you're a fucking copper doesn't mean you shouldn't have to fucking suffer the same consequences for drink driving as whatever other fucker does.
Or any other crime for that matter.
Right, exactly. Why don't you go, mate? Sorry for interfering, but I had to fucking say that.
Let's just look at Cressida Dick, right? Right now, she was overseeing an operation when that guy, that Brazilian guy, whatever he was, South American guy, was shot on the tube.
Charles de Mendes, yeah.
Yeah, Charles de Mendes, right? Now, not long after that, she got a promotion. Okay, this was on her watch. She was the one that authorized the shoot to kill policy on that certain operation that was going on. And ever since then, she's gone up and up and up and up throughout her career.
So the more wrong she gets, the higher she goes.
14 years as the Met Police Commissioner. Who the fuck votes these women in? Or blokes that actually,
This is the problem. Nobody actually votes police commissioners in.
This is it.
No, Patel gave her the extension, even after everything that she'd been through. Patel turned around and went, "Okay, let's give you a fucking extension because I'm an absolute cunt."
Yeah. Success is failure in the police.
Capital fucking cunt.
Failure is success in the police. Failure is success. That's their model. Yeah. And you can replicate that across all the police forces in this country.
Well, that sums up Patel's bloody job, doesn't it? She has
Let's say it was 2020, yeah? Right? And instead of us all being on StreamYard, we've all gone round to PAPs, yeah? And we're
come round, let's have a party.
Let's say we're all at yours, Pap, yeah? And it's lockdown, right?
Yeah.
Right? We're all having a few beers, chat, having a cigarette or whatever. Right? Not breaking no laws, nothing like that.
No.
Right? What would have happened to us lot?
Can you imagine if the police turned up at my place with all you lot?
Look at all the handcuffs he's got. We just put handcuffs on really quickly. Put our trousers down. They'd be in and out quicker than the fucking.
Listen. Their pants would be down. Listen, their pants would be down, and they would get spanked, and they would fuck off. I'm telling you. If we had people from this channel here and the police turn up, they would get fucking whooped, and they would fucking go. Either that, or they'd have to bring the fucking riot police round here because they can't handle getting their ass whipped. Hang on. Listen, we've still got TC on the line. I'm sorry, TC. I am so sorry, mate.
No. I'm sat here chuckling like fuck.
Bring TC on, man. I'd love to talk to him on here as well.
But nothing happens to Boris Johnson, though, was what I was going to say.
Of course not. He's
listen, you wait. Listen, I've got a video coming out tomorrow about Boris Johnson and his fucking his bullshit with the parties that he's been through, right? And you wait till you hear the shit. You may have heard it already, but you wait till you hear the shit that I've got to tell you about what's going on with Sue Gray and Boris Johnson tomorrow.
Boris Johnson, they've already said now they're not going to publish the whole thing, the whole report.
Which one's Sue Gray?
Sue Gray is the one that's doing the inquiry.
Yeah.
She's already completed hers.
In fact, you know what? I'll tell you. Fuck it. I'll tell you now, right? But still watch the video tomorrow because I'll be really upset if you don't.
Watch your videos, Pat.
Sue Gray has turned around and said that everybody who is implicated in the inquiry is allowed to read her report before they answer questions by the police.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if that was any of us, we wouldn't be told fuck all. We'd get taken into an interview room. We'd get questioned to see if our responses match the inquiry report or not, and we'd get fucked for it. But every person who was at these parties that has been investigated is allowed to look at the report about them, not about other people that was there, but about them specifically, before the Metropolitan Police question them.
Oh,
is that fair? Is it fucked?
No, that's disgraceful. That's pure, utter
I'd say that was corruption at its finest.
It is.
Of course it is.
Well, the police aren't even
That just goes to show the difference between. That goes to show the difference between the fucking elite and us plebs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But it's something that I don't think yourself or 99% of the population of the country is considered. And if you actually go and read the British Bill of Rights, the very top 3/4 of that is all to do with Parliament. And it's stating that they can't be held responsible or questioned or I can't remember it word for word.
Yeah.
Anything that happens within Parliament or within the government shouldn't be questioned by the police. You go look at the British Bill of Rights and read it.
Crazy.
What's this? Pap on the Charlie tonight. He be e-begging tomorrow for more drink and Charlie. He will say the police burgled his house again for no reason and another stroke next week because of drink and drugs. Repeat. Do you know what? Fuck you prick. See you later.
How about I give
What is
you
wrong
my
with these fucking
fucking
people? What?
I don't know. But I'm just gonna fuck. But that cunt is gone. Simple as that. Fuck you. I don't care what you say about me. I don't care. You can say I'm on Charlie. You can say I'm e-begging.
He hasn't got up enough time to be off going doing Charlie.
You turn around and accuse me of bullshitting about a stroke, then fuck you. You're gone. End of.
He's one of these. He's one of these child rape gang nonce supporters that's obviously frustrated that we've been discussing it earlier tonight. That's what it is. He just don't like the fact that we're talking about the nonce child rapist police protecting fucking wankers that this so-called Northumbria police
maybe
is.
he's just been booted off.
Let's put it this way, I can't say what I'd like to see happen to nonces, mate.
Yeah, he might have been.
I'd like to see every one of them strung up from a lamppost and give them a Colombian necktie. Fuck you, YouTube.
No, do you know what?
Tie around your neck and we set fire to it.
Fishing line, yeah. Fishing line tied around the balls, yeah. Right,
so,
and then tied to the back of a car, and then very, very slowly pulled with a car on the fishing line.
Was it Northumbria police that have one of their policemen that had his head blown off by that, what's his name, that chased him for a week and they couldn't fucking find him? That's how good they are.
Ralmo.
When it was Northumbria police that had their head blown off, you twat.
Hang on, TC was saying something then and we missed it. What did you say, TC?
I said it's about time we did a rerun of 1660. I know that date probably doesn't mean anything to you.
We haven't got any guns left. They took all the guns off us in the 80s and 90s. We've got nothing left, man. What are we going to do? We got fucking
more recently, after they've taken everything else off us by making this fucking law that says we're not even allowed fucking display weapons on the wall, like fucking blunt samurai swords and shit.
Pap, it's worse than that. We can't even say hurty words. We've got to look at our words now.
It is actual law. It's totally different.
I know.
And when I say law,
correctness has gone fucking wrong, man.
In the high courts and supreme courts, I do keep meaning to sling you that judgment across, Dan, that you asked for the other day on the phone.
When you've got time, I keep forgetting, to be honest. I've got to be honest because I've got so much going on. I keep forgetting myself. But when you got time, man, there's no major rush. Sonic. Wake up, Sonic.
Hey, remember that thing Dan ran at the cook? It's my turn.
What? What'd you say?
Remember that time, Dan, when you ran out of coke and you shit a face?
Sorry. You're gonna have to speak in English.
Pap don't do coke.
I'm Scottish, you cunt.
That's why you don't speak English.
When Dan ran out of coke, now it's my turn. I'm shit faced.
Go on, Sonic. Go on, mate. Go on. I can hear you. Go on.
I'm
Say what you got to
pissed.
say, son.
I'm pissed.
You're not. Fuck off. I don't believe a word of it.
Yeah, Pap. If you need any research doing,
Pap, go on, Wills.
Just let me know, and I can do a bit of research for you online and that.
I'll tell you what I need to do. There is an application, an online application that that allows you to put in what you need done, and it allows people to go to click on it and go and do that, and then post their stuff. Do you know what I mean? So if you need something done, like, I don't know, if you're building a website and you say, right, I need somebody in the group or in the work team to work on something, they click on it, they see that it needs doing, they go and do it, and they post what they've found within or what they've done within the thing. There are some applications out there, and I really need something like that. And anybody, you know, I know there's lots of people out there that have offered to help me, but the problem is I'm so used, you know, not because I'm, you know, not being a dick, but because I'm literally so used to doing stuff on my own. It's really difficult to ask people for help, you know, even if it's just looking stuff up. It's so difficult for me to say, you know, to contact somebody, say, can you do us a favor and look something up for me, because I'm so used to doing everything on my own. But I want to. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to rely.
The offer's there if you ever need it. You've got my numbers. You've got my email. You know, I send you enough emails and WhatsApps and stuff. When I know, man. You know, when I find things and that, when I'm pottering around the net and I find stuff on misconduct or whatever, I always send it over to you.
Look, I've got a quick tunes for DJ Sonic. This is for DJ Sonic.
Gone.
5, 4.
Oh, fuck me. This is quite a funny
I got
night.
copyrighted on a live stream the other day.
The what? Sorry, Wills? You got copyrighted?
I got copyrighted on a live stream the other day from the mark.
Stop using copyrighted material then. It's quite simple.
I was walking around the mark, yeah, and they were playing music.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
You can 5 seconds. If you do more than 5 seconds on YouTube, they'll have you. So if you're going to do a blog.
But you can appeal it, because if it is not the main focus of the video, you can appeal it.
Oh, right.
If your main, honestly, if you record something and your main focus is the music, okay, then it's copyright infringement. But if it's in what they call incidental, so if you look at the copyright rules for the UK, which is, I think it's fair use rather than copyright, I believe. If you look it up, it will say in there that providing the main focus isn't the music, for example, then you should be able to overrule it, and you should get somebody from YouTube to say, okay, fair enough, it's not the main focus. So if it's background music, that if you're walking through the street and you're talking, filming yourself, and someone's, you know, some busker's playing some copyrighted music, for example, that doesn't affect, or that shouldn't affect your channel. If it does, you can, if you've got money, fight it. But obviously, most people haven't got the money to go, fuck it, I'm going to take it to court. Yeah. So they just say, okay, fuck it, or I'll just take the strike. But honest to God, if the main focus is not the music, then I know that way. That way. Then by law you're not infringing anybody's copyright. So people need to understand that as well. This is something that I didn't find out until about a year or so into my YouTube, my YouTube life. But so many people will just go, okay, fuck it. And the reason they do that is because they don't have the money to fight it.
Exactly,
because
yeah.
the people that own the copyright have got millions and millions of pounds. Most of us are two paychecks away from being homeless. So
BMG are the fucking worst. The record label.
Technically, I still am homeless until the 15th of March.
Oh, fucking hell.
Trying to rise.
I used to edit videos and the music that they gave you on the music.
I didn't show you this place, Pat, because it's a fucking pigsty.
YouTube would fucking write you for it.
Sorry.
Hey, you're on about copyright.
Oh, there he goes. He's back in the land of the living.
I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
You're not.
Don't
Fuck
say.
off. You're not pissed.
No, you're not. Are you, Sonic?
Like, I know you're talking about like copyright.
Do some star jumps. Do some star jumps.
Hang on. You're talking about copyright.
Oh, fuck it. Sorry, TC. Go on, my friends. Go on.
I say you're on about copyright, but did you know there was a Supreme Court judgment that states if you buy a CD or a DVD or anything, you're allowed to make as many copies of it for yourself as you like.
Yeah, for yourself you are. Yeah, absolutely. That's been that's a Supreme Court ruling from quite a while ago, isn't it? Must be at least 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You can't broadcast it.
It's about probably 15, 16 years ago, that.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. At least 10 years ago, that is. But it's the same as computer programs. You're allowed to make copies for yourself. The offence comes from making it from making copies to sell and profit from. But providing it's for yourself, then there's no issue. You could have 30 copies if you want, and you know, providing you're not selling it, there's fuck all they can do about it.
Which is right. So, hypothetically speaking, you go and buy a nice brand new DVD today that's just come out of a movie, make yourself 100 copies of them. If the old bill come, unless they prove you've been selling them, you're not breaking the law. Do your own backups.
Fuck it, just go on torrent, download it once.
I must have watched this at least a dozen times.
But it's a minefield, you know. I mean, I've got a massive video collection.
Sir, he's about to fall over. Go back there. He's about to fall off his chair.
No, he's gone. He's gone. He's not even on the chair. He's
No,
actually. Oh, he is on the chair.
He is on the chair. He's there. He's
I thought he'd gone out of the room.
No, he did. He sat back down again. He's about to go.
Fuck yeah, no.
I'd try to hear all the computer and shit hit the deck. Because he hits the deck.
That's the exact reason
I've moved into the middle.
So, do you know what? And these jocks all give it all the big one about being fucking big drinkers and that. Look, I'm still going, sunshine.
I'm just going back to the fridge, so I'll be back in a sec.
Strong.
Yeah, so that's what he done. He emptied his bottle and filled it with iron brew.
Oh,
he was swinging from that Jägermeister.
Hello, Arthur. Go on, Arthur. Go on, son.
If you're ever coming to Norfolk after the 15th of March, yeah, contact me before you come.
Why is that? Why? What's?
Because I get my bungalow after the 15th of March. So certain people who I know, yeah. I'm sort of saying they can use my living room for the odd couple of nights or whatever. So if you want to come down this way and do a few stories or audits or whatever.
That's what, well, I don't do audits, but
I
do.
I know you don't, but you know what I mean.
I've got to be honest, right? I've been offered by about 5 or 6 people. There's a guy in Cyprus at the moment as well who emailed me the other day, and I've not got back to him yet. I've seen his email. If you're watching, I haven't got round to it yet because I've been so busy trying to get this live stream sorted out. But I've got a guy in Cyprus who's offered me to go over there to Cyprus, which is fucking amazing, and I'm so grateful to some of the people that watch this channel for their generosity. The same as you, Will. I mean, I've got to be honest. That's an amazing fucking offer, and I really appreciate it. The only thing that I've got an issue with at the moment is because I've got this thing for pets. I had to give the dogs up, you know, as much as I fucking hated it. I had to give the dogs up because they needed a better life than I could give them. I've got the cat. I've got the cat now. Obviously, I can't bring the cat with me. I can't bring the cat everywhere with me. It's a fucking hassle.
Fucking Pat with your black and white cat.
I know he can look after himself, and if I put enough food out, I've got about fucking 12 bowls out there for him. I can fill the fucking bowls up for a few days. You know what I mean? But
happy birthday to ya.
With advertising for Fosters.
To ya.
Even though I know the cat will be okay, I feel bad. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Leaving him without me. But do you know what? I appreciate it, and if I ever am down that way, I will be sure to give you a shout. Trust me.
So if you're ever down this way, even if you don't need to stay overnight, if you're ever down this way, give us a shout and I'll go out with you.
I will. I will. If I ever go anywhere, I will always put a shout out on the channel that I'm going somewhere. So anybody in such area, hopefully will get to know about it before I go. Excuse me.
I had back you, Mark, in Liverpool, and then I saw you in London, and I'm waiting for you to do Norwich.
Yes. The only reason I went to London is because I was asked to go and cover an event, and that's it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone down there for any other reason. I had no reason to go down there. Somebody asked me to cover an event. I wouldn't have done it, but because I knew what the guy had done in the past.
Tell you what, Dan, full respect for doing it, because that needs to be exposed. What's going? It got in the papers about that fucking statue. It needed to be done. So you might think it wasn't a worthy cause, but I'll tell you what, the impact on that, people know about it.
I know it was a worthy cause, Basher. I know it was a worthy cause. The thing that pissed me off is everywhere goes, oh, such and such a bloke was doing such and such, and then all they had was one paragraph going, a second male was arrested. Fuck you, a second male was arrested. I'm Pap, you motherfucker. Open your fucking bail.
No, if you got a letter, if you had a letter from mainstream media, pick it up.
I would take a dig at you. There's 1,000 of you then.
I know. Look, the whole thing was about David Chick, right? I didn't know he was going to do what he done, right? I knew something was going to happen. I didn't know what it was, because, again, I looked into him once he contacted me and said to me, "Look, I'm going to London. Can you come and document it?" So I was like, "Okay, I need to look into this guy." So I looked into him, and I've seen what he's done in the past. He's done lots of protests. Never done anything, illegal as such, but he's done protests, which he's allowed to do. Caused a lot of disruption, don't get me wrong, but he's never really done anything illegal or anything like criminal damage or anything. So I went along. And just because I was seen talking to him, and then he went and done what he done, I'm up as part of that, as conspiracy, which is a bit of bollocks. But there we go. What can we do?
The biggest thing John done was trespassing, when he used to climb the cranes and the bridges.
Oh, was he the father for this guy?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. That's the one.
I mean, even if they do charge you, I suppose on a plus side, at least it's still coverage, isn't it? Because the media will then put your name out there and say,
"No,
no,
they won't put my name out there. They won't put
my name.
They
won't mine either.
No, if you get charged with like conspiracy, and they try and knock you two down for like the rest of your lives."
I guarantee they'll turn around and they'll say, "Oh, David Chick, who has done X, Y, Z," and make him out to be some sort of arsehole because he's protested before for father's rights, let me add. And they'll make him out to be some sort of fucking arsehole, and then they'll go, "Oh, and somebody else was arrested, or somebody else was charged." And that's all I'll get. And the reason that's all I'll get is because they'll look into me and they'll see what I do on here. And they won't want to promote that. They'll go, somebody else was, another male was arrested or another male was charged. They won't give my name. Guarantee it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I guarantee they won't give my name.
I doubt it.
There's nothing they can charge you with.
I mean,
no, not really. No.
Have you tried going to like independent? Have you tried going to more independent news channels? People that don't.
You know what you could always do.
The narrative. because they might pick up they might pick up on
Sorry,
your
Alf.
story and have someone actually follow it, you know, and have someone follow your case more and post it then on not so much their actual main TV channel, but more on their sort of online stream.
Dan Wootton, someone like Dan Wootton, who hates the BBC, right? He's
Look,
a big news presenter. If you went to Dan Wootton and went to him direct with it, I'm sure he would, like, you know, if it will get your court case out of the way and everything, I'm sure he would promote it because he hates.
I've been to a few people. I've been in touch with a few people, or I've tried to be in touch with a few people, should I say? Excuse me. Let me just. We've got some fucking knobhead on here posting spam shit again.
Oh God, they do my head in.
You know this fucking ridiculous. You know, VUM.EN Joe.
Yeah, what is that all about? What is it? These 3-letter things.
I'll just fuck them off when I see them.
They're usually porn sites or
virus.
I've been in touch
It's
with
a
a few.
link to a virus.
I've been in touch with a few people with regards to the situation. They've reported on it on their own channel. For example, what's the guy who had the pug that done the Nazi salute? What's his name?
Oh, the Scottish guy.
Yeah, you know what I mean, didn't you? I've been in touch with it. I've been in touch with him because he done a piece on it. I've been in touch with a couple of other channels that have done bits, you know, that have said, well, you know, fair play to the guy for smashing the fucking statue up. I've been in touch with them, but nobody's got back to me.
How about Alex Belfield?
I'm just the person. I'm just the person who was there. You know, I'm the person who got arrested first. I got arrested first. Let's have it right. I got arrested before David Chick. Okay.
And then they've added you as Nick. Yeah.
I was held longer than David Chick. I was held in custody longer than David Chick. Okay. David Chick was released before I was, but I was arrested before he was. So I was held for far longer than David Chick. Okay. But yet nobody gives a fuck. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to go, look, oh, fucking make me famous because I was there. This is about David Chick and what he's done. Okay. But again, I was there, I was arrested, I was held longer than David was. And yet when I reach out to people and say, look, you need to keep talking about this, because if we stop talking about it, people forget about it. And we need to keep talking about it to make sure people remember, and to make sure, you know, and to get people to fucking act. And yet nobody gets back to me. And it's like, well, what the fuck? Did you just report on it because it was a thing at the time? Do you know what I mean? Jumping on the bandwagon, so to speak. Is that why you done it? You don't give a shit now?
I got a question. Do you know if Rebel News covered the statue story?
I don't think Rebel News did. I haven't seen anything from Rebel News about it.
Yeah.
To be honest.
When are you answering bail then, Pap? Or court?
I'm telling Belfield had on his channel about it, didn't he?
Belfield. I don't think Belfield likes me because I called him out a few last year.
But he runs where the money is, doesn't he? He goes where the money is. And if the BBC are paying him, he give what he got to give. You know.
Well, he worked for the BBC for 14 years, and he was happy then. The first year he come on YouTube, he was praising the police of what they had to do with this COVID restrictions. For the first year, if you look back on these videos, he was praising until he got raided, and then he changed his attitude. So that guy blows hot and cold.
Right,
he's another Russell Brand, isn't he?
With the BBC.
I've got to say, my view changed against him, changed about him rather, when he started slagging off people with mental health issues. What he done is he slagged off people with mental health issues. Then when he got a serious backlash, the next day, oh, I knew that was going to happen. I done it on purpose.
And
fuck off, he
video, didn't he?
Yeah.
Took the video down and said I'd done it on purpose. Well, if you've done it on purpose, why didn't you leave the video up? Fuck you.
As soon as I heard about it, I went onto his channel to give him grief about that. He was bang out of order.
Yeah, well, I've done a whole video on my channel about it. It was only a short video, but I've done a video about it because, nobody should fucking hassle people with mental health. Yes, there are people out there that take the piss, but the problem is we don't know who's taking a piss and who's not. And if we tart everybody as a piss taker, as a liar, as a bullshitter, as putting it on, then there are lots of people that have serious mental health issues that are going to that are going to go unfucking diagnosed and unhelped because we assume they're all bullshitting.
Yeah.
And I got mental health issues. I'm lucky. My medication. I mean, I ran out of medication on Thursday. Last night, my head was fucking swinging. I was in a fucking shitty place last night. Honest to God, I spent all day trying to do this thing, sort this out with Skype and that. I was twisted last night, and I was in a fucking shitty place. And I'll be honest about it. Luckily, I went in the kitchen, I went in my medicine drawer, and I found one single fucking tablet, and I took it. And thankfully for that tablet, I'm okay today, and I'm all right to have a drink. If I hadn't, and I'd had this drink, I'd probably finish this live stream, and I'd want to go and do myself in. That's the God's honest truth. But thankfully, I found that tablet, and I'm okay. I've had that tablet last night. I'm good tonight. I can have a drink, and I can have a laugh. Do you know what I mean? Rather than be a miserable cunt and feel sorry for myself and want to kill myself.
Never a miserable cunt.
You mean like Sonic?
I can have a drink. I can have a drink. I can have a drink and I can be okay with it because I had my medication yesterday. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be drinking tonight. I can assure you of that, because I would be in such a fucking shitty place afterwards. And I wouldn't want to pretend that I'm okay when I want to fucking do myself in. I've been in shitty places and I've been on my live streams, and people have seen me. People have seen that I've been in a shit place. In fact, I've been in a live stream and I've cried live on air because I was fucked up and I didn't want to be here. Okay, and thankfully it was you lot that was in the comments that stopped me doing something stupid.
Yeah,
and I'm grateful
for that. What time we shut up till that night as well to make sure.
I'm genuinely grateful to everybody on this channel that was on my live stream that night and gave me some fucking peace and some and comforted me, because I didn't want to be here because I'd run out of fucking medications 2 days before. That was like the third day that I had no medication and my head was up my arse, and I didn't want to be here because of that. And I'm not saying that because I want sympathy or anything like that. I'm saying it because I want you to know that if it wasn't for you lot, the subscribers of this channel, if it wasn't for you, when I came online because I knew that it would stop me from doing something stupid. Okay. And you lot helped me that night. And I cannot thank you enough for that. And that is one of the reasons why I try and give back. One of the reasons why I allow people to phone in and talk about their mental health problems, because I know what it's like to be in that situation where you don't want to be here anymore. And if it wasn't for you lot, as I say, I wouldn't be here. And I would hate to be the person to turn somebody away that doesn't want to be here anymore, to turn them away and then all of a sudden find out that they're no longer with us. Which is why I give everybody.
That's why I don't like these ones that come on when Frank run that time.
Dan, can I just say two things?
Go on, TC. I'm sorry, man. You're on the other monitor, and I keep forgetting your ear. Fuck's sake! I'm so sorry.
Kick out Sonic and put him into.
Kick out Sonic and put him on.
Have your medication delivered? It's free of charge.
I keep forgetting, because I think to myself. Listen, I'll tell you what, I think to myself, I don't need my medication delivered because I'm capable of walking to the chemist myself. And that's why I don't get my medication delivered. There are other people out there that can't walk to the chemist to get their medication delivered. Fair enough. Do you know what I mean? Let them get their medication delivered. I don't like abusing services. I don't like abusing people.
Well, it's not abusing services, it's not abusing people.
But I feel it is.
Fact, I know myself, I'm meant to take medication myself.
Yeah.
And I totally forget to go and collect it. It's not like you're lazy, it's not like you're abusing the service or anything else. It is a genuine reason that you forget to go and get it.
But I feel
but
like,
at least
I'm taking a piss.
Yeah?
Well, you're not, because you've got to look at it. The shoe on the other foot is that you're keeping someone employed.
I am now.
Someone's paid to drive this stuff around.
I'm on it yesterday.
Yeah.
I hate, and I feel like a beggar and a scrounger every time that money goes into my bank. That's because I worked from the age of 15 up to the age of 40 odd.
Yeah.
And now 50 odd.
Oh, I know it's fucking hard. I know it's hard.
The only reason, seriously, Dan, no word of a lie. I used to have a contract for Barrett Homes of doing all their fencing of virtually 3/4 of Yorkshire. What I used to pay in tax a week, some people didn't earn in 6 months.
Yeah.
So I'm that used to not having anything given to me. So you can understand. I understand exactly where you're coming from. So, but no, seriously, it'd be far better for yourself, far better for your mental health, and far better for your physical health if you just simply, when you go to the chemist, say, would you please have these delivered? Yes, fill this form out, please, sir. There you go. Thank you very much. It doesn't cost a penny for anyone to have it delivered to you.
I know, but I just feel like I'm taking a piss. That's the thing. Do you know what I mean? You know, people say to me, "You're not taking a piss. It's what they're there for," and blah blah blah. But I just feel like I'm taking a fucking piss, and so once you know, I get my medication. I'm allowed a month's worth of medication dispensed weekly. I'm not allowed any more than a week's worth of medication in my property. And I'm not saying that because I want to, you know, again, I'm not trying to make people feel sorry for me or nothing like that. I'm not allowed a week's worth of medication because in the past I've done stupid stuff when I've had more medication here. Okay, when I've felt really bad and I've just gone fuck it, and I've just taken more medication than I should. Okay, and that's why they won't let me. My psychiatrist has said I'm not allowed any more than a week's worth of medication at a time. Again, I'm not saying that because I want, you know, I'm not trying to get sympathy or nothing like that. I'm just being honest with people, as I always am. And I genuinely think to myself, when it comes to getting things delivered, I think to myself, but the thing is, okay, it's a struggle to walk to the shop, but I can still walk to the shop, to the chemist. So why should I take away potentially somebody else's delivery by asking them to deliver to me? That's what my issue is. Do you know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying?
Look at it from a different perspective. You're not taking away someone else's delivery. You may be giving someone else a job.
Yeah, more work.
If that makes sense to you.
Well, it does, but when you know, mental health don't work like that. We don't see things fucking. What's the word? We don't see things as clearly as that. Logically, yeah, we don't see things logically, and you know, and this is the thing with mental health. As you know, if you've got mental health yourself, as many people probably watching this has been through something themselves. Yeah. We blame ourselves. We hold ourselves responsible, and we feel guilty. And that's one of the things about mental health, you know.
This is the first time I'll ever admit it. I do suffer with mental health.
Yeah.
But not mental health, which I class as mental health. People say it's mental health. To me, it's just normal reality for me. Now, I suffer really bad depression. And the reason being for that is, one, because of the how can I explain this? Fucking hell. The condition I've got. And the second one is, like I say, I have had a collapsed lung 3 times.
Yeah.
Right now, that lung doesn't work properly. So to explain that for anyone that doesn't understand this, that's like if you get into your car and 2 of your cylinders in your 4-cylinder engine isn't working right, it'll still calm the drive, but it won't perform in any shape, way, or form. Well, that's the same as me. My body just doesn't perform and my brain just doesn't perform the way that a normal person's would, because I don't get the oxygen I'm supposed to be getting. So that there causes really, really bad depression. Now, to me, I personally don't see it as a mental health issue. I just see it as that's just a part of my normal everyday life now.
The thing is, we're all different. We're all different, TC, and I've spent so much of my life dealing with things on my own, rather than relying on not relying, but asking other people. I've been in situations in the past where I've, for example, I'll use this as an example, and one of my brothers. Let me put it this way: I was in a situation where I wanted to clear all my debt. I asked my mum and dad for some help. They said they couldn't help me. Then I find out that my middle brother got himself in a lot of debt through gambling, asked my mum and dad for help, and they helped him. And because of that, I've thought to myself, well, if they're not going to help me, nobody's going to help me. So therefore, I've tried to deal with everything on my own. I can't deal with it all on my own, which is why I came on that live stream year before last, and I broke down because I was in such a fucking state. I could not manage on my own, and I felt that I needed some kind of fucking help. And had I not come on the live stream, I genuinely do not know if I'd be here now. I genuinely do not know, and I'm not saying that for fucking again sympathy. I'm not saying it for sympathy.
I saw the state you were in that night, Dan, and I can genuinely say, that scared us all. Everyone was concerned, and I saw how it turned around in the end. And you sort of
there was a lot of us were concerned that night.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, no, I get it. And had I not come on that night, I genuinely don't know where I'd be right now. That's the honest to God's truth. And again, I'm not saying that for sympathy. I'm being as honest as I possibly can with everybody. I've had a drink. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just trying to be, drink enhances your emotion. I'm trying to be as honest as I can be.
I come into that stream, God, and that was it was probably halfway through your stream, and I saw the state you were in. But at first, when I come in, I mean, I just finished my own stream. I come in, and I thought, I was pissing about. It was a weekend, as far as I remember. I thought, he's pissing around. So I didn't say nothing. Said something. Oh, cheer up, mate. Come on, blah blah blah. And then I listened and I listened and I listened, and it took me probably 20 minutes, half an hour to think, hold up a minute, no, this fucking guy's in trouble here. And there's nothing worse than just being in a chat room. You put your comment in, oh, come on, mate, bloody hell, it's, you get the silly cliches, oh, pull yourself together, come on, bloody hell, Dan. Worth that. And you feel useless as a listener to it, and you just like, I heard that and I thought, fuck me, that's
Yeah, you felt helpless.
Yeah, it's helpless.
Dan, on being a Scotsman not drinking.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do. Genuinely, I didn't know what to do. The only thing that I could think of that night to stop me doing something stupid was to come on here and do a live stream, because I knew that I wouldn't do something stupid in front of everybody. That's the only thing that stopped me from doing something stupid. And that, I've done ridiculous things in the past, and I don't hide that. Do you know what I mean? Again, this is not for sympathy.
Dan, it's a cry for help, and we all do it. It's a genuine cry for help, and there's no shame in that. No, it's
I've got a scar on my arm there, right at the tip of my finger. You can probably see it just about.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, I've got a scar there. When I was in my early 20s, my eldest boy's mum made me feel so guilty that I felt that almost everything in the world that was wrong was my fault. I went out one night. I wasn't drunk. I went out. I felt that bad. I found a bottle. I broke the bottle on the seawall in Southend Seafront. I broke a bottle on the wall, and I stabbed myself in the arm because that was the only way I felt that I needed punishment because of how I was made to feel. Now, again, I don't want people to go, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I don't want that shit. I genuinely don't want that shit. My point is that we've all been through shit. Okay, we've all been through shit. Some of us worse than others. Many people worse than I have. But for me, that night, when it happens to you, no matter whether people are in a worse situation or not, when it happens to you, it is the worst thing that you could ever go through.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if you think to yourself at the time, there's people going through worse than me. What's happening to you at that time is the worst thing in the fucking world.
And being alone and feeling alone just makes
Yeah,
it worse.
absolutely. And for me, as I say, the only thing that stopped me from doing something stupid was coming on here in front of people that I felt embarrassed doing something stupid in front of. Okay.
Yeah, no, I can see where you come from that. Yeah.
So no, I realised that I don't need to feel embarrassed, but I would have been embarrassed if I'd have done something stupid that night in front of everybody. I would have felt the biggest, excuse my language, I would have felt the biggest cunt in the world doing something in front of people that, you know, like you guys.
Like taking your head off with a shotgun or something.
Yeah, so that's why I came on it, because I knew it would stop me from doing something stupid. And it was the only thing that prevented me from doing something stupid that night. And you know, it was a bad night. I've got to be honest. You know it yourself. But again, this is why I'm so for helping people that are in shitty situations and listening to them. And I give them my number, and they phone me during the week, and I spend 4 hours on the phone or 2 hours on the phone to them, because I know what it's like to go through that shit.
Don't let people like Crinkle near these people. I saw what happened with that woman the other night, the other week. Bryony, yeah. And I tell you what, mate, you know, I've got full on respect to what you do, and you're trying to turn it around, and you're trying to give back, and you really do try, and I see it. And then someone like Crinkle comes on, and that's why I made that comment in the chat.
It takes over your live stream.
It does, it takes it over. It's not just that. The focus of what you're talking about goes, and I thought it was really important. And then you've got a fucking sick-minded twat like that's got form on all the channels. My channel, Civil's channel, Dino's channel,
Bear's channel.
He's gone around the whole fucking lot. He's gone around the lot. Yeah. And yeah, it might be, you know, a bit of joy. You got a few extra listeners on there, but they're all his little team. They're all his little team that have backed him up, like Richard Up his arse and people like that. They're a waste of space. They're listeners. This is why they have a go at me. Oh, Bastion banned us because of free speech, but no, I didn't ban them because of free speech. I banned them because they're a complete fucking set of cunts and arseholes. And I put that in the most dramatic way I'll put it, without YouTube taking it down. But the thing is, what he done with that woman that you spent a lot of time speaking, bloody, what was that, about 4 or 5 in the morning? You spent a lot of time talking to her. He is that fucking dangerous that he can just bring her whole self-esteem down just by what he'd done with her, trying it on with her and stuff like that. And that's why I'm not joking with this. I'm Crinkle's dangerous. As funny as he comes across, as entertaining as he is, people like him are fucking with people's minds. He's full of shit. He's not a genuine person. That's why he has to keep wearing his sunglasses, and he's got this. He dresses up like a fucking teenager in some sort of false persona. I find it quite dangerous. I just don't want you falling into that trap as well. Everyone, all of us, probably saying the same. We've all been there, mate. And look, you do too much hard work to be dismantled by someone as by an idiot. Basically.
Listen, he won't dismantle me. Right? The reason I had to call him out, that was. You know, it wasn't because I wanted to look big and hard and all that shit. It was because of my beliefs. Bryony told me that she had to block him because of what he was saying. I went back and I looked at what he'd been saying, and the guy was just asking. He was just saying to her, "Oh, basically, you're fit. Do you want to go on a date?" Basically, that's paraphrasing. But the problem is. The problem is the girl is and was vulnerable, and it was obvious from her videos. And he lied. He said, "Oh, she put herself out there, in the public domain, so it's her fault." Hang on a fucking minute there. So if you're saying it's her fault for putting herself in the public domain, you're basically saying if a 15-year-old got into a club and managed to lie herself into a club and she got attacked, then that's her fault. And he said, yes. That pissed me off
So then he's saying that any woman that goes out in a short skirt is asking to be touched up or whatever.
Yeah, and it ain't right. It's fucking wrong. It's fucking wrong. I can't have people. I can't stand people like that. You know, I've been
like to
accused.
see him tried that with Molly.
Yeah, listen, I've been accused of some shit in my past, right? I've never been, I've never done anything like that, right? Don't get me wrong. Let me be honest. I've had a drink. I'm going to be honest. Now, this is going to upset a few people, I reckon. The woman that I was seeing, I don't know why I'm saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. The woman that I was seeing, do you remember? I mean, a lot of you remember. People that follow me on Facebook would have seen my posts and shit. A lot of people said that she was bad news for me. She was toxic. I was seeing a woman last year. Now,
is this the one that tipped the hot coffee over you?
Yeah. I split up with her, and I'll tell you why I split up with her. I split up with her because a friend of hers, a bloke, offered her £100 for her to sit on his face. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I get it. Some people say stuff out of a laugh and they have a joke. Okay, maybe they go over the top a little bit, but sometimes people say something for a joke, and it's not taken as a joke. She said, "Oh, he didn't mean it. He didn't mean it." A few weeks later, guess what? He said it again. As far as I'm concerned, when somebody says something like that twice, it's not a joke anymore.
Yeah.
Say it once, joke. Say it twice, it's not a fucking joke. No. So this guy said it to her again. I questioned her about it. We had an argument. She fucks me off because I argued with her. Right? Anyway, a few weeks later, or a month later or so, she came round knocking on my door. I let her in. I made her a coffee, took her coffee into her, went to get my own coffee. By the time I came back into the front room, she was pouring her coffee over my mobile phones, which were on the floor, and she was standing on them, trying to break them.
What?
I went to get the mobile phones off of her from under her feet. As I did, I put my coffee on the coffee table. She picked my coffee up and she poured a freshly made coffee over my back. Bare back, by the way. I wasn't wearing a top at the time. She poured a bare coffee over my back.
No way.
I nearly hit her. Let me be completely honest with you. Right? I nearly hit her. Nearly. My reaction was I jumped up and I threw my arm back and I was going to plant her, and I didn't. Instead, I called her some names.
If that was me who'd done that to you, you'd have knocked me the fuck out.
I would. If it was a bloke, you'd be on your ass. Trust me.
Yeah.
But I pulled my arm back. I was going to throw a punch, and I stopped myself, and I called her some names instead. She then picked my phones up off the floor, put them in her back pocket. I told her to give me my phones back. She refused, so I phoned the police. Okay, because of what she'd done. She poured coffee over my back. That's assault. That is a criminal offence, which is why I called the police. So I called the police. Whilst I was on the phone to the police, she shouted out, "He's got a knife. He's got a knife. He won't let me go." Okay. So at which point I thought to myself, I better let her go because the police are going to come round and they're going to believe her rather than me. So I let her go. She took my mobile phones with her. So I let her go. The police turned up at my place. Police were asking me questions. Another police vehicle turned up at mine, which got sent to hers to look for my mobile phone. I then went on Find My Phone. I'm on Samsung. So I went on Find My Phone, and it showed my phone was within range of her house on her road, which is a good 20-minute walk away from here, 5-minute drive. It was in range of her house 1 minute before the police turned up at my place here. The police turned up here. I was here. I couldn't have made it from her place to my place within 1 minute. Okay. So the police come in asking me some questions. I showed them the where's my phone. They said, okay, yeah, we can see that the phone is at hers. So they said they're gonna deal with it. A couple of weeks later, I get a phone call. There's no proof that the phone was at her house, so we're gonna no further action it. Okay. Even though they've locked people up for less, they've locked people up for being in the vicinity of a crime because their Google shows them, their Google Maps, Google tracking shows them in an area at a particular time. This is Samson that showed my phone at her house 1 minute before the police turned up at mine. And I could not have made it from her house to my house in 1 minute, even if I was driving. So they said we're not going to. No further action. Okay.
What have you got? A rocket pack or something?
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I'm not
It's
finished
a pink
yet.
Fiat that Lucifer
Listen, I'm
says
not
he's
finished
got.
yet.
Yeah,
You wait till you hear what's next. You wait till you hear what's next. Anyway, all of a sudden, a month later, 2 months later, Roger probably saw this. Do you see the comments from a Paul? I can't remember his fucking second name now. From a Paul going on about me and my ex-girlfriend. Do you remember the comments?
Yeah.
Right. Well, this Paul geezer, some of you might, Lucifer probably remembers. Some of you might remember. This guy was in the comments slagging me off, and do you know what he turned around and he goes to me? He's going, "Oh, you're fucking holding your ex at knife point and this, that, and the other." So I thought to myself, "Fuck you." So I emailed her. I had no other contacts with her because she blocked me. So I emailed her. I'll show you the email if you want. I emailed her and said to her, "Listen, Paul is slagging me off online and he's talking about things that only you and I know about. So I know you're talking to him. If he carries on, it means you're complicit in harassment. Get him to stop or I will fuck you both."
Yeah.
Okay. So she emailed me back going, "Oh, it's free speech. Besides, you raped me." Okay.
Sounds like crinkle.
Now I probably shouldn't say this on here because there's probably some people watching this that will use that against me. But you know what? Fuck you. I don't care.
Be careful with social media, mate.
She accused me of raping her, right? So I phoned the police. Police took an incident report. Okay. Then this Paul guy came onto my Facebook and started slagging me off on Facebook. So I phoned the police again. And the police said, "Okay, we'll look into it." All of a sudden, I got a phone call. All of a sudden, this Paul guy mentioned on Facebook after she accused me of rape. He then accused me on YouTube. He put in a comment, "You date raped her." Okay. So again, I phoned the police. The police then contacted me back, and I had an investigating officer, and he said to me, "Right, tell me about what happened." So I told him, and guess what? All of a sudden, he turned around to me and said to me, "Who's Pap YouTube on Twitter?" Now, bearing in mind, when I phoned the police, I only told them about YouTube and Facebook. I never mentioned Twitter. This investigating officer said, "Who's Pap YouTube on Twitter?" I said, "Well, that's me." And he said, "What's that about?" I said, "Well, it's the YouTube, the online account that I use to expose dodgy police." So within a few minutes of me saying that, he turned around and said, "Well, we can't prove that it's him, so we're going to no further action it." Okay. So then what happened? I thought, fuck it. Okay, bollocks. Fuck you. I'll ignore it. I've left his comments on my YouTube. I don't give a fuck. I'll leave his comments on there. All his comments are live on my YouTube channels for people to see. Now, I walked to the shop a couple of weeks ago at the end of my road. She works in a shop at the end of my road in a chip shop. Illegally, by the way, because she's on fucking benefits and she works in there with cash in hand. I shouldn't say that really because that's really, nasty of me.
Fuck it, mate. Fuck her.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck her. Exactly. So as I was walking to the shop, she drove past. He was driving her car. She drove past, and she went like that out the window. So I laughed. As I got close to the chip shop where she works in, I put my mobile phone on record and I put it in my top pocket. As I walked past, he was outside, and he called me a fat cunt. So I stopped and I said to him, "You what?" And he ran in the shop. So I went to the shop and I said to him, I opened the door and I said, "Listen, Paul, if you've got something to say to me, come out here and fucking say it to my face. Don't mutter it under your breath and then run away. Be a fucking man." So he started giving it all the big un. She started giving it all the big un. So I called her a thieving slut. Okay, I'm not going to deny what I called her. I'm not going to deny saying bad words. I called her a thieving slut. I walked away. As I walked away, she came out of the shop and she shouted, "If I'm a slut, then what does that make you, a rapist?" So I phoned the police again. Okay, police turned around and said, "Okay, we'll look into it." This piece of paper here Because I called him a cunt while I was talking to him. This piece of paper here, as you can see, Merseyside Police, yeah? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'll read it to you. I'm writing to you with regards to the crime you reported to us. Public order. Crime reference number XYZ. A call was made to update you over the phone. However, there was no answer. Following a report you made to us, I regret to inform you there is not enough evidence to progress this case at this time. Even though on my phone recording, she shouts out, "You're what does that make you, a rapist?" I've got it on recording, but apparently there's not enough evidence. The case has been reviewed by an investigation team, and at this time, there will be no further action. The recording you provided has been listened to and casts a poor light on the investigation, given the language that you used in public. So look, I'm telling you, I don't know if you can see that. If you can read that there, given the language you have used in public towards the other party. Okay? Because I called somebody a cunt, because they called me a rapist, they won't investigate. I wasn't going to show that online. I was going to keep that to myself. But you know what?
Outright for the police today.
But do you know what? Fuck them. Fuck the police and fuck that cunt for saying something like that against me. Excuse me. I'm really sorry, but that whole thing winds me up like you wouldn't believe. Okay. And I know there's people watching this that's going to use that against me. But do you know what? I've asked the police to investigate it. I said to the police, when they said they're not going to follow it up or look into it, I said to them, look, she's called me a rapist. Look into it. Investigate it. Yeah. You investigate it, whether I'm a fucking rapist or not. And then you can fuck them up because they've lied.
Investigate a fart in the lift.
At the end of the day, I mean, you can't use this way in court. But I mean, a lie detector is a lie detector. You know, so I mean, that if you are completely honest and you do use it, although it's not, you can't use it in court, but the police will still use them against you in court if they can.
Use it in court now. That's changed. That has changed. There was a piece on Friday in the Mail.
Sorry, TC, give us 1 second, TC, and I'll come back. I'll come straight to you.
There's a system now that's been brought in. It's Home Office approved, and there was a Daily Mail reporter that went along to test it, you know, as they do. And, you know, he told some pork pies and he said, this thing's shit hot. It really does. There's like sensors across your chest. They plug you in all over the place on the end of your fingers. And now the courts will be able to use this as, I'll look it up. Sorry, Dan, to interrupts, but
no, go for it, man. Go on.
This new technology, what they're using now, will be allowed as evidence in court. Let me find it.
Take the court with that one.
Look, listen. I know there's a lot of people in the comments at the moment. I've just literally scrolled back through the comments. There's a lot of people supporting me. Listen, I get it. Some people won't believe me. Right, I genuinely get it. I understand that, but I have asked the police because they refuse to investigate the public order offence. I've asked them to investigate the rape. I've asked them to investigate the allegation of rape because I know I've not done anything wrong. Okay, I've asked them to investigate it because then they would have to look at their phones to see whether or not they are the people that have been sending me messages. I've asked them to do that, and they've refused outright to do that.
And how many times does the police go after these women that call out false rape because of the blokes' lives that they destroy? Yet they do nothing.
I've done nothing wrong. Listen, if I'd have done that, I certainly wouldn't be on here now. I've got 30,000 subscribers on my channel that I've taken 3 years to get to. I've got a community that I adore. Well, I genuinely adore this community because you are so fucking cool, and not because not because you agree with me. Some of you called me out on shit. Do you know what I mean? And I appreciate it, but because you are not fucking, you're not. Excuse my language. You're not a bunch of cunts.
I'll put a share screen up, Dan.
I mean, I don't mind that title, to be honest. I mean, I'm fine with that title.
I'm a cunt. I've always been a cunt.
I appreciate. Listen, I appreciate people that question me. I do, because I'm quite happy to answer questions. But this, the fact is, I was accused of something serious. It's not a fucking laughing matter. It's a serious offence that I was accused of. And yet the police have refused to investigate. The Merseyside police have refused to investigate that. Okay.
Have you ever thought about taking a civil one for what's it called now? Slander.
Non-molestation order and a restraining order. Slander, I would have to do. Obviously, slander isn't a criminal offence; it's a civil offence. I would have to pay for that. Again, it's not something that I can afford to do. So the only thing that I can do at the moment is try and get a non-molestation order and a restraining order. But to be fair, and I'm not going to lie, to be fair, since I saw them at the shop at the end of the road, since that day, they've not given me any shit. So I'm not going to lie. Do you know what I mean? Since that day, they've not given me any shit. But I phoned the police about that incident, and they said to me they will not look into it because I called him a cunt, because he called me a fat cunt as I walked past him. Because I retaliated, they won't look into it. That is their excuse. You know, and again, don't get me wrong, right? Listen, I've said some shit on here tonight, just now, within the last half an hour, that could get people to go, oh fuck me, I'm unsubscribing. But you know what? I would rather be honest with you and tell people what the fuck's going on than lie to people and pretend. I don't fucking lie. I've never lied to anybody on this channel, whether you believe me or not. I've never lied to anybody on this channel. I didn't have to tell you about that. I didn't have to mention the word fucking rape. Do you know what I mean? But that's what I was accused of, and you know, this is the shit that this is the shit that I have to go through. People don't see this. People just see me putting my videos out week after week after week, and nobody really knows what goes on behind the scenes. I go through shit. I know there's a lot of people going through shit far worse than me, but I go through shit and I keep it to myself. The reason I'm telling you is because I've had a drink and I'm a bit brave, and I feel a bit brave telling you that I've been accused of fucking rape some fucking slag that I fucking was seeing for a while. Excuse my language. Do you know what I mean?
You can make that mistake, Pap.
But again, I've asked the police to investigate that. I've asked the police to investigate that allegation, and they won't. And the reason they won't is because they know I fucking haven't done it.
Merseyside police have never been good, Pap. You should know that.
Well, you just keep going how you're going. Then every time an incident happens, you just keep reporting it, and as long as you keep abiding by the law and you keep going by the book, then it can never come back to bite you in the arse. Because as soon as they try and come back and bite you in the arse, you're going to have all of this stacked up on your favour. Yeah. And then, I mean, I'm not a judge, but I don't have to be stupid to know that a judge is going to look at it and go, fuck me, what's been going on here? You know what I mean? They're probably going to try and get rid of it as fast as possible and hope that you'll accept it and get rid of it as fast as possible, but make sure that she's held accountable for it. Or the other side of it is it's going to go further, and he's got to make it go further because there's so much stacked up now on the allegation side that it can't go unnoticed anymore.
Do you know, I'm going to feel tomorrow, I'm going to wake up and think to myself, why did I say that on fucking stream last night? But do you know what? I'm glad I said it.
You're going to feel better for doing
because
it.
I've held it to myself for the last month or two. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying anything to anybody, but the problem is, I feel like I feel like I'm letting people down by not speaking out about the injustice.
See,
that's
Dan,
what I feel like.
It's happening more and more. It's happening more and more, and the focus. The focus has been quite recently on women being abused. It's all about women being abused. It's not about humans being abused. It's all about women being abused. So the focus shifts, certainly within the police, within social services, and within the courts and how they deal with it. Everything's shifted to one-sidedness at the moment. Fuck the fact that a lot of the abuses are committed against males in this country, and it's a real problem that's being underlooked. I know it's slightly different to what the problem you had with this woman, but it just fucks me off.
I know. Sorry, I'm not taking a piss, Bastion. I've run out of Coke, so I'm only on straight brandy now.
Carbonate and soda out and some water. Top it up.
Sorry, man. Oh, it tastes like shit. I'd rather suffer with the heartburn.
You're going on about that, Pat. I mean, you're right. You all through, especially after the Sarah Everard thing, we've heard is women don't feel safe on the streets.
Women.
There's a lot of bloody blokes that don't feel safe on the streets.
Yeah.
And it's mostly men being killed on the streets or young men being killed on the streets.
Absolutely.
But look, demonizing men has been happening over the last few years. If you look at TV adverts now, we're made to look idiots. It's the woman that's the all-empowered person on TV adverts, and it's the man that's the comedy act. And, the breadwinner side of things is all being taken away. And it's all being done. This is social manipulation on a scale which probably this time in the morning and how many beers I've had, how many drinks Dan's had, we probably can't discuss that seriously. But just to touch on it, we're being open to a lot of manipulation at the moment. A lot of these news stories we hear about women, how they're treated, and how everything is against being a fucking woman at the moment. I'm saying, it's so difficult being a woman. And that's what's being drafted down our neck. And being a man, we're just a pathetic species, which is quite useless. There's no need for us men anymore. This is what the media, this is what the establishment, this is what the government, this is the message that's being put across now. And I'm afraid that's why you're not taken seriously, Dan, by the police with what you've got to report to them, because it doesn't fit the narrative. It's like, we can't progress this any further because it goes against the fucking quotas and the KPIs, the key performance indicators that the police are now being judged on by the Home Office and above them.
Yeah,
So,
if she had accused him of rape, the police would have been all over him.
Fucking hell, Dan, your feet wouldn't have touched the ground.
Exactly.
Oh, God, no. I know that. This is why I said to the police, investigate. I said, if you're not going to investigate public order offence, I said to him, investigate this fucking claim that she's made, because then you'll have to look at her phone. And his phone, her new boyfriend's phone, which is her ex-boyfriend. You'll have a look at their phones to get evidence, and you'll see that it was them making comments on my social media, and then you'll be able to prove that it was them fucking, harassing me. So I'll
Dan, it's funny because if we just compare this to a conversation we was having at the beginning when I come on, it was talking about auditors. They're so quick to take cameras and phones off of auditors and confiscate them, but when it comes to something like what you've experienced, it's no, we don't want to do that. But someone filming in public, right, quite legally, will have their phone and their equipment taken away. You've had your equipment taken away. Countless auditors I've known have had their equipment, their electronic equipment taken away, phones or cameras or whatever. But when it comes to something serious, for what you've just passed for us all tonight, it's always a different story, isn't it? It's like the hurty word thing. Well, we're not going to investigate your burglary, Mr. Smith, because we've got Mrs. Smith down the road who had some hurty words over Twitter spoken to her. And I know I'm taking the piss when I say that, but that's how it fucking is.
Oh no, I don't see it as taking a piss. I get it, understandably, completely.
It's inverse. Completely. Everything's inverse. We're living in an inverse fucking society at this very moment. Wrong is right. Right is wrong. Failure is success. And, this is the model that we're basing our society on at this moment. And it extends out to our police. It extends out to social services. Yeah, totally. Yeah. And it's frustrating.
Guys, can I leave you to talk amongst yourself for a moment while I go for a slash?
God, Blins, you trust
I'm going to have to go, Pat. So I'll speak to you soon, brother.
I don't trust any of you, but I've got no choice.
I'm going to go, mate.
Cheers, Will.
All right, Will, no worries. Listen,
take care. See you soon, yeah. All right, everyone.
Take care.
It's nice to meet you all.
Night.
And you, my friends.
Take
it
easy.
Bye.
Lucifer hasn't said nothing yet.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to say something, but Dan
Lucifer.
Lucifer,
Sonic's well away.
Here's something I want to know. A woman can be raped, right? So can a man be raped by a woman?
Of course. Yeah.
So why do we not hear about men being raped?
Because it's probably mainly, I think it's probably men's not having too much ego, but it's about that whole stereotype, isn't it? The man doesn't do that, you know. And if you do that as a man, then you're going to be seen as your peers as weak.
Well, I can give you one case of that straight off the top of my head. There was a motorcycle club of all women. I'm trying to think where it was now. And they were going round, grabbing blokes off the street, dragging them into a van, raping them and kicking them out. And the whole club were involved. None of them would own up to it, so they prosecuted the whole club because most of them were in the van.
So there has been one prosecution then. Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah,
another thing.
It is illegal. A female can be charged with raping a male.
You know, I'm not with my second wife now. The first wife, I was abused by her, not physically but mentally. She was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis.
Mm-hmm.
She went into hospital Christmas Eve, came out 4 days later. I had 5 or 6 strokes while she was in hospital. Came out in a wheelchair. She started on the drink. I would buy her, I can't remember the name of the lager now, but it was about 75% proof lager.
Flipping heck.
Yeah. She used to drink 4 of those a night. When the cans were empty.
Fuck off, you liar.
She would physically throw them empty cans at my head to tell me to go down the pub and get the takeaway.
Dan.
And I told the police that, and they wouldn't fucking believe me.
Hello, TC. Go on, mate.
Right, marvellous. I've only been trying to get your attention for the last 15, 20 minutes.
I'm sorry. I needed a piss then. Otherwise, I would have responded to you earlier. Go on, mate. Go on.
Sorry, listen. I need to, before I forget, and the situation gets totally changed.
Go on.
You know, I've got a really, really strange hobby, don't you?
Do I want to know?
Collecting totems.
Go on.
My really, really, really strange hobby is court judgments, reading court judgments.
I know. I'm only taking the piss because I've had too much to drink. Go on.
So, listen, this is really important that you understand what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I know of a Supreme Court judgment that relates to something very similar to what you've just said.
Right. But I can't. This is the problem. I can't. The problem is I can't afford to do shit.
No. Listen. This person was in a similar situation. The police would not investigate.
Right.
It ended all the way up. He took it all the way up to the Supreme Court.
Okay.
And I can't remember exactly all the judgment.
Well, look it up then.
But I'll put it this way to you.
Go on. I'm sorry.
I've got the judgment in my files. That's what I'm saying. I'll dig it out for you tomorrow, and I'll send it to you. Now, the Supreme Court, I can't remember what was put in there, but it was some certain parts of law and legislation and so on and so forth. The actual police ended up paying this person tens of thousands of pounds in compensation for failure to investigate a crime.
Well, look it up. Listen. I'm sorry. I've had a drink. I'm a bit of a piss take when I've had a drink. I don't mean any of it. Trust me. I
know you are, bud. I know you are.
I try and find a joke in anything when I've had a drink. So forgive me for that. I don't mean to be fucking offensive.
I do it when I had one.
No, you're not being offensive, mate. You're not being offensive. That's why I said to you, I'll phone you tomorrow night, sometime about 7 or 8 o'clock or whatever.
Right.
I'll get all the stuff I need ready for you. So when you're sober, I'll be able to send it all across to you and actually explain everything what needs to be explained and chit chat between ourselves and get it sorted for you.
Right. Sounds. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. This is what I love about the community. Do you know what I mean? Again, I always go on about the community more than anything else. And I've got to be honest. You know I've had a drink tonight and I'm just being a joker. If I was like this, If I was like this sober, then I'd question it. Do you know what I mean? But I'm having a joke with everybody, and I'm trying to find a joke out of everything, because if we don't, it's a very fucking it's a very fucking depressing world we live in.
Yeah.
So when I've had a drink, I just try and make a joke out of everything. So forgive me, I'm not taking a piss at all. And I'd appreciate if you can find something. If you can find something in what's the words? Precedence, yeah. Then by all means, I'd love to hear about it. Honestly.
Oh, I don't know if you can. I know definitely it's there. In fact, I know two actually. One of them was a woman that got raped in a taxi, and the police didn't believe her. That ended up in the Supreme Court as well. They refused to investigate.
Right. Bearing in mind, this is an allegation that is not true. Bearing in mind. just
no. I know it is. I'm just giving you for instance.
I know.
Just the police don't just refuse to investigate your stuff, or refuse to investigate anything they don't want to investigate. But what the point I'm making to you, Dan, is if you are armed with this kind of knowledge and this kind of ammunition, and you go back to the police, they're going to be thinking very, very, very carefully whether they want to investigate or not, aren't they?
Well, this is why I said to you, TC, your idea about a channel, about the case law. I didn't tell anybody it was you, by the way, earlier. I just said I know somebody that wants to put a channel together. I hope you don't mind me saying it now. Too late.
On the last week.
No, you're free.
Well, it's too late if you don't want me to. But this is why I said it's a good idea. I think your idea of putting a channel together, which is solely about specific instances of case law, okay, which is above Crown and above magistrates, whatever the magistrates and the Crown say, it means fuck all when it comes to case law that's been heard in the Court of Appeals or the High Court. And if you put together videos, as I've said to you on the phone the other night, you put together videos and you just break it down to layman's terms so people can understand, I think it is a channel that will do extremely well.
It would take right off. It really would. It would.
Well,
I mean, you look at the black belt barrister and that.
I'm working on it. Let's just say I've showed you.
Yeah,
I know that video wasn't very good.
Look, listen, that was your first video. Listen, that was your first video. Nobody expects your first video to be any good. Nobody expects when you go onto YouTube and put your first video out live. Nobody expects that to be any good. Okay, let's be honest. No, my video was shit. My first few videos were absolutely shit. In fact, my first videos for a while were terrible.
Mine were 8 years ago, and they're still shit.
I was just going to say that might have been
even now after 3 years, my videos aren't anywhere near how I would like them to be.
No, you need to get 6 more people with you, Dan.
Practice makes perfect, and as long as you put out stuff that people want to hear, and I believe that case law is what lots of people will want to hear, as Roger said, and I think Bastian said as well. The black belt barrister, even his stuff is quite confusing sometimes.
Yeah, but that's legalese, isn't it? See, this is what I don't like about a black belt barrister is, he's another Martin Lewis. He's another Martin Lewis.
He doesn't give you any detail.
No, he don't, and he's full of all the legalese. Basically, all he's doing is quoting
this room thing on screen.
Say again, TC.
Can you see me trying to get into this room thing on screen with you, Fab?
Hang on a sec. Oh shit! Yes, sorry, fella. Yeah, there you are. Right, let me hang up.
Snag this up now.
Sorry, brother, I didn't see you down there. I do apologise.
Yeah, no, you're drunk, Dan. That's why.
And the other one, Bastian, have you noticed that barrister now is more about the money than he was about giving advice when he started?
I said this.
Followed him on the side.
Weeks ago. I said this weeks ago, Roger.
He's using his profession to make extra money from YouTube.
Yeah, he's promoting his roid head stuff as well. His roid video where he does.
The geezer's a fucking barrister. He makes a mint. Do not for one moment be deceived. The geezer makes a fucking mint. He is promoting not just his own channel, which don't get me wrong, we all do. Don't get me wrong. Okay, I'm not knocking that at all. But he's promoting his second channel. He's now promoting his wife's channel. Okay, because he knows that he's making a mint off of YouTube at the moment. So if his wife gets on there as well, he's making, all of his loads of his subscribers are going to go over to his wife's channel. She's going to make a mint as well. He's going to make a shitload of money. And don't get me wrong, right?
She'll have OnlyFans as well.
If you can make money off of YouTube, go for it, is what I say. But be honest.
Not at the expense of the people. Not at the expense of the listeners and the followers. I'm sorry, look, but I've got primitive conditions when it comes to dealing with people like him. From the outset, I mean, I was a follower of Charlie Veach. I don't necessarily, like the guy too much, but I like the stuff he does. Certainly when he does his tours around Manchester, all of a sudden he's a tie-up with Black Belt Barrister. And, and I'm just like, hold up a minute. And then it comes out years later, and it only come out just before Christmas in one of his videos. Oh, yeah, well, when I was in London and I was down there doing it with the experiment and all that stuff, Danny Shine and all that, the person that introduced him to all this was a guy called John Wedger. And John Wedger is... and I'm like, what? Hold up. I had to rewind the video to hear it again. He said in 2010, the person that got me into all this and sort of took me under his wing was a guy called John Widger, ex-Met Police detective. And I was like, oh, fucking hell. Do you know what? And you start building the links up here, and I'm like, no. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. The video's still up there for, it's there for everyone to hear it. And if anyone doesn't know who John Wedger is, just do some research and his reputation that he's got at the moment. I'm sorry that these people that overnight get thousands of followers on their channels, overnight successes, but when you watch their live streams, there's only like 100, 200, possibly 300 at max out of hundreds of thousands of so-called subscribers. You've got to start asking questions. It's the same with Alex Belfield. You go on some of his live streams, he doesn't make even 10% of the subscriptions that he's meant to have. These people are placed in these positions. Their channels are never taken down. I think more recently, some of them have to make them look legitimate. They've had 2 or 3 strikes and they still come back after a week. And you think, well, hold up a minute. If that was my channel, I'd never get away with it. I'd be shot down with as little...
Bastian, I'll tell you what, Bastian. You think? Sorry to cut you short there. You think about Crinkle. Last week or the week before, he put a video up which showed cartel members cutting off another person's head, and yet the following day, his channel was back up. Really?
That's because he would have replied to YouTube and said it was for educational purposes.
Well, look, I'm not being funny. If I put a video up showing anything like that, I would be gone. I would be fucking gone. No, End of.
Your account will be closed. You wouldn't be just banned. Your account 100%. Would be shut.
If your profile hadn't started how it was, if you weren't streaming and hadn't done all that, but you started a brand new profile and they were the videos that you were posting, your videos would all be adult restricted, as long as every video in your description was descripted as its lawful guidance.
But mine are. I've gone into my YouTube settings and I've set every single video as a default as adult only. Not adult only as in over 18, but I mean not for children.
Your videos aren't restricted.
No. There's a setting. Let me see if I can find it. There is a setting.
I've done it myself, Dan. I know the setting you're talking about, and you set it by default.
Yeah, there's a setting that says not adult only, but not for children. There's a difference.
Yeah. That law came in just over a year ago, where in the States they had to define whether your programming was geared towards children, not just adult content. You had to specifically state whether it was fit for children or not. And that was just just over a year ago. And we all had to do that if you're a content provider on
you can
YouTube.
do individual videos, but I decided to go through the main settings and do every video not suitable for children.
Yeah, that's what I've done.
It's not 18 over. It just means anybody below 16 doesn't get to see my videos. That's all it means.
Even the mountain biking video I put up last year, I even put that not for kids.
Yeah,
I do it automatically on every video.
Yeah, but there's a whole different thing, I believe, isn't there? Like when you get to the description before your uploads, you've got to put in certain stuff, and then once you upload your video, it'll be automatically age restricted. So you won't get revenue, ad revenue, none of that.
That's to do with that's not to do with children only. That's to do with you can have children related content, but you can still talk about things like stuff that is hang on, I'll tell you what, let me fucking go into it. Let me just give me a second and I'll go through it and I'll explain it to you as I go through it. So
I know what you mean, but I mean I could post some YouTube names right now that you could search up and you wouldn't be able to find any other way. You'll never get suggestions to these channels or these videos because half of the videos on there are fucking disgusting. You know?
Oh, well, mine ain't sort of disgusting, but if you do a search for my channel, you'll rarely find it. And I'm talking about legitimate stuff. I
uploaded the video on my second channel earlier. I'm gonna pretend to upload it on this channel. I'm not gonna, but I'm gonna pretend to. Okay. What I mean by that is I'm gonna go through the process, but I'm gonna put it as private rather than as public. Now I can choose obviously what playlist I put it in. Okay, so I'll choose a playlist. It doesn't matter. I can choose my tags. I can choose what category it goes in. All of my videos pretty much go in news and politics category. If I go to next to monetization, I'm going to go off no monetization. Sorry, no. That's bollocks. If I go to monetization and I put monetization on, it asks me on the next screen. It says, does ad suitability? Do I have inappropriate language? Do I have adult content? Do I have violence? Do I have shocking content? Do I have harmful or dangerous acts? Do I have recreational drugs content? Do I have enabling dishonest behaviour?
Roars louder than I do.
Do I have every single one of them? Basically, you tick every single one of them, and your profile would be restricted on 18, like the actual profile settings on YouTube.
Yeah, but the thing is, what it does is it doesn't necessarily restrict it to 18 plus. It just restricts it from adverts. And then what happens is generally they will wait for somebody to complain. They will wait for somebody to mark your content as 18 plus. They when they go to your content and they've got the three buttons in the top right hand corner of the chat area, and they can click on that or whatever, and they can say this they can complain about your video. And then they will go, fuck you, we're going to restrict you. So some prick has to actually complain in most cases that your video is not suitable. So it's somebody that watches your channel that generally has to complain about your video before it goes to 18 plus.
And the other one they do now, which they've been doing to Tyrant Finder, is geo-banning his videos.
Yeah, from certain areas, yeah, of course.
Certain countries,
if I go through my stats,
aren't even allowed in this country.
Yeah, if I go through my stats, I have no viewers now outside the UK, and it's been like that since mid-2020. I have most of my viewers used to be from the States and across Europe. And
yeah, you've been geo-banned.
Yeah, I've been geo-banned. My videos do not get outside of the UK, and that's been like that for the last, just over 18 months.
And that's even going over the VPNs now, isn't it? That's them hitting the fucking internet providers.
As Dan would tell you, Bastian, mine's only a small channel.
Or it's those 5G towers, who knows?
I mean, I've got less than 200 subs, but I've got subs from Canada, America, Australia.
Let me bring up my
I haven't had that problem because my channel isn't that big, see?
Yeah. If I was just going to be on my
Your
stats.
channel is 200 times bigger than mine.
Yeah, I've got 88.4% from the United Kingdom, 2.4% from the US, 1.9% from Australia, 1.3% from Ireland, and 0.9% from Canada. There are more, but that is the highest 4 percentages that I've got. Most of my viewers are male, 90.3% of my viewers are male, and most of my viewers are 55 to 64 years old.
Yeah, I've got that on my age groups.
But I've also got most people that watch my video are not subscribers. Apparently, this is what YouTube says.
That's the police.
Most of my videos are not subscribers.
They're the police watching.
There you go, Dan.
I will tell you though, Audit in Britain, who has got like 166,000 subscribers, is a subscriber as mine. And so, oh fuck me, so's the Black Belt Barrister. I've just noticed. Oh fuck me, apparently he is a subscriber. Fucking wicked. There we go. Anyway, moving on.
You won't get AB on
show you
video chat.
AB would be fucking awesome on it. I wish he would come on, and so I've got no doubt there's a lot of people in the comments who would want to talk to AB personally.
Yeah,
it would be
he'd
awesome.
Get bum-stormed, though. He'd get bum-stormed, didn't he? I mean,
yeah,
he would absolutely rush him. I mean, he's like, I mean, I was going to ask who's your favourite auditor earlier on, but I'm guessing it. I mean, mine's AB anyway. I mean. I would like to see him do a lot more than what he does. He does enough, but I would like to see like 2 videos from him every single day, you know, a GDPR one and then a police one, you know.
Which would be great. Do you know what? I've got to be honest, I don't have a favourite auditor because auditing in itself is not really something that I have time to watch. I will say that there are a couple of channels that I watch almost religiously just because they're, you know, I class them as friends. AB is one of them, because I talk to him quite often in a Facebook group. Marty Blackburrow is the other one. Now, I know there's a lot of people that don't like Marty Blackburrow, but Marty Blackburrow, although sometimes he can be, what's the word? He can be influenced by the people he's with. Let's use that word, influence. He is actually a very clever lad.
Didn't he help you set up your equipment at some point or other? I remember you saying.
Did he fuck? No.
Or you got some advice off him or something?
No. Do you know what? Me and Marty Blackburrow talk quite regularly, and I'm not saying that I like his videos because of that. I watch most of his videos because generally he's actually a very clever lad. When he's not being what's the word I'm thinking of? Not misled. But
I would say misled.
I wouldn't say misled. I would say that I would say that they are all on the same overall path and mindset, but they're all in different directions, and all of them grouping together with their own different mindsets and directions. But I think
some of them don't act quite as
mature.
I'm not knocking anybody. I'm not knocking anybody because everybody's individual. But I think there's some people that act slightly less mature. And Marty Blackburrow, although I think he's a fucking top guy, I really do. Okay, and I went to Leeds with him to basically hold a protest against the way somebody was treated in a Leeds library. And I respect him for the way he was that day. I think that sometimes he goes out with people on his audits, and he's easily led sometimes.
Who's the one that sounds like him? He sounds like Marty Blackburrow. He's not. He's also a Yorkshireman. He's more the cocky one. That and I think he's getting a bit too cocksure of himself now, because the latest video I see from him. Is it Live Free? Yeah, it's probably him. He sounds like probably little shite. And
Live Free brothers.
Are they? They're brothers, are they?
Yeah, I thought.
No, they're not brothers.
Okay,
not Live Free.
He's the one that I find he's letting the auditing community down. He's the gobby one. He's the one that is now it's all going to his head. Whereas Marty Blackburn seems
I didn't want to say that. I was going to say that, but I didn't want to say that because I know.
Well, no, I'm saying it. I mean, I don't know him from fuck, and I don't give a fuck what he thinks about me. I think from what I'm seeing and what I'm witnessing, the whole auditing thing's gone to his head. Whereas Marty Blackburn was much more laid back, chilled with it all, and you know,
he is generally, you know, Marty is generally sometimes, you know, I think he gets carried away depending who he's with. When he was with me at Leeds, when we was doing this whole fighting against the way somebody was treated, there was a lot of older people. There was me. There was Current Climate, if you remember him.
Yeah,
there was Herbert Longrod as well.
Yeah.
There was also Paul, who was older as well. He was a fireman.
There's a bit of controversy back there, though, wasn't there, back in those days?
You know, these guys and myself, if you ever watch the video, it's on my channel. Just look up, just type in Leeds, and it will bring up the channel. If you've ever seen that channel, you'll see that. I mean, I done most of the talking that day. I'm not trying to be big-headed or nothing, but I've done most of the talking that day and trying to keep things calm and level-headed. And generally, Marty was really well behaved in respect of he kind of reacts to the people he's around. So if he's around older, more mature people, he will act much more mature.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's around other people that are less mature, and he gets carried away. It's not his fault. I'm not knocking him for it, but sometimes he gets carried away in some respects, and he might start acting up a little bit. But again, I'm not knocking him himself. Absolutely not. Sometimes he gets carried away. We talk regularly, and again, you know, I'm not knocking him. And Marty, if you're watching this now or in the future, you know I'm not knocking you. Nothing I say here is anything I wouldn't say to your face. So,
and I'm just going to say, as a group, I'm just going to say, as a group, they don't bond, but single-handedly, all of them, even Live Free going after the prisons and him going after and doing the prisons on his own, I think is great. You know,
but he was right when he was doing that, and that's the thing. I mean, Mickey Mouse says that Live Free was the fastest growing channel, as far as I remember. To be fair, yeah. So is EastEnders. Popular, but I think it's shit. You know, and I'm not putting Live Free sort of in that category. Quantity don't necessarily mean quality. Live Free was good. Don't get me wrong; it was great when he was doing them prison audits and stuff like that.
Put your tits away.
Yeah. Sorry, I got them out again.
No, I was talking to Lucifer.
No, I thought you were talking about my moobs.
Right, Dan.
No, see, I don't necessarily sell me, you know, because he's got loads of subscribers. Doesn't sell me. I see he's getting gobbier and gobbier, and cocksure of himself. You know, oh, I'm untouchable. I'm this. I'm that. And I know he's doing it to wind people up and whatever. Yeah. But don't sell it to me. Don't sell it to me. I'd rather watch Marty Blackburn, like when you say he's on his own, he's doing his stuff, and he does what auditors do. But it's like celebrities, sometimes footballers and stuff like that. Everything goes to their heads, and they start spouting shit. They start talking a load of bollocks, and it's just like, nah, sorry, mate, but you know, can see through this. But he's popular. It is popular. That's why his subscribers going up, because he's playing to the crowd rather than playing and concentrating all that energy into the auditing. It's just word salad. It's just bollocks. Yeah. Being spurred. Oh, I'm bigger than him. I'm bigger than you. And you know I can fucking get the money and I can do this and I can do that. It's just a piss take.
Joe, I'll tell you what, Bastian. Right? A lot of people ask me what I think of him. I get it a lot. I get it a lot of the time. I get people say, "What do you think of Live Free?" Now, again, this is nothing I wouldn't say to his face, the same as anybody. I don't say anything that I wouldn't say to somebody face to face, pissed or not. And that is, I think that generally he's okay, but he gets way too carried away.
Yeah.
Okay, something will happen. Somebody will say something to him, and he will lose his shit. And he'll say something, and he'll forget what he's doing.
What he wanted to do with a vibrator to someone or something, and I was like, well, look, the person might fucking justify it, but it's a bit too much information, you know.
Yeah, again, he get as far as I'm concerned, he gets carried away. He loses his temper very easily. Whereas for myself, for example, I don't lose my temper very rarely. Most of the time, I'll give somebody some abuse back, but I don't lose my temper over it. With regards to Live Free, maybe it's because of the way that he was brought up. Maybe it's the life that he's led. I don't know. I don't know him well enough to say, but he does lose his temper very easily, and he'll say things that I think he doesn't mean, but he says it. And unfortunately, once you say it on a video on YouTube, it is out there for everybody.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to say. If you're trying to do an auditing thing and you're trying to be taken seriously, the authorities are looking at all this as well. It's easy then to lose that persona, and it will come back and bite you in the arse someday. You don't get away with that thinking that, oh, well, I'm the biggest channel now, and I'm going to take no. But what I say goes. That don't last long. You're normally on a big downward journey, and they'll pull out all the stops to do everything to bring you down, whether that be with your family, whether that be with your friends. It happens, and the police like this, and this is where you got to be so careful. And I think this guy thinks he's now untouchable, and I think that's dangerous. And I'm not saying to put him down. I'm saying it just for the reason that he will be his new downfall doing that. You're never bigger than the system, as it were.
You say that, Bastia. One of the problems that Live Free has found recently is somebody from Wales upset him, and Live Free lost his rag. Do you know what I mean? Again, I understand sometimes we say things we don't mean. I get it. But he lost his rag. He said some stuff on live stream, which has now got him into some serious shit with the police. Now, again, I get it. I understand that he lost his rag. Okay, I try not to. Sometimes I lose my rag, but I'm careful with what I say. Some people aren't. Some people just lose it and they forget. They forget they're online and they forget the consequences of what they say. And he said some stuff and it's got him into trouble. Now everybody's going, Live Free's this, Live Free's that, Live Free's the other. Look, he said some things that he shouldn't have said. We all do that now and again. I get what you're saying, Bastian. I totally get what you're saying. Some people they run away with them. So for me, again, this is all about my community. You know, this isn't about how much money I can make and how big I am on YouTube and all the rest.
Egos as well.
There are people that have started after me that have got much bigger channels than me, and fair play to them. I fucking congratulate them for doing so well. You know, but again, you get to a point, I think, where if you grow so quickly, you lose perspective. And
AB hasn't.
Not everybody.
Himself.
Yeah,
he's got a certain set way he does things. He does it quite professionally. He tries to have a little laugh in it as well. So he tries to mix it all up. It's a serious subject that he covers, but he also tries to have a laugh. But he's never offensive. He never throws it back in his face.
But he's sorry to cut you off, Bastian. But he's an older guy. This is the thing. Live Free is younger. And live free again. I'm not sticking up for anybody for saying anything that they may have said that is wrong. If they've said something that's wrong and people don't like them for that, then fair enough. I'm not gonna take that away from people. But I think Live Free, as you've said, I think his channel's grown very quickly. I think that in some cases he forgets how much influence he has. And he says things that he shouldn't be saying online because he forgets. In my opinion, he forgets the what's the word I'm thinking of, the influence that he has on people. Does that make sense? I'm not.
No, it does. I mean, I look at it from my teenage son's point of view. If I was to recommend an auditor for him to watch and follow, it will be AB. No doubt about it. If he come across Live Free as a teenager, right, someone from his sort of era, I'll be pissed off. No, that's not how it's done, son. That's and that's why I'm going with it. Look, what Live Free does, it's his channel. It's down to him. But when it comes to people worshipping the ground, the guy walks on, he's an influencer, and he is. He's classed as an influencer with the amount of subscribers he's got.
Yeah.
I would rather my teenage son watch someone like AB than live free. That's where I'm going to end it. And I'm not saying from my point of view. I'm looking at it from the people around me. If that's the example to set, sorry, I'm not with it, mate. That's where I'm going to end it. And I'm not saying from my point of view. I'm looking at it.
Oh, somebody's got their sound on.
I can hear that. Yeah.
I can hear.
Hearing me once is bad enough. Twice.
Dan?
Yes, mate. Go on.
Just going to say good night to the panel and good night to everybody in the chat. It's well past my bedtime, mate.
Good night.
No, but I've just seen the time myself. It's 4 o'clock. Listen, Roger, I appreciate you coming on, my friend. Thank you very much.
I appreciate you having me on, mate.
Top man.
Always welcome. Always welcome.
I'm going to go. I need my beauty sleep, Dan.
Night, Roger. I'm well beyond that.
I love it.
I'll catch you all guys again.
No,
Roger.
Night.
My respect for each and every one of you.
Good night, mate.
Guys in the chat as well.
Take it easy. Ta, Roger.
Yeah, I'll tell you now, I stopped watching Live Free because I was watching him live one day and he said he was going to get banned from driving. And he said he was going to drive if he was banned. Oh God, he ain't still there, is he?
sorry, I've got to point this out.
Oh, fucking hell.
I think he's fallen off his chair.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah, Live Free said he was going to drive if he was banned from driving, and I thought, no way.
My main thing with the Live Free, and again, I'm not knocking him because he's done well. He's grown a massive channel, and fair play to him for that. Again, he lost his rag really easy with JB from Wales, and said some things that he shouldn't have said. And do you know what? If we say things we shouldn't have said, we have to pay the price for that. But I understand why he said what he said because he was angry. But it doesn't mean I agree with it. But I do understand why he said what he said because he was upset at the time. But he needs to think the same as everybody else that is what you would class as an influencer because you've got a large channel. You need to think about what you say before you say it. You know, and he's made a mistake in that respect. Do you know what I mean? Again, I'm not sticking up for him because he said some things that he shouldn't have said, and therefore he needs to pay the price for that. But he's lost his rag because I think he's not AB. He's not that mature. He's not as old as AB. He's not mature as AB. AB would handle things slightly differently, same as I think I would. But again, we can't, we can't. I don't think we can judge people because they've made a mistake as such. And again, I'm not knocking you, Bastian, for what you're saying. I totally agree. I agree.
Judge people the way they come across in general. I just think he's too cocky, and not just over what happened with him and JB. I mean, in general, I've watched quite a few of his videos. In comparison, it's just not my cup of tea. I respect what he does. Certainly, when he's done all the prison audits and he sort of confronted the abuse he got and whatever he got into. But there's this cockiness about him that now he comes across like he's untouchable. He's laughing all the time, and it's like he's laughing at the people that are subscribed to him. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know. I maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it's just not my style.
No, you're right. You're right. There was lots of things he was doing that I agreed with, and I watched. I don't watch him as much anymore. I've got to be honest. And again, he's in the Facebook group group chat that we have. And there's nothing I'd say here that I wouldn't say to him personally. So let me just make that clear.
Same to me. If you come on tonight, I'll say the same.
Because this video will always be here, and if he wants to watch it and question me about what I've said, then that's fine. I'll respond to him. But I do think that there are situations, as you've said, there are things that he's done, and you agree with what he's done in some, like the prison the prison audits and stuff like that. Absolutely, I don't get. I've got no issue against that whatsoever. But there are some instances where, as you say, he comes across as a bit cocky, a bit cocksure, a bit, I'm fucking, I'm untouchable. I've got 80,000 subscribers, or whatever. And I get that. I do understand where you're coming from. Again, I think that a lot of it is that he is, because he's quite young still.
Yeah, I suppose.
I'm not sticking up for him. Don't get me wrong. Do you know what I mean? Again, if I think someone's being a dick, I'll say they're being a dick. And what he said about JB, he was being a dick. He shouldn't have said that. He should have thought about what he was saying before he said it. He should have fucking just ignored him and just fucking done what he, his own thing, rather than responding and saying the things that he said about JB and about JB's missus. And he's a dick for that, and he's got to pay the price for it at the end of the day. But same with lots of auditors. There are some that are, I think they're easily led, not just by the people to hang around with, but by the people in the comments as well, the people that watch their channel. I think there's a lot of people that watch certain channels that are quite immature, and because you interact with these people that are immature, you tend to respond to them in a way that they're responding to you. So the same as when you're with people in real life. For example, if it's hard to explain, there's a lot, as I was saying about Marty Blackburn, when he was out with me, he was fine. He acted, professional. Yeah, we had a laugh at that. Don't get me wrong, but he acted professional. He acted adult. When he's with some other people that I've seen, he acts younger, and he loses control a little bit. And I think that's the same with Live Free. I think that Live Free loses control a little bit based on the people he's interacting. If he was interacting with a lot of older people, I think that he would be far more mature in the way that he behaves and the way that he reacts to people, if that makes sense.
Again, he's not a teenager, is he? He's
in his 20s. He's in his 20s. He's not any older than the mid-20s, I don't think.
Let Joe Black in, Dan.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah. Joe Black's in. He wants to come in.
Joe Black.
Video.
Oh, I can't bring him. Oh, hang on. Let me get rid of DJ Scotland. DJ Scotland just bring Joe Black in. How you doing, Joe Black?
Hello, I'm good. How is everyone?
All good.
All good. Sorry, I'm not sure how long you was waiting in the back there, so I do apologise.
About 4 years.
Oh, fuck you.
Dan, look at his icon he's using.
Yeah, is it you take the piss out of me or what, Joe?
Talking about.
I like that. Do you know what? I actually like that. So fair play. If I turn my head that way, it's almost Look at that. It's almost the same fucking image. Brilliant. Love it. So anyway, Bastian, I wasn't, I'm not knocking any of your opinion there. I agree with some of it.
It's my opinion. Yeah, that's just my opinion. That's all. And I try to put it into, if you're trying to influence a certain age group or whatever, to how to behave on audit. Always somebody at the door.
We've got a call. Let's see who this is. Hello, is that? Hello.
I thought if I can't beat you, I might as well join you.
Oh, fuck me. I thought you was going to be Live Free for a minute then.
Well, do you know what, bruv? I had a little nap. I woke up about 3 o'clock. I wonder if he's still on.
I shouldn't be. I really shouldn't be. I should be in bed by now.
I couldn't believe it. I think you've done an Uber Eats and got yourself another 3 barrels, didn't you?
I've still got some left. I'm not going. I'm not going nowhere just yet. Don't worry about that, son.
Go on, mate. You do it. Come on, mate. Your birthday's only once a year for the channel, so you might as well do it in style.
In it.
Look, I was listening to me brothers there And as much as I do agree with you with some of Christopher's behaviour, when I first used to watch Live Free,
yeah,
I thought he was very hostile and he was very egotistical. And I said as much to him in chat, side chat and other things. But I've watched that man, that family man as he is with his children, grow that channel from nothing to something. I have seen him change in his personality. He's not everyone's cup of tea, Bastian, and I agree with you, brother. We've all got our own views and opinions. But what he is doing, and what we can never take away from him, and it's a brass facts of life, what I'm about to say, is getting out there and showing the police for what they really are.
Oh, no doubt about that.
We don't think it's accustomed to how we would want our children to view, or how we would want to behave as human beings ourselves. The bottom line and the crux of it is whatever way he does it, in whatever manner he does it, he's letting the police show themselves up. As much as we or some of us might think he's showing himself up, the bottom line is most videos I've seen, the police have completely and utterly embarrassed themselves in front of him. And rightly so, he gives it back to them with every bit of gusto. Probably in a way that I may or may not.
Absolutely, totally agree with you. I agree that he is showing them up. However, when you look at the videos that he's not doing audits,
and there's been a lot of them, yeah,
and like his live streams, and things like that, he does spend a lot of time calling people out, cussing people, and things like that. I don't knock him.
To the JV, I mean, he made a massive ricket there. He allowed himself to get caught up in the moment, full of bravado, full of ego. Oh, Marty was with him, and this one and that one. And when you've got your brotherhood with you, all of a sudden you spice up the comments a little bit. You spice up the tongue in the mouth starts getting a little bit loose and a little bit fancy free.
Oh yeah.
And you've got your brotherhood. Perhaps you've had a glass of beer as well, and before you know it, you're saying some stupid, ridiculous things that really, in hindsight, he didn't probably mean. And then he's gone on to make himself look foolish to someone really that looks like he battles seriously with his health, JB.
Scott.
And if he is battling, I hope his health goes from strength to strength and he improves his mental and physical well-being, because seeing him that day, it was a painful watch from my point of view. It did look like, and I'll be honest, because I am honest, I'm Roman Catholic, speak the truth. It looked like he was trying to squeeze a few tears out and trying to make himself look like he could cry. If I'm wrong about that, then please forgive me, Father Jesus, amen. But to me, that's all what's wrong with these audits when we've got auditors going up against one another. We're supposed to be family, whether we're on the front line or not. No need to be, trying to get the community rallying around a certain audit over another auditor, because that, it is only my opinion. I'm entitled to it. That didn't look natural. What JB was doing, it weren't natural crying. It was a strained cry as he was walking up the street, and I, for one, wouldn't be videoing myself crying. If I broke down in the middle of a live feed, that's completely different. But to switch the camera on and then start seeing some tears out is all what's wrong with some of the others that are going through their own personal problems in their own earthly life. I mean, I dare say he was upset. But you can get our sympathy by just saying what he's done and let us take it at opinionated views. We don't need debate.
You're right, Scott. As I've said, right, I'm not knocking the guy. I'm saying that sometimes he loses his place. He loses his place, and he lets himself get upset and he lets himself react.
But with Chris especially, I mean, I'll tell you one I sort of come full circle with Chris, and I've watched him for a long time, is when he started going at the homeless. and sort of, you know, putting himself out there in Manchester and Liverpool and travelling around and helping out all the homeless brothers and sisters. And for Christopher, look, I don't know much about Chris's life because I've got my own fucking life, excuse me language, but from what I can gather, he's ducked and weaved and bobbed in his life, and he's trying to go straight, showing the kids how to do it, and, you know, trying to say, look, don't make the mistakes that Daddy's made, and he's got, you know, I think 3-4 children that he's raising up and feeding, and he's trying to make a difference to his children, Dan. And I think, you know, yes, he has got some things to learn, and yes, he is still growing. We are all learning up until our deathbed from this earthly world. We're all evolving. We're all becoming softer human beings and more rounded. And in time, with Chris, if he listens to us, you, me, others that have got his best interest at heart, he can only go from strength to strength, the geezer. I mean, I watched him on the channel the other day, and he was sort of apologising for his conduct. He was apologising for calling everyone a sausage. He was apologising for, you know, his manner and the way he's behaved at times. But come on, mucker, you know, that's a big pull from how he would have been, because he wouldn't have apologised for shit back in the day.
Scott, I get you. The problem that I see, and again, nothing. I wouldn't say anything here that I wouldn't say to his face.
No, you're the same as me, my good
otherwise,
brother. Tell it how it is.
Otherwise, I'll take my videos down after I post them.
Yeah, I know you're good stuff.
The thing I think with Chris is that yes, he does, as you say, he I think his intentions may be good, but he gets carried away. He allows people
get carried away in the moment.
He allows people to upset him.
Yeah.
Okay. And he says things that in the moment may seem the right thing to say, but then what happens? Okay, you know, in the next minute after his live stream's been on, for example, people will then use that against him. You know, for me, I don't sit. You know, the reason I love doing these live streams is because it doesn't give me time to think. I just say what comes out. If I'm wrong, I'll apologise later. Do you know what I mean? But I'll say what I feel and what I mean at the time. And with regards to Chris, I think he gets himself carried away. He says things that I don't think he necessarily means, but it's too late once you've said it on a live stream.
Yeah.
It's too late to turn around and say
it's all being recorded, isn't it?
Exactly. It's too late to say I didn't mean that. You know, we're like with JB. Sorry, Bastion. 1 second.
Right.
It's too late to say, oh, I didn't mean to say that against JB, for example. Once you've already said it, rather than saying, oh, you know, rather than saying, oh, fuck it, you know. I apologise. If I say something that I shouldn't have said, I'll apologise.
All the brothers there let themselves down. They went up there mob-handed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're talking. Come on, you know, we've only got to have a little look at JB. Didn't need an army of people going up. See, it's gang mentality. That's another thing I didn't agree with. You know, I don't tolerate people going around. I couldn't give a. Me personally, I'm a guy that can hold my own with any situation, and that to me I thought was all wrong as well. Grabbing a few boys and up to Wales to have a little talk and so on and so forth. You can do that on your own, mate. You don't need Marty Blackburn and all the, you know, Chunky Monkey and all them chaps. You know, supporting you to go and have a word with JB. Ain't no gangster number one, is he? So, you know, he's a vulnerable adult that suffers with his mental health, I should imagine, from judging him. And if he doesn't, like I say, forgive me for making presumptions, but from looking at him, he's a man that's on the edge sometimes, and he's a man that's trying to do his own channel just to probably try and support his own mental health and getting better. And we should be, and Christopher and Marty and Chunky and all the boys and brotherhood, they should be going, do you know what, he ain't well. You know, we don't need to go down there storming down there all mob-handed. I'm going to ring him up, take him for a coffee, have a talk with him, and sort of we can iron this out and work together and help each other grow. There's too many people that don't seem to realise that this world's a big enough place for fucking 1 million auditors.
Of course there is. Of course there is. Listen,
and you know, they're all trying to stab each other in the back instead of actually putting an arm around one another and going, come on, I've got 86,000, you've only got 30, 40,000. Let's see if I can get you pumped up to 80. I'll put your word out and get my brother and sister to join
Scott,
you, and so on and so forth.
Let's make sure we don't take this the wrong way. No, nobody here is slagging anybody off. First of all,
no, I know that, mate.
You know, do you know what I mean? I'm just putting it out there. Nobody here is slagging anybody off. We're
just having an open topic conversation about the earthly life and how people behave in it.
We've got an opinion.
Got an opinion, and we'll talk to that.
You know, and I allow on this channel, I allow people to have their opinions. You know, I never stop anybody from having their opinions. The only time I stop people, as I say, is if it's a targeted abuse or if it's a crime for them to say what they're saying. For Bastian, I agree with what he's saying in some respects. I totally agree in some respects. I think that, however, I think that Live Free and sometimes Marty, and again, this is nothing that I wouldn't say to their face. I'm in a group chat with them on Facebook. I'm sure they're going to see this at some point. I think that they sometimes get carried away.
I do. I think I like Marty as well. I think Marty's good stuff. I think, but when they get together, they sort of like it makes me laugh. They become like excitable little kids, the pair of them, don't they?
Yeah, no,
they
you're
start,
right.
Like trying to play each other up and whatnot, and that can overload you sometimes because your ego that's controlled by the devil wants to outdo the other one. So Marty's trying to have a giggle and he's trying to outdo Chris, and Chris is thinking, fuck off, we're on camera, I'm going to try and outdo you now. And then before you know it, he's spilling into a war fest with JB and other bits and bobs that they've got themselves in trouble with because their egos are, you know, we've all got a bit of ego attached to us, and their egos run away with them sometimes.
I just look at the bigger picture.
When they're standing there doing the things and they're nudging each other and poking each other and fucking about. You know what I mean?
Go on,
we all got that capability of being like that.
Go on, Bastian. What did you say there? Sorry.
Yeah, I'll just look at the bigger picture. I mean, auditing's been going a while before these guys come on the scene, and you know, it was done in a way that it wasn't confrontational. It was just like, we'll bring a camera along, we'll go to this venue, and we'll see what comes of it. We'll see what the reaction is.
Bastian, just 1 second. Sorry, Scott. Can you hear what Bastian's saying?
I can't because I'm not by my tablet, but I can go and grab it if you want me to.
So I keep forgetting myself that the sound from the StreamYard isn't going through.
Going through there. Okay.
So my apologies.
You know, I think to wrap up what I'm saying is coming with bigger audiences and channels and stuff like that comes with responsibilities.
What
It's just saying that when you've got larger audiences, it comes with larger responsibilities.
Yeah, of course. I totally agree with Bastian, my brother Bastian. He's 100% right. That's why I'm hoping realises that he's a role model and he needs to slow himself down a little bit and just conduct himself in the way that he wants his kids to be seeing him as well, because his kids are going to go, this is on the internet. It will be on the internet for all the while Chris leaves his videos up. And what you've got to remember,
what I'm saying, because I don't want it taken out of context.
I know.
That's okay.
Scott,
and I'll slide away.
Give us a second, Scott. Give us a second. Let me repeat what Bastian's saying before you respond, if you don't mind. If that's all right. Sorry, mate. Go on, Bastian.
See, this is it. I'll forget my track now. Like I say, when you come to the claim,
don't worry, man. Nothing to be sorry about.
Right, go on, Bastian.
Auditing's been going a while, and it was more sanitized than what it is become now. I mean, the whole thing's become a quagmire of just arguments and infighting and stuff like that. And what that tends to do is bring the whole community down. The whole concept of what auditing was about, as far as I'm concerned, has been destroyed. And that's going to do the cause no good, because the police will be looking to bring in legislation to actually make this act illegal. They will somehow get laws drafted or legislation drafted that eventually what's going to happen is they're just going to, well, we've had enough of this, and legislation will be drawn up, but it will be illegal to film any public organisation. And I think it's going to do more damage than good. Whereas
Bastion,
it's doing good.
One second, Bastion. Let me just respond, relay what you've just said. Again, I apologise for the fact that I can't get your audio through to Skype.
No worries, mate. No worries.
So I do apologise. Scott, Bastion, hang on, Bastion. Say it again in slowly, and I'll repeat what you've said. Sorry.
In the synopsis, you've got to be very careful when your channel's built up as big as it is, and you ride the crest of that wave. You've got to take some responsibility with it, because at the end, what happens is, and it's like that old saying, pop will eat itself. Auditing will eat itself. You've got to be very careful how you act with this, because they will use everything against you. They'll use your success against you.
Well, Scott, basically, sorry, Bastion. Bastion was saying that the hang on, I'm fucking losing it. I've had too much to drink.
It's changed. It's changed. It's changed, and I don't like what it is now.
Auditing has changed. Right. I'll tell you what, Bastion, because I'm losing it here. I do apologize. Say a few words and let me repeat it, and then say some more. I'm so sorry.
Hard to sum it up, but auditing was going a few years before all of a sudden these guys come on the scene, and it was done in a sanitized way. That's all.
Right, auditing was done in a sanitized way before a lot of new people come on the scene. Okay.
And what's happened? People have jumped on.
What's happened? Go on, Bastion. Carry on. A lot of people have jumped on,
seen an opportunity, tried to turn it into a bit more of an entertainment and a bit more of an egg it on. Let's egg it up a bit. Let's egg it up. Let's see what reaction we get out. Let's cause the reaction, as it were. And I don't
seen an opportunity to cause a reaction. Seen an opportunity to cause a reaction, which I've got to agree, Bastion. I do agree with that. There's a lot of people that have just jumped on the back, shall we say? They've jumped on the back or on the wave,
and they're not really doing it for the interest of being an auditor. They're just doing it to cause diversity.
Yeah, exactly. They're not doing it for the right reasons. They're doing it for views. They're doing it for making money off of YouTube. A lot of people aren't doing it for what people started doing it for, with regards to the American audits. You know, that obviously in America they have they have certain rights which are enshrined in the Constitution. Over here we haven't as such, but a lot of people.
It's just unwritten. It's there. The American Constitution is based on our Constitution. That's the whole that's the whole bollocks about this whole thing. We don't
Master Ron, good evening, Master Ron. Master Ron is here with the online restrictions coming and the bills that are going through, that the Kill Bill stuff that may pass through auditing will end as we know it. And this is just all I'm saying is that the way that things are being reacted to now with auditing is just adding to the fuel to the fire from legal terms. If the police are fed up with it and the Home Office of police are fucked off with it, they will stop to it. They'll just bring in legislation. It doesn't have to be laws. It will be legislation, and it will be backed up.
So with people, as Master Ron's put, the bills will be passed through, and auditing will end as we know it. And this is because a lot of people are just taking a piss. They're just jumping on the wave, and they're just going, "Oh, auditing, we can make some money out of this on YouTube." And rather than actually doing what they're doing for a real reason, they're doing it because they can make some money out of it. And unfortunately, that affects the people that are doing it because they want to change, because they want the police and people in positions of authority. They want them to understand that we have rights, and they're not doing it for that reason. They're doing it for the cash that they can earn off of YouTube. Does that make sense, Scott?
Yes, my good brother. Yeah, right. Listen, 100%.
I didn't actually put it like that about the cash
aspects. The ones that are causing the diversity and all the problems on the channels now.
Bastion didn't quite put it like that.
I said from the legal aspect of it all, it will change. However they're acting at the moment will eventually change the way that auditing is seen, certainly when it comes to police and the Home Office. They will change it. There are laws being drafted out at the moment through the bill that's being contested at the moment that will put an end to, quite rightly what Master One says, it will put an end to auditing as we know it. It's just adding to the fuel.
So I mean, if it put an end,
Bastion's talking about. Sorry. Let me just relay this to Scott on Skype here. It's all right. Bastion's saying that due to the way that some people are carrying out their audits, it's going to fuel the government and the police to come up with some kind of legislation to stop it from happening. Is that basically what you're saying there?
Yeah, well, it's just going to spoil it for the people that who conduct the audits in the way that they should be.
It's going to spoil it for people that are doing it in the way that it should be done.
Yeah. Like AB.
May I just chip in there and say that it has actually been mentioned in Parliament about getting it banned, filming the police.
That's effectively trying to stop people's free will and their actions and their earthly conduct, and you're asking for trouble if you're going to pass laws like that.
Yeah, I apologise for the fact that I've got to try and relay the
listen, brother, I think you're doing really well considering you're not a bird. Women are the only ones that can multitask, man. So far, you can light up a cigarette, have a 3 barrels brandy and coke, and do Skype and do the chat.
Well, we're doing our best. We're doing our best. We're doing our best.
And you're staying
doing well, bro. You're doing well.
May I just chip in here and say that it has been mentioned in Parliament it's going to be illegal to film the police.
Quite rightly said, it's going to be the ones that are coming on there full of ego that are going to ruin it for everyone.
Yeah, let me just repeat what TC said. TC, say again, but let me repeat it as you say it.
I was watching live Parliament a week or so back, and one of the
Parliament a week or so ago, and
one of the Parliament is trying to get it made illegal to film the police.
Somebody in Parliament is actually trying to make it illegal to film the police.
Yeah, well, they're going to, aren't they? Because the police are a corrupt organisation, that's a fact, and the government are corrupt. Okay, so they're going to be protecting their fallen brothers and sisters in the police jobs.
You call them corrupt, I call them wankers.
I'm a little bit more diplomatic. Give me a couple of 3 barrels and I'll be calling them cunts.
You call them wankers, Dan. I call them benefit scroungers.
They have sold their souls to the devil, that's a fact, and they will go out of their way to try and protect their brotherhood and their sisterhood against the fact of us coming with everything we've got to prove them for what they are. They don't want the truth out there. Yeah. They don't want us to be seeing what they're doing. I can't understand and get it in my head why they're so bothered about people going to the police station to audit them. What are they doing in there? What's so secretive? And it's just a complete embarrassment and all what's wrong with this world. Now, if they do try and pass decisions like that, I think there'll be bedlam because just everyone will just tell them to go fuck themselves and we'll do what we like.
You know what?
It'll be like a Mad Max movie effect. It'll be like them and us.
I'll tell you what, Scott.
It'll be ridiculous living conditions for everyone.
I'll tell you what, Scott, and for the panel, the police, their argument is, we might have somebody that is undercover police constable that is coming out. Well, we're not going to know they're undercover unless you tell us. So stop being a dick, right? That's number one. Number two, you go on about some people follow us home, like this prick I was talking about earlier from the ex-interceptor going, I was followed home. Was you? Good for you. Well, it wasn't a fucking auditor that followed you home because auditors don't follow people. Okay, exactly. They might turn up at a police station. Okay, but they're not there to follow any fucking police constable home. They're there to see how you behave and how you react to somebody carrying out a lawful activity, such as walking down the street with a camera.
And you know what, Dan, my good brother, quite frankly, if the brothers and sisters in the uniform behaved themselves with a conduct that was righteous of this earthly world, then they wouldn't have nothing to be fucking worried about in the first place, would they?
Right, I know.
The only reason they're petrified and worried is they know damn well they're working for a corrupt, disgusting, vile organisation. Because if they wasn't fucking worried and they were working for the police of good old days when the police were worthy of having around this country, they would go, audit away, lads. We're doing fuck all wrong. See you later. We're going to have a coffee and a donut. We're going on patrol. But the reason they're so petrified of getting followed home is because they've innocently they've wronged an innocent human being. They've put someone in jail. They've probably put more than one in jail. They've caused mental health decline. They've caused suicide, self-harm, drink and drug abuse. They're probably petrified of someone snapping and fucking taking the law into their own hands because they know full well that they're working for a very, very corrupted organisation. I said to you earlier on, I've said it to the police brothers and sisters of mine as well, spoke to them directly to their face, and there's some there that quite frankly wouldn't be pissed on if they was on fire. And there's the bad ones are bringing down and letting down all the good brothers and sisters. And like I said earlier on in the phone call, Dan, before I had a couple of hours kip, there is some good police, but how long they remain good and keep hold of their soul is beyond me, because there's an old saying in there, lay around dogs long enough, you'll pick up their fleas. And because none of the police are getting out the dead wood, none of the police are getting rid of any of the scumbags in the police uniform, so eventually you start breeding disgusting mannerisms, their disgusting ways, their poor people skills that they've got on the. I mean, they're doing it on camera. What are they doing off camera? I mean, that's the truth of it, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, gentlemen in the my brothers in the audits there, and the brothers and sisters in the side chat. What are they doing, Dan, when the camera's off, if they behave with such an ego while the camera's on? And they behave with such an ego because they know they're untouchable, or so they think. And I'm here to tell them on YouTube, to their face, while I'm laying in Barking Fresh Wolf custody suite, while I've been laying in Ilford, that on D-Day you're going to regret the fucking day you were born, brother, is what I've said to them. Yeah. You're going to regret it, sister, because you swore an oath and you couldn't protect and serve my Carlsberg beer. And I've used and so many times because they don't protect us, look after us. They don't give a flying fuck about us. They don't give a shit if I go on to commit suicide, if you go on to commit suicide, if Bastian does, Bill Ben the Flower Pot Men. They don't care. We're just one less to be fucking concerned about, or one less that's going to stop banging our gums and banging the truth drum. And they make a rod for their own back. They arrest innocent human beings off the back of lies, and they arrest innocent human beings that speak up against the establishment. People like you, Dan, people that bang the truth drum, you really are going up against it in this world. But one thing I know for sure is that it's us good human beings that will be making it back home to heaven, whereas these will be going the other way to have another attempt at this earthly world in the next time round.
Do you want a quick listen to him, Dan?
This guy, Scott, I don't know if you can see him on screen at the moment.
Have a look.
Bastian Major just shared his screen. This guy here, Ben Pearson, this is ex-Interceptor, ex Channel 5 Interceptor channel. Okay,
quick listen to what he said about auditors.
You're putting on the TV now.
Yeah, put your sound. Can you put your sound on? Don't put it up too loud.
Yeah, I can turn it up. Yeah,
but put your sound on and listen to what this prick's got to say.
Right. So we have a load of requests for auditors, and I didn't know what auditors were. I thought there were people that just looked at your books when you have to do a tax return. And I spoke to lads here, and it's a bit of a controversial subject. So I've got some good crew members here, and they tell me I should do something or I shouldn't do something, and I got advice, have a think about it, and I thought, yeah, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to poke the bull and wind everybody up. So auditors, I didn't know it was. I've had to Google it. I've had to put it through Facebook. And the people that go and sit at a police station or stop a police officer and basically get the nose stuck in and try and wind everybody up. Because everyone can sit at home and learn one bit of legislation on law and not know what's going on at all in today's people's lives.
Like they know.
Just like the fucking police. Yeah, exactly.
Opinion or a view out of the police officers going to work. I watched one other day and they were in a police car park and they approached the police officer and demanded the police officer's name, and the police officer were going to work. Going into work. And
just like the police behave, thinking they fucking know more than us.
The police are working 8 hours a week, and I've got a family member at home and children and this sort of thing. And then I'm being engaged with by this person, bloke, whoever it is, sitting in a car park, with nothing to do with the lives. So if you've got a job, you're telling me that on your rest day you want to come and sit in a police station car park and one police up. So basically, you probably don't have a job, but you've got nothing better to do with your life. You're the type of person that down all day long.
Yet some auditors earn more than he does.
Yeah, cool.
And your friends, and then when you do, sorry about that. Then when you do put it on and you get hundreds of thousands of views and comments, all the people that have the hundreds of thousands of views and comments are the people that are still sat in the dressing gown at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and just trying to decide if you should have one.
So what was he saying there, Dan? Because I missed.
He doesn't have comments turned on, does he?
Was he saying he's going to be an auditor, or was he just talking
No.
about
This guy was. Do you remember the Channel 5 program, Police Interceptors?
I used to watch that. Yeah.
He was one of them. So what he's doing is he's now retired as police. He's not police anymore because he's a fucking fanny. So basically, instead of being a copper, look at his hair. I mean, clearly he takes it up
He's
the
on the
shit.
toe.
Yeah,
but basically,
basically,
he's decided that he's been sacked, right? And he's gone, oh fuck it, I've got no money. I know what I'll do. I'll go on YouTube and make some money. So he's come on slagging people off, going, oh, auditors are wankers and sit at home in their fucking dressing gowns. Listen, mate, auditors go out there and they earn 3 to 4 times more than you did as a copper.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
I've never seen an auditor in a dressing gown, in an audit. I've seen a lot of them standing in the pissing rain, bless them, and freezing cold snow, trying to get us the justice that we so rightly deserve, that the police and the government cover up with forced courts and fucking poxy jail sentences we don't deserve. I've seen them doing that. I've never seen them wearing a dressing gown and slippers, though.
Well, that's what this prick's saying.
There is one.
Yeah, well, he's a fallen brother and he's full of his own fucking self-importance. And there you go, mate. Fucking, you know what I mean?
So,
and a lot, listen, I've got friends, Dan, from years ago that I've got, like, dads that were in the police, like 30, 40 years. I'm talking, like, old school acne coppers.
Right.
And they've turned around to me like years ago when I was speaking to my pal Chris, and he was out to me. The old man says that police have lost their common sense now, Scott. They're not allowed to have any common sense whatsoever, which is why they behave and conduct themselves the way they behave and conduct themselves. But you couldn't have met a better bloke in this fella, Tim. You know, for a copper, he was proper stand on and sort of a right decent fella. But like I say, 35, 40 years ago, Dan, and we won't never have the police like how we used to have them, where we didn't mind them, we respected them because they also respected us. Because the police force now is a spent force. You had to be 6'2" as a geezer. You had to weigh a certain amount of weight. You used to have to do a krypton factor fucking assault course, mate. And if you did not make that krypton factor assault course, you was a second out of the time. You weren't in. It was as simple as that. Out. You have to come back next week and do the assault course again, was what was said to them.
Scott, this is what I said the other day in my video, right? And people go on about me being racist. It's not about being racist, right? It's about when the police are allowing people to join the police force, and they're giving. They're saying to people, "Oh, if you're a certain race or a certain religion or whatever it might be, a certain demographic, you don't have to reach a certain target within the you know, in order to be the police." Now, if somebody said, if I was at school and somebody said to me, "Do you know what? Oh, bless you. I'll tell you what, you don't need to reach an A. If you get a C, we'll give you an A anyway." I would feel a cunt.
That's what they might as well be saying to them.
I would feel an absolute cunt for passing my fucking exams, for getting a C, and they've given me an A. Do you know what I mean? And it's exactly what they're doing to people.
They've taken away they've taken the job away from them, and the police must deep down know it. There's no pride in wearing that uniform anymore.
No.
I mean, fuck me, there weren't anyway for some people's opinions, but I always thought, oh, it's good to be police force are so decent, because back in the fucking day, they did used to be stand on and decent. They did serve the people.
Yeah,
now they serve the government, and they serve corporate organisations like Tesco and fucking Sainsbury's and all gas companies and anyone that brings them up that's paying them a brown envelope.
You're right. Listen, if somebody said to anybody that's watching this right now, black, white, Chinese, fucking yellow, green, fucking purple, I don't care who you are, what colour you are, what religion you are, whatever, I don't give two fucks. If somebody turned to you and said, do you know what? If you want to be XYZ, we'll let you, but we'll make you we'll halve your, you only have to get half the fucking score that everybody else gets.
Well,
would you feel proud if you passed, or would you feel absolutely
no way?
For failing in an organisation that's already failed itself by accepting halfway measures. I mean, some of these officers are so overweight and so busting out of their uniforms, and I'm like, what the fuck have we become, mate? When we had one of the best police forces probably in the earthly world that we live on, that now, quite frankly, is honestly a fucking shower of shit, and anyone that thinks it ain't must only be working in the police force themselves, because
exactly. Yeah.
No, and they're lying to themselves as well, and that's the worst thing, lying to themselves and pretending they're doing a wonderful job.
Yeah.
When quite frankly, they're not doing a wonderful job. They've got blood on their hands. They've called suicide. They're beating up protesters and they're stamped all over our authority.
How can anybody feel proud that they've passed an exam, that they've been allowed to only get half the score as everybody else?
They get fast tracked in the police force. I mean, now they used to, I mean, before it was a fucking job, they used to hand them for 12 weeks.
Yeah.
Now they don't even have to bother doing that, mate. They're learning on the fucking job, mate.
Yeah.
Police are taking out their young recruits on the job, only a couple of weeks wet behind the ear, and they're taking them out in the car and they're learning them as they're driving around with these fucking people.
Yeah, but the problem is they're teaching them bad fucking habits, and that's why we've got so many Wayne Cousins.
Yeah, I mean, fuck me, we've got so many bad Metropolitan Police, it's laughable, because they're not vetted properly, they're not fucking scrutinised properly, they're fast-tracked through the system, and quite frankly, Dan, anybody that, say, for example, somebody doesn't like you or they don't like me.
Plenty of people don't like me.
But they could get involved in the police, Dan, just to put a F-U-C-K in here.
Yeah, but they won't. The reason, listen, people join the police thinking, I'm going to make a difference. And do you know what? They get into the police and then they're brainwashed with this whole mentality of you versus us. Okay. That soon after they join, they forget why they've joined. They forget.
Well, that was all done. I'll tell you when the police really started fighting, when they started walking around that fucking gang sign on that black flag. Now, no brother or sister that's lost their life in the police represented a black flag. They represented red, white and blue. That's what they represented.
I agree.
So that black gang sign fucking, and that's exactly what it is. And I guarantee you this, if you ain't got that on your uniform, you are in the police force of today, in the current day and age, I guarantee they frown at you in the fucking reception lobby. They sneer at you like you ain't one of us. You ain't representing the Fallen Brothers. Well, sorry, you ain't representing the Fallen Brothers, you fucking scumbags, because your Fallen Brothers represented Queen and Country, and the fucking colour of our flag is red, white and blue. It ain't black, yeah, like the devil's fucking flag with a blue line going through it. You know, and the brothers and sisters that have made it home to heaven have been fucking turning in their graves, mate, that they represented this country and fought for this country. Look at the army, bless them. They fought for Queen and Country, red, white and blue. They didn't fight for a black flag. Now, what annoys me is they haven't even got the black flag on them and the red, white and blue. They've literally taken the utter piss, gone back.
It's defaced. It's a defaced flag.
And they've stuck their own flag on top of what should be a red, white and blue flag. Now, in my opinion, they're entitled, if they so want to call that, for their Fallen Brothers. But hang on just a second. You need to have the flag on that you're working for, because you're divided yourself away from us, because we are living on the earthly world under the red, white and blue flag. That's what I see at Buckingham Palace. I don't see a black fucking flag with a blue line. I see a red, white and blue flag. So They've disjointed themselves from us. They've become dehumanised, and they walk around with their gang logo on that, quite frankly, not a single person that's passed on the police force or any armed forces or any force position of power thinks is a good flag. There's not no one in heaven that's clapping and roaring.
No,
brilliant, that flag, and it's so lovely. It's so fucking dull and miserable looking and satanic. And they should be having a flag that represents what their brother and sister fought for, which they fought for the red, white, and blue of England and what we stand for as a nation. We don't stand for black flag war signs.
1 second, Scott.
And egotistical behaviour from brothers and sisters in police uniforms.
No, you're right. 1 second, Scott. Bastion's talking. Go on, Sam.
I think it does represent everything that this police force is, that dark Union flag, just as much as their dark uniform does. It represents the darkness that this fucking country's fallen into. That's why they've got a fucking black flag on. It represents
Bastion. Let me just repeat that so far. Sorry, I do apologise. Scott, Bastion's saying that their dark flag does represent them at the moment, because and the dark uniform, because it's satanic.
That's why.
Go on, Bastion. Say a few words, and then let me repeat it.
I just
sorry.
1 second, please, Bastion. Can you take that off the screen?
I didn't put it up. Paps put it up. He threw my head in as well.
Sorry.
I just think that black Union flag that they wear with that thin blue line for it does represent this country, because I think it represents the darkness that's within our police forces. You can see that on your PAP reports every fucking day.
The black Union flag and a black uniform represents the dark forces that is running this country at the moment as such, and you see that in the PAP reports on a daily basis. Is that right to say, Bastion?
Oh, exactly. Yeah, and it's not just the PAP reports. You see it in the press, you see it in the mainstream media, the rape, the murders, everything.
What's wrong with the police force? That we haven't got enough good brothers and sisters fighting for the colour of the flag that should be on their uniform correctly. They're all falling. They're all giving their soul to the devil. And on D-Day, they're all in big fucking trouble, mate. And I'm no lie. I'm talking massive trouble. They regret the day they ever was a copper or a police officer or someone who worked in the police to do wrong against us good human beings, us good brothers and sisters that represent this earthly world. They're going to regret the day they've been born. It'll be easier to pass the camel through the eye of a needle than get some of these brothers and sisters back home to heaven. Telling you, mate. Not telling you. You would be getting a camel, through the eye of a needle, rather than get these home to heaven, mate, because they've really got themselves in trouble and have taken a long, long walk down the road to hell. They've got the old devil's arm around their soul. He's whispering in their ear how wonderful they are and bigging up their ego in their human form. They continue to behave like barbaric, idiotic, foolish brothers and sisters, as they so many of them are. And unfortunately, so many can't get through to them. We're desperately trying to help auditors, me, you, everyone.
Upside down.
Not even their own families have got their earthly families got the common decency to say, boy, you acted a complete prick in police uniform. You mug, sort yourself out like a mum or a dad or a cousin or an auntie. Someone should be piping up their gums and saying, I've seen you on YouTube, you're a fucking embarrassment.
But again, the problem is, Scott, is because of this whole, the police are a family. The police are a family.
They're going to be a family standing in hell.
That's the issue that we have. It's them versus us. It's their family versus the rest of the world, and it shouldn't be. They should be us. They are us.
They see us as the enemy.
But they are conditioned to believe and to think that we are separate people and they are better than us.
It's like a separate entity to them. They're a different entity to us, a different aura. Their behaviour is quite frankly barbaric. There's no other words for it. Anyone in the police that sees these videos of their brothers and sisters that don't think they're acting barbaric, they're as bad as they are then. It's clear as the nose on my face that we've got a very damaged, disjointed metropolitan police force now. But while why we're desperately trying to do what we're doing is, one, to have this earthly welcoming back the right way and the correct way, and two, that we save a few of these brothers and sisters from their own self, because they're actually lost the ability to realise that they're doing wrong over the rights that they should be doing, and it's awfully worrying and concerning that these people are not learning from their mistakes. They've been told over and over again, we've got no decent sergeants or inspectors anymore.
They don't want saving. They don't want saving.
Because sergeants and inspectors have lost their souls to the devil. They're all standing in hell, and they don't realise that while they walk this earthly world down, they've actually shaken their soul away from their earthly body, and unless they behave, they're not going to get it back in time to have a fast and safe passing over to heaven. They'll be actually well to retrieve their own soul. And this is where we've got so much diversity now in these egotistical maniac organisations like the police, because the good have sold their souls, that they've become bad, they've become corrupted, they've become egotistical, they've not told their colleagues off. I wouldn't tolerate any of my staff when I had my stationery and printing company years ago ever talking to one of my clients the way that these police speak to their fellow brothers and sisters. And they're dealing with the human race, and they're supposed to be dealing with us with a level of compassion, empathy, and moral compass pointing all down. And they talk to us like shit, and they make some cry.
Because there's so
many. Make some go on to take their life down, and that's the worry.
I know, but there's been so many years of them getting away with it because of their sergeants and their inspectors and their chief constables protect them and stick up for them when they've done wrong, that they think that they can get away with this shit, and so many people just get abused. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying every cop out is the same, okay? You know, there are people watching this going, oh, he's a fucking cop hater. It's not about that. It's about highlighting it.
I mean, I know you're not, Dan, and I know I'm not a police hater, because I've complimented two that took me to Newham, and I've complimented the local Safe and Able team, because I have met some good brothers and sisters in uniform. The joke of it is, 35 years ago, I would be meeting fucking 50 good, let's say, and one or two bad apples. Now the fucking barrel is full of bad apples.
It's the wrong way round. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Dan, I've got to shoot off, mate.
I mean, I had one.
Right, Scott, one second. Bastian, listen, thanks for jumping on. I appreciate it. I'm going in the next 10 minutes or so anyway.
Have a lovely day.
Joe and Scott, thank you very much, and all those in the chat as well. Good night and have a great week.
Appreciate you jumping on.
Happy birthday, you old geezer. You old geezer.
Take it easy, my friend. Thank you very much.
Take care. Thanks, mate. Take care.
Good night, mate. Good night. Sorry, Scott. Go ahead, mate.
No, go on.
We're gonna wrap this up in about 10 minutes anyway, because I need to get off. I've just realised the time. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, so I do need to get off myself soon. Otherwise, I won't be putting any videos out today.
When you polish off that other 3 bottles or barrels you've got,
mate,
we won't see you till Friday.
It's practically gone. But I've got no fucking omeprazole, so I can't sort my heartburn out if I drink that fucking too much of that.
Mate, I tell you what, Dan, that heartburn, mate, when you have to drink it neat, is that
your face is a good screenshot
when you wake up in the middle of the night. I've actually been physically sick from heartburn.
Hang on, Scott. Somebody just called me. Who was that called me?
That'll be the handsome one. Did you see that Keir Starmer's sidekick in Parliament the other day?
Take it off, mate.
No. TC just said, did I see Keir Starmer? What? Sorry.
Keir Starmer's sidekick. Did you see or hear what she had to say in Parliament the other day?
Oh, what? Oh, fucking what's her face? I put a video. No, I did.
I can't remember her name. She's got a nice pair of tits, though, but I can't remember her name.
Ginger woman.
Yeah.
Ginger woman. Yeah, I put a video. Hang on 1 second, and I'll tell you what her name is because I've got it here. Labour twat. Actually, not that bad looking, but Angela Rayner, not that bad looking, but she's got.
That Angela Rayner, I quite like her, mate. I think she's a bit feisty, and she says it how it is, mate.
No, Scott. Do you know what she said the other day? She said that the police should shoot first and ask questions later.
Yeah, good girl, Angela.
No. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing, Scott. Let's have it right.
It wasn't just that she said, though, was it?
No, they find you guilty and don't investigate it. They find you guilty. They're literally doing it all arse about face, is what she's trying to say.
Well, yes, she's saying kill people first and then investigate afterwards.
Well, yeah,
to see whether they're guilty.
I don't think in her defence she means in the peripheral sense of they're going out killing. I think she just means it as a metaphor that they shoot first and ask questions afterwards. I think she means as a generalisation, Dan.
No. She also says.
Alistair Carmichael said, "I don't think she means it that way." Fuck off.
Yeah, I said the same. I agree with you, my brother, in the same chat. I think she means it. It's a generalisation of our police are so fucking. She can't listen.
Yeah, but Scott, she's a fucking politician, right? She's got a lot of sway. She's got a lot of sway. And if a politician turns around and says kill somebody and ask questions later, that is a fucking bad thing to say. Come on.
But she's always tried to pride herself on what I don't involve myself too much in the MPs. They're as crap as arseholes, mate. But they're all in the secret fucking super elite club. And they're all in big fucking trouble when they leave this world as well. But she's always tried to be, I believe, and it's my perception of her from what I can see of her, that she's going to be with us and talk like how we would do, and we would use a phrase like that. Yeah, they shoot first and then fucking ask questions later, and that's all the police do. I think she means it, Dan, in her defence, because I like to defend all brothers and sisters, whatever their race, creed, or what they do for a living. I think she just generally meant it like she wants to turn around and go, yeah, our police force are fucking shit. I'm absolutely ever so embarrassed that I represent them because I'm an MP and I protect them and this, that, and other. And she can't turn around and say that, can she?
Look, the only defence I'd give her is that I would fucking ruin her. I don't want to hear what she's got to say. I don't want to hear what she's got to say because she'll have a mouthful.
I don't want to hear that. But you made me laugh when you said that because I looked at the other day. I was watching. I don't really watch one of these ha fucking MP things. I watched it and I thought, cool, you're a bit of a right old Angela big kick.
She is, but don't let that fool you, mate. Don't let that fool you. Because
listen, taking in, mate. I've been taking these women's looks before, mate, and they've just bent me over and rid of me like sea biscuit.
I'd smash her back doors in, no doubt about that, right? But she talks shit as far as I'm concerned. To say, listen, Scott, listen. She said, when it comes to terrorists, shoot first, ask questions later. And in the next breath, she turns around and says, oh, anybody that's a fucking issue in the neighbourhood, send the police round at 3 o'clock in the morning. To me, that's number one, that's inciting fucking murder.
Well, yeah, right? That's wrong. She shouldn't be saying.
And number two, she's connecting terrorists with knobheads in the neighbourhood. Okay, that is two completely different fucking situations. You can't send armed police round to deal with someone who's been a prick in the neighbourhood, okay, and refer to them or connect them to fucking terrorists.
This is what they do on these audits, though, when they keep doing people for the Terrorism Act and the hostile economy.
Yeah, of course.
These MPs, they don't sit longer than fucking 1 minute and probably watch the videos. They're like, oh, look, there's another, in this dopey, idiot, egotistical, maniac world they live in, they're probably thinking, oh, look, there's another hostile economy in Saudi. There's another terrorist order. They probably think we're actually stalking them. And then they come out with stupid comments when they're sitting in the Houses of Parliament and speaking up and coming out with nonsense like she's come out with.
But I'll tell you what my point is, right? The amount of auditors that are out there, and again, I'm not an auditor, and I'm not sticking up for people because I'm an auditor, because I'm not, as you know. Listen, Arthur, I stick up for people that stand up for their rights.
Of course,
I mean, you should audit. You should audit. You should go out and do some audits again.
Oh no, it doesn't float my boat. It really doesn't float my boat to be honest.
Well, just do silently.
I tell you what, I would make a brilliant auditor.
But my point is, right? You can't. Oh fucking! I don't even know what my point is. I've forgotten.
you had 4 barrels, didn't you? Not 3.
You know. Listen, my point is, you can't fucking say shit like that about people, about auditors. When you know, these people do not go and follow people home. Auditors do not go and put their face on fucking CCTV outside police stations.
Know that.
And let the police see their faces and see what they're doing and all the rest of it. They don't do that if they're going to follow some fucking plod home. Do you know what I'm saying?
The police know that it's just another ruse and another nonsense excuse they can use for trying to rush someone up and throw them in the back of the fucking cell.
Absolutely.
Because they know no one's going down there. When they come out with this nonsense hostile reconnaissance and all this, what's that, the terrorists, dressed in a fucking coat with a phone standing outside the police station.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to do hostile reconnaissance, you'll sit in your car.
I'm doing it with a fucking super lens from about a mile away.
You'd sit in your car down the end of the fucking road with a fucking super zoom.
Exactly, my brother Dan, and that's why I squirm with embarrassment when I come out full of ego, pumped up like fucking Hulk Hogan, mate. I mean, some of them are wearing their children's t-shirts, all too small, all pumped up arms and all that, with tattoos and
Dan,
fucking.
Can I just make a point about something you've just said?
So some of them dressed like the only way is
right, give us a second, TC. Right, hang on, Scott. TC wants to say something. Go on, TC.
Go on, mate.
I would make a brilliant auditor, and I'll explain why.
Right,
because
so Tisa, listen. I need to repeat everything you say. Remember, so say a few words and then let me repeat it to Scott because he can't hear you. TC says it'd make a brilliant auditor because. Go on, TC, crack on.
I know too much case law to hit him over the head with.
He knows too much case law to hit him with.
And apart from that, if they tried to use the Terrorism Act on me.
And if they tried to use a Terrorism Act on him, go on.
Then I would simply ask them, would they find it suspicious if they saw a bloke running through the park at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning? Would they find it suspicious that somebody was sat along a riverbank or a pond of water with a rod in their hand with some string into the water? Or would they find it suspicious somebody's riding down the road on a bike with some weird shorts on?
Well,
why find it suspicious with somebody with a camera?
Let me repeat that. So TC said he'd ask them, would they find it suspicious if someone was sitting next to a pond with a fishing rod? Would they find it suspicious if someone was running through the park, of an evening, for example? Would they find it suspicious if someone was what? Say again, TC.
Riding down the road with a pair of those weird lycra shorts on.
With a pair of lycra shorts on. And he's right. You're absolutely right, TC.
Every time you say TC, I keep thinking Top Cat and Officer Dibble.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right, TC.
TC, mate, you're 100% right. And if you're in a well enough position, my good brother, to get out there and do an audit, I'd applaud it, mate, because I wish I was well enough to do it, TC. I'd be out there folding them up like origami, mate.
What Scott's really...
Here's a better thing for you, Dan. Here's a better thing which...
Hang on. What Scott's really saying, he would love to see you on video in a pair of lycra shorts. That's what he's saying.
Here's the better thing for you. When they go to search...
I'm going to leave that for later. Lovely.
One second, Scott. TC, go on.
When they go to use this terrorist act on these people videoing the police and they go, oh, well, we need to search you and we need to go through your phone and that. Well, what they actually need to do...
Hang on, remember, I need to repeat this, TC. Sorry, man. I've got no way of putting your audio through the speakers. So TC said when they go to use the Terrorist Act on people... right, say that again, TC. I've forgotten.
When they go to use the Terrorist Act on people, what the people don't realise is they actually need authorised from an inspector or above to actually do that.
Right, wait there. So when they use the Terrorist Act on somebody, they forget that they need authorization from an inspector or above. in order to use terrorists.
And to top that off, if I was to be in that situation,
whatever the situation is that presents itself to them, they make it up as they go along.
Of course they do. But hang on 1 second, Scott. So if they want to be in that situation, go on, TC, crack on.
If I was in that situation, I would categorically refuse to be searched on the street. They would have to physically arrest me.
Categorically refuse to be searched on the street, and they'd have to physically arrest you. Yep, crack on.
Arrest me under the Terrorism Act, which then once I'm taken into the police station, they have to inform terrorist people, because they're the only people that can come and interview you.
So if they arrest him under section, say, 43 of the Terrorism Act, and they take him in to search him, for example, they would have to inform counter-terrorism department, because they're the only people that are allowed to interview him. Normal plot shouldn't interview him under counter-terrorism charges or potential charges.
So basically what they have to do is they then phone the counter-terrorism, say, we've arrested your block.
It's just not give any details to the police, not even when you go to the police station. I'd lay there for fucking ever if you have to, till they let you out.
Yeah, but this is the thing, they won't. They'll hold you. And under Terrorism Act, they're allowed to get authorization to hold you for longer than 24 hours.
14 days.
If it's not terrorism, they can hold you for 24 hours and they have to let you go unless they get specific authorization, which is unlikely unless it's like a murder.
The point I'm making there, Dan, the point I was making.
They get these authorisations like someone pissing in the wind and hoping not to get wet. They get it so easy.
Yeah, 1 second, Scott. Go on, TC.
The point I was making is, let's just imagine that situation. They've taken me into the cells. They've actually phoned that counter-terrorism. We've arrested Joe Bloggs. What for? Well, he had a camera outside. You fucking idiot. Let him go.
Yeah, right. Let me just pass it on. So basically, if counter-terrorism are informed that you've been arrested, and counter-terrorism say, "What have you arrested him for?" and they say, "Because he had a camera outside." Counter-terrorism are going to go, "You fucking knob," and this is exactly what happened to Current Climate.
Yeah.
If you remember Current Climate, I done a video.
Yeah, I do,
I grabbed his video. I got permission to use his video on the channel. It's still up on the channel. It's my most viewed video, in fact, of all time. And he got arrested for under terrorism. He got taken in. Once he was in, he got a payout. He's been paid out. I'm still fighting. And his incident was after mine. The fuck's going on there? But ultimately, he got taken into custody.
Shit right out.
It's fucking ridiculous. He got taken into custody, counter-terrorism accord, and they said, "So what have you arrested him for?" And they said, "Well, we was with Channel 5 police interceptors, and we saw someone with a camera, so we stopped and we ended up arresting him for terrorism." And they said, "You fucking wanker, let him go."
Good.
That's basically what they said. They said, "Let him fucking go, you idiot," and they let him go.
You don't even have to let it go that far.
You get a proper old bill like that to go, what you brought this geezer in front of me for, you fucking idiot?
Yeah, exactly. And the more coppers there are like that, the fucking better there is for everybody, for everyone.
100%. I had it happen years ago, mate, about over 20 odd years ago. Sergeant, proper old school sergeant out of Romford, mate. He read his brothers and sisters in uniform the right act in front of me, mate, made them look fucking ridiculous, and then went, "Go on, off you go, Scott." I went, "Yeah, thank you very much, Sarge." Don't happen anymore, though. Even when they know that the officers have done wrong, they will lock you up.
Absolutely. So, Scott, Joe Black's just saying something there. Sorry, Joe. Go on, mate.
Yeah, I was saying you don't even have to let it go that far, because if they try and stop you to search you under the Terrorism Act, you can sort of point out, if you actually believe that I'm a terrorist, you need to call the anti-terrorist squad.
Anti-terrorist,
yeah, first.
Yeah,
that's
so
the
basically,
first thing they should do. And if
sorry, Joe.
do that,
Let me just reiterate what you said to Scott because he can't hear. So he's basically saying it shouldn't go that far because if a copper turns around and says we're arresting you under section of the Terrorist Act, they should get anti-terrorist officers to come and see you rather than deal with it themselves.
But they won't because, of course, they know they're full of shit and it ain't really a terrorist act. They're just bullshitting.
Of course.
They won't do that.
Well, we know that. We know that.
We know that and they know that. They know we know they're pulling the fucking wool over our eyes with that bullshit terrorist shit. And that's why terrorist police don't never turn up because they don't generally believe you're a terrorist. They know exactly that you're an auditor with a camera and they just want to try and put an FUCK in the backward hope and notion going to audit any more police.
Listen, look at it this way. Listen, guys. Look,
it's going to make you audit more, isn't it?
So everybody watching this, right? Listen, right? The police know what auditors are. MI5 knows what auditors are. Okay, MI5 knows what auditors are. Mighty, one of the biggest security firms in the country, know what auditors are. But do you know what? They still fucking play the victim. And go, these people are a danger to us. They're not a fucking danger to you unless you fucking bullshit and lie.
I'm yet to see any police come out and be decent and normal in front of the camera. I'm waiting to see it. I've seen a couple of officers that have behaved, but I'm talking they come out mob-handed, over 5, 10 and 15 sometimes for a fucking person with a camera. So let me tell you, the other day, in my area, and I sorted this situation out and tried to help the girls out of the shop, there was a woman, I believe it was a woman, that pulled a knife, or someone pulled a knife on someone at a sunbed shop. The ladies rang the police, said, look, we've had a knife pulled on us. We think the woman's suffering with a bit of mental health. She's known in the area and she's sort of homeless and sort of going through a bit of an hard time. Or words to that effect, I dare say they use. The police still haven't turned up.
Yeah.
The police still haven't gone to the shop. So you've got someone with a knife that's pulled a knife, right? We've got people that are stabbing people, murdering people and acting out of character because of the fucking damage disturbingly well's done to their brain. Not disturbingly well, sorry, the people on it, I should say, have done to these people's brains and mental capacity. And the police were told there was someone with a knife and they've still not attended the shop. And that was 2 days ago, I believe, or maybe a little bit longer ago. I don't know if they've attended now, but up until a couple of days ago, I think Saturday, they still haven't attended Thursday incident.
Yeah.
But they can turn up for Tesco's or another corporation, ringing them up and telling them someone's auditing them at the entrance of their shop and they're upsetting their customers and they can come 3 cars, 4 cars handed.
They expect us to entertain them. Well, sorry, losers. We're free.
And that's what's wrong with our police online. So they won't attend to serious crimes, they won't investigate serious crimes, they won't get their hands dirty in what they should be getting their hands dirty in.
Hang on, Scott. Someone's talking, but I can't see who's talking.
Information we're extracting out of people on this live stream.
Oh God!
Oh fucking hell! I'd unmuted Crinkle's live stream. Sorry. So should we listen to him for a minute?
You remember that?
Let's listen to Crinkle for a minute. Hang on.
Wow.
Hang on a minute.
That is hands in. That is just worlds up above Joe's one. Wurzel Gummidge he bought. Joe.
Can you hear Crinkle?
I think I played Wurzel Gummidge. Not with no. I played a cider drinker, and I could have got a couple of.
I'll tell you what. Hang on. I'll tell you what, guys. I don't know who Crinkle's got on his channel, but they look like fucking. Well, no. Let me not go there because that's out of order. I shouldn't say things. I shouldn't cuss people for the way they look. But they look terrible. Go and have a look. Honestly. Crinkle's channel, Sober Sunday Live from the laundry room. Crinkle's got a picture of himself up in a fucking lab coat. Oh, I swear to God. I swear. Listen. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, right? Fuck it. I'm going to show you. Right, hang on. Let me open the share screen. Hang on. Share screen. I'm going to fucking show you because it is funny as fuck. Hang on. Look. Hang on. There he is there with the fucking... Who the fuck are these? Hang on.
It only gets blocked in 1 or 2 countries, or the person, if you're monetized.
Can't get banned from.
No. I think the money, any revenue goes to the artist, or it can be blocked depending on what
I've
the
got
artist
no
wants.
fucking idea, mate.
Shady and Andrew.
They look like they're. I'll tell you what.
Wearing sunglasses. Is that Crinkle?
That's Crinkle. I'll tell you what, Scott. They look like they're off My Big Fat Gypsy Wedding.
Mate.
Fucking hell.
They look like the American hillbillies, don't they?
They look like a fucking pair of wrong ones.
Can I get... Here we go. Look, here. There we go. Hang on. Shall we listen to what they're saying for a minute?
People on your panel.
Don't get paid for it anyway, dude.
If you get people with a guitar, somebody can sing, do that.
Crinkle's my Radio 4.
That's the way forward.
This guy sounds more pissed than me.
Sorry. God, this
Oh, he is more pissed than me.
Just think, though, Shady, you are creating content.
I'm just reading back some of the comments. Oh, Mickey Mouse, you really are a character. We love you, Scott. 100%. I want to live on your island. Don't worry, brother. I'm taking us all back to paradise.
Right, do you know what, guys? Right, listen, it's 5:22 in the morning. I need to get some sleep. I'm not putting out any videos tomorrow. I wouldn't.
How much of that 3 barrels you got left, my brother?
That much.
Yeah. You know, bruv, you ain't going no beddy buys, mate. If you've got a few ciggies left and that drink's getting drunk, you're having a cigarette.
Mate, listen, I've got no Coke left. Look, my Coke's run out. Right, I've got no Coke to drink with it, and drinking it straight just fucking kills my heartburn. So I'm gonna go and have a piss, maybe a wank, and then go. No. I'm going to go and have a slash, and then I'm going to go to bed, and I'm going to hope to get up early enough to put out some videos tomorrow. But listen, I want to thank you all, Scott, you, Lucifer, Dan. Arthur, Joe, TC, and everybody that's joined us this evening. I want to thank you all, Lucy. Oh yeah, I've said Lucifer, haven't I? I appreciate everybody that's stuck around, everybody that's been and gone. So if you come back and watch this, at a later stage, I appreciate you. If you've been in the chat, or if you've been on the panel, or if you've been on Skype, every single person, I appreciate you all. Genuinely, this is the channel is 3 years old today. Well, 3 years old last night, 10:15. And I'm so glad that we've been able to, to continue growing for the 3 years. Even though I've been gone for a year because of the stroke, but for the past 3 years, we've continued to grow, and we've grown such a fucking awesome community, and I am so grateful that we've got such a core community that wants to help people and is so fucking kind and generous. Not I'm not talking about to me, I'm talking about to everybody. People offering their support to people that need it, and I think that this channel wouldn't be what it is if it wasn't for you guys. I'm not trying to butter you up or blow smoke up your asses. Genuinely, there's a lot of people on here that have been around since the start, and and if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be here today after 3 years. So I genuinely appreciate every single one of you. So
There have been some bad apples though through the years.
Pretty nice of you, mate.
Oh, there's been some knobheads, Arthur. Absolutely. You know, I've had to call a few out. I've had to call a few out in the comments, but 99% of people on this channel have been absolutely fucking blinding. And
I mean, other content creators about sort of auditing and hitting back at the police sort of area. I mean, those sort of content creators. There've been a few.
Yeah. Right.
Bad apples.
Dan, before you go, you've got to rename this live stream after you've finished it, right? To Dan Drinks Scots.
Dan outdrinks what?
The Scots.
Yeah, can you believe that? He's going to go. You know what he's going to say? He's going to go.
Still on.
He's going to go. Yeah, but mine had a higher alcohol percentage. That's what he's going to say. You wait and see. I guarantee that's what he says. Guarantee it.
He ain't going to live it down. It's going to be ragged to fuck.
Fucking hell. So listen, guys, I am getting off. This again. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for you guys. Lucifer, you've been on for hours. Much appreciated.
Yeah, I've been on since you started, mate.
Lucifer loves it.
Arthur, you've been on for quite a while as well. Joe Black, TC, you've come on a bit later on, but I appreciate every single one.
Quickly down
What are you talking about? I'm never late.
Cattle TC cycling down the road in the old lycra shorts.
I heard TT, but I couldn't make out what he was saying.
Thank you, and I'll speak to you again, soon.
Scott, TC didn't quite hear what you said. Say it again.
I said, TC, my brother or my sister, I don't know if it's a man or female. I said, I'll keep having images of you cycling up the road in the old lycra shorts delivering newspapers.
Well,
I don't know why.
Let me give you a better image to go to sleep with. I'm a big black pussycat.
Oh, Top Cat's done it. Top Cat's done it. Officer Dibbles has done it.
Fucking hell. All right, guys. Listen, I'm out of here. I appreciate again. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, everybody that's joined us this evening.
Good morning, all.
Ta-ra, Scott. Ta, mate. Ta, ta. Guys, again, everybody that's joined us this evening and who's been on, especially you guys that have been on that, for the last fucking 9 hours.
9 hours.
Fucking 9.5 fucking hours. What the fuck? It's taken me 9.5 hours to drink that much fucking brandy. I'm ashamed of myself.
Don't it, go on.
Oh fuck!
Let's
no,
see
I haven't
you
got
fall off your chair.
I haven't got any out. I haven't got me heartburn tablets left until tomorrow, so I'm not fucking down in that.
Milk, drink milk.
I wanted to talk to Scott about religion. It's a shame he left.
It's again. Thank you everybody for joining us this evening and for joining us tonight, rather, not just this evening. Community is so important to me on this channel. More important than the stuff I put out on a daily basis. Although I put the stuff out because I feel bad if I don't put stuff out, and that's how important the community. Hello, hang on, cat's coming. Hello, what do you want, mate? What are you meowing for? Come and say hello.
Well, come still 44 watching.
Need a piss.
Oh, Smudge wants to say goodbye. So, what do I need to do? Do I need to feed you again, you fat cunt?
Smudge is after your leftovers.
It's all gone. I've fucking eaten a lot. You cunt, don't bite my finger. You prick. Don't bite me, you fucking knobhead. You little prick, biting my fucking finger. Right, guys, listen, last time I'm going to say it. Thank you again for joining me. I I will be back tomorrow, hopefully, if I wake up in time to stick a few videos out tomorrow. But thanks for joining us on this live stream. Thanks for joining me on this 3rd anniversary of the channel. Hopefully, this will be the first of, well, not the first, but this will be one of many anniversaries of the channel. And we must also thank the police and public officials for being cretinous. For being cretinous paedophilic bastards that they are, which gives me plenty of content. So thank you, public officials and police.
Yeah, you're unlikely to run out of content. Put it that way.
No, I don't. I genuinely don't think I will either. So with that in mind, guys, good night. God bless. Look after each other, or look after yourself and each other. Film the police, and of course, as always, film other officials. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah, good night all.
Night,
Good night, Dan. Sleep well, mate.
Good night, mate.